Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series chapter 150, Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique. 2. Li Qie smiled and said, I am not. This matter isn't important. After you practice your physique law, practice a merit law next. Cultivate the Jade Spiral Merit Law of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The Jade Spiral Merit Law. Chen Baojiao was in a daze, and she couldn't help but ask, the beginner's merit law of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Don't look down upon this merit law. If you could grasp the profoundness of this merit law, it would be enough for you to prosper for a lifetime. Li Qie continued, your physique is different from ordinary people. You will dual cultivate the Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique as the foundation. The Jade Spiral Merit Law is a correct path of the Grand Tao. In the future, it will be compatible with all of your arts. As long as you have the Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique to rely on, the Jade Spiral Merit Law is the most compatible merit law, understand? Hearing the seriousness of Li Qie, Chen Baojiao did not question his authority. At this moment when Li Qie was passing on the physique law to her, she was completely focused. She was afraid of missing even a single word. After learning the physique law from Li Qie, she emotionally understood why Li Qie was so confident. Coming from the Jade Pillar Sacred School, she had seen many physique laws, but after being taught by Li Qie, she finally understood that this was the real supreme immortal physique law. The physique scripture could be said to be the source of all physique laws. It didn't just have the 12 immortal physique laws, it was the root of all physique laws. Of course, this was only after Li Qie spent countless moons and millions of years before understanding all of the mysteries of the physique scripture. The 12 immortal physique laws were only a part of the physique scripture, and they were only 6 extremely simple words. For Chen Baojiao, who practiced the Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique, this was another profound aspect of the physique scripture. On top of this, her physique was not part of the 12 immortal physiques. If one divided the physiques into 10 parts, then the 12 immortal physiques were at the limit. For example, the extreme light immortal physique was the strongest of yang. It was a yang physique in all 10 parts. Chen Baojiao's Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique was extremely rare. In the 10 parts, yin and yang each had 1 part, pure and taint also had 1 each, hardness took 4 parts while softness had 2 parts. One physique containing all 6 profound words was an extremely rare physique. After being taught the physique law by Li Qie, Chen Baojiao was very emotional. She felt like a fish in the water that had an indescribable sense of ease. Her blood energy rapidly flowed for the first time. Her entire body was floating about like a satisfied immortal, creating thunderous noises as she was being baptized under this supreme immortal physique. At this moment, Chen Baojiao understood that she did not wrongly choose regarding the most important choice of her life. Prior to this, the Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique had always plagued her with difficulties. The truth was that Chen Baojiao's talent was not bad in itself. Although it was not as great Li Xuangan, she was still amongst the best. Due to the trap of her physique, she had to put in countless amounts of effort just to have the same results as others. Nonetheless, Chen Baojiao kept on cultivating, and she was even more diligent than anyone else. With blood and sweat, she finally reached the named hero realm. Now, starting from the beginning once again with an appropriate physique law, Chen Baojiao was still a hard worker and her cultivation speed improved by leaps and bounds. Her hard work and effort amazed others. Li Xuangan movingly said, it seems like I have to double my effort. Otherwise, I will feel the pressure. A genius like Li Xuangan was always hard-working, but she felt inferior to Chen Baojiao's resolution. After Chen Baojiao achieved a few things with her physique, Li Qie finally taught her the Jade Spiral Merit Law. She was shocked about the fact that, in the teachings of Li Qie, even an ordinary merit law became extraordinary. She finally understood why Li Qie chose the Jade Spiral Merit Law for her. After the process, Chen Baojiao's young heart couldn't remain calm. She astonishingly stared at Li Qie, this 16-year-old boy, and exclaimed, are you really just a normal disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? Wrong, I am the prime disciple. Li Qie said. Chen Baojiao gave him a stern look and added, how is a prime disciple any different from an ordinary disciple? If it was an ancient kingdom, then a prime disciple would be worth something. The prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect does not have many advantages compared to ordinary disciples. This little girl doesn't know anything. Li Qie knocked her head and said, "Also, do not belittle your own master. Watch out or I will punish you, you know." This flushed Qin Baojiao's face completely red. She couldn't help but angrily stare at Li Qie. She was clearly older than him, yet he kept calling her little girl. This truly exasperated her. She was such an alluring beauty. With her charming presence that swayed others, it would cause their hearts to beat faster, but Li Qie only smiled and left. After his departure, Chen Baojiao rubbed the area Li Qie knocked on and was in a daze. She could be considered a golden jade with peerless beauty. No matter where she was, she would be the moon surrounded by countless geniuses. She was high up above, but today, she was only Li Qie's maid. However, she did not completely hate this feeling nor this status. It was as if by being next to Li Qie as his maid, she was able to be free and be without worries. At this moment, she understood why a heavens-proud daughter like Li Xuangan was also willing to be a sword maid. After Li Qie's cultivation at the cleansing incense ancient sect and the end of the evil-infested ridge, more than 1 year had passed. Suddenly, there was a monumental event happening in the Grand Middle Territory. Within the Grand Middle Territory, there was suddenly an evil energy that pierced the sky with bright lights. Inside the lights were countless ancient coffins that sung sad, sorrowful tunes. In the far horizon, many coffins were flying by as immortal citizens were worshipping, and there were mourning wise sages amongst this extremely majestic scene. It was as if an immortal monarch had just passed away, or a godly king had his final burial. Anyone that saw this scene for the first time would be stunned, but for people who had seen this before, they were not too surprised. This sudden change garnered the attention from many, and many old monsters even came into being. At this moment, in the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, an archaic character opened his eyes. He was extremely excited. Inside the war god temple, an old man that was buried in dust finally moved and emotionally opened his eyes. He couldn't help but to stand up and alert numerous disciples along with royal nobles and heavenly kings. Even as far as the desolate wasteland, in the divine sword sacred ground, a man with boundless killing intent, who was sleeping inside the coffin, suddenly sat up. His eyes pierced the sky and emotionally whispered, "In this life, someone is reincarnating." At this very second, in the East's 100 cities, at the Immortal Tao Institution amongst the southern barren of strange bamboo mountain, there were many old monsters that stood up from their coffins. Some were sighing, some were excited, and some were indifferent and cold. These were the old monsters in the legends, and they were immortals that were buried underground for countless years. Unless it was a sect-destroying matter, these immortal monsters would not appear. However, because of the sudden change today, they were all alerted. An old, undying man looked at the strange variation in the sky, and he couldn't help but murmur, "In this life, could there be a miracle? Someone will actually be able to be reborn." Another old immortal with covetousness in their eyes muttered, "Or, this could be immortality. The underworld boat will soon appear." The next day, a message swept across the entire Grand Middle Territory like a storm. Then, it spread across the entire northern Grand Sea, southern chained earth, eastern 100 cities, and western desolate wasteland. After a long time, the entire world knew of this news. Inside the grand sects and powerful nations of the Grand Middle Territory, even the sect masters and lords of the immortal emperor lineages were all stimulated. The old monsters near death especially couldn't sit still. They suddenly stood up and rousingly said, "The underworld boat is coming, we need to hurry and leave." The underworld boat was coming into being. This news exploded in the Grand Middle Territory to all the corners. In a short month, every cultivators were talking about the underworld boat. There was a saying in the mortal emperor world, the coming of the underworld boat signals a rebirth. The path to the heavenly road will appear, and the godly stones will open. The underworld boat was an extremely mysterious existence. In the mortal emperor world, all of the cultivators were curious about it and had no choice but to talk about the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground as well. As a cultivator in the mortal emperor world, some of them will never get to see the underworld boat, but they only had one opportunity to enter the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, in the old legends, was one of the 12 burial grounds in this world. In the mortal emperor world, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground had a different meaning. The 12 burial grounds buried only the intents of death. Countless people and cultivators in this world hope to be buried inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground when they died. Dying cultivators who had exhausted their lifespans all wished to be taken under this ideal burial ground. Chapter 151, Underworld Boat Coming into Being. 1. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground was referred to as the largest cemetery by the people in the Grand Middle Territory. Countless grand characters were buried there. As for the nameless ones, no one knew for sure. Legends has it that countless people were buried there, ranging from the nameless to heavenly kings and virtuous paragons. There was even a rumor that this place even buried immortal emperors. No one knew whether this rumor was true or not. However, as one of the 12 burial grounds in this world, it was the place where many dying cultivators all gathered to find a great place with powerful feng shui to bury themselves. The most fascinating and tempting story was about the possibility for rebirth inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Legends has it that if one could bury themselves in a feng shui treasure earth, they would be able to have a chance for a rebirth, or even a chance for eternal life. As for what the feng shui treasure earth was, no one really knew for sure. This was all due to luck. After millions of years had passed, countless grand characters were buried inside, so even if there was feng shui treasure earth that was able of giving a second chance, they had long been accounted for. However, for every person, there was still another chance in this burial ground, and it was the legendary underworld boat. In every age in the legends, the underworld river would come out from the earth under the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. When it appeared, many underworld boats would come out along the underworld river. Finally, they would follow the river all the way to the deepest part of the burial ground. If a dying person was able to climb up the underworld boat and be buried inside, then they might be able to prolong their life, or even be reborn once again. Even though this sounded crazy, the reality was that there were people who climbed up the underworld boats and were able to extend their lives as well as being reborn. Because of this, for dying men, the underworld boat, along with the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, was filled with temptations. Cultivators, heavenly kings, and even the invincible virtuous paragons would all eventually die in the end. They all feared returning to the yellow earth, so they had to take this step. This burial ground brought hope to the dying men, especially the old monsters in the great sects and powerful nations that hoped to be reborn. In this era, I will bet on being reborn. At last, these old monsters were no longer able to wait and started to come into being as their blood and life were reaching their ends. The underworld boat quickly became the hot topic in all of the mortal emperor world, and Tao gateways were opening everywhere as experts set foot into the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This news also traveled to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Nan Huiran was the most excited after hearing this news. He quickly went to find Li Qiye and said, "Oldest brother, I heard that the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground buried countless virtuous paragons. The items buried with them are the world's immortal treasures. At this moment, everyone is going to this burial ground. Should we follow as well to obtain some of the world's immortal treasures? The underworld boat is appearing." Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and essentially didn't hear anything Nan Huiran said. He murmured, "Rebirth, ah. Who in this era will be able to be reborn?" The life prolonging of the underworld boat, or even rebirth, was not a false legend. This was the truth, and Li Qiye had seen, with his own eyes, people being reborn. "Hey, oldest brother, should we lead some people into the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to grab some treasures?" Nan Huiran still ecstatically asked Li Qiye. At this time, Li Qiye glanced at Nan Huiran and said, "Grabbing some treasures? With just you? Any random corpse would be able to tear you into pieces. Hey, with Big Brother by my side, I have no fear anywhere," Nan Huiran cheekily said. He had blind confidence regarding Li Qiye. "Even if I go, I wouldn't let you come along," Li Qiye angrily said. Nan Huiran forced a smile and said, "Hey, oldest brother, you don't really care about bringing another person. Well, if you really go, you have to bring me along for sure." Li Qiye glared at him and shook his head. "Even if I actually go, I wouldn't bring you along. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is much more terrifying than the evil-infested ridge. This is not a place that anyone can go to. Your cultivation is not bad, but as for your physique, once tainted by corpse poison, if light, then you would stay in bed for a few years, if bad, then you would turn into an earth corpse." Turning into an earth corpse. Hearing this, Nan Huiran had the creeps and his head shrunk into his body as a cold chill ran behind his back. He couldn't help but lose his colors and say, "I heard that an earth corpse was no different than a zombie. Both are monsters that cannot eat nor drink. There is a difference, an earth corpse is a living existence." Li Qiye smiled and said, "If it is lucky, then it could have a little sense to find a feng shui treasure earth to bury itself and wait. After hundreds of thousands of years, it would be able to be reborn once again. My mother, I don't need any of that. I am alive and well at this moment, and I don't want to be a corpse buried underground." Nan Huiran changed his expression and no longer dared to discuss the matter of the burial ground. He quickly left soon after. After Nan Huiran's departure, Li Qiye looked at the far horizon towards the area of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground and became quiet for a long time. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, Li Qiye gently sighed in his heart. This was one of the 12 burial grounds, the paradise of the dead. Many cultivators wanted to flock to this place. When he was the Dark Crow, he went to this burial many times in the last hundreds of thousands of years. One could even say that he no longer remembered how many times he had entered it. To say that it was dangerous, then it wasn't dangerous. But to say that it wasn't dangerous, then it was very dangerous. Even an immortal emperor in person wouldn't dare to carelessly tread into its deepest part. The most important thing when entering was the intention. The deepest part of the burial ground was not for anyone, not even for immortal emperors. Virtuous paragons would only be courting death at that place. "You want to go?" Seeing Li Qiye stunned in silence, Chen Baojiao went next to his side. She had heard of information about this burial ground, and seeing Li Qiye stare towards it in a daze, she couldn't help but to ask. Always being around Li Qiye, Chen Baojiao was gradually getting used to Li Qiye's thoughts and patterns. Go and see." Li Qiye finally nodded his head and said, "The path to the heavenly road will appear, and the godly stones will open. I have to take a trip to this place." There was something he wanted at the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. In reality, there was something that he coveted for a long time. He sent people there before as well, but it was not successful. This time, he intended to personally go. "There is something there that is suitable for you as well." Li Qiye turned towards Chen Baojiao and said. Even though Chen Baojiao's innate talents were not as great as Li Xuangan and that she was very hot-headed, she was a very determined and arduous girl. Her effort on the road of cultivation was not less than anyone, including even Li Xuangan. Li Qiye truly liked this aspect of her. "The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, I heard that this is a place with zombies everywhere and countless earth corpses. The tyrants entrenched in the feng shui treasure earth were even more frightening. We shouldn't go to this place, or we might carelessly become earth corpses." Chen Baojiao emotionally asked, "Can we actually go to a place like this?" Once inside, unless one is so unreasonable powerful, one would need special methods. Otherwise, forcefully entering would be prohibitively difficult, not to mention going into the feng shui treasure earth of those tyrants. Li Qiye smiled and said. Seeing Li Qiye's confidence, Chen Baojiao didn't say anything else. She was a maid, so she naturally would follow Li Qiye's decision. While Li Qiye was wondering about when to enter the burial ground, Li Xuangan found him. The 9 Saint Demon Gate accepted a business proposal. I don't know if you are interested or not. Li Xuangan went straight to the point. What kind of business? Is it relating to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground? Li Xuangan nodded her head and said, yes, there is someone wanting to be buried in an underworld boat. My master wanted this business since it is extremely important to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but my master did not have the ability to do this, so he thought about you. He believes that you can create a miracle. Who is the partner? Li Qiye looked at Li Xuangan and asked, without your recommendation, I'm afraid your 9 Saint Demon Gate would not be so active like this. Li Xuangan didn't try to hide it and boldly said, I mentioned it to master. No one could do this task better than you, so master asked if you would be willing to accept this deal. Who wants to be buried in the underworld boat? Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and slowly asked. A person from the war god temple. Li Xuangan truthfully said, it can be said that this person is extremely important to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. If he was successfully buried in an underworld boat, to you and the cleansing incense ancient sect, there will be great benefits. The old men in the war god temple still haven't given up, Li Qiye slowly continued, after that old devil was successfully buried that year, all of the old men later became crazy and wanted to follow in suit, but no one had been successful, afterwards. The war god temple had someone who was successful. Li Xuangan was a bit shocked to hear Li Qiye's words. To be exact, they had an old devil who was reborn for another life after a successful burial. Li Qiye leisurely continued, unfortunately, his luck was a little bit lacking. Otherwise, he would have become an immortal emperor with his 2 lives. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground really allowed for someone to resurrect. To be brought back to life again. Li Xuanyan's breath became faster. Even though she had heard many legends about this burial ground, she always thought that resurrection was only a legend, or an exaggeration. Chapter 152, Underworld Boat Coming into Being. 2. It is not a resurrection. Li Qiye gently shook his head and replied, the old devil still had a single breath of life. He had used countless immortal medicines to increase his lifespan. As long as it was something that could increase his longevity, he had tasted it. He temporarily survived for a very long time. In the end, longevity medicines and immortal grass were no longer effective to him, but he still didn't give up. He buried himself under the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground and was eventually successful in rebirthing into another life. What does it mean to rebirth for another life? Li Xuangan asked. Li Qiye replied, it is living again, living as if he was born one more time. His blood energy will be at its youngest, and the same applies for his lifespan. However, the Tao foundation, merit laws, and memories will remain the same. It was as if you were born with the memories of the former life. One could truly live again for another generation. Hearing this unimaginable thing, Li Xuangan lost her colors. The 2 words, heaven-defying, were not enough to paint this picture. This was an extreme rebellion against the heaven's will, going against the heaven's Tao. The heaven would not allow for such a thing. It is possible, but the chance is extremely small, so small to the point of being negligible. One could say that living again was a fortunate thing, but also a tragedy. Li Qiye slowly said. Li Xuangan was in a daze for a short time. For a heaven-defying character, what was the true meaning behind living another life? This meant that in their former life, if they weren't able to accept the heaven's will, then in the next life, they would be able to shoulder the heaven's will by living again with all of the memories, along with their peerless foundation, from before. At this moment, Li Xuangan finally understood why all of these old monsters near death rushed in droves to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Will you accept this business? Finally, Li Xuangan asked. She didn't inquire why Li Qiye knew all of these things. I want to meet your master. Li Xuangan immediately went to arrange this for Li Qiye without question. The next day, Li Xuangan opened the Tao gateway near the Tao platform for Li Qiye to directly arrive at the 9 Saint Demon Gate. They went inside the gateway and ported to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. This time, the first elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate personally greeted Li Qiye. However, the trip was very low-key, and he only wanted to meet the Demon King, not anyone else. Demon King Luan Ri, the Demon King of Old Ox Country and Sect Master of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. He was even a renowned royal expert in the Grand Middle Territory. Amongst cultivators of the same generation, he could be considered the most talented as well as the most promising. During the difficult Tao era, Demon King Luan Ri stepped into the enlightened being realm at a very young age. This was an extremely great achievement. To this day, no one knows what his exact cultivation was. Demon King Luan Ri also personally came to greet Li Qiye. After stepping inside the chamber, he heard an invigorating laughter. The king quickly stepped forward to meet Li Qiye, and he smilingly said, I have waited a long time for young noble Li's second coming. Demon King Luan Ri appeared to be around 40 years old with a stalwart physique, but he still exuded an air of elegance. He was not a classless man. Rumors has it that the Demon King was a demonic tiger who successfully cultivated, but there was not a trace of a ferocious beast on his body. He was more like a mortal king than a demon king. He stepped forward with the presence of a flying dragon and a striding tiger. His behavior and image were without flaws, carrying a majestic momentum, but when he greeted Li Qiye, it also had a sense of a charm and likable affinity. They went into the grand chamber. Since it was a guest of honor, Demon King Luan Ri was not reserved or tried to do something flashy. Sitting together was enough to show his respect towards Li Qiye. After everyone left, only the two remained in the chamber. Li Qiye went straight to the point and asked, I heard that Demon King wants to bury people from the War God Temple. I don't have this capability. Demon King Luan Ri shook his head with a wry smile, and he said, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is a ferocious area throughout the ages. Hundreds of thousands of years till now, countless virtuous paragons, countless invincible characters of generations were buried there. All of them want to go on the underworld boat to prolong their life or even rebirth, but not many are successful. My little capability, compared to the great immortal sages, is insignificant. But you still want to take this deal? Li Qiye calmly said. Demon King Luan Ri bursted out in laughter while looking at Li Qiye. As his eyes flashed a brilliance, he said, I don't dare to perform this deal, but I believe young noble Li is capable of doing so. How does Demon King know that I can enter? A gut feeling. Demon King Luan Ri frankly said, my intuition is telling me that young noble Li can do it, and my intuition is rarely wrong. It is a fortunate thing that you are not a woman. Li Qiye gently shook his head. Demon King Luan Ri didn't find this comment off-putting and laughed heartily instead. After a while, Demon King Luan Ri said formally, the War God Temple tried to find many people to do this matter, but I accepted it right away. I'm curious, what did the 9 Saint Demon Gate bet that made the War God Temple leave this matter for you all? The War God Temple itself is not confident regarding this matter. As for other people, they essentially have no hope. Li Qiye smiled and said. The War God Temple was a crazily powerful existence. In the legends, it was built during the Desolate Era. Countless immortal sages of the human race came from this place. It was not an exaggeration to say that the War God Temple was a big reason for the human race's prowess. Their status within the Grand Middle Territory and even the entire mortal emperor world was supreme. In the Grand Middle Territory, even a powerful existence such as the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would be dreadful of the War God Temple. Even the War God Temple was not certain of successfully climbing up the underworld boat. How could outsiders like them be able to do it? Wasn't this relying on a forlorn miracle? The War God Temple had tried many times but had always failed. Thus, this time, they want to make a bet and let outsiders try instead. Demon King Luan Ri explained. He also didn't dare to directly accept this business. In reality, this was easier said than done. For the War God Temple to entrust this deal to outsiders, these outsiders must also have the qualifications to absolutely earn this trust. Although this could be a lucrative deal, the 9 Saint Demon Gate must have bet their treasures to show their confidence in the success of this business. Think about it for a moment, what kind of existence was the War God Temple? In order to seize this deal, the 9 Saint Demon Gate most likely used a heaven-frightening treasure as leverage, and it could even be an immortal emperor's item. After War God Mu, the War God Temple still wants these old monsters to live again. Li Qiye smirked. He also didn't ask how Demon King Luan Ri obtained this deal. Young noble Li also knows about War God Mu's matter. Demon King Luan Ri was surprised. War God Mu was one of the most powerful existences in the War God Temple. During that era, he was an untouchable giant. War God Mu had lived again because of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This was why the War God Temple always yearned for a second miracle, but they had never been successful. Li Qiye responded with just a smile. How could he not know about the rebirth of War God Mu? Even though Li Qiye did not answer, Demon King Luan Ri's mind was shaken. He knew he had found the right person. Young noble Li, this grand character is extremely important to both the War God Temple and my 9 Saint Demon Gate. The current elder of the War God Temple's outer sect is a disciple separated by a generation of this grand character. If this business is successful, there would be a special significance towards the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the cleansing incense ancient sect. Demon King Luan Ri said in a serious manner. It seems like the War God Temple has supported you quite a bit. Li Qiye smilingly replied. The Demon King did not lie. He solemnly nodded his head and said, when I was young, the outer sect's elder recognized my talents and opened my eyes. Because of his support, I was able to obtain the pure jade saint physique law from the War God Temple. As a saint physique, Li Xuanyan's physique law from the War God Temple was a priceless treasure. To be able to trade this physique law from the War God Temple, the 9 Saint Demon Gate did not only use a supreme treasure, but it was also because Demon King Luan Ri earned the trust of the War God Temple. Not anyone was able to do such a trade. What is the agreement between Demon King and the War God Temple? Li Qiye inquired. Demon King Luan Ri wryly smiled and shook his head. The exact details are not yet decided. I was waiting for a response from young noble Li. This business. My 9 Saint Demon Gate will not receive anything good. All of the benefits will be given to young noble Li. And you win the support of the War God Temple. Li Qiye smiled, he knew the intricacies within. Demon King Luan Ri forced a laughter and said, young noble Li understands that I and the Heavenly God Sect's mortal king are old friends. If the Heavenly God Sect climbs the ladder of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, even my 9 Saint Demon Gate would feel pressured. Of course, when he said old friends, he meant enemies. During the last generation, the Mortal King and the Demon King were the most outstanding talents of the Grand Middle Territory and were well-matched rivals. What is the situation of this grand character from the War God Temple? Li Qiye asked. Demon King Luan Ri responded, I heard that this ancestor's blood force had halted for a long time, and his lifespan doesn't have much left. He cannot come into being, and the War God Temple needs to bury him directly on an underworld boat. Halting your blood force, in plain words, meant to cease all blood and vital breath in order to enter a dormant hibernation, just like a dead person sealed underground. However, halting one's blood force was extremely costly, so not everyone would be able to afford it. Only grand experts from the great sects and powerful nations would have the resources and strength to halt their blood force. Chapter 153, Ancient Sky City, 1. Having heard about the situation, Li Qiye smiled and said, well, since it is a dying person, I will give him a plan. Please speak, young noble Li, I am listening carefully. Demon King Luan Ri became emotional and quickly exclaimed. Li Qiye leisurely spoke, my plan is very simple. I will help them find an underworld boat, then bury him inside. The time he will be buried will be 1 to 2 years to prolong the lifespan by 300 to 500 years. Buried for 1 to 2 years to increase one's life by 300 to 500 years. Hearing Li Qiye's words, Demon King was quite surprised. This was simply playing God. This was even more heaven-defying than being buried in a feng shui treasure earth. 300 to 500 years is enough for his one breath, but it is impossible for him to reach immortal emperor or a higher realm. He is a person near death, and his life wheel is damaged while his blood energy runs dry. The underworld boat can only temporarily help him live a bit longer. Li Qiye slowly explained. That is enough. Demon King Luan Ri greatly changed his expression. 300 to 500 years for a giant was enough to do many things, even if it was only temporary. To the War God Temple, this matter had a great significance. But, I have one condition. I want one thing from the War God Temple, there is no room for negotiation. Li Qiye slowly spoke in his casual demeanor. Hearing Li Qiye's condition, Demon King Luan Ri paused for a moment, and then he replied, young noble Li, stay in my sect for a few days. I will go and find the outer sect's elder to consult with him. Demon King was very swift. On the 3rd day, he brought news to Li Qiye and said, the War God Temple wants this old man to live again, any condition was fine and all are on the table. This was a stunning comment to state. The War God Temple was such a frightening existence ever since the desolate era till now. It was unfathomable with countless immortal sages, and no one knew its exact location. Today, this War God Temple said that any condition would be possible. How amazing was this? Anyone who heard this phrase would be rendered unconscious from such an unthinkable deal. Live again for another era. Li Qiye faintly sneered and continued, this is wishful thinking. Living again for another era isn't as simple as this. If it was so easy, then not to mention the War God Temple, but even immortal emperors would have done it. Tell those old men to not be so greedy. It will only be 300 to 500 years, do it or leave it. Li Qiye's stance was very firm, and Demon King Luan Ri didn't dare to negotiate. He immediately communicated Li Qiye's words to the War God Temple. The next day, he finally sent another message to Li Qiye, the War God Temple agreed with your condition. As long as the venerable elder comes back, then young noble will immediately have the thing that you want. If it is not successful, then the item used as down payment will not be returned. Demon King Luan Ri was taking a huge chance here. If this matter failed, then the 9 Saint Demon Gate would lose the item used as guarantee the War God Temple. It would simply be throwing a meat bun at a dog. What was gone would never come back. Good, I will go there and wait. Let me know when they come. Li Qiye agreed and said, but, I will need a few things that Demon King needs to fully prepare. Then, he gave a list to Demon King Luan Ri. Seeing the list, there were a few things he had not heard of before, but he still acquiesced. Leave this small matter to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After negotiating with the Demon King, Li Qiye brought Li Xuangan back to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and held a meeting with the elders and Su Yong Huang. I'm intending to go to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, Li Qiye announced. Going to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Li Qiye's words caused the elders to change their expressions while Su Yong Huang lost her colors. Qiye, this burial ground is very dangerous. Even a virtuous paragon can't simply enter it, Gu Tiesho worriedly said. Su Yong Huang was also nervous and said, this burial ground contains countless virtuous paragons and invincible existences. I heard these ancient corpses are tyrants inside the burial ground, and death was the only path to trespassers. You going there is too dangerous. This is right, Qiye. Not to mention bringing an emperor's possession, even an immortal emperor's life treasure would not be enough. Legends say that masters from an immortal emperor lineage that wielded an immortal emperor's life treasure went inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, but in the end, they still died inside and the life treasure was also lost. Elder Sun anxiously proclaimed. Even though many people wanted to rush to this burial ground, those were the people who were on the verge of death. To people who were living just fine, this was a frightening place. Countless people have died there, and one could even say that anyone who entered would surely die. I know about these matters. Regarding Su Yong Huang and the others' apprehension, Li Qiye smilingly replied, I will be careful about these things. I have my own plan, and I only wanted to let you all know. Even though Li Qiye said so in a calm manner, the elders gazed at each other and sighed. They knew that Li Qiye would never change his decision, so they stopped trying to convince him. Elder Tu will go with you. In the end, Su Yong Huang was still worried for Li Qiye and told Tu Buyu to go with him. Li Qiye didn't reject this. And so, this matter was settled. Regarding this trip to the burial ground, after Li Qiye's careful consideration, he decided to bring Niufeng. As for Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, it was needless to say, they would absolutely be going with him. Outside of these people, Li Qiye also brought along Chu Daili, Su Pei, Zhang Yu, and Luo Fenghua. These disciples were the ones he focused on training, and he needed them to uphold an entire direction by themselves in the future. Thus, Li Qiye would bring them along to experience the world. Of course, the little brat, Nan Huiran, also shamelessly wanted to go, so Li Qiye, in the end, promised to take him. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Hearing about this, Niufeng was in a daze and had a strange expression. After a while, he regained his sanity and lamented, this is a very ancient place. There is an ancestor of ours that was buried inside. Whether he was successful or not in prolonging his life, no one knew. Did you all ever go to show your respect after your ancestor was buried inside? Li Qiye smilingly said. Niufeng wryly smiled and shook his head, the truth is that we don't know where the ancestor was buried. This respectful rite was never brought up. People pay respects to the graves inside the burial ground. Chen Baojiao was surprised about this matter. Honoring the deceased relatives or sect elders was normal, but she had never heard about people paying their respects in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. It was because it was an essentially impossible matter. In principle, it is possible. Li Qiye smilingly replied, in reality, it is not so simple to do. Many situations do not permit such a thing. Chen Baojiao was not stupid. It was hard to imagine honoring the elders inside this burial ground. One had to be aware that it was a place made from mountains of corpses and oceans of graves. It was filled with a corpse aura, so no one dared to go inside. Even though both of these locations were inside the Grand Middle Territory, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was very far from the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Separated by millions of miles and more than half of the Grand Middle Territory, it was impossible to fly this distance. The group of Li Qiye have to go through Dao gateways. With such a large distance, the amount of refined crystals required would be frightening. It was too much of a burden for a falling sect like the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, but with the complete funding from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Lichia did not need to worry about the refined crystals. Due to the existence of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, the western area of the Grand Middle Territory was primarily wilderness. It existed like a forbidden evil ground that spanned through the heaven and earth. Even though it turned people pale, there was an ancient city right outside, Ancient Sky City. Ancient Sky City could be considered the oldest city in the Grand Middle Territory. It existed in an old era, and it was unknown when it was constructed. Ancient Sky City was also called Corpse City. Outside of people wanting to go to the burial ground, only the dying would come to this city, and it was their last stop. Due to this, the price of coffins in this place was very hot. Even a coffin made out of 4 wooden planks and a few nails would still be worth some money. As for the expensive ones, they would be made from godly wood. All types of coffins were available. As long as a particular material could be used to make a coffin, one would be able to find it at Ancient Sky City. There was a joke amongst cultivators that, if a dying person wanted a coffin perfectly crafted for their own hearts, it was best to go to Ancient Sky City. Even though it was called Corpse City, it did not have a lifeless atmosphere, nor was it desolate and abandoned. On the contrary, Ancient Sky City was bustling and vibrant. Countless cultivators inside Ancient Sky City came from all corners of the world. Even people from different races could be found here, such as heavenly devils and stone golems. It was one of the largest cities in the Grand Middle Territory. It was always crowded to the point where it was also known as the city that never sleeps. Entering Ancient Sky City, one would immediately be met with lively and noisy commotions of the street vendors. In front of the eyes were countless towering pavilions and grand avenues. In the sky, there were many godly temples and ancient chambers hovering above. On the street filled with dragon carriages and water stallions amidst the large crowd, cultivators and mortals were able to go together. In fact, the staggering amount of people easily caused people to perspire. Chapter 154, Ancient Sky City, 2. It could be said that mortals were used to the monstrous and multicolored cultivators, so they did not wonder at the strange sights, nor did they avoid them. On the contrary, the group of Nanhuiran was here for the first time, and they were no different from country bumpkins, no different from peasants seeing a dazzling grand garden for the first time. Too many cultivators traveled in and out of Ancient Sky City from the 5 rivers and 4 oceans of the world. Some people used a flying treasure while others simply walked. One even rode a monarch worm. In the horizon, one could see countless explosions and bright lights coming into the city and the structures high above. On the streets were cultivators riding centipedes and earth dragons. From beginning to end, giant buildings with ancient architectures floated above. In the far distance, tall pavilions pierced the clouds. Thus, the group of Lichia, who were riding the snail, were not too eye-catching and no one was surprised at the sight. However, the most attracting things about the group were Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao next to Lichia. 2 supreme beauties, no matter where they went, their remarkable dazzles would be the center of all gazes. Li Xuangan was like the cold apricot in the middle of the falling snow, causing other people to stop in their tracks for another glance. As for Chen Baojiao, she was a city-toppling temptress, rendering others to drool and lose their minds. The waves of pedestrians continued inside the city next to the restaurants and inns and numerous street vendors. Once inside, anyone would be submerged by the incessant advertising chants. Immortal Monarch's Flower, 1 mobile godly platform, and a flying immortal platform. Only exchanging true treasures or heavenly sovereigns' true treasures for virtuous paragons' magical seals. Ferocious ocean flying ship, a mobile fortress created by an ancient saint with 36 layers of protection and 8 layers of offense. Trading for 7/7 transformation murderous fate pill. 6 runes treasure medal with 3 incantation runes, 2 murderous runes, and 1 saint cleansing rune. This is a rare treasure medal. Only selling it for Heavenly King ranked refined crystal, price is negotiable. Inside Ancient Sky City, outside of the grand sects and powerful nations, along with the immortal emperor's lineages in the auction houses, many cultivators were exchanging items for money or other items. As the saying stated, one shouldn't show their wealth. The good stuff shown here were either sold by people with absolute strength, or they had a powerful backing, or they were scammers. Many hawkers were shouting to find buyers. Many cultivators displayed their items on the street while others did not say anything and only waited for the right buyers. Of course, this place was filled with dragons mixed together with snakes. There were too many crooks here, but they could only fool the inexperienced ones. Fingerbone of a Heavenly King, an invincible heavenly king in the legends, the 11th finger of heavenly king Phaeton that swept through the Grand Middle Territory and used his heavenly king cultivation to challenge virtuous paragons. His 11th finger was refined by the heaven and earth, and it continued to exist in the world even after he had passed away. Quickly now, come take a look at the finger bone of a heavenly king here, it's at a very good price. 1. A street vendor loudly shouted. Because it was their first time visiting ancient Sky City, they stopped riding the snail and were just walking on the streets. Li Qiye and Li Xuangan were fine, but the group of disciples' faces were written with the words, "First time here," so anyone who saw them immediately knew that they were country bumpkins. After just setting foot on the street, the group of Nanhuiren was enthusiastically led by the street vendors to their corners and showed them the treasures. "O great immortal emperor sirs, look, this heavenly king finger bone. This lowly one risked my life to bring it out of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This is the 11th finger of heavenly king Phaeton, the finger of the heaven and earth. It contains the godly power of heavenly king Phaeton's entire life. This one finger bone alone is not weaker than a heavenly king's life treasure." This street vendor carefully opened his jewel container for Nanhuiren to see. As the box was opening, the royal aura exploded and the street vendor quickly closed the container. A heavenly king's finger bone. The royal aura's appearance shook Nanhuiren and Luo Fenghua's group. "What is the price?" The brat, Nanhuiren, became greed, and couldn't help but ask. "Great one, we'll make it easy, how about 300 heavenly king refined crystals?" In this street vendor's eyes, Nanhuiren, Luo Fenghua, Zhang Yu, and even Chu Daily were all country bumpkins. The truth was that they couldn't be blamed. The cleansing incense ancient sect had fallen for a long time and never got the chance to see the world. Heavenly king refined crystals. Needless to say, Nanhuiren and Luo Fenghua sank their heads like turtles. They essentially couldn't afford it at all. "How about this? I see that the future potential of you lot are unlimited, and you will all become immortal emperors in the future. I only want a bit of good fate. I'm throwing away my hard-earned saving here, how about 1,000 destiny-refined crystals?" The vendor was very good at reading expressions, so he quickly changed his tone. In a short amount of time, the group of Nanhuiren and Chu Daily looked at each other, then at Su Pei. As for Zhang Yu and Luo Fenghua, they only became official disciples recently and were poor, but Nanhuiren and Chu Daily were able to afford it. 11th finger. Finger of the heaven and earth. Li Qiye, who was watching the funny scene, came forward and smilingly said, "Speaking of the finger of the heaven and earth, I have seen it. It is of a tiger amber color and has bloody spurs on the finger. This finger can rip out the sky with an unstoppable sharpness. Let me see your heaven and earth finger. If it is good, then even heavenly king refined jades will be worth it." The moment Li Qiye finished his words, the street vendor's expression instantly changed. He immediately closed his shop and left. As someone who had been here for a long time, his eyes were very sharp. He instantly figured out that Li Qiye was knowledgeable and would only bring further embarrassment if he kept on trying to deceive them. This sudden event widened the eyes of Nanhuiren's group and caused their jaws to drop. Nanhuiren swallowed his saliva and argued, "But earlier, the bone finger in the box exuded a royal presence. You are haunted by the ghosts and devils." Li Qiye angrily slapped Nanhuiren's head and scolded him, "How long has this city existed in this world? In this city, the most ancient trade is scamming. This profession was passed on in this city for countless years with layers and layers of tricks. Not to mention the royal aura, give me some time and I can even prepare an immortal emperor's power for all of you to see. Earlier when he opened the box, you only felt it for a second, royal aura my ass." Being slapped by Li Qiye, Nanhuiren calmed down and scratched his head in a silly manner, so this was actually the case. "You little brat, this is greed. Are you not good at reading other people? Yet you almost got scammed. You should just commit suicide by jumping off a floor to lessen your shame." Li Qiye jokingly scolded him. Nanhuiren bursted out in laughter while the group of Chu Daily wryly smiled. This was not their fault. This was their first time to a place like ancient Sky City. Fate Palace, a complete ancient fate palace of a heavenly sovereign's corpse, never opened before. Come test your treasures and merit laws. There was still a bit left to go on the street when the group of the brat, Nanhuiren, was stopped yet again by street vendors to their stalls. There was a wooden coffin with a corpse inside. The head of the corpse was very complete, and it emitted godly fiery sparks as if there was a treasure inside. A fate palace can still exist like this. A dead cultivator's collapsed fate palace. Seeing this scene, Chu Daly exclaimed. Dead cultivator, collapsed fate palace, broken life wheel, this saying is correct. However, in special circumstances where the universal laws are sealed within, a dead cultivator still has a chance to leave behind their fate palace and life wheel. There was an immortal emperor who left behind his fate palace for future generations. This is a corpse I dug out from the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. From my speculations, he was a heavenly sovereign when he was still alive. His fate palace is beautifully preserved and is unopened by us. Whether there are any good stuff or not, we don't know, so we are not selling it at a high price. This fate palace is more of a gamble. I don't know if you all are interested in this gamble or not. Compared to the hawker from earlier, this vendor was not only a cultivator, but he was seemingly even more professional. What do you think, oldest brother? Su Pei looked at Li Qiye and whispered. This time, the group of Nan Huiran was also smarter, and they all stared at Li Qiye. Li Qiye approvingly nodded his head and said, "This Dao friend is not wrong. Under certain conditions, even when they die, the fate palace and life will have a certain chance of being preserved. However, such cases are very rare. If the fate palace was completely intact, then it would contain its cultivator's entire Dao power throughout his life. If an immortal emperor actually left behind his fate palace for his descendants, then this would be too frightening. Even an immortal emperor's true treasure would not necessarily be able to match it. Right, this Dao brother truly knows his stuff. My pleasure, my pleasure. I am a businessman, and I will absolutely not trick you guys. This is absolutely a heavenly sovereign corpse that I dug out from the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, ah." The vendor had a comfortable stance as he smilingly replied. The group of Nan Huiran, at this moment, was very tempted. A heavenly sovereign's fate palace, even if it was empty, it would still be very amazing, ah. Suddenly, they all looked at each other. Whether this corpse of yours is from the burial ground or not, I will find out after one poke. Li Qiye smiled and said. Then, he unsheathed Li Shuangyan's sword. Seeing Li Qiye's sword in his hand, the vendor immediately changed his expression and stopped Li Qiye. He quickly said, Dao friend, this is an ancient corpse. If you keep on lying there, do you believe that I will cut off his head and turn it into a pot or not? Li Qiye swung the 6 Dao sword horizontally, shooting out a black and white-colored ray. The vendor's expression sank heavily, and he immediately bowed and said, My offense, my offense. Dao friend is a wise person, a wise person. We shall go. After his words came out, the ancient corpse inside the coffin immediately stood up as well. Ah, Su Pei screamed in fear. A corpse suddenly standing up also frightened the group of Nan Huiran, making them take a few steps back as well. When their wits returned, the vendor, along with the ancient corpse, had already fled. At this moment, they understood that it was not a corpse but a living person. 1. Fation meaning Heaven Subjugation Chapter 155, Competing Wealth with Me. 1. Finally, Nan Huiran calmed down and couldn't help but curse, Fuck, there are too many crooks here, ah. Ancient Sky City has existed for such a long time and is one of the biggest cities in the Grand Middle Territory. It is not surprising to have so many crooks. Li Qiye smilingly responded. They went past a few blocks without stopping. Li Qiye was in no hurry and he slowly stepped forward. The truth was that he wanted Nan Huiran to see the world. A few blocks later, they met many more people who were selling corpses, some real and some fake. Not everyone was a scammer. In a corner of the street, a grandpa cultivator was sitting with a skull presented in front of him. It emitted a cold air so many people gathered to see. The group of Nan Huiran also came to join in the fun. Dao friend, how do you want to sell this skull? A cultivator who knew his stuff asked after seeing the skull. One person, who couldn't handle the expensive price, responded instead, he's only exchanging for a life wheel, an ancient saint life wheel. Plus, he only wants it from the heavenly devil race. I have an ancient saint's true treasure, trade or no? A cultivator asked. The seller did not say anything, it was a clear refusal. However, from his aura, no one dared to have any strange thoughts. At this moment, the group of Nan Huiran looked at Li Qiye. He nodded his head and said, "An ancient saint's skull, carrying saintly power." He turned around after speaking. "It's the real deal." The group of Nan Huiran quickly chased after Li Qie. Nan Huiran was afraid of being cheated, so he was very paranoid. "It's the real deal." Li Qie nodded his head and said, "A dying ancient saint poured all of his blood energy into the skull to maintain the saintly power. This thing was not any weaker than an ancient saint's true treasure. Because it is a skull carrying the blood energy of an ancient saint." Chu Daily was astonished. An ancient saint's true treasure was worth many times more than an ancient saint's life treasure. No, because of its origin. This was the skull of the ancient Ming race. It has extremely tyrannical killing intent. Li Qie gently sighed. The words ancient Ming reminded him of a few things. The ancient Ming race. There is such a race. How come I have never heard of it before? Luo Fenghua curiously asked. It existed. Li Qie nodded his head as he stared towards the far horizon, and he slowly spoke. In this current world, it will be difficult to find the first clan of the ancient Ming. As he finished speaking, a chilling aura could be found deep in his eyes. Li Xuangan immediately felt a change in Li Qie, but she didn't ask for the reason. The group went through a few more blocks. Outside of the large auction houses and stores, they saw many street vendors. Corpses were the most common items. "Oldest brother, why are there so many people selling corpses in this place?" Su Pei whispered. Li Qie answered with a smile, "What is the name of this place?" "It is called Corpse City. It is right outside of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. And there is another reason for this: many people steal the corpses of the dead here. This burial ground contains too many corpses. Some were even invincible during their eras, so many cultivators take the risk to rob the graves. This is why many people sell corpses here. This is a profession that has existed for countless years now." Hearing this, Su Pei felt a bit more relieved. Inside the city, there weren't only street vendors, one could even see the sects and different races. Seeing people with human heads along with a snake body or a human body with horse legs was not at all uncommon. A big, burly man walked by Li Qie and he attracted Nan Huiran's gaze. The man's body was entirely made out of rock, and his face looked like it was crafted from being carved. Is this a rock gaining awareness from cultivating the Tao? Seeing this person walking away, Zhang Yu curiously asked. Li Qie didn't answer because Shi Gandong, who was following him, replied, "This is a person from the stone golem race. He has a shallow cultivation. One of them with higher cultivation would be no different from a regular human." "What race is that?" At this moment, Su Pei saw a handsome young man in the far distance. This man was perfectly handsome to the point of being devilish. On top of his head was a halo, bestowed by the heavens. The heavenly devil race. Legend says it that after the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong fought, the walls between the worlds collapsed, so it became difficult to see the heavenly devil race in the mortal Emperor world. We can only see the heavenly devil race in ancient cities like ancient Sky City. Niufen reminisced with some emotions. Oh, the group of Nan Huiran opened their eyes wide. Luo Fenghua couldn't believe it and said, I always thought that the heavenly devil race were giants with horns on their heads and eyes as big as lanterns. The heavenly devil race is so good looking like this. The heavenly devil race is not only one tribe, it has many side branches. Li Qie said. Walking in this old city really broadened the horizons of Nan Huiran's group. They have seen many new things today. Finally, they reached a street and Li Qie, a treasure inside a store was caught in his eyes. Seeing this treasure, Li Qie laughed. And Li Xuangan, as his sword maid, was always attentive to his mood. She noticed that this store was named Ancient Intent Fasting, and she said, "We should go in and see." "We will go in." Li Qie smiled and nodded his head repeatedly as he walked inside the store. The store named Ancient Intent Fasting was really large. Outside, it seemed like an ordinary store, but once you step inside, people would find that it was an ancient store with great feng shui. Inside the ancient chamber were walls with treasures close to the windows and jade cabinets that displayed priceless treasures that included life metals, godly steels, true treasures, and soul grass. It could be said that everything could be found here, especially when each true treasure and life will were hanging above along with the godly swords and immortal pagodas. They emitted their brilliances that would deter even the souls, causing others to be breathless. Li Qiye's group walked inside as the shopkeeper of the store personally greeted them, even when the group of Nan Huiran were little brats that had never seen the world. However, Li Qiye had a godly calmness with peerless beauties, like Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, by his side. Any astute merchant would immediately know that this was a big customer. Plus, Niufun and Shigandong were not ordinary people. The group of Nan Huiran was a little nervous when they stepped into such a large store, but Li Qiye was still as calm as ever. The shopkeeper stepped forward to greet them and was very sensible. Seeing Li Qiye's expression, he didn't open his mouth to randomly present items. Li Qiye's eyes fell into the middle of the yard that had a yellow bell hung in a small pavilion. This yellow bell was old and had ancient magical runes. It was without any bright luster. Besides the yellow bell in this pavilion, there were also two small cabinets to the side, one on the left and one on the right. There were 3 pieces of yellow paper on the left side. Their origin was unknown, and countless years have passed, causing the paper to turn yellow. The right cabinet had a small stone, or an egg. It was unclear whether it was a stone or an egg. It was around the size of a fist, it looked like a stone but also an egg. The group of Nan Huiran was also confused and wondered why 3 uninteresting items was placed in such a place. Meanwhile, Li Qiye was staring at the 3 items like they were the most perfect works of art in this world. As Li Qiye was observing these 2 things in an enjoyable manner, the shopkeeper was very smart and only stood silently to the side without saying a distracting word. Good item, casted by the early people, it originated from all existences. Good bell, a truly good bell, it's a priceless treasure. After appreciating it for a moment, Li Qiye praisingly said. Seeing Li Qiye's happy state, the shopkeeper was also happy and opened his mouth. Sir, you are really extraordinary. My store has numerous items, but Sir was the first one to be so attentive towards it. These 3 things are the defining treasures of our ancient intent fasting, and they are not for sale. Jiaoheng passing on the 9 writings, 1 stone extracted from the earth. Not for sale is a normal matter. If it was me, I wouldn't sell it either. 1, Li Qiye smilingly replied. Li Qiye's words stunned the shopkeeper. His face greatly changed as he said, Sir is indeed a wise man, revealing the truth with just 1 phrase. Wonderful, wonderful, my ancient intent fasting had been in this city for countless years, but there weren't many customers that knew the real origins of these 3 things. Li Qiye only nonchalantly smiled at the praises from the shopkeeper and didn't reply. The group of Nan Huiran glanced at each other. They couldn't see how these 3 things were precious, not even Li Xuangan could discern the value. The 3 items before them were too ordinary. One was a yellow bell, another was the 3 tattered pieces of paper, and the last was just a stone. Nan Huiran thought that he had great vision, but he couldn't see through the 3 items, and Li Qiye didn't say anything either. He could only ask the shopkeeper, Sir shopkeeper, my oldest brother's vision for immortal items is godly. We juniors' sights are weak and can't appreciate these 3 precious treasures. If you want to ask about the origins of these 3 items, then just say it straight. There is no need to go around in a circle. Li Qiye smiled and slapped the back of Nan Huiran's head. Nan Huiran embarrassingly smirked. In fact, at this moment, Niufun wanted to know what these 3 things were even more than Nan Huiran. 1. Jiaoheng is the name of an immortal emperor, meaning arrogance, overbearing, domineering. Chapter 156, competing wealth with me. 2. Li Qiye's words were only understood by the shopkeeper, and Nan Huiran didn't see through the treasures. The shopkeeper knew that Li Qiye had great knowledge, and he pointed at the 3 yellow papers to explain. The 3 yellow papers were given to my ancestors by immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. If it was an ordinary day, he would be too lazy to explain even if someone asked him. However, with Li Qiye here giving him a feeling of having a sentimental peer, he had a favorable opinion of Nan Huiran as well. Immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. Hearing this, not to mention Shigandong, but even Niufun was astonished and had to take a deep breath. Nan Huiran was startled and said, This is the first immortal emperor of the human race, an undefeated immortal emperor throughout his entire life. Immortal Emperor Jiaoheng, there were too many legends about him. Even though he was not the first one to shoulder the heaven's will, he was the first immortal emperor of the human race. He was undefeated throughout his life, it didn't matter who his opponents were. Heavenly devils, ancient Mings, they were all defeated by him. A life of invincibility, untouched by all. One had to know that with the heavens' will, an immortal emperor could be considered invincible after reigning over the universe, but before becoming an immortal emperor, none of them dared claiming to be invincible. Even immortal Emperor Min Ren had lost countless times when he was younger. The truth was that immortal emperors at a young age had many opponents and they all lost many times. This was not a shameful matter. The Grand Tao was tortuous and difficult, victory and defeat were the norm. Yet immortal Emperor Jiaoheng remained unbeaten throughout his life. This was his wonderful and illustrious legend. The shopkeeper's words frightened the group of brats. They didn't know that the ancient intent fasting had such an ancient and amazing origin like this. The immortal emperor was indebted to my ancestors, so he gave us 9 pieces of paper. If my ancestors had any needs, as long as they wrote it on the piece of paper, they would become satisfied. In that era, as long as my ancestors had this one paper, there was no place that they couldn't go and nothing that they couldn't have. My ancestors used a total of 6 pieces of paper, and 3 remained here at the ancient intent fasting to be our defining treasure. Referring to the glory of his ancestors, the shopkeeper was quite proud. This is an emperor's possession, ah. The group of Chu Daily was shocked. The 3 ordinary yellow papers were emperor's possessions, how could they not be surprised? It is called an emperor's possession, but it is even better than an emperor's possession. Li Qiye smiled and said. The shopkeeper was also very glad, and he said, Sir always know his stuff. These papers have a special significance to the ancient intent fasting. They are not only simple emperor's possessions. Li Qiye simply laughed. The group of Nan Huiran couldn't see through the origins of the other 2 items, the yellow bell and the stone, but the shopkeeper didn't speak about them. Even though Nan Huiran was curious, he didn't ask. After appreciating the 3 items, Li Qiye slowly walked around the store. There were many treasures in this store, ranging from life treasures to fate pills, and mysterious weapons to strange medicinal grass and trees. The many new things caused the group of Nan Huiran to be dazzled. The shopkeeper hurriedly followed Li Qiye around inside. He didn't introduce anything to Li Qiye, and he simply let him enjoy his stroll. If it was an ordinary customer, then he wouldn't be personally accompanying them. Let alone the group of Nan Huiran, even Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao were surprised at the amount of precious treasures here. To be able to open such a store was indicative of how secretly powerful the ancient intent fasting was. Is this a dragon? There were many true treasure weapons overhead and many were still locked inside the chests. Each of the treasures were floating in a random manner. One was a golden dragon, swimming like fish in the water. It leisurely swam around non-stop. This little dragon around 3 feet long had a bright, golden light no different from a true dragon. After watching this golden dragon for a long time, Luo Fenghua couldn't help but ask. Indeed, it is a roaming dragon, a foreign Tao mysterious treasure. The shopkeeper replied. Foreign Tao mysterious treasures were not part of longevity treasures, true treasures, nor life treasures. It was very special. Its power was also great, and it was not easily crafted. It was basically even more precious than life treasures and true treasures. Is the roaming dragon for sale? Luo Fenghua really liked this foreign Tao mysterious treasure, so he couldn't help but ask. The shopkeeper nodded his head and said, In my shop, outside of the 3 defining treasures, everything else is for sale. The roaming dragon was not created by cultivators. It was a golden dragon that died and sank into the ocean. Its dragon muscles combined together with the primordial metal under the sea, and it was groomed by the essence of the grand ocean before finally being refined by the heaven and earth to turn into this golden dragon. The roaming dragon cost 7,850,000 ancient saint refined jades. But because I like you guys, you only need to pay 7,800,000 ancient saint refined jades. 7,800,000 ancient saint refined jades. Hearing this price, Luo Fenghua shivered. Not to mention just him, even the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't have that many ancient saint refined jades. Hearing this price, not just Luo Fenghua, but even Chu Daily no longer dared to look at these treasures. They were too luxurious. The group of Nan Huiran followed Li Qiye around a full circle. Even though the treasures were very eye-catching, they only looked and didn't dare to ask for the prices. All of the items here were the finest, normal things would not be sold in this place. And while Li Qiye went all the way around, he did not speak and only had a smirk on his face. At the very best, he would only occasionally nod his head. Eventually, he stopped to look at a wooden chest on top of a cabinet. This wooden chest did not appear to be precious. It had 4 items inside. One was a tattered old piece of clothing, another was a long closed box, the other 2 were made from brass castings, one was a small hammer while the other was a gong, truly odd. The moment he paused his steps, Li Shuangyan's gaze condensed and carefully judged the items in this wooden chest. She understood that Li Qiye wanted the items inside it. After following him for so long, she clearly knew that items valued by Li Qiye were absolutely not simple. How much are the items in this chest? After carefully observing the items inside and confirming that he was not wrong, he then asked the shopkeeper. Good sir, these items do not belong to my store. It is from an old friend wanting to sell it here. The price is 8 million royal noble refined jades. The shopkeeper hurriedly replied. All of the prices were in the millions and it truly scared the little brats. All of the things were ridiculously expensive. Nan Huiran was Li Qiye's royal henchman, and he specialized in understanding Li Qiye's expression. He knew that Li Qiye wanted the items in this chest, so at this moment, he acted like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and he spoke, Shopkeeper, this price is too expensive. 8 million royal noble refined jades. I can even buy the best godly or royal noble's true treasure. This time, the shopkeeper was easy to speak to. He shook his head and said, I don't see value of the items in this chest, but this was the price given by my old friend. There is nothing I can do. Shopkeeper, you should ask your old friend to see if he can give us some leniency. My oldest brother rarely likes any items. Nan Huiran naturally would bargain for Li Qiye without him having to say anything. It was his duty to obtain the best benefits for Li Qiye. This, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment. It is only 8 million royal noble refined jades. Shopkeeper, I want this item. At this time, an arrogant voice appeared. A person stepped inside the store with a hearty laughter. Nan Huiran's group looked at the person who had just arrived. This person was the oldest disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Leng Qingfeng. In the evil-infested ridge, Leng Qingfeng followed Heavenly Prince Qin Xian inside, but he was lucky and went to ask for the Emperor weapon of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Although he didn't get the Emperor weapon, he was able to avoid a disaster. Although he came in with a smile on his face, but from the perspective of Nan Huiran's group, it was as fake as it could get. Leng Qingfeng brightly smiled and greeted Li Shuangyan, and he said, Little sister, I heard the sect master say that you arrived at ancient Sky City. I didn't think I would meet you so soon. Li Shuangyan gently nodded her head at Leng Qingfeng and didn't say anything. Her attitude caused Leng Qingfeng to be offended, so he coldly looked at Li Qiye and sneered, the cleansing incense ancient sect has truly fallen. You can't even take out 8 million refined jades. Carrying so little money yet you still dared to visit ancient Sky City's #1 shop, the ancient intent fasting. Li Shuangyan wanted to retort, but Li Qiye waved his hand and cheerfully smiled at Leng Qingfeng as he spoke, so, you really want to buy them? It's only 8 million refined jades, only a small sum. Leng Qingfeng was not happy about Li Shuangyan's attitude towards Li Qiye. In reality, Leng Qingfeng had always liked Li Shuangyan, but as the oldest disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he was her competitor. Plus, Leng Qingfeng always thought highly of himself and believed that he was a good match for Li Shuangyan, so normally, he was always reserved. With Li Shuangyan now traveling with Li Qiye, his heart had a bad taste. Shopkeeper, I want this item, wrap it up. Leng Qingfeng stared at Li Qiye with one eye and coldly continued, you can't even take out 8 million, you're truly poor as dirt. Humph, how can you give the dowry to marry my little sister in the future? Li Shuangyan wanted to open her mouth to stop Leng Qingfeng's aggressiveness, but in the end, she only sighed. As disciples of the same sect, she didn't want them to hate each other, but she understood Li Qiye, this was Leng Qingfeng courting a rebuttal. The shopkeeper then looked at Li Qiye. If Li Qiye said that he didn't want it, only then would he sell the item. Shopkeeper, no matter who was here first, I will add 2 million more. In short, I want this chest, today. Seeing the shopkeeper looking at Li Qiye, Leng Qingfeng, with a stout presence, said towards the shopkeeper. Leng Qingfeng's attitude caused Li Shuangyan to shake her head. This was too much. And the group of Nan Huiran were glaring at each other, but they didn't have a solution. 10 million royal noble refined jades was a number high up in the sky for them. You think you are so great with your money? Nan Huiran was annoyed since Leng Qingfeng caused them to lose face. This was even harder to swallow than a fly with the anger in their stomachs. Brat, you said it correctly. If you are so capable, then buy it. As long as I can't afford it, I will pass it on. Leng Qingfeng presumptuously glanced at Nan Huiran, then back to Li Qie as he coldly sneered, however, I'm afraid that even if you sell the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, you wouldn't be able to have so much money. Leng Qingfeng's words caused the group of Chu Daily to madly glance at each other. Only Shi Gandong and Niu Fun, the two old foxes, were still calm. 10 million royal noble refined jades, we can afford this. Chen Baojiao's burning character wasn't able to hold back this anger. She looked at Li Qie and said, young noble, we can just buy it. Even though Chen Baojiao had left the Chen clan, she still had some savings. Plus, her parents loved their treasured daughter, so before they left, they secretly gave her a lot of wealth. Just with his little sister in one place with Li Qie was enough to annoy him, but now there was also Chen Baojiao who had a peerless appearance. This in turn made Leng Qingfeng jealous. The cleansing incense ancient sect can only rely on women to eat. Leng Qingfeng said with disdain. Brother Li Xuangan saw that Leng Qingfeng was being too aggressive and wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Li Qie. Li Qie looked at Leng Qingfeng and said, you really want to buy this chest? I will certainly buy it. Leng Qingfeng faintly sneered and said, even if I don't buy it, can you afford the 10 million royal noble refined jades with just you? You. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, then he said, only you alone, yet you still want to compete for an item with me. Shopkeeper, I want it. Shopkeeper, 12 million. Leng Qingfeng looked at Li Qie and coldly sneered, this young noble recently has made a fortune. I don't have a lot of stuff, but I do have a lot of refined jades. The shopkeeper also looked at Li Qie. Since Leng Qingfeng gave such a high price, if Li Qie could only pay 8 million, he would sell it to Leng Qingfeng. My descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens. Li Qie slowly said, then looked at the shopkeeper with a smile. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper lost his colors and stared at Li Qie as his huge eyes became completely astonished in a short amount of time. For a while, the shopkeeper was stunned and forgot to answer Li Qie. He eventually woke up and regained his wits. Chapter 157, Early People's 9 Languages. 1. The shopkeeper returned to his senses and immediately looked at Li Qie, then he said, if young noble wants it, then this chest will be given to young noble. Shopkeeper, no matter how much money he spends, I will use enlightened being refined jades to buy this item. Seeing the sudden change in the shopkeeper's attitude, Leng Qingfeng's expression sank, and he coldly spoke. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, dear customer, this is embarrassing, but we are no longer selling this chest. My small shop will give you an item, instead, to show goodwill. You, Leng Qingfeng's expression immediately changed. He was at a loss for words after hearing the shopkeeper's answer. The shopkeeper then continued with a deeper tone, dear customer, at this moment, our little shop is closed. Please leave, please forgive us for the bad hosting. You. Leng Qingfeng was absolutely livid and glared, but the shopkeeper was very calm and seemed to not feel the wrath of Leng Qingfeng. Finally, Leng Qingfeng took a deep breath and brushed his clothes, then left. Even though Leng Qingfeng was aggressive, he understood the basic truth that there were dragons mixing with serpents in ancient Sky City. To be a merchant at the ancient intent fasting, their status might be frightening. Otherwise, it would have long been robbed. What is so good about having money? As Leng Qingfeng was leaving, Nan Huiran exclaimed, compared to our biggest brother, your money isn't even worth a fart. Leng Qingfeng was shaking in anger from Nan Huiran's words. His face became pale and ugly, yet he still eventually left. You brat, such poisonous words. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. His scolding was more like a compliment. Hey, oldest brother, I am just not used to his newly rich attitude. Nothing good about having dirty money. Nan Huiran smiled and said. At this moment, the shopkeeper quickly packed the item himself and gave it to Li Qie, and he said, this lowly person had eyes but couldn't see MT Tai, and I didn't know how great your knowledge was. Please be happy and accept this small gift. The shopkeeper being so polite, along with his respectful tone, surprised not only the group of Nanhuiren but also the group of Li Shuanggan. Li Qiye's one phrase had completely changed the shopkeeper's attitude. This was really unbelievable. "Shopkeeper, each of my oldest brother's phrases is worth tens of millions." The group of Chu Daily didn't say much, but Nanhuiren, as a hound, licked his tongue and couldn't help but say, "Hey, shopkeeper, I will also say, my descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens. Will shopkeeper give me an item as well?" Li Qiye slapped his neck and smilingly scolded, "Little brat, what do you know about my descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens? This is a secret of the ancient early people." "Heh, oldest brother knows, I don't know," Nanhuiren cheekily said. But he immediately shut up after Li Qiye glared at him. He certainly knew what could be said and what couldn't. "Will master come inside the hall? This lowly one wants to learn from master," the shopkeeper very respectfully inquired. "It is fine." Li Qiye nodded his head and brought Li Shuangyan's group into the inner hall of the ancient intent fasting. The shopkeeper told the workers to close the shop. There will be no more business today. After sitting down in the inner hall, the shopkeeper was very welcoming and quickly gave Li Shuangyan's group a treasure jewel, and he said, "This is the highest-ranked jade seal of the ancient intent fasting. If you all do business here, everything is only 70%. The shopkeeper's enthusiasm surprised everyone. One had to know that the ancient intent fasting was a high-end shop. Everything was worth millions of refined jades. 70% of the price was very frightening. At this moment, they realized that Li Qiye's words were worth 10,000 gold. Truly a mouth made of gold and words made from jade. "My little shop has some puzzling matters and need advice from master." The shopkeeper sat down and rubbed his hands together while seriously speaking to Li Qiye. "If shopkeeper wants the early people's 9 languages, then just go ahead and say it. In my opinion, shopkeeper is someone who can be in charge." Li Qiye smiled and said. The shopkeeper was in distraught. Early people's 9 languages, these words were too shocking to him. Other people didn't know, but his clan knew how valuable these things were. "Wise master," the shopkeeper quickly bowed his head and said, "I don't know the title of master." Li Qiye smiled and replied, "The cleansing incense ancient sect's disciple, Li Qiye." "Is shopkeeper the grand administrator of the Gu clan's first branch or not?" I don't dare. The shopkeeper was moved, and he quickly replied, "This lowly one was assisted by fellow clan members and barely qualified to be the clan master. This makes me a bit surprised." Li Qiye said with a smile, "The clan master of the Gu clan personally attending the shop, truly not an easy matter." As for the group of Nanhuiren, they glanced at each other. Li Qiye speaking with the shopkeeper was perplexing to them. What about the Gu clan? What about the grand administrator? They essentially couldn't understand. "The Gu clan's laws, I am very well aware of." Li Qiye comfortably continued, "I also know the Gu clan's yellow bell. Clan master, the Gu clan is an ancient shop, and I'm also aware of the Gu clan's reputation and business. The early people's 9 languages. Master, please name a price." Shopkeeper Gu was truly a businessman. He didn't waste time, so he immediately asked, "I don't want too much, how about this?" Li Qiye smiled and said, "Just your 3 sheets of paper, what does shopkeeper think about this?" The shopkeeper changed his expression. The truth was that not only the shopkeeper, but the group of Nanhuiren was also alarmed. One had to know that the 3 ancient pieces of paper were emperor's possessions. Li Qiye shook his head and said, "Shopkeeper, to the Gu clan, I have given a fair price. Otherwise, I would have already taken the 3 papers and the rock. Shopkeeper should know the importance of the thing that your Gu clan requires. I don't dare to hide it from master." Shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then he finally said, "We need some guarantees. Because this matter is too important, just words aren't enough." Li Qiye stared at the shopkeeper, then he laughed and said, "Right, your Gu clan has been in the business for tens of millions of years, and your reputation is gold-plated. I can still trust the Gu clan's honor. Take out a brush and paper, I will write a sentence for you all, then you can go back and discuss. I have quite a lot of trust in your Gu clan. My gratitude to master for trusting the Gu clan." The shopkeeper paid his respect and left, then he brought a brush and paper to Li Qiye. Li Qiye held the brush and thought for a moment before dancing with his brush in one go. He then gave it to the shopkeeper and said, "Go, don't let me wait for too long, my patience is limited." The shopkeeper ordered the workers to take care of Li Qiye's group, then he quickly left without a trace of neglect. After shopkeeper Gu left, Li Shuangyan's group was full of questions and looked at Li Qiye. Even now, Nan Huiran didn't dare to ask. What is the early people's 9 languages? Finally, it was Chen Baojiao who opened her mouth. She couldn't contain her curiosity. Li Qiye looked at her and shook his head. "This isn't something that you all should know. This is a matter relating to an ancient era." Hearing Li Qiye's answer, Chen Baojiao stopped her inquiry. If Li Qiye wanted to say it, then she didn't need to ask, as he would have told her. "The yellow bell is the key." The normally quiet Tu Buyu asked. He normally was very reserved and attentive, and he was a lot more trustworthy than Nan Huiran. "Good eyes." Li Qiye praised Tu Buyu. "The 3 papers are Emperor's possessions. Is the yellow bell an immortal emperor's true treasure? Or is it something even more valuable than an immortal emperor's true treasure?" Nan Huiran said, "Such an important thing displayed outside, are they not afraid of being robbed?" As the shopkeeper said, the 3 yellow papers were Emperor's possessions. To use the 3 papers to exchange for the early people's 9 languages, and that the 9 languages had something to do with the yellow bell, this meant that this item was even more valuable than Emperor's possessions. It could even be more important than an immortal emperor's life treasure or true treasure. "Rob." Li Qiye bursted out in laughter and shook his head. "The yellow bell. Placed right there, not many people are capable of taking it. Besides, not too many people dare to rob from the Gu clan." "What is the origin of the Gu clan?" Chu Daily couldn't help but ask. To be able to open such a store with so many treasures, it definitely had to have a heaven-frightening origin. An extremely ancient existence. And the whatever ancient Nanshan clan. Compared to them, they are way too far apart. Li Qiye smilingly said, "Not coming into being doesn't mean that they are not powerful. In the 9 worlds, there are some existences beyond your imagination. In this world, the strongest existences are not immortal emperors' lineages. There are stronger existences than immortal emperors' lineages." Luo Fenghua emotionally asked. As a young disciple, in his eyes, immortal emperors' lineages were supreme and could even be considered as monstrous behemoths. Stronger than immortal emperors' lineages, and even stronger than the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. They do exist, and there are ones stronger than the Eternal River School as well. However, at this point, Li Qiye's eyes narrowed, and he didn't say anything else. The Eternal River School is very powerful. Legends has it that the azure mysterious ancient kingdom had 2 generations of immortal emperors. The quiet Su Pei softly asked. The Eternal River School is even more terrifying than the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Li Qiye didn't say anything, nor did Li Shuangyan, but the quiet Tu Buyu sighed and said, "The Eternal River School is 1 sect, 3 emperors. It is located in the eastern 100 cities. It can be considered a true behemoth, and no one could shake it. One sect, 3 emperors." The honest Zhang Yu was shocked and began to stutter. In reality, everyone else was also astonished. 1 sect, 3 emperors. Since they never left the Grand Middle Territory before, the group of Luo Fenghua had to take a deep breath. Chapter 158, Early People's 9 Languages. 2. The azure mysterious ancient kingdom with 2 generations of immortal emperors was already a colossus in their eyes. 1 sect, 3 emperors, the Eternal River School. What the hell kind of terrifying existence was this? The 9 words are vast, there are many things that greatly exceed your imagination. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Even though our mortal emperor world gave birth to many immortal emperors that were unlikely to be weaker than other worlds, but there are still many taboo existences that cannot be provoked. If, one day, you all can leave the mortal emperor world to go to other places, you will see them eventually." Chu Daily's group looked at each other after hearing these words. Before this, it was difficult for them to even want to leave the Grand Middle Territory. It was extremely immense and was millions and millions of miles wide. From the Grand Middle Territory to the eastern 100 cities or the vast North Sea, this was not an easy matter. Opening a Dao gateway required countless refined jades. Legends has it that after the Black Dragon King fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong and tore apart the heaven's will, the Dao's boundary had collapsed and the world's wall was sealed. The 9 worlds are no longer connected anymore. Chu Daily softly said at this time. Right, the 9 worlds had not been connected for around 30,000 years now. Neophan took a long sigh and said, the fight that year between the Black Dragon King and Immortal Emperor Ta Kong was too overbearing, even the heavens was shattered. I regret not being born that year to witness the great battle between the Black Dragon King and Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Is the Black Dragon King that amazing? As a female disciple, Su Pei's eyes widened and timidly asked, don't people say that immortal emperors are invincible? The Black Dragon King was truly able to fight against Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. When it came to the Black Dragon King, even the previous generation people like Neophan were shocked as well, and the old men stared at each other. The Black Dragon King, one could say that this is a taboo existence. In the end, Neophan opened his mouth and said, the legend that is most widely known is that he is the only one who lived for 3 generations without having to halt his blood force, 3 generations of covering the heavens. Rumor has it that even the 2 immortal emperors before Immortal Emperor Ta Kong had to respect the Black Dragon King by 7 parts. There was even a rumor that when the Black Dragon King set out on a journey, even immortal emperors wouldn't want to meet him and had to give way in the face of superior strength. This, so powerful. Could it be that he was the same as an immortal emperor? Hearing Neophan's words, the younger generation and Chu Daily were moved. Since the Black Dragon King was already so strong, why didn't he shoulder the heavens will to rule over the universe and become an immortal emperor? Luo Fenghua curiously asked. Neophan shook his head and said, I'm afraid no one knows the reason. This had always been a mystery. Even the disciples of the Black Dragon King were not certain about the reason. The battle between Black Dragon King and Immortal Ta Kong, who won? Nan Huiran excitedly asked. One frightened the heavens for 3 generations, one was an invincible immortal emperor. The 2 fought and tore down the heavens will. How terrifying was this battle? I don't know. Neophan wryly smiled and added, even now, no one knows the outcome of this battle. The Black Dragon King disappeared while Immortal Emperor Ta Kong never appeared again and his emperor's aura faded away. The heavens will was also gone. Luo Fenghua's group was amazed after listening to this. To be able to fight against an immortal emperor, this was an unbelievable figure. Tearing apart the heavens will, causing the 9 worlds to no longer be connected and torturing the cultivators of the world for 30,000 years during the difficult Tao era. How frightening was this battle? As the group of Luo Fenghua was talking about the Black Dragon King, Li Qie didn't say anything. He sat there in a daze and was lost in silence. As his sword made, Li Xuangan noticed his difference. When everyone stopped talking, she gently asked, what is the matter? Li Qie regained his spirit and smiled. He shook his head and said, nothing, such a fantastic legend, causing others to yearn for. Having said that, his heart couldn't help but gently sigh in lamentation. He naturally knew the reason why little Blackie took action. Such a peerless confrontation, it is a shame to not be born in that era to witness the heavenly fight with my own eyes. Chu Daily emotionally said. The group of Luo Fenghua was also silent for a long time. An unknown amount of time later, shopkeeper Gu came back. He bowed towards Li Qie and formally said, Supreme Master, after being examined by the elders of the clan, these are definitely genuine words. The Gu clan's elders have agreed with Master's condition. Master, give us the early people's 9 languages and we will trade for it with the 3 papers. The Gu clan's business is quite straightforward. Li Qie nodded approvingly and added, I will give you the early people's 9 languages now. If there are some unclear parts, then you can come find me at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect at any time. Finished speaking, Li Qie began to write with his brush. The group of Li Xuangan knew that this was important and stood to the side. They didn't dare to observe next to him. After writing the early people's 9 languages, he immediately sealed it and gave it to shopkeeper Gu. Shopkeeper Gu, at this point, had already well prepared the 3 papers for Li Qie. They were stored carefully in a treasure box, and he respectfully handed it to Li Qie. I hope there will be more chances in the future to work with Master. After solemnly putting away the early people's 9 languages, shopkeeper Gu said. Li Qie leisurely spoke with a smile, yes, there will be many times in the future where I will deal business with your Gu clan. With that, Li Qie didn't linger for long and went along with the group of Li Xuangan. At the time of leaving, Luo Fenghua kept on looking at the roaming dragon floating on top of his head. He truly liked this foreign Dao mysterious treasure. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to afford it. At this moment, shopkeeper Gu reached out with one hand and caught the roaming dragon. He handed it to the reluctant to leave Luo Fenghua and said, "If little friend likes it, then I will give it to you." Luo Fenghua couldn't believe his ears and was shocked. He couldn't help but to rub his eyes as he looked at the roaming dragon before him. "Hurry up and thank shopkeeper Gu for his generosity." Li Qie nodded his head and said with a smile. Luo Fenghua regained his spirits and carefully put the roaming dragon away. Then, he excitedly thanked the shopkeeper and bowed to Li Qie and said, "Thank you, oldest brother." Luo Fenghua was a young and talented disciple, and he was also a smart person. He knew that shopkeeper Gu giving such a precious item to him was to show his feelings towards oldest brother. Otherwise, with his status, the shopkeeper wouldn't care about a little cultivator like himself. Seeing this scene, Nan Huiran started to drool and couldn't help but to be thick-skinned as he smilingly asked, "Senior Gu, hey, you can't be impartial like this ah." Nan Huiran hadn't finished his words before Li Qie had already slapped his neck again and smilingly scolded, "Little brat, don't be greedy. Today, shopkeeper Gu has already bled a lot. If you are so thick-skinned like this, I won't bring you next time." Nan Huiran wryly smiled a few times and didn't dare to open his mouth again. He knew better than anyone to not question Li Qie. "We should go to the courtyard, Master has already informed the disciples." After leaving the ancient intent fasting, Li Xuangan noticed that it was getting late, so she told Li Qie. "Right, first we need a place to stay." Li Qie nodded and took them to the 9 Saint Demon Gate's courtyard. Even though the 9 Saint Demon Gate couldn't compare to Immortal Emperor's lineages, it was established during the era of Immortal Emperor Min Ren and had stood strong all the way till now. Its foundation was deep and was rich with treasures. In an expensive place like ancient Sky City, the 9 Saint Demon Gate still had some business. The property of the 9 Saint Demon Gate at ancient Sky City was a small courtyard. On the exterior, it was very small, but after entering, one would find a different heavenly grotto. With gardens around, one could see the pavilion as common as the trees in a forest. It could be described as simply beautiful. Without a doubt, this small courtyard had been refined into a heavenly grotto that was able to contain thousands of people. Earlier, the Demon King had already ordered them so. After the group of Li Qie entered, the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples immediately arranged daily living quarters for them. Seeing such a beautiful heavenly grotto inside ancient Sky City left the group of Nan Huiran with envy. At this moment, they understood the gap between the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the cleansing incense ancient sect. "This place is worth a lot, ah." Nan Huiran's eyes almost fell down to the floor. This brat, after following Li Qie, had become more greedy. Legends has it that our cleansing incense ancient sect also had a large property inside ancient Sky City. The quiet Tu Buyu added after sighing, "Unfortunately, after our decline, we couldn't afford it and had to sell it in the end." Tu Buyu's words caused the group of brats to become dejected. Their decline was an undeniable fact. "Even though we don't have any property right now, one of these days, we will buy back the cleansing incense ancient sect's property." Nan Huiran was motivated. A lively person like Luo Fenghua also sharply nodded and said, "That's right, one day we will rise." Even though Chu Daily didn't say anything, he also clenched his fists tightly. Seeing the unity of the small brats, Li Qie smiled in silence. After everyone was settled, as the handmaidens, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao had to stay next to Li Qie's side. Entering his room, Li Qie took out the treasure box and took out the 3 papers. He meticulously looked at them. Finally, he said with feelings, "Immortal writ, a fully justified reputation, only the fortunate could obtain them. Aren't these Emperor's papers?" After hearing Li Qie's words, Chen Baojiao, who was not as calm as Li Xuangan, asked, "Emperor's papers?" Li Qie looked at her and laughed, then he shook his head, "These are of course not Emperor's papers. Otherwise, how could they be traded for the early people's 9 languages? The Gu clan's name is gold-plated with matchless credence. This time, it can't be considered me taking advantage of them. If I wanted to scheme against them, then I'm afraid that they would have also handed the rock over as well to be able to trade for the early people's 9 languages." "You mean, these 3 sheets of yellow papers are even more valuable than Emperor's possessions?" "The ancient intent fasting does not know the value of these papers. Li Xuangan was surprised. Chapter 159, Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground. 1. Of course, otherwise, how could I use the early people's 9 languages to trade for it? Just an emperor's possession wasn't enough to trade for the early people's 9 languages. Li Qiye said with a smile. Chen Baojiao movingly added, but, shopkeeper Gu used the item bestowed to them by immortal Emperor Jiaoheng to trade for it. Could this be fake? Li Qiye shook his head and answered, no, this matter is not false. This is really the item bestowed by immortal Emperor Jiaoheng, but it is not an emperor's possession. Instead, it is an immortal writ. What is an immortal writ? Li Xuangan continued to question. The 3 yellow papers in front of her sight, she couldn't see how they were more precious than emperor's possessions. Li Qiye held the 3 pieces of papers in his hand and gently tried to figure it out, then he finally said, the moment the immortal writ comes into being, both gods and devils will have to retreat. The immortal writ came from the high heaven. Hearing this, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao glanced at each other. No wonder why these 3 pieces of paper were even more precious than emperor's possessions. Immortal writ, this name was so majestic sounding. The reality is that the descendants of the Gu clan misunderstood the intent of their ancestors. Li Qiye smiled and went on, immortal Emperor Jiaoheng truly owed a debt to the Gu clan, so he bestowed the 9 immortal writs to them. During that era, the Gu clan ancestors had used 6 of them. One could say that the moment the immortal writ came into being, nothing was impossible. Their future generation viewed these papers as proud objects. They thought that because immortal Emperor Jiaoheng gave it to them, that Jiaoheng would be able to satisfy all of their wishes during his era. Unfortunately, the Gu clan ancestors died too early and didn't make the immortal writs matter clear. Otherwise, these last 3 pieces of papers would have been used already. When he was the Dark Crow, he had seen the immortal writs once during the ancient era. Unfortunately, he was in a rush back then and immortal Emperor Jiaoheng took them instead. Thus, he didn't obtain the 9 sheets. Happily smiling, Li Qiye put away the immortal writs. These 3 yellow pieces of papers in other people's eyes were not worth money, but Li Qiye knew that these 3 immortal writs will be lifesavers. Staying in the 9 St. Demon Gates courtyard, these disciples here under the Demon King's command used the highest style of hospitality to treat Li Qiye's group. The next day during their stay, Li Xuangan received news from her master. She found Li Qiye and spoke, the elders from the war god temple won't arrive so early. They sent news that they will only come right before the underworld boat's appearance. Li Qiye laughed and said, those old men of the war god temple have been trying to keep up appearances recently, showing a self-important maneuver. Truly rotten and smelly old men. Li Xuangan could only smile and not comment about such things. The 9 St. Demon Gate couldn't do anything about such a thing. Even if it was only an action to show superiority by the War God Temple, in the end, the 9 St. Demon Gate still had to rely on the War God Temple in the future. Come, we will go first. Those old men say that they will come later. Li Qiye called for the group of Nan Huiran and smilingly said, we already remained idle and had enough fun. Instead of basking in the sun here, it is better to go to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to rob some treasures. Rob some treasures in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Hearing this, the group became excited. Greedy brat Nan Huiran's mouth was watering and cheerfully exclaimed, hey, oldest brother, I still need a suitable weapon here. The group of Chu Daily didn't dare to ask Li Qiye for treasures unlike the brat, Nan Huiran, but they were still excited hearing about going into the burial ground for treasures. Even if they couldn't get anything, it would still be a great learning experience. Even if we find treasures, the first one wouldn't be yours. Li Qiye angrily slapped his head and said. No problem, I can wait, all the way to the last turn. Nan Huiran didn't mind and cheekily said while stalking Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. He wasn't going to mistreat his followers. Only with our group. The silent Tu Buyu was worried, and he said, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is an ominous place. We are only going to find treasures, not to fight. Our group is more than enough. Li Qiye laughed and ordered Li Xuangan to take out a chest. Li Xuangan was carrying the chest given by shopkeeper Gu. Inside was an old set of clothing, an unopened box, and a small copper mallet along with a small gong. After cleansing himself and burning incenses, Li Qiye put on the old clothing and wore the unopened box on his back with the mallet in one hand and the gong in the other. Seeing Li Qie suddenly dress in this manner, even Li Xuangan had her mouth wide opened, let alone the group of Nanhuiren. You look like a merchant from a village like this. Chen Baojiao, next to his side, commented on his appearance. She wanted to smile with her country-toppling beauty, but she quickly covered her mouth and contained her laughter. Still, she carried a happy expression. Hearing Chen Baojiao, the rest of them stared at Li Qie and felt that he did really look like a merchant from a rural village. People who didn't know the real situation would actually consider him to be a rural merchant. They wanted to laugh at Li Qie's style, but they didn't dare to. Even people from the previous generation, like Shigandong, had to hold on to his laughter. Well, brother, your style really does look like a rural merchant, Nanhuiren burst out in laughter. Transaction. Li Qie, carrying a serious expression, slowly said, "We will be going to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to trade with the dead this one time." Trading with the dead. Hearing these words, everyone got the creeps. Trading with the dead, this matter sounded so ridiculous. Oldest brother, the dead can still do business. The easily scared Su Pei couldn't help but turn pale. Li Qie smiled and said, "It depends on who the dead is, and who is doing the business. A smart person will be able to do business while the foolish will be able to find their death. Come, we're going to the burial ground. Today. I will open your eyes to see what is called doing business with the dead." Hearing such a creepy and absurd matter, the brats were both afraid yet excited at the same time. They had never seen trading with the dead before, this ridiculous matter. Do business with the dead. Even Niufen murmured. Ancient Sky City was built very close to the burial ground. Even when the distance was so near and the burial ground had countless corpses and the dead, yet from the start of time, no one had ever seen or heard an earth corpse leaving the burial ground to enter ancient Sky City. This was a matter that no one understood. Standing outside of the burial ground, the group of Nanhuiren's eyes and mouths were opened wide. From the beginning, they thought that this burial ground was a place where the white bones were as vast as the ocean. In their imaginations, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground must have been a desolate barren land with corpse energy encompassing even the sky. However, this burial ground in front of their eyes had green hills and clear water. Looking around, they saw rolling mountain ranges with some as big as a resting ox and some valleys that resembled a sleeping dragon. In this heaven and earth location, mist was everywhere, covering the pillaring trees that towered the sky and spring waterfalls high above. Without seeing a few coffins, other people would have thought that this was an immortal scenery. Even though the scenery ahead was filled with undulating mountain ranges and tall trees, along with waterfalls high above, one could see quite a few coffins up ahead. When powerful cultivators activated their heavenly gazes, they could see many unbelievable places. There was a coffin hanging on a cliff. Some coffins were made from copper, some made from stone, and some were even made from gold. There was one placed on top of a solitary peak with a majestic aura. It was as if this coffin was lying on the high heaven. There were also some coffins floating on top of a tranquil lake. Sometimes, there were poisonous serpents swimming by, creating a creepy image. This is the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Chu Daily couldn't believe that this place was the burial ground feared by others. He originally thought that there would be mountains and rivers of bones and corpses. Don't people say that there are earth corpses everywhere? How come we don't see any earth corpses? Luo Fenghua asked with surprise. Look at that group of cultivators over there. At this moment, Shigandong pointed at a group of cultivators who just went inside the burial ground. Li Qie's group looked over and there was a group of cultivators jumping into the rolling mountains. They seemed to have a purpose as they looked at the entrance to a valley. There might be a treasure inside, so they rushed straight in with one breath. But the moment they rushed into the valley, suddenly, inside the thicket and the caves, many shadows appeared. They were all corpses with different clothing, coming from different places and sections. Countless corpses quickly rushed in to kill this group of cultivators. The disciples of this sect were ready to fight, so they roared and immediately began the battle. The corpses did not speak nor roar. They silently fought the cultivators. It was so strange, countless corpses began to activate their life treasures. Some had godly swords, others with flags, and some with ferocious spears. Each life treasure and true treasure carried an evil aura and began to strike against the cultivators at this place. The sound of the universal laws resonated. These corpses were not only able to use weapons, but they were also able to activate merit laws as well. One cultivator was slain by a blade that contained revolving flames like the bellows of a fire dragon. This is the Scarlet Flame Gates Dragon Inflammation Blade Law. Seeing this scene, Shurgandong said with surprise, "This earth corpse must be an elder-level character." Chapter 160, Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, 2, Fuff, a cultivator. Beheaded a couple of corpses in one go, but all of a sudden, a fist-sized spider came out from nowhere and rode on the head of this cultivator. A snapping sound appeared, and it bit through the cultivator's head. It made a sizzling noise as it sucked out his brain. The shrill shrieking of this cultivator reverberated throughout the valley. The experts of this sect were prepared with powerful strength. They continuously pressed on like the storm and pushed into the valley. As they risked their lives to enter the valley, victory was within their sights. Suddenly, there was a pagoda that flew out. This pagoda turned into a terrifying black hole, like the mouth of a devil, and sucked in all of the cultivators that entered. The screams resonated everywhere, and the cultivators were devoured and turned into sea of blood. Then, the pagoda flew out of the valley and all of the earth corpses disappeared without a trace. In a short amount of time, the valley regained its tranquility. If there was no blood on the ground, no one would be able to imagine that a bitter battle had just occurred here. As the cold breeze blew over, Nan Huiran's group of brats shivered. This was their first time seeing corpses use weapons and activating merit laws. They always thought that earth corpses were like zombies or puppets. In that valley, at the very least, there is an earth corpse with a heavenly sovereign cultivation presiding inside. Shurgandong looked over the valley and sighed, then he continued, "I wonder what treasure or spirit pills and medicinal grass are inside." At this moment, the young ones finally became aware of how powerful earth corpses were, and how frightening the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground was. This was only the entrance, yet a group of powerful monks was completely wiped out for underestimating the enemy. Think about it, how horrifying would the earth corpses deep inside the burial ground be? So scared right now. Li Qie looked at the pale group of brats and smilingly asked. Nan Huiran nervously swallowed his saliva and garnered his courage, then he laughed and said, "With oldest brother here, what are we afraid of? See devils, slay devils, see gods, slay gods." Saying this made him feel more courageous, and his heart's beating finally calmed down. Less sucking up. Li Qie slapped his head again as the brat was laughing out loud. "Oldest brother, we will be dealing with those earth corpses." Su Pei was a timid girl in a frightened state. If Li Qie wasn't here, her legs would have went weak. "No, earth corpses don't do business. We will do business with treasure lords." Li Qie shook his head and answered. Zhang Yu was curious and asked, "What are treasure lords?" "The lords of the earth corpses. They are the ones that control the earth corpses." "No," Li Qie shook his head and explained, "treasure lords are not the bosses of the earth corpses. To be exact, earth corpses do not have a master, but hypothetically speaking, if earth corpses were to have a master, it would be the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Treasure lord is only a vague name in this burial ground. There are not only earth corpses, but there are also treasure lords and earth immortals." "Earth immortals?" Chen Baojiao emotionally said, "Are they immortals? Or immortals that had died at this place?" "Still no." Li Qie shook his head and said, "Earth corpses, treasure lords, and earth immortals are all considered dead people, but there are differences. Earth corpses are the most numerous in this burial ground. All of the dead cultivators here, along with the flying birds with the swimming fish, and even the poisonous insects. Once penetrated by the corpse energy, they would be considered as earth corpses. Earth corpses do not have their own awareness or intelligence and are basically corpses. They, however, do have a sense of territorial ownership, and anyone who enters the burial ground will be attacked. What about treasure lords and earth immortals?" At this moment, all of the brats were very curious. This was the first time they had heard of these titles. Treasure lords are the dead hidden in the feng shui treasure earth, or rather, the powerful cultivators with only a breath left hiding in the feng shui treasure earth. Of course, when they buried themselves in this burial ground, they would become earth corpses and puppets of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground as well. Li Qie continued, "To be buried in the feng shui treasure earth, they were extremely powerful grand characters when they were alive. They could even be virtuous paragons, characters who swept the 8 directions. Not everyone could be buried in the treasure earth, only the powerful ones had this privilege. Buried in the feng shui treasure earth can really allow for a rebirth? Li Xuangan asked because all dying experts wish to be reborn again in this burial ground. Reviving again to live a new life is not so easy. Li Qiye smiled and explained, it is quite difficult to be reborn, but if someone had died, then after being buried in a feng shui treasure earth, they would be able to breathe as if they have been resurrected. Of course, this is only one breath. The longer the burial time, the longer the breath would be. As time passes, some blood energy will be restored. One has to be buried for tens of millions of years to be able to raise some living essences, like 8 to 10 years of lifespan. However, if one was still alive when buried, then the situation is a bit more optimistic. So it is indeed a chance at rebirth. Chen Baojiao movingly said. Li Qiye nodded his head in agreement, and he continued, with regards to principle, yes. However, the chance is less likely than you being able to find an immortal emperor's true treasure while walking down a street. Being buried in the feng shui treasure earth, one would have to be there for millions, or even tens of millions of years before accumulating a bit of life. 8 to 10 years of lifespan would already be very heaven-defying. Being buried here was not an eternal thing either. There could be a heaven-defying master who comes to dig them out and steal their treasures. Or someone else might like their feng shui treasure earth and take it for themselves. This was why treasure lords wanting to rebirth was difficult beyond imagination. This means that treasure lords wanting to bury themselves needs to have powerful strength, or offensive or defensive formation, to use to stop future generations from digging their feng shui treasure earth. Li Xuangan murmured. Correct. Also, if people actually try to dig up a feng shui treasure earth, the treasure lord inside will be forced to come out and kill the enemy. But unless it is the last possible choice, they will not easily climb out to fight because this would shove their effort for millions of years down the drain. Li Qiye nodded his head in agreement. Hearing this, the little brats were frightened. Being dead for so long yet they could still climb out to fight. Buried for millions of years just to get some lifespan back, why didn't they use longevity medicines to prolong their life when they were alive? Su Pei made an innocent statement. You think they haven't taken them when they were alive? Li Qiye smilingly said, to a few grand characters, they were already afraid of death when they were living and had tasted all of the possible things that could prolong their life. Longevity medicines are not miracles. The more you use them, the less effective they will be. Eventually, the effect becomes useless. Unless there was no other choice, who would be willing to bury themselves in such a place? Then what about Earth Immortals? Luo Fenghua asked, what is an Earth Immortal? In fact, Earth Immortals are very similar to treasure lords. Li Qiye continued, but Earth Immortals are much more terrifying. They are buried in dragon veins so, in principle, they have a higher chance for rebirth than treasure lords. To be able to become an Earth Immortal, they had to be invincible existences during their generation. They were the representatives of authority. What is more frightening is that Earth Immortals can command their followers and subordinates to be buried with them. Earth Immortals are unbelievably strong, and they can even control the Earth corpses. I have heard of this legend before. Niufan contributed, during the Emperor's era, there was a behemoth existence comparable to immortal emperors who buried himself in a dragon vein. Whether he became an Earth Immortal or not, no one knew. The brats were aghast. An existence comparable to immortal emperors. Even if they were not as powerful, they would still be able to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How terrifying was this? So in this ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, Earth corpses are the weakest, then the treasure lords, and the most powerful are Earth Immortals. Chen Baojiao summarized. These words are right, but also not right. Li Qiye explained, Earth corpses are not necessarily the weakest. There have been invincible existences who fought to the deepest part of the burial ground. In the end, they failed and turned into Earth corpses. Such Earth corpses' appearances would even drive away Earth Immortals, let alone treasure lords. The brats finally understood the general concept of strength inside the burial ground after Li Qiye's intervention. Earth Immortals were not necessarily the strongest, and Earth corpses were not necessarily the weakest. Oldest brother, why are we dealing with treasure lords? Why not deal with Earth Immortals? Su Pei asked out of curiosity. Earth Immortals won't do. Li Qiye shook his head and answered, it is not easy to deal with experts who reach the Earth Immortal level unless it was for worship. Plus, we are not going to the places where earth immortals are buried. Even though you have me and the ancient heavenly corpse adornment as protection, right now, you all cannot handle going to the earth immortals location because the corpse energy will invade you. Treasure lords are buried under the earth, will they go out for the deal? Chen Baojiao asked in amazement. Both treasure lords and earth immortals are the same. Being buried here is no different from death. They are in deep slumber. Even though they still have some awareness, but as time passes, their awareness will become more clouded. However, there are times when they will have clarity again, and they will be willing to get out and do business with us. Here, Li Qiye smiled and said, "Follow me. You all need to follow right behind me. Everyone must be half a foot distance back. Don't be too far from me. Remember, when I am trading, do not speak. Otherwise, you might die in this place." Finished speaking, he stepped inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Li Shuangyan's group shivered at the same time. They didn't dare to be careless. They divided into two groups and quickly followed Li Qiye in succession. Chapter 161, Dealing with the Dead. 1. When they entered the burial ground, suddenly, experts like Li Shuangyan and Shi Gandong immediately felt that there were countless glaring eyes from the thickets, caves, and even underground. Staring at them, many dead corpses came out. Seeing the earth corpses' sudden arrival caused the group to be frightened as their legs were shivering. Clang! 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 However, at this time, Li Qiye used the copper mallet to strike the small gong to create a mysterious rhythmic sound. The heaven lasts for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge, the ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back. At this moment, Li Qiye chanted at the top of his lungs along with the rhythmic ringing of the gong. The sound of the gong along with the shouting mixed together into a resonating and indescribable song. Inside the harmonization of the two distinguished sounds, the atmosphere suddenly became terrorizing. It was as if someone in the dark was surreptitiously driving these corpses, causing others' hair to stand on end. But as the sound of the gong along with the chanting rang out, the earth corpses slowly receded like ghosts and hid in the thickets, caves, and underground. Seeing this scene, the astonished group of Nanhuiren finally realized why Li Qiye valued the ragged clothing so much. The heaven lasts for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge, the ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back. Li Qiye continued to knock on the gong and shout while slowly stepping into the burial ground. The undulating hills, along with the rapidly flowing rivers amongst the scenic mountains and rivers, were the burial ground for countless cultivators. Even grand characters along with invincible existences of generations were buried here. Penetrating the burial ground left them exposed to the pouring corpse energy from this land. It began to gather around the group of Li Qiye. Seeing the corpse energy curling to their side, the hearts of Nanhuiren's group turned cold. If the corpse energy permeated into their bodies, this would not be a good matter. If light, then their cultivations would be weakened; if heavy, then they would become earth corpses. At this time, the long box Li Qiye was carrying on his back exerted a faint touch of brilliance and slowly emitted waves of a medicinal and indescribable aroma. This aroma was 3 parts of a fishy odor and 7 parts musk. It lingered in the air and continuously veiled their group. Speaking of strangeness, when this medicinal smell coiled around their bodies, the corpse energy had no way of approaching. As they went deeper into the burial ground, the corpse energy became more severe. Places with a high density of earth corpses would have even stronger corpse energy. However, it couldn't invade the group of Li Qiye. This medicinal armor protected Li Qiye's group all the way to the front. They did not go fast nor slow, and they began to climb the mountains and traverse the rivers. Step by step, they went forward and met countless earth corpses consisting of human cultivators, demon cultivators, and even ghost immortals and heavenly devils. Moreover, these earth corpses were all powerful cultivators when they were alive. Even so, with Li Qiye shouting along the way while smashing his gong, many earth corpses only stood in the far distance as they came close. They did not attack Li Qiye's group. Instead, they went back to their old places. They saw many coffins along the way: bronze coffins, wooden coffins, clay coffins, stone coffins, gold coffins, and there were even coffins made out of godly wood. Many coffins were hung over the mysterious cliffs. Some floated on the water, and others sank under the lake while a few were positioned on top of giant trees. Seeing all of these old and new coffins left Nanhuiren's group with the creeps. This place, named the Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, was completely fitting, for it buried too many cultivators here. They were also curious as to whether there were corpses in the coffins, but without Li Qi's permission, they didn't dare to take any rash actions. In fact, they were wondering why the earth corpses were unable to attack them, with their oldest brother opening the way with the gong and shouting arcanic chantings. They went through countless mountains and rivers before stopping at a flat valley. This valley was like an abandoned farming field. It had a very orderly appearance. If this wasn't the Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, others would think that there used to be someone farming at this place. This will be the first chosen treasure lord. Standing in the valley, Li Qi judged this place and made his decision. At this moment, there were quite a few wandering earth corpses outside, with their eyes emitting a faint and underworldly light. They were like the eyes of the dead or evil devils, giving others a dreadful sensation. Standing inside, they were a bit frightened. The older generation, like Shirgandong, was doing better, but the younger group assumed that the treasure lord was no different from an evil devil lord. Maybe. They even had beast horns and were 100 zhang tall with long green hair. 1. Knock on your residence. 2. Greeting to the treasure lord. 3. Wondering about a transaction. Ancient Heavenly Earth Messenger, carrying the ancient heavenly medicine, bearing the underworlding energy, entering the treasure mountain, treading on the Een earth, knocking into the gate of hell, Li Qi shouted as he walked around the valley while knocking his gong. Li Qi turned left 3 times and moved right 3 instances before finally stopping. He dripped a drop of flesh blood into the ground and shouted, "One blood to become friends, a thing should not be attempted more than 3 times, come out of your coffin." He finally ended his shouting and bowed down on the ground. Li Qi's ceremony caused the group of Li Xuangan to be creeped out. This type of ceremony was nothing like a transaction. It was more like a ghost summoning. However, the next event was even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous noises rang and the earth seemingly opened. Suddenly, the entire ground of the valley brightened up and wave after wave of light poured outward and intertwined into a grand formation. This formation flashed brightly, and the clear sounds of swords occurred continuously with a domineering aura like the tidal waves, torrential and endless. In the blink of an eye, with a bang, a coffin slowly floated up from the ground. This coffin was violet-colored and carved with dragons and phoenixes. It was apparent to see that this coffin had experienced countless moons. Seeing this coffin, people couldn't help but become frightened in their hearts. Inside was a dead person, and a terrifying dead person that wanted to live again at that. "What do you have to trade?" Finally, a decrepit voice came out from the coffin. Li Qi hunkered down to the ground and took off the old box on his back. Then, he slowly said, "Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, Ancient Heavenly Earth Messenger, trading item. Only one ancient heavenly medicine, basked in underworld energy. The box is unopened, ancient heavenly medicine, impossible to obtain. The ancient heavenly principle, a thing should not be attempted more than 3 times, everything has a beginning and an end." Ja. Finally, the violet coffin slowly opened, and the person inside took a step out. At this time, everyone clearly saw the old Taoist devotee stepping out from the coffin. This old Taoist was incomparably old. He wore a violet golden crown while holding a phoenix horsetail whisk. He wore immortal cloud treasure boots and there was a Tao crest embroidered on his chest. Even though the old Taoist had his eyes closed and there was no power in his body, there was an endless and majestic aura that caused others to shiver. This Taoist was absolutely powerful when he was alive. The Violet Cloud sect master, seeing the crest in front of the old Taoist's chest, Nanhuiren couldn't help but exclaim. As Nanhuiren opened his mouth, the old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and revealed 2 bloody rays. These 2 bloody rays, like the arrows of the gods, shot towards Nanhuiren. Not good. Neofan's expression greatly changed and immediately swung his small shell on his back horizontally. A boom noise exploded. The 2 bloody rays shot on the small shell of Neofan and exploded like the thunder of heaven while Neofan was jarred flying away. Nanhuiren was also knocked away by the remnants of the explosion, and he crazily sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He was so powerful that it instilled chills down everyone's spines. Neofan was an enigmatic existence within their ranks. Only Li Qiye clearly knew how powerful he was. But at this moment, Neofun was knocked away by the two glares. One could only imagine how powerful this old Taoist in front of them must be. Clang! When the old Taoist opened his eyes for a second time, Li Qie heavily tapped on the gong. The sound of the gong, like the big waves and strong winds, flew towards the old Taoist. Boom! When the sound wave struck his body, the old Taoist's body shook and had to take a few steps back. Young Junior is foolish and offended you with his mouth. There will not be a second time. Li Qie solemnly said as he gazed at the old Taoist, if you still want to trade, you and I will sit down. If not, I will turn around and leave. Inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, I'm sure there are many who are willing to trade with me. Eventually, the old monk sat down with his eyes still closed. It was as if he was fast asleep. At this time, Nan Huiran crawled up but didn't dare to say half a word. Even if he wanted to thank Neofun, he still didn't dare to speak. The other young ones held their mouths tightly shut. They were even careful with their breathing. Medicine out, after sitting down, the old Taoist finally said two words. Li Qie then unlocked the seal of the box. The seal was very strange, and it was not opened with merit law incantations nor violent force. Instead, it was opened with a very strange palm symbol on top of the box. Then, the box slowly opened. Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, who were relatively near Li Qie at this time, clearly saw everything. The treasure box had 9 items, and all of them were different. Moreover, they didn't know the names or what any of those 9 items were. Li Qie carefully looked at the items inside his treasure box. He finally took an item as small as an almond seed and gently placed it on the ground, and he carefully said, one ancient heavenly corpse core, the core creator is a secret dragon. Thus, it undulated through the ancient heavenly times for 80,000 years, and it would be able to raise you 10 heavenly lifespans. Chapter 162, Dealing with the Dead. 2. The group of Li Xuangan didn't know what a corpse core was, but Neofun knew a little bit. Legends has it that there were a few invincible existences that wanted to reach the deepest part of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. However, their Tao was destroyed and they lost their lives. Some, however, maintained their unharmed bodies and their blood essence. These things spent a countless number of years in the deepest part of the burial ground and finally turned into a thing called a corpse core. It was a very beneficial item to earth corpses, treasure lords, and even earth immortals. The old Taoist sat cross-legged on the ground as a bloody light flashed in his eyes, then he closed them again. After a long silence, the old Taoist finally took out an item and slowly placed it on the ground. At this time, it was clear to everyone that it was a treasure cauldron, but it was not a heavenly cauldron of the alchemists, it was just a treasure cauldron casted from iron. Even though this cauldron was already returning to its origin, it still emitted strands of green smoke. This was not medicinal fog, rather, they were powerful strands of steel, resembling a godly sword, that were seemingly able to pierce through the sky. Violet Diamond Cauldron, one smoke, one sword containing many facets of offense and defense. The old Taoist slowly introduced. Hearing the name, Violet Diamond Cauldron, Shurgandong's heart suddenly jumped. He had heard of this name before. It was a cauldron refined by a supreme sect master of the Violet Cloud sect, and it was called the Violet Cloud sect's second defining treasure. But today, it appeared in this place. Deal. Li Qie didn't say much and accept the Violet Diamond Cauldron at once. Then, he casually threw it to Zhang Yu and said, "This cauldron is suitable for you, figure it out well." Zhang Yu accepted the Violet Diamond Cauldron and was excited. He wanted to open his mouth, but he immediately closed it. Even though there were 10,000 words of appreciation that he could be saying to his oldest brother, this was not the time to talk. The young ones were also envious, but they all knew that as long as they followed their oldest brother, he would not go and mistreat them. The old Taoist put away the heavenly ancient corpse core and slowly took out a sword. It was a sword made out of stone, stone sheath and stone handle. Clang. Li Qie unsheathed the sword and a dragon roar immediately resounded as the sword left its sheath. It was just like a true dragon soaring to the sky. The sword was engraved with tiny layers of dragon scales. The moment it was drawn, the sword scales seemed to have a life of its own and wanted to fly away from the sword. Good sword. Using the Tao bones of a 2,300,000-year-old godly frost dragon to craft, it has the power of the frost dragon as it was refined by an ancient method. It is engraved with a murderous power yet not imprinted with a merit law. This means that it still has the potential to be recasted. Li Qiye stroked the sword and said, "The Frost Dragon Sword, I crafted this during my prime. The owner will obtain the murderous power of frost and will be able to refine any merit law into it." The old Taoist eventually said slowly. Hearing this, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. A 2,300,000-year-old godly frost dragon, even godly kings would lose their colors. Such a powerful heavenly beast turned into a life treasure. How great was this matter? Li Qiye opened his treasure box once again to check, and he eventually took out an item like a rock. This item looked like a rock but was actually a fruit. However, it had a cold and stony appearance and was completely black without runes, just like a rock. An ancient stone fruit, grown in the deepest part of the ancient heavenly corpse lake. It can increase your lifespan from 15 to 20 days. Deal or not? Li Qiye placed the stony fruit onto the ground. Nan Huairan's group, and even Shirgandong and Tu Buyu, were surprised. They all knew that Li Qiye had only obtained these items, but Li Qiye's smooth explanation made it sound as if these were his own treasures. This was too incredible. More than very few people knew about the deep locations in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, but Li Qiye spoke of it clearly like it was his own backyard, and he knew everything with clarity. How was this possible? As for Li Xuangan, she had a similar numbing sensation just like in the past. At this time, no matter what type of miracles Li Qiye could concoct, she no longer found it strange. What could be more valuable or more unfathomable than the physique scripture in this world? This ancient item from the immemorial age was never known to have an owner, yet it was in his possession. Thus, Li Xuangan was completely used to Li Qiye's scary existence. Only Niufen silently sighed in his heart. From the past till now, it would be difficult to find someone who could be more knowledgeable than young master. Him knowing the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground like the palm of his hand was not enough for him to be astonished. Deal. The old Taoist took the ancient stone fruit without a hint of hesitation and waited for the next round of deals. A godly sword refined with murderous intention. It is most suiting for you. Li Qiye nonchalantly threw the frost dragon sword to Tu Buyu, and Tu Buyu quickly bowed to Li Qiye in return after catching the sword. Next, Li Qiye immediately took out a small cup inside the treasure box. This small cup was sparklingly clear and was sealed. There was only half a cup of liquid inside. It seemed like a blue ice. With the gentle rocking of the small cup, the blue ice liquid exuded a very bewitching charm. Half a cup of demonic blue spring. You being a treasure lord, I don't need to explain the meaning of the demonic blue spring in the deepest part of the burial ground. Li Qiye slowly added, if you have any important treasure, show it to me right now. This is the last chance. Hearing the words, demonic blue spring, with bloody lights, the old Taoist's eyes flashed open for a moment. His body trembled once before he closed his eyes again. He remained silent for a long time in his seated position. At this moment, the group all held their breath. Even though they didn't know the reason why this was the last transaction, but seeing Li Qiye's serious demeanor, they couldn't help but to stare again at the old Taoist ahead. They wanted to see what item he would take out for this trade. Deal or not? After a long time, Li Qiye rushed this old Taoist. Eventually, the old Taoist austerely took out an item and slowly placed it on the ground. The moment this item was taken out, a golden brilliance, casted by wisps of golden strands like silk, appeared. The most awe-inspiring matter was that this thing resonated very faint immortal vibrations. It was as if they were quiet whispers of immortals. This was an ancient scroll made out of unknown materials. It resembled golden silk and ancient strands. Even though this ancient scroll had suffered countless moons, its golden light was still glittering. A scroll posted from outside the gate of Immortal Dao City. Seeing this item, Li Qiye slightly changed his expression as his eyes became serious. He then stared at the old Taoist in front of him and said, "You saw Immortal Dao City?" This question jolted the old Taoist's body. His eyes twitched open and then closed. After a while, he spoke, "In my old age, it was just a little glance, so I wrote down a scroll. Can you say what technique it is?" Li Qiye stared at the old man and finally asked in a calm manner. "A scroll of the jagged sword striking immortal technique." The old Taoist answered carefully. After speaking, he closed his eyes and gently sighed with a hint of remembrance along with regret. You had great yet unfortunate luck. If you were at your peak and saw immortal Tao City once, then you would have reached a higher level of attainment. Li Qiye slightly nodded. He finally took the jagged sword striking immortal technique and threw it over at Su Pei. Make a copy for self-practice, return the original to the sect. Without permission, do not pass it to a second person. Li Qiye commanded. Su Pei, with matchless excitement, received the scroll and hastily turned towards Li Qiye and bowed. She was ecstatic beyond imagination. At the evil-infested ridge, Li Qiye rewarded her with the 1,000,000-year-old life ring and now bestowed her with a very precious technique. Since oldest brother treated her so well, she would even endure traversing into the fiery flames just for oldest brother. The old Taoist gathered the demonic blue spring and immediately turned around to step inside the ancient coffin. After a loud roaring sound, the coffin sunk into the ground and the grand formation also disappeared. After the old coffin sank into the earth, Nan Huiran quickly seized this opportunity and anxiously asked, "Oldest brother, why only 3 transactions? A thing should not be attempted more than 3 times. One treasure lord should only be traded with 3 times and one should take turns to show the treasure. If one side does not agree, then the transaction will stop and each will go their separate ways. There are only 9 heavenly ancient corpse treasures inside the heavenly ancient corpse box. At max, I can only deal with 3 treasure lords, and each of them 3 times." Li Qiye said. Heavenly ancient corpse treasures. The group of Chu Daily, one after another, couldn't help but to glance at the box carried by Li Qiye on his back. Heavenly ancient treasure box, heavenly ancient earth messenger adornment, frightened corpse gong. Li Qiye patted the clothing worn on his body and raised the gong in his hand, and he said, "Without these 3 items, one cannot become a heavenly ancient earth messenger." "What is a heavenly ancient earth messenger?" Chen Baojiao, next to Li Qiye's side, wondered. Clang, but, at this moment, Li Qiye didn't answer Chen Baojiao's question. He was already knocking on his gong and shouted, "The heavens last for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge, the ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back." Hearing Li Qiye's chanting, the group of Li Xuangan didn't dare to linger and immediately followed right behind Li Qiye's back in an orderly fashion as they departed from this valley. They set off once again to find a second treasure lord. They continued to climb the mountains and walk through the rivers. Li Qiye went from one feng shui treasure earth to another. It was obvious that Li Qiye understood the feng shui treasure earths inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground like the palm of his hand. The group of Shigandang found this puzzling since Li Qiye knew where these treasure earths were located so well, giving them a mysterious sensation, but they couldn't conveniently ask Li Qiye. In fact, it was not surprising that Li Qiye knew this burial ground so well. In the past millions of years, he, as the Dark Crow, had entered the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground more than anyone else, including even its deepest part where he even brought people in to attack the place. Where the feng shui treasure earths and dragon veins were located, how could he not be clear? On the way, Nan Huiran's group had met a few treasure trees and dan grass and even a few treasure mines, but they couldn't dig them because Li Qiye warned them that this trip was only for trading. Outside of trading, they could not take anything else from the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. This was an unchangeable law. Chapter 163, Middle Continent's Treasures, 1. Eventually, Li Qiye chose a deep lake. It had stagnant water where the bottom of it was nowhere in sight. It exuded a cold and suppressive atmosphere. People couldn't help but to shiver standing next to the lake. After Li Qiye finished his transaction ceremony, the entire deep lake poured out a brilliance as dark as black ink. Waves and waves of black lights resembling demonic swords soared to the heavens, causing others to shiver without the coldness. It was as if a devil was coming into being from underground. XSHHH. XSHHH. XSHHH, when all of the black lights were interwoven into one place, a devious laughter appeared. A shadow stepped out from the black light without a coffin. Moreover, this shadow was entirely shrouded with black fog as thick as ink, rendering its real appearance impossible to discern. Within the black fog, there were the sounds of roars along with transforming mist. It seemed as if there was a prehistoric fierce beast wanting to rush out. The evil energy of this shadow caused the group of Nan Huiran to cringe. This evil energy directly affected their souls as if a devil had its gaze on them. XSHH, the approaching shadow let out an insidious laughter and devilishly spoke, "Heavenly ancient corpse messenger, even though I have heard of this is my first time seeing one. Little kid, hand over all of the corpse treasures, then maybe I will spare you from death." This treasure lord's first words after appearing changed the colors of everyone. They didn't expect this treasure lord's sudden upheaval. It was not like the old Taoist that followed the rule of the transaction. If it is a transaction, I welcome it. If you want to rob, then scram for me. Only Li Qiye was as calm as a mountain while facing this treasure lord with evil energy piercing the heaven. "Little thing, when I was alive, my title alone would be enough to frighten you." The black shade ominously spoke. Li Qiye smiled carefreely and responded, "Only a remnant of the Dragon Ming ancient dynasty, not enough to reach the apex. Today, if you want to trade, then take out the heritage of your Dragon Ming ancient dynasty. If not, then get the hell back to your grave for me." "Little demon, who are you?" The shadow immediately screamed like the thunder and, in this very second, made a move. A ghastly black hand reached out and directly struck towards Li Qiye. A ghastly hand that could conquer even the heaven and earth and carry the sun and the moon. It was able to catch the yin and yang. With just this hand, even heavenly kings' souls would fly away. It didn't matter that this shadow was a dead person with non-existence life force. At this moment, it was still an unbelievably frightening existence. Clang, 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 however, with life and death in front of his eyes, Li Qiye, like the storm, banged on the frightened corpse gong. The torrent sounds of the gong rushed out, grinding on the grand earth and surprised even the heaven above and hell below. A pitiful scream sounded, causing the group of Neophan to jump. They all thought that Li Qiye was captured by the black shadow, but when everything became clear, they were all frozen. A hand suddenly penetrated from below the earth. This shriveled hand resembled a bird claw. It was covered with green feathers. The hand rushed out from the ground and grabbed the black shadow in a flash. The extremely sharp nails pierced through the black shadow as it bellowed and shrilled. 4 drops of blood dripped down from the black shadow. They were extremely bright, like 4 blood diamonds. They were immediately devoured when they hit the ground and emitted a curl of smoke. 1 blood, 1 year. So what if you were buried for millions of years? In the end, you still had to give it back to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Seeing the 4 drops of blood disappearing on the ground, Li Qiye nonchalantly smiled and said, "After being kneaded by the green feathered claw, the black shadow was completely annihilated without even ashes or bones left. Under this green feathered claw, even if one was once a fierce character with illustrious titles that swept through the 8 directions, it was not enough to reach the apex. They would be strangled like an ant." Boom, the green feathered claw sunk back into the ground, and the lake of death also collapsed as well. This location eventually became a flat plain. 1 feng shui treasure earth destroyed, and a new one will be born. Li Qiye slowly smiled and said, "Dogs cannot change their habit of eating shit. After millions of years, even a remnant still thinks that it is the supreme ancient Ming. If I didn't end your existence, it would be a disfavor to myself." The group's legs were frightened weak from fear and they sat straight down on the ground. Shi Gandong and Tu Buyu, hearing Li Qiye's words, had their hearts in shock. Li Qiye, from the start, didn't want to trade with the opponent. Rather, he only wanted to kill him. Li Qiye wanted to kill the treasure lord in this feng shui treasure earth. Shi Gandong used to be a ferocious monster and Tu Buyu traveled across the 8 directions and had seen many things. Yet, their spines still ran cold. Plotting against a treasure lord, not many people would dare to do this. The sudden appearance of the green feathered hand also frightened countless shivering earth corpses in this area. At this time, even the powerful earth corpses all hid in their nests without daring to come out. What was that green feathered hand? The person that was the most calm was still Li Xuangan. Although she was surprised, she still calmly inquired. "Rule, punishment, iron law of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. You can call it however you want." Li Qiye smiled, "I am an earth messenger at this moment to make transactions, so whoever violates the deal will be punished." That thing from earlier was an ancient Ming. Neophan took a cold breath and said, "He actually came from the Dragon Ming ancient dynasty in the legends. This is the ancient dynasty built by immortal Emperor Long Ming Ah. It was only a dreg of society. Within the mortal emperor world, should any ancient Ming dare to act arrogant, then kill without mercy. Li Qiye emotionlessly said. The young ones didn't dare to interject while the previous generation, like Shigandong, was aghast due to these words. They felt that Li Qiye had an unspeakable murderous intent against the ancient Ming as if they were enemies. They naturally felt that it was an impossible matter. The first clan of the ancient Ming had not appeared in the human emperor world for tens of millions of years. How could a 15-year-old boy be enemies with the ancient Ming race? The heavens last for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge, the ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back, while the younger generation, including Li Xuangan, had many questions. Li Qiye didn't answer them and continued the journey of finding more feng shui treasure earths. After crossing high mountains, Li Qiye finally chose the 3rd feng shui treasure earth and the 2nd treasure lord. This was an ancient unfathomable cave. After Li Qiye performed the transaction ceremony, waves and waves of rumbling noises arose. After a while, everyone saw 4 skeletons that carried a giant coffin out of the ancient cave. This coffin was exceedingly extravagant. It was crafted by the rare and precious heavy celestial heavenly metal. This was a finest rank metal used to craft amazing weapons. When the giant coffin came down, the thunderous sound appeared and even the grand earth trembled. An old man with a childish face and gray hair came out. Even though he was wearing a common plain cotton robe, it was untainted by even a speck of dust. It was as if he was an old immortal coming out from a painting. If his eyes weren't closed and this wasn't the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, then others would find it hard to imagine that this immortal old man ahead of them was a dead person. A little interesting, even the descendant of the multitude immortal pavilion is no exception and still wants to be reborn. Li Qiye sat on the ground and calmly said. Hearing the words, multitude immortal pavilion, the little ones were fine while the group of Neophan shuddered in bewilderment. The multitude immortal pavilion was an extremely mysterious existence and was famous along with the war god temple. However, they were a lot more low-key than the war god temple. The world rarely saw disciples of the multitude immortal pavilion, but any disciples from the pavilion were all of the heaven-defying generations. This person was a descendant of the multitude immortal pavilion. What kind of powerful and how terrifying was this existence? I'm only a mere unfilial disciple that's not worthy of the 3 words multitude immortal pavilion. Even though he was a dead person buried in this place, the old man spoke in such a nice and friendly manner, it was like a gentle spring breeze brushing by. Li Qiye smiled and took out a stem root from the heavenly ancient treasure box. It was not too long and was of a golden color that seemed as if it was made from godly organ. This crimson gold root seemed to have been eaten by insects. It had many little holes. If you came from the multitude immortal pavilion, then I don't need many words about where in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground this strand of crimson gold insect devourer is from. Li Qiye placed this item in front of him and said. The old man pondered for a moment, and he slowly took out a stone pagoda and placed it in front of him. This stone pagoda was not large and could even be described as being very rough. But then again, it was polished without edges as if it had been polished again and again. Mysterious ancient pagoda, 1 pagoda to go through the underworld, a foreign Tao mysterious treasure that's able to lock the grand Tao high above and suppress all evils below. It was polished in my hands for 80,000 years. The old man carefully said. Deal. Li Qiye immediately took the mysterious ancient pagoda and casually threw it to Shigandong as he spoke. Since you are already a guest advisor of the cleansing incense ancient sect, this will be considered as an introductory gift. As long as you are loyal, the cleansing incense ancient sect will not mistreat you. Shigandong didn't think that he would have a part with the treasures, so he quickly regained his wits and solemnly bowed towards Li Qiye. This respect came from the heart. The old man accepted the crimson gold insect devourer root and contemplated for a bit before placing another item in front. This was a mirror that had an ancient style. Its material was unknown, but the mirror was concave inward like the mouth of a fish. The moment this mirror appeared, a virtuous paragon aura rushed out. Dragonfish transformation mirror, made from dragonfish Saint Copper with 7 runes grand Tao treasure metal. Even though the 7 runes did not become words and phrases, this life treasure had followed my entire life, a virtuous paragon life treasure. The old man said. This phrase left the hearts of the young ones quivering. A virtuous paragon life treasure, so terrifying and powerful. From 7 runes Saint Copper. This life treasure was too valuable. They know, in the cleansing incense ancient sect, the first elder also had one. Chapter 164, Middle Continent's Treasures, 2. Li Chia looked into his treasure box and eventually took out a cicada shell that looked like a piece of silver. It was seemingly alive. Without a careful look, one would think that this was a silver cicada. Void Intention Silver Cicada Shell, lived in the depths of the Void Intention Valley. It is able to give you 20 more days of living. Li Chia placed the silver cicada in front of him and told the old man. The old man did not say anything and packed up the Void Intention Silver Cicada Shell. This meant that the transaction was successful. Li Chia grasped the dragonfish transformation mirror and quietly threw it to Chu Daily. Compared to the group of Nan Huiran, Chu Daily was only a disciple promoted by Li Chia later on, so his relationship with Li Chia was a bit shallow. He didn't expect to have a part of the treasure sharing. After accepting the mirror, he quickly bowed towards Li Chia. A virtuous paragon's life treasure. How precious was this? To a third-generation disciple like Chu Daily, this was something he didn't dare to think about before. There was one last transaction, so Li Chia looked at the treasures left in his box. He then took out a small bowl. This small jade bowl was sealed with a little bit of fresh blood inside, but this blood was not particularly bright and vivid. Diluted treasure blood, you should know its value. Li Chia placed this bowl of blood down and slowly said. The old man, whose eyes were always closed, suddenly opened them and revealed a bloody ray, then they were closed again. After a long silence, the old man took out an ancient flag. This ancient flag was a bit tattered and had a hole on its body. However, this flag, once surfaced, immediately emanated a sky-piercing murderous intent. It was enough to cause others to feel that they have been beheaded and that their lives have been ended. The moment this flag appeared, the group's expression turned pale. The killing intent of this flag was too strong, causing others' hearts to flutter. This was a murdering god banner of the old battlefield. I didn't think that you would have obtained it. Seeing this flag was outside of Li Chia's expectations. He then took the flag and said, "Deal." The old man put away the blood drop in the bowl and turned around to lie in the coffin. Finally, it was lifted by the skeletons back to the ancient cave. Do your best to cultivate. This flag is extremely important, don't disappoint me. Li Chia threw the murdering god banner, with its soaring killing intent, to Nan Huiran. Holding this flag, Nan Huiran couldn't help but feel incredulous. He quickly kneeled to the ground and bowed his head as he said, "Thank you, oldest brother, for considering me." Even though Li Chia gave the extremely powerful and heaven-defying murdering god banner to Nan Huiran, no one had any objections. Everyone knew that Nan Huiran was the first to swear loyalty to Li Chia and was set on following his oldest brother. To be bestowed such a sacred item was not any bit surprising. Taking advantage of the gap in transactions, Chen Baojiao had been holding back a question for a long time. She could refrain no longer and asked, "Corpse treasures that are able to prolong life, are other cultivators unable to use them?" "No, corpse treasures are only useful for the treasure lords and earth immortals." Li Chia shook his head and said, "However, corpse treasures that are able to move earth immortals are not many." For the last transaction, the group was quite nervous. Li Chia took them to the boundary of the dragon veins. Finally, Li Chia chose an absolutely towering sky-high giant mountain. Standing on top of the mountain, the whole world was within a single glance. Standing on top of such a place, the young ones couldn't help but feel astonished. This mountain was truly too majestic and could simply be called the #1 mountain. Not a dragon vein, but no lesser than a dragon vein. I will gamble this one time, ah. When Li Chia chose this feng shui treasure earth, he movingly said. Finally, Li Chia completed the transaction ceremony, and there was a person who immediately rushed out. No one saw how this person appeared. When they clearly saw this person, the younger generation group of Nan Huiran was stunned. In front of them was a woman a bit over 30 with peerless elegance. It was difficult to describe with the brush and ink. This woman's peerless elegance possessed a mature charm, making people's hearts beat faster. Li Xuangan had a supernatural beauty, and Chen Baojiao was country and city toppling, but compared to the woman in front, they were lacking a mature air. Chen Baojiao was a beauty bringing about calamities and floods with a poisonous charm, but she did not have the same maturity and sultry atmosphere like the woman ahead. If the woman's eyes weren't closed, then Nan Huiran's group wouldn't have believed that this woman before them was a dead person. The Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom's princess, the #1 beauty of immortal Emperor Yan Wu's era. With the best appearance and extreme talents, all three being at the saint level, she was enough to shock all the heroes. Although the #1 beauty title is a bit too much, it was not far off. Li Qiye looked at the woman in front and sighed with emotions. This grand beauty renowned in an era, as the Dark Crow, he had seen her once. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he could meet her again. However, a meeting after millions of years. She was already dead. The supreme beauty ahead, with her pretty features, opened her eyes and the bloody rays appeared. She then closed her eyes and didn't say anything. Li Qiye sat on the floor and the supreme beauty also sat down. Li Qiye opened his treasure box and looked at the last 3 corpse treasures. Eventually, he took out all of the 3 treasures at once and stared at the supreme beauty ahead as he slowly said, "My 3 corpse treasures, all to trade for that item of your Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom." Once Li Qiye's words came out, the supreme beauty turned around and left without a word. "I'll add another condition. Outside of the transaction, I will tell you where Chu Yuntian's burial is located." Li Qiye immediately called out. The supreme beauty's body became stiff and quickly turned around with her scary gaze, looking at Li Qiye. This bloody ray seemed as if it wanted to crucify him as she was trying to see through Li Qiye. "Don't be too emotional. A big fluctuation is not good for you. You have accumulated, little by little and through the countless moons, to save up your origin longevity. Do you hope to use it now?" Li Qiye calmly continued, "In the present time, I'm afraid that people who know about Chu Yuntian no longer exist. If I know, I will not be using words to trick you." Finally, the supreme beauty closed her eyes and slowly sat down in complete silence. "I know this item of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom is in your possession. That year, when the kingdom met its calamity, that item did not appear. The only explanation is that you took it away. I will let you know the matter of Chu Yuntian, and it will also complete your desire. Cut this thought, then maybe you can come into being with a new rebirth. Think about it carefully." Li Qiye slowly spoke. The group of Shurgondong acted like monks who were scratching their heads in complete confusion. They naturally didn't know who Chu Yuntian was and were lost about the Middle Continent's item even more. This secret was only known to Li Qiye alone. As for why Li Qiye knew so many things, they wouldn't ask any more. They were becoming accustomed to Li Qiye knowing all things. The beautiful woman contemplated for a long time and finally took out a stone box. She gently placed it on the ground, still silent. Li Qiye slowly placed his hand on the stone box, but he didn't open it. He simply sensed it and finally sighed, "The Middle Continent's treasure, ah." He placed the 3 corpse treasures in front of the supreme beauty and whispered. Li Qiye's voice was extremely soft, and only the supreme beauty could hear it. After listening, the supreme beauty's body was shaken and she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a bloody ray like the rainbow. "Don't be excited, your lifespan doesn't come easily. If you use it now, then it would be a waste of countless moons." Li Qiye gave a warning with a deep tone. Finally, the supreme beauty closed her eyes and took the 3 corpse treasures. Then, her shadow disappeared without a trace. No one could clearly see her method of departure. Li Qiye solemnly put the stone box away without saying anything. Then, he patted Luo Fenghua's shoulder and said, "When there is a chance in the future, I will give you a treasure. Biggest brother, I am already very satisfied with the soaring dragon." Even though Luo Fenghua didn't get anything in this treasure-sharing trip, Luo Fenghua was already very satisfied. The ancient intent fasting gave him a soaring dragon because of his oldest brother's face. This was already a great occasion for him. Plus, having come this far, it was all due to his oldest brother's guidance. As for Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, needless to say, they knew the right amount of propriety. Niufen didn't care too much about treasures. In fact, he had a lot of treasures. To him, Li Qiye teaching him the 18 solutions was more valuable than all of the treasures in this heaven and earth. Li Qiye decided the location. They descended from the mountain and were ready to leave the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Over there, after leaving the mountain, when they wanted to go around a corner of a valley, Li Xuangan noticed that there was a strange thing in front of the valley. She hurriedly pulled on Li Qiye's sleeve and whispered to him. Li Qiye lifted his head to look and the people in the back also followed suit. At this moment, they saw that there was a coffin slowly drifting out of the valley. In the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, to suddenly witness a flying coffin would instill the creeps into anyone. This slowly moving coffin was too strange and was completely silent. At this moment, not mentioning the younger generation, even the group of Shurgandang was frightened on the inside. Li Qiye analyzed this coffin and shivered. In his heart, his eyes became serious as he stared at the coffin leaving from the valley. He was shocked because he didn't think that he could see such a ghastly scene again. This was not his first time seeing such a scene. This coffin was very common. It was as if it was made from the most ordinary of wood. Inside this burial ground, there were many better coffins, with copper coffins, bronze coffins, and there was even godly wood coffins. This coffin in front made by the most common wood was not worth mentioning. Down, down, there are ants beneath. Su Pei meticulously found out how the coffin was moving, and she muttered. 1. Yen Wu equals hate all things chapter 165, ants moving a coffin. 1. Everyone took a second look at the bottom of the coffin, and it was just as Su Pei had said. The underside of the coffin was densely packed with ants in an orderly fashion. It was as if they were an army as they lifted the coffin out of the valley. Seeing such a strange scene of ants carrying a coffin, not mentioning the juniors like Nan Huiran, but even the ones who had seen many things in the world, like Niufun and Shurgandang, were surprised. Although this burial ground produced many strange sights because it was one of the most mysterious and strange places in the world, anyone who came in here had seen many bizarre scenes, but seeing ants carrying a coffin was the strangest thing they had ever seen, and it instilled cold chills upon them. Ancient ants moving the coffin, looking at the ants carrying the coffin, Li Qiye's eyes coagulated with a dignified appearance as he murmured. As the dark crow traversing through countless moons, inside the 9 worlds, no matter whether it was a burial ground or ancient earth or even the mysterious ferocious earth, he had passed through all of them. In the past millions of years, what kind of things had he not seen before? Ancient ants moving a coffin, he had seen this once before. He didn't think that he would see it again in this life. Is it a corpse in the coffin? Is it a treasure lord or an earth immortal? Chen Baojiao, seeing this aberrant scene, asked. Perhaps it is a treasure, not a corpse, not a treasure lord or earth immortal. The little brat, Nan Huiran, became greedy again as his gaze brightened up towards the coffin. Oldest brother, why don't we open it and see? Luo Fenghua was one of the more impulsive one within the younger generation, and hearing Nan Huiran's words, he added. That is not okay. Su Pei, with her big round eyes staring at the coffin, said with a scared expression, this thing is so odd, what if it is an ominous matter? Nan Huiran did not give up and laughed out loud, what is there to be afraid of? Oldest brother is here. Meet God, slay God, meet Buddha, slay Buddha, let alone a coffin. Of course, the older generation like Shurgandang did not join the commotion. Li Qiye finally withdrew his gaze from the coffin carried by ants. With one hand, he slapped Nan Huiran's neck and said, if you want to die, I will throw you over there. Even if you are invincible, at the forbidden burial grounds and ancient earths, there are many things that are taboo existences. Being scolded by Li Qiye, Nan Huiran wryly laughed and quickly shrunk down to his neck. At this point, the ants carrying the coffin headed towards the deepest part of the burial ground. Speaking of strange matters, when these ants were busily carrying the coffin, all of the earth corpses nearby immediately retreated. Even the ones hidden underground ran far away from this coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath from being surprised. Even earth corpses are avoiding it, what on earth is inside that coffin? Li Xuangan murmured. This was not a question for all of them, but more for Li Qiye. Li Qiye stared at the coffin heading towards the deepest part of the burial ground and didn't say anything, nor did he take any action. Seeing Li Qiye's countenance, Li Xuangan knew that this was a serious matter. Seeing the coffin disappear from everyone's eyes, the always silent Tu Buyu quietly whispered, should we go take a look? No, Li Qiye finally shook his head and said, there are many unprovocable things. Even for an invincible existence, messing with a taboo matter would still end with their death. We're going. The transaction is finished, we cannot stay here any longer. In the end, Li Qiye, once again, knocked on his gong and took everyone outside. The group of Li Qiye arrived fairly early to ancient Sky City. After they went inside, the city was even more lively, and there were even more cultivators from the grand sects and powerful nations visiting the city. Especially the ones located in the Grand Middle Territory, they were the ones with houses close to the lake to enjoy the light of the moon. Many older generation cultivators also brought along their juniors to the city so that these young ones could experience the world and open their eyes. In the end, any disciple with potential would eventually face an existence like the 12 burial grounds. Within the young geniuses coming to ancient Sky City, there were a few that garnered special attention from everyone. For example, Tao Child Shing Tian of the Heavenly God sect was one of them. The Heavenly God sect of 30,000 years ago was only a grand sect that was barely a first-level existence. However, when their ancestor led his troops to destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom and defeated the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, that was of immortal emperor's lineage, it caused the sect to be in decline ever since. Because of this, the Heavenly God sect, within the last 30,000 years, was in the limelight, especially during the difficult Tao era. Existences like the Heavenly God sect's ancestor were always dreaded by others. Even the old undyings of immortal emperors' lineages had to be wary of him. Tao Child Shing Tian arrived at ancient Sky City with many experts from the Heavenly God sect along with more than 10 royal nobles from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. They were like the celestials worshipping the moon. The aura of the royal nobles undulated as they rode the dragon horses next to their chariots and flying pavilions. And Tao Child Shing Tian amongst them seemed like a crown prince, protected by his followers. Such ostentation left many cultivators in ancient Sky City to change their expressions. One had to know that during the difficult Tao era, countless geniuses stopped at the royal noble realm. Without passing the fate adversity, they would never be able to step inside the enlightened being realm. Even though the difficult Tao era was over, for royal nobles to surpass their fate adversity was easier said than done. So in this era, as long as the undyings who were suppressing their blood force don't come into being, it was an era ruled by enlightened beings and dominated by royal nobles. To many sects, in the contemporary era, just having one royal noble was not easy. To have an enlightened being was like coming across a treasure of the gods. Today, Tao Child Shing Tian, a younger generation yet being escorted by so many royal nobles. This was indicative of his status and was enough for him to shine dazzlingly. The Heavenly Jewel Kingdom is great and is developing continuously. As long as their ancestor is alive, only more royal nobles will join the kingdom, not less. Seeing such a pompous scene, many experts sighed in envy, as well as jealousy. The rise of the Heavenly God sect was as clear as day to all of the sects in the Grand Middle Territory. Defeating the Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom that had stood strong for millions of years and gained countless treasures, this was a matter that incited greed out of many people, but as long as their ancestor was alive, no one dared to have any strange thoughts about the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly Jewel Ancient Kingdom is developing non-stop. I'm afraid it will be the strongest of this era. In one generation, there is the Heavenly Jewel Mortal King, one of the two heroes of the Grand Middle Territory. Now, Tao Child Shing Tian is a rare genius of the territory. They already have capable descendants, how could they not rise? One expert of the last generation lamented because of this. Tao Child Shing Tian with his followers, along with the experts of the Heavenly God sect, powerfully entered the city, attracting much astonishment and jealousy. A peerless genius within the contemporary geniuses. I'm afraid not many people could compare with Tao Child Shing Tian. Some princesses and saintesses of a few sacred grounds and sects lamented, and there were quite a few who were charmed by him. Peerless genius. A demon monarch coldly snorted, he didn't like Tao Child Shing Tian. He spoke with an unfriendly manner, only a dog of a mourning family. Eighth brother serpent, what are you saying about this matter? A friend of his, another demon monarch, curiously asked. This demon monarch looked at Tao Child Shing Tian being worshipped by the celestials and spat, then he contemptuously replied, that year at the evil-infested ridge, if Heavenly Prince Qing Xian didn't save him, he would have died already. Eighth brother serpent had followed the old turtle monarch of the flying dragon lake to the evil-infested ridge, you must have had a great harvest. I heard that there was a heaven-frightening event that happened there, and many sects were completely annihilated. Could eighth brother serpent talk about this a bit more? A friend was interested and asked. When the evil-infested ridge opened, many sects were completely destroyed, and it brought a great wave across the Grand Middle Territory. But right after, to everyone's surprise, everything suddenly calmed down without a trace. Greed makes people perish. That day, after entering the evil-infested ridge, there was a legend about the treasure of the gods, and it was found by the cleansing incense ancient sects Lichia. This demon monarch was still astonished as he bought this matter back up. Treasure of the gods. Hearing about such a thing caused the friend's eyes to become reddened. The so-called treasure of the gods was only a life-stealing talisman. At that time, many sects like the Heavenly God sect and the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom all yearned for the treasure, and they forced the cleansing incense ancient sects Lichia to hand the treasure of the gods over. Even though it was a long time ago, this demon monarch's spine still felt the chill as he continued. When the treasure was opened, it released a devil that annihilated everyone who wanted to steal the treasure. At that moment, if Heavenly Prince Qin Xian didn't use an emperor's possession to escape and also save the little brat, Sheng Tian, would he be acting like this today? When it came to this matter, this demon monarch became fearful just thinking about it. If he didn't follow the old turtle monarch to quickly escape, then he might have died in the evil-infested ridge as well. No wonder why this trip to the evil-infested ridge had so many experts of sects dying completely. Such a grand matter, yet it was kept quiet. So it was someone wanted to hide their own humiliation. An expert murmured after hearing this information. As the saying goes, good things didn't leave the door while bad things will spread for 1,000 miles. The event at the evil-infested ridge quickly passed throughout the city. Dao Child Sheng Tian, with his boundless fame, immediately turned ugly once he heard this news. This was detrimental to his power and prestige, a true humiliation. Chapter 166, Ents Moving a Coffin, 2, Little Animal, the cleansing incense ancient sect won't be jumping for many more days. This thing doesn't know life from death, only a declining cleansing incense ancient sect, yet still dares to be enemies with my Heavenly God sect along with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Sooner or later, the cleansing incense ancient sect will become a faint speck of dust in history. In ancient Sky City at a congregation of young geniuses, when someone brought up that Lichia was also here, Dao Child Sheng Tian coldly snorted and contemptuously said without a care. Hearing this, many people shivered and glanced at each other. At this moment, they understood the implication of his words and the warning that the Heavenly God sect and the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom were now allies. When such a monstrous monster was brought up, any sects and experts would both shudder in fear. Without seeking death, it will not die. Why did a declining cleansing incense ancient sect mess with a monster like the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom? After listening to Dao Child Sheng Tian, a young genius lamented. Dao Child Sheng Tian's visit to ancient Sky City left many youngsters envious and jealous. However, even if they were jealous, they couldn't do anything about it. During the current times within the Grand Middle Territory, there weren't that many young people that could compare to Dao Child Sheng Tian. However, a different young genius had just arrived, so the light on top of Dao Child Sheng Tian became slightly fainter. Saint Child Baozhu has arrived. This message came from the city. Even though very few people actually saw him, it quickly resonated. Saint Child Baozhu is here. Someone with inside information emotionally murmured, Saint Child Baozhu is a grand completion sacred mountain physique. His arrival. Does this mean that an ancestor with a grand completion saint physique wants to be buried in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground? What? A grand completion sacred mountain physique. The sacred mountain physique is one of the 24 king physiques. Hearing this information, one cultivator's mind was shaken while some others had to take deep breaths. A natural-born king physique and a grand completion king physique were two entirely different matters. Natural-born king physique, this meant that one had the chance to cultivate a king physique to completion. However, without a suitable physique law, even a natural-born king physique wouldn't necessarily be able to reach the grand completion of the king physique. A grand completion king physique was a very frightening thing to cultivators. Once a physique reached grand completion, to a large extent, cultivation no longer mattered. Normally when a grand completion king physique cultivator came out, no one would care whether he was a royal noble or an enlightened being. A grand completion king physique was sufficient as a deterrence to others. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School, truly unfathomable. They are worthy of being named the heritage with the most physique laws in the Grand Middle Territory. An older cultivator enviously exclaimed. Fate merits, longevity laws, and technique forms all could be created. For example, enlightened beings, ancient saints, heavenly sovereign, and heavenly kings could create their own fate merit, longevity law, and technique form. However, not everyone could create physique laws without a prior precedence. If one was not a natural-born king physique, even if they searched for millions of years, they would still not be able to create a king physique law. Without the same physique, one could not understand its physique law. There were countless geniuses who started with a mortal physique and tried to create a sciention physique law or king physique law, but very few were actually successful. So, to any sects or heritages, the value of physique laws were much higher than fate merits and longevity laws. Saint Child Baoju is the descendant of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. He is a very low-key person even though he is a natural-born king physique and, at the moment, is a grand completion king physique. A cultivator from the Jade Valley country knew the situation and said in a low voice. A natural-born king physique, and is now a grand completion king physique. This is a step-by-step prelude to becoming a grand completion saint physique. A cultivator breathed in cold air after hearing this news. A grand completion saint physique was frightening and could be said to be invincible. Other sects and heritages wanting a grand completion saint physique was absolutely not easy, and it was harder than reaching the heavens. However, the Jewel Pillar Sacred School was different. Referred to as the school with the most physique laws in the Grand Middle Territory, they had created several characters with grand completion saint physiques, in the past, who were invincible in the 9 worlds and 10 earths, very intimidating. Even immortal emperors' lineages and ancient kingdoms could not produce more grand completion saint physiques than the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Such a message caused many grand and ancient sects in the Grand Middle Territory to shiver on the inside. If it could produce another grand completion saint physique in this generation, then this was a chance for them to reach for the invincible immortal physique or shoulder the heavens will and become a generation of an immortal emperor. The appearance of the underworld river along with the underworld boat signaled a sky-shattering event, causing all of the sects inside the Grand Middle Territory and even the ones in the Eastern 100 Cities, the Southern Chained Earth, the Western Desolate Wasteland, and the Great North Sea to depart towards the Grand Middle Territory. To many sects and nations in the Eastern 100 Cities and Southern Chained Earth, traveling across a territory was an extremely difficult thing and required a large amount of refined jades to open the Tao Gateway. Ordinary sects could not afford such an expense, which was why any sects that could go to ancient Sky City were extraordinary existences with absolutely powerful strength. In the last few days, cultivators from the Eastern 100 Cities and Southern Chained Earth began to appear in ancient Sky City. There was even the immortal ghost race along with the blood race, that were usually hard to find in the mortal emperor world, appearing in the city. However, even with the grand sects and powerful nations from these external forces present, the Grand Middle Territory's cultivators still had the hometown advantage. For now, the powers within the Grand Middle Territory still controlled the whole situation. At this moment, countless grand sects and powerful nations and even immortal emperors' lineages were calculating the underworld boat's arrival time, especially the ones that had predecessors who wished to be buried inside the boat. They were especially meticulous. Meanwhile, inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, Li Chie's group climbed the mountains and traversed the rivers under Li Chie's accurate directions to finally leave the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Outside of the burial ground, Li Chie immediately took off the ragged clothing on his body, including the frightened corpse gong, and placed them inside the heavenly ancient treasure chest. Then, he garnered all of his strength and threw the treasure chest into the burial ground. The treasure chest was like a shooting star across the sky and it disappeared into thin air. Li Chie's action stunned everyone, including Li Shuangyan's group. Big brother, it's a treasure. With this thing, aren't we free to move in and out of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground? Why throw it away? Nad Huiran was flabbergasted and couldn't help but to shout. If there weren't earth corpses walking around, he would have rushed in to find it. Heavenly ancient earth messenger, heavenly ancient corpse treasure, heavenly ancient frightened corpse gong. Only when you are the earth messenger would you have their effects. Li Chie looked at him once and freely said, this group of treasures coming from the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. With this sealed treasure chest, as long as you understand the rules and the ceremony of the transaction, even if you aren't an earth corpse, you would still be able to become a heavenly ancient earth messenger. Heavenly ancient earth messenger is assumed by earth corpses, not cultivators. Hearing this, the group of Chu daily got the creeps, especially Su Pei. As a young girl, she also got the shivers. Of course not. Li Chie said, to the earth corpses, if they had the opportunity to become free again and escape the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, at that time, they would either become a treasure lord or an earth immortal, or they would truly rest in peace at this place, no longer being an earth corpse. Every generation, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground will release some kits for heavenly ancient earth messengers. Earth corpses with fortune would obtain them and have the chance to trade for their freedom. Whether they could trade for their freedom in the end, this depends on their transactions. The transaction is very simple, either find a treasure lord or an earth immortal. However, whether it is a treasure lord or earth immortal, once the transaction begins, only 3 trades are permitted at most for each person. During the transaction process, whenever it is unsuccessful, both sides will immediately stop. Even if both are still only in the first round of transactions, they still must stop immediately. Therefore, both sides taking out their corpse treasures or regular treasures require some wisdom. At this point, Li Qie pointed at his head. Then he smilingly continued, if you are a capable gambler, then go to an earth immortal. Maybe with just one transaction, it will be heavenly frightening. However, many earth immortals don't care for corpse treasures. This means that you have a great chance for the transaction to fail, and this would completely waste the heavenly ancient earth messengers kit. Earth immortals' treasures from the transactions can allow for freedom. Li Xuangan asked in surprise. Li Qie shook his head and said, not necessarily, it depends on what items you traded for. As long as it is heaven-shaking enough, then it really has the potential to trade for freedom. Oldest brother, from the past till now, were there earth corpses that traded successfully? Chu Daily couldn't help but ask. This question left Li Qie's eyes in a deep ponder. In the end, he didn't answer this matter. Haha, big brother, even though we were finished with the trades, but this heavenly ancient earth messengers kit. Good or bad, it is still a treasure. How could you throw it away? Nan Huiran was still greedy and asked while laughing. Li Qie glared at him and lightly said, these items do not belong to the outside world. If the kit was still sealed, then it would be easy to deal with. But if it was opened, whether you are finished with the transaction or not, or if there are still corpse treasures left over, if you take it out of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, then be careful of an ominous event taking place. How ominous? Even the quiet Zhang Yu asked. Possessed by ghost. Speaking of no good, you will become crazy and rush into the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. These items do not belong to the outside world. Once opened, this is equivalent to accepting the laws of the burial ground. If you want to take it outside, then that would be provoking the ominous. Li Qie answered with a smile. Possessed by ghost, hearing this, the younger generation couldn't help but to change their expressions. Even Niufen took a look around. These words of Li Qie didn't seem to be a joke. So, even if there were cultivators who had picked up the heavenly ancient earth messengers kits before, how could they know how to use them? Why do you know the rules and the ceremony of the transaction? Seeing the Li Qie who was even younger than her in front, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to ask this question. Calculated with my fingers. Li Qie replied with a smile. Chen Baojiao naturally was not satisfied with such an answer, but she could only grumpily glare at Li Qie once. Chapter 167, Saint Child Baozhu, 1. Leaving the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, the younger generation took a deep breath of relief. At this moment, they felt like birds flying freely in the sky. They then went home to ancient Sky City. However, as they were leaving, they met a person wandering under the mountains. This person, who was hovering outside of the burial ground, had the impulse to go in. However, he then thought about it again carefully and wandered outside instead, not daring to go in. This person's eyes became serious after seeing the group of Li Qie coming out of the mountain. Especially after seeing Chen Baojiao, his expression sank. He took a step forward and suddenly blocked the path of Li Qie's party. This person blocking the front felt as if Mt Tai was towering right before them. With a majestic height, it rendered others unable to climb past and caused others to look upward, making breathing difficult. At this point, the group clearly saw the appearance of this person blocking the way. It was a young man older than 20 years of age. With a tiger-like forehead and cold eyes, he had a firm and resolute presence. Even though his stature was not especially big, it gave others a feeling of admiration like observing a tall mountain. It was as if he was particularly huge, causing others to uncontrollably look up at him. The young man ahead was dressed in black with normal energy and an invisible godly aura, but he still resembled a godly mountain across the sky, separating the heaven from the earth. Regardless of where he stood, he would still be an untouchable giant mountain. Even when his unimposing presence remained, it was suffocating to others. Firm and resolute, this young man ahead of them in black clothing seemed like an incarnation of an immovable godly mountain. Oldest brother, seeing this young man before them, Li Qie didn't say anything. However, Chen Baojiao, who was next to his side, focused her eyes and darkened her expression. She stared at this young man ahead and coldly said, "Oldest brother is here to hunt me for the sect." This is not the case. The resolute young man with an aura that dominated everyone shook his head and said, "Little sister, you are taking the wrong step, and this is a mistake for life. The school did not mistreat you, and His Highness even viewed you as his own daughter. Even though I am not here to capture you, but as the descendant of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, I still wanted to advise you with a sentence: turn back and you will see the shore. There will be opportunities to make up everything." Saint Child said too much. "My young miss is a disciple of the Chen clan. At the Chen clan, she had destroyed her Dao foundation and gave everything back to the Chen clan before she left. At this moment, she especially does not have any connections with the Jewel Pillar Sacred School and the Jade Valley country." Shi Gandong stood in front of Chen Baojiao and said with a deep voice. At this time, his enlightened being aura shot towards the sky and had the inclination to fight a battle. Even though Shi Gandong was an enlightened being of a generation, he did not dare to underestimate the young man in front of him. Saint Child Baozhu. Hearing this title, Nan Huiran's group knew the background of this youth. Especially Nan Huiran, who was always outside, his heart couldn't help but shake. In the legends, Saint Child Baozhu was a grand completion king physique. "Grandpa, sure, I have no intention of making life difficult for you. However, I hope that you will dissuade little sister Chen with some words." Saint Child Baozhu said with a deep tone. "I am not a disciple of the Chen clan and definitely not a disciple of the Jade Pillar Sacred School and Jade Valley country. Because we used to be in the same sect once, I still called you oldest brother. If oldest brother is here to convince me, you should just go back." At this point, the younger generation couldn't chime in. They could only wait to see the situation develop and wait for Li Qie's command. "Little sister, you are corrupting yourself and hurting the school's reputation." Saint Child Baozhu swept across the group of Li Qie once and didn't put them into his eyes. Then, he said, "Today, the cleansing incense ancient sect is but a third-rate small sect, it is not enough to protect you." Less pesky words. At this moment, Li Qie became impatient and waved his hand. It was as if he was chasing away a fly, and he said, "A good dog does not block the road. This master is in a hurry to return home and embrace beautiful women, okay? Quickly scram to the side for me." Li Qie's words left Saint Child Baozhu with a sunken expression. He overlooked Li Qie with eyes that resembled godly lanterns and a voice as heavy as iron. "You are Li Qie, right? Daring to bluster. I want to see whether you have some capabilities." After the words came out, his big hand descended down from the sky. Saint Child Baozhu's move did not have any mysterious merit laws nor murderous techniques. It was a simple hand descending down like a mountain from the heaven, capable of suppressing gods and devils. A grand completion king physique, the sacred mountain physique, one hand with the power of 1,000,000 jin. To him, his physique was powerful enough for him to not activate any merit laws and borrow life treasure's power to slay the enemy. Shi Gandong's expression darkened after seeing the sudden move from Saint Child Baozhu. He wanted to take action, but Li Qie coldly sneered and reached out with one hand. He held it like an axe and directly chopped down a head. Li Qie's move also didn't have any technique nor merit laws. He directly used his flesh, plain and simple. Li Qie's action changed Shi Gandong's expression. Saint Child Baozhu was a grand completion king physique, and Li Qie was competing with him in physiques. This was seeking death, right? As for Saint Child Baozhu, seeing Li Qie's incoming hand, he coldly sneered. He had complete confidence in his physique. In his perspective, Li Qie was seeking his own death. As long as his big hand was rolling forward, not only would it be able to break Li Qie's hand, but it would also easily grind him into meat paste. Bang! A loud boom exploded and both of them were shaken from the hit. Saint Child Baozhu's expression greatly changed. A boom sounded as he took one step back on the earth, and the earth beneath his foot immediately shattered. Under this strike, Li Qie's body was also shaking. His foot treaded heavily on the earth and a loud boom resounded as the earth was destroyed, causing the group of Li Xuangan to lose their colors and immediately retreat to the back. In the blink of an eye, bang, bang, bang resonated as the mountain behind them actually ruptured. Li Qiye destroying the mountain with 1 foot and Saint Child Baozhu breaking the earth with 1 step shocked everyone. This was a battle of physiques, it had nothing to do with merit laws and cultivation. Still, the biggest storm in one's heart belonged to Saint Child Baozhu. He had absolute confidence in his sacred mountain physique. Looking across the world, to be able to compete with his grand completion king physique. There were not many. However, this little demon's mortal physique was able to compete with him. This was hard to imagine. He couldn't understand how a mortal physique was able to compete with his grand completion king physique. Saint Child Baozhu, at such a young age, was a grand completion king physique. This was a great matter, however, he was underestimating Li Qiye too much. Even though Li Qiye was a mortal physique, he cultivated the supreme hell-suppressing godly physique. His physique law was also the #1 physique law out of all the physique laws. Even an immortal emperor creating an immortal physique law would still be eclipsed. Today, Li Qiye had some accomplishments with his hell-suppressing godly physique. It was not surprising to fight against a grand completion king physique. If this wasn't the case, then the physique scripture would not be worthy of being one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. Only a grand completion king physique, there is nothing great about it. Li Qiye looked at Saint Child Baozhu and calmly said, "Wait until the day when you are a grand completion saint physique. Then you can come before me with a little posturing." Saint Child Baozhu's eyes became serious and they shined like godly lanterns. He stared at Li Qiye and was moved with amazement. Finally, he slowly spoke, "I didn't know that the cleansing incense ancient sect still had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Today, I was mistaken. The mountains do not move yet the rivers continue to flow. There is still time, we will meet again one day." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. Even though Saint Child Baozhu was arrogant, he was also a clever man and was not proudly blind enough to consider himself to be invincible in this world. Under this one strike, he noticed that even a grand completion king physique didn't have any advantage, so he was determined to leave and not become entangled. This was also the intelligence of Saint Child Baozhu. Regarding natural talents and cultivation, he was absolutely not weaker than geniuses like Dao Child Xingtian, but his fame was a lot smaller than Dao Child Xingtian because he had always kept a low profile, he knew when to advance and when to retreat. Actually a little bit smart. Li Qiye was calm and carefree when he looked at the shadow of Saint Child Baozhu leaving. He opened a smile and said, "But I do not know whether he can swallow this anger." As they were taught the supreme immortal physique laws by Li Qiye, Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao were calm without any surprise regarding this matter. Li Qiye being able to teach them supreme immortal physique laws. The level of physique he was practicing was obvious. However, the group of Shigandang and Tu Buyu was extremely shocked, especially Shigandang. He came from the Qin clan, and he understood the meaning of a grand completion king physique. Yet, today, Li Qiye's mortal physique competed against Saint Child Baozhu. How heaven-defying was this? Haha, when oldest brother mobilizes, he is invincible in this world. What is the big deal about a grand completion king physique? Was it not suppressed by oldest brother's mortal physique? Oldest brother's mortal physique is #1 in the 9 worlds. Nan Huiran flattered with a smile. Even though Nan Huiran looked a bit exaggerated, this did not affect the younger generation's admiration towards Li Qiye. At this moment, the eyes of the young group of Luo Fenghua were bright with worship as they stared at Li Qiye. In their minds, oldest brother was unbeatable. A grand completion king physique was essentially nothing. Their worship towards Li Qiye was approaching the point of blindness. Less patting the horse's ass here. Li Qiye smilingly scolded and slapped the laughing Nan Huiran's back of the neck. When they returned to ancient Sky City, it was even more packed and bustling compared to when they left. Even a few cultivations from the eastern 100 cities and the southern chained earth could be seen. Returning to the 9 St. Demon Gates courtyard, the group of Nan Huiran loudly cheered while the group of Tu Buyu took a sigh of relief. Going into the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground was like taking a trip through the gates of hell. Even with Li Qiye's strategy, they were still scared and on edge. After they returned, there were no big characters arriving at the 9 St. Demon Gate. The group of Tu Buyu was completely busy, especially Tu Buyu and Shigandang with their treasures. They were busy with figuring them out. Qin Baojiao was now serving Li Qiye as he was settling down. Chen Baojiao, once the proud daughter of the heavens and a stunning beauty that affected all living beings, was now a maid by Li Qiye's side with peace of mind. Chapter 168, Saint Child Baozhu, 2. After Li Qiye was comfortable after being settled, Li Xuangan, from outside, brought back a message to Li Qiye. The gate sent news. They have prepared the items you need, and the elders will bring them here in 2 days. Good, I am planning to go to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground one more time. Li Qiye nodded and slowly said, We're going into the burial ground again. Chen Baojiao, who was tidying up items for Li Qiye, suddenly became moved after hearing this. Go. Why wouldn't we go? Li Qiye was all smiles as he said, burying the dead for the war god temple, this is simply just a business. The good items in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground aren't things that you guys can imagine. Since it is hard to deal with earth immortals, we should trick a few good things from them. Hearing Li Qiye's words, the two great beauties, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, couldn't help but to glance at each other. Tricking treasures from earth immortals. Only very few people could do this. How is it at the war god temple? Li Qiye casually asked. Li Xuangan shook her head and said, I don't know the exact details. Master sent a message that he was together with the war god temple's elders. However, I heard that the war god temple will not preemptively move their ancestor, and they will wait a few days before the underworld boat actually appears before coming here. It seems like the old man of the war god temple is really about to go under. With pathetically low amount of remaining life force, he cannot easily move the Era blood stone. Li Qiye understood the meaning behind the actions of the war god temple this time. The powerful heaven-defying generation that were not willing to die would use a large amount of longevity medicine to prolong their lifespan. The moment when these drugs lose their effects, they would suppress their blood force and halt their life. However, this was not an easy matter, and it required a large amount of Era blood stones to cover them. The longer the time, the more Era blood stones were required, as well as more precious Era blood stones. Thus, to suppress the blood force and halt one's life, not everyone could afford to do this. There is still some time before the appearance of the underworld boat. We will take a little break first before entering the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground again. And after this matter is finished, we will bury the old men from the war god temple. Finally, Li Qiye nonchalantly declared. Even though Li Qiye said to take a break for a bit, in actuality, he was not free for even a second. While staying in the courtyard, he continued on with his harsh cultivation. Li Qiye sat in the room and moved his life wheel while his fate palace opened with his true fate emerged. At this time, the true fate inside Li Qiye's fate palace was surrounded with chains of universal laws that were as thin as silk. Even though they were fine as silk, each of these universal law silks were rattling like iron chains. At this point, the Kunpeng of the Kunpeng 6 variants was suspended above the true fate. The world's essence poured down like a waterfall and cleansed Li Qiye's true fate. When the world's essence was refined by the true fate, it turned into the universal laws that hovered outside his body and they intertwined into one place. At this time, Li Qiye was in the heaven's mandate realm, and within this amount of time, he borrowed the godly power of the revolving crescent sun merit law along with the Kunpeng 6 variants to break through 2 levels in one breath. At the heaven's mandate realm, there were 4 levels. From low to high, they are 1 offering true fate, 2 true understanding searching, 3 turning mysterious truths, 4 transforming Tao law. For cultivators, the heaven's mandate realm meant a time where the true fate was crazily refined. This was done in order to create a foundation for the future when the true fate would be refined into the primordial soul. Li Qiye was currently absorbing the world's essence with his endlessly rotating life wheel as the yin-yang sea of blood washed. The life wheel with the undulating yin moon and yang Sunday drop after drop of longevity blood fell down into the life wheel and were refined, allowing the true fate to become stronger and bigger. Boom! Some time later, the Kunpeng poured down an endless amount of world's essence. At this moment, the true fate quaked and, in the blink of an eye, the true fate spewed out a blindingly bright magical light. Suddenly, the Kunpeng disappeared and turned into one magical rune after another, and the true fate activated these magical runes while clanking sounds rang about. All of the universal laws interwove into a Tao paper, and the magical runes stemming from the Kunpeng 6 variants below the true fate engraved a seal on top of the Tao paper. Clang, just like the sound of a great bell. The moment when the last magical rune fell down onto the Tao paper, in a flash, a complete Kunpeng's 6 variants was formed along with a true fate's seal. The formation of a true fate's seal signified that all of the profound truths were refined inside the true fate. At this second, universal laws were no longer universal laws, they became a part of the true fate. Then, the true fate's seal flew out and disappeared from inside the true fate like being buried in quicksand. In this moment, the true fate exuded a rolling magical light. Momentarily, the true fate was lifted up and it absorbed all of the spirit energy in one breath. Suddenly, the spring of life, the tree of life, the cauldron of life, all of the energy of life, the fire of life, and the water of life continuously flew without pause into the true fate, the tyrant of the entire fate palace. In addition, the fire inside the cauldron of life was burning all the way to the sky while the spring of life was flowing endlessly. At this time, Li Qiye's body shook and suddenly regained his wits. He was happy since he finally broke through to the Heaven's Mandate 3rd level, turning mysterious truths and stepped into the transforming Dao Law level. As long as his transforming Dao Law reached grand perfection, it would be the first step into the warrior canopy realm. In reality, Li Qiye was not the only one practicing hard. Even the younger generation like Nan Huiran and Chu Daily didn't go out. They stayed behind in the courtyard for a harsh cultivation session. The one practicing the craziest and most diligently was Chen Baojiao. She courageously and stubbornly pushed forward with an unmatchable momentum. Regarding Chen Baojiao's will to cultivate, anyone would click their tongues in amazement and tingle in cold chill in admiration for her craziness. No one would have thought that a country-toppling beauty like Chen Baojiao would cultivate in such a dangerous manner. However, Chen Baojiao's efforts were rewarded. Even though she destroyed her Dao foundation to start it over from scratch, her cultivation speed was faster compared to anyone else, and she could easily break the record of any genius. Li Qiye originally wanted to reach the warrior canopy realm, but because of Elder Yun's arrival, he had to stop his cultivation. Elder Yun is here, and he brought along all of the items you needed. Li Xuangan immediately brought the message of Elder Yun's arrival to Li Qiye. Hearing the message, Li Qiye immediately stopped cultivating and went to meet Elder Yun. Young noble Li, His Highness made me bring all of the items you needed here for you. Seeing Li Qiye, Elder Yun could be said to be very courteous, and he told Li Qiye. Elder Yun was the 9 Saint Demon Gate's first elder. That year, when Li Qiye went to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he was the one who was kicked flying away by the stone statue. Elder Yun, as the 9 Saint Demon Gate's first elder, was a 7 celestial enlightened being, and he could even push the limit to become an 8 celestial enlightened being. He had a very high ranking regardless of whether he was in the 9 Saint Demon Gate or Old Ox Country, he was a prominent character. But today, this Elder Yun of the 7 celestial enlightened being level was very respectful and polite towards Li Qiye. Elder Yun handed a universal pouch to Li Qiye. After opening it and finding that all of the items wanted by him were there and nothing was short, Li Qiye couldn't help but praise, the 9 Saint Demon Gate's strength is indeed not ordinary, you are even able to find such rare medicinal herbs. Elder Yun busily smiled. The truth was that in order to obtain these medicinal herbs, the 9 Saint Demon Gate had to expend an abnormal sum. Humph, you're only a little brat. What outstanding virtues does he have to be worshipped like this by the 9 Saint Demon Gate? At this time, a very raspy voice sounded along with the footsteps of one man followed by a young man. Li Qiye looked up and saw that it was an old man who wore treasure-like clothing that had a mysterious crown along with a blood energy that resembled a rainbow. One step forward was accompanied by continuous thunders like the moving of mountains. He, step by step, moved forward and the grand earth gave way, giving the feeling that each of his steps was traversing an entire world. This old man's entire body was exerting and devouring refined energy, and faintly, there were 8 stars floating up and down around him. The young man behind the old man was Leng Qingfeng. At this moment, Leng Qingfeng seemed deferential. Seeing the old man coming in, Elder Yun changed his expression and even Li Xuangan, standing next to Li Qiye, sank her expression. Uncle Lei, you came as well. Elder Yun quickly went forward to greet. He didn't think that a supreme elder of the sect would also come as well. At the same time, he could smell a whiff of unfortunate information. Lei Shi was one of the few supreme elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, a very heaven-defying ancient saint. To the current world that had experienced the difficult Tao era, an ancient saint was very unfathomable. They were able to create clouds with one swing of the hand and start the rain with one turn of the palm. This is related to the rise and fall of my 9 Saint Demon Gate, how could I not come here personally? If such a grand matter was lost in the hands of a little child, where will my 9 Saint Demon Gate's face be placed at? The old man coldly spoke. From beginning to end, he didn't glance at Li Qiye once. In his eyes, Li Qiye, a junior of this level, was not enough to reach the apex. When seeing him, Li Qiye must be respectful. Elder Yun did not know what to say. As the first elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he naturally knew one of the reasons clearly. Lei Shi was not only a supreme elder, but also the grandmaster of Leng Qingfeng. Demon King Luan Ri was fond of Li Qiye, and he even left Li Xuangan to stay by Li Qiye's side. This was opposed by a few elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, especially the first branch of Supreme Elder Lei Shi. Lei Shi had wanted for Leng Qingfeng to marry Li Xuangan, and he even proposed this marriage to Demon King Luan Ri. In Lei Shi's view, Leng Qingfeng was the oldest brother of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and he was also the favorite successor of his. And Li Xuangan was a genius disciple and the future successor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. The two of them becoming Dao companions, nothing could be better. However, Lei Shi's marriage proposal was refused on the spot by Demon King Luan Ri, and Li Xuangan herself did not agree to this marriage. Later, Demon King Luan Ri then wanted to leave Li Xuangan at the cleansing incense ancient sect. How could Lei Shi not be strongly opposed to this matter? It was even more needless to say that he did not view Li Qiye favorably. Lei Shi was identified as a supreme elder and an ancient saint. It could be said that he considered himself to be high above, and he essentially didn't place a junior like Li Qiye in his eyes. He didn't glimpse at Li Qiye at all from start to finish. However, Li Qiye was even more unbridled and didn't even lift up his eyelids at all. He was too lazy to even give Lei Shi a glance. Chapter 169, Ancient Street, 1. Seeing Li Qiye sitting calmly on the chair, Lei Shi's expression couldn't help but become cold. While looking down on Li Qiye, he chillingly said, "His Majesty is becoming more careless." Such a great matter, yet he left it to a junior not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth in charge. Only a declining cleansing incense ancient sect, what kind of power would a junior have to change the tides? At this moment, Li Qiye finally batted his eyelids and slowly said, "Who do you think you are, anyway? Running up in front of me and pointing your finger. If you are not convinced, then go talk to the old men of the War God Temple and accept this deal. I, your uncle, will not grab this deal from you. If you don't have the ability to accept the deal, then don't be clowning around in front of your uncle. If you don't have this ability, then quickly scram for your uncle." 1. Ignorant junior. Li Qiye's words immediately made Lei Shi's expression to be extremely difficult to look at. He had angry eyes and was overflowing with saint power. His eyes shot out cold brilliances with a devouring momentum that aimed for people. This truly frightened Elder Yun, and he quickly tried to mediate. He pulled back Lei Shi, who wanted to explode, and said, "Uncle, you are a benevolent great character. Young Noble Li is a red-blooded young man, and he speaks rashly. Elder Yun, what is a red-blooded young man? Only a small character from the cleansing incense ancient sect, yet he still dares to open his mouth and shame a supreme elder of our 9 Saint Demon Gate. This is not holding our 9 Saint Demon Gate in his eyes," Leng Qingfeng coldly said while standing to the side. He was instigating a conflict. With his grandmaster as his backing, Leng Qingfeng had more confidence while speaking to Elder Yun. "What the hell are you?" Li Qiye interrupted Leng Qingfeng and coldly glared at him as he said, "If you are not satisfied, then go talk to Demon King Luan Ri. Don't be farting in front of me. Right now, your 9 Saint Demon Gate is asking me for a favor. It is not I, your grandfather, wanting to suck up to your stinky feet. Someone without the qualifications to speak, get the hell out to the side for me. This little child doesn't know life from death." Lei Shi, with fierce eyes, took a step forward and a murderous intention suddenly flew out. Then, he coldly said, daring to speak arrogant words, "Today, I will teach you a good lesson in place of the cleansing incense ancient sect." Li Qiye sat in his place and slowly replied, "Teach me. Only with you. Are you capable of this?" Little demon, these words enraged the shivering Lei Shi as his outrage reached the heavens. Finished speaking, his hand immediately reached for Li Qiye. With 5 fingers like mountains, they suddenly entrapped Li Qiye inside. "Little brother Lei, At this time, a thunderous voice rang and a person took a step forward with his true dragon-like arm sweeping horizontally to suddenly grab Lei Shi's hand. "Little brother Lei, this matter ends here. This person is a guest," the old man whom had just arrived said in a deep tone while holding Lei Shi's hand. This newly arrived old man had a tall and strong body that was surging with saint power. Without a doubt, this was an ancient saint. His hair was crimson like fire and he had 2 dragon horns on his head. Seeing this red-haired old man, Elder Yun became happy. And immediately said the word, "Master." So older brother Qi Yun also left your isolation. Seeing the red-haired old man, Lei Shi withdrew his hand and coldly snorted. It turned out that this old man in front of them was also one of the 4 supreme elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. The master of Elder Yun, Qi Yun. He was a draconic serpent that succeeded in the Tao and had lived past many long moons. The matter here is too important and His Majesty is meeting the elders of the War God Temple. Thus, I can only personally come here myself. I didn't think little brother Lei would also come. I heard recently that little brother Lei was leisurely traveling, but you also came to ancient Sky City. Supreme Elder Qi Yun slowly said. There was some smell of gunpowder between the 2 brothers. Lei Shi only coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. I don't have any business here, you 2 can take your time to catch up. Li Qiye didn't have any interest in the brothers' quarrel, so he carefully put away his universe pouch and turned around to leave. Young noble Li, our hosting is insufficient, please forgive us. Elder Qi Yun, on the contrary, was trying to win over Li Qiye. As for Lei Shi, he didn't like Li Qiye and hated that he couldn't make a move to teach this brat a lesson about the immensity of the heaven and earth. However, due to the presence of Qi Yun, it was inconvenient to make a move. Xuan Gan, you are the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, a genius of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and also trained by the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Instead of putting effort in cultivation, you are wasting the days in a third-rate sect. This is you destroying your future. Lei Shi's heart was boiling with anger, and he couldn't help but to coldly scold Li Xuangan, who was his junior. Li Xuangan originally was leaving with Li Qiye, but hearing this, she did not become angry. She only quietly said, a grand matter like this was from the ancestral teaching, and it was especially decided by Elder Jian. If Elder Lei has any questions about this matter, you can bring it up with Elder Jian. Xuangan is only a junior, Elder Lei has no need to speak with me. Li Xuangan replied in an appropriate manner towards Supreme Elder Lei Shi. Li Xuanyan's retort left Lei Shi's expression to be uglier, and he heavily grunted. The unbearable anger in his heart ignited even more, but he could only hold it inside. The Elder Jian mentioned by Li Xuangan was another Supreme Elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Jian Chen. Even though Jian Chen was one of the 4 Supreme Elders, his status was far above the other 3 Supreme Elders, and his cultivation was even more unfathomable. Eventually, Lei Shi suppressed his burning anger and watched Li Qiye strutting away. After returning to their place, Li Xuangan reminded Li Qiye, be careful of Elder Lei, he is your biggest opposition in the 9 Saint Demon Gate. His Lei Shi's first branch isn't going to easily live with this. He's only an ancient saint. If he is not convinced, he can come and bite me Li Qiye nonchalantly said. Li Xuangan softly sighed and still continued to persuade with earnest and well-meaning advice. It is easy to dodge the spear in the open, but hard to avoid an arrow in the dark. I heard that recently, Elder Lei Shi's first branch had been very close with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. My master over there sent news that, not long ago, older brother Leng took a trip to the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom and Elder Lei even had the intention of letting him join the Ancient Kingdom. I didn't think that your 9 Saint Demon Gate's disciples could also join another sect. Li Qiye couldn't help but to take another glance at Li Xuangan. Li Xuangan replied, this type of matter is dependent on the situation. If the 2 countries were in an alliance, experts in my sect could become an ambassador and accept the title bestowment from the royal expert of the other country to become a royal noble. This sort of thing happened throughout the history of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. If the circumstances permits it, then the cleansing incense ancient sect disciples can also join other sections. Looking for more powerful allies. Li Qiye smiled and understood the policy of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Sometimes, this is a matter with no other choice. Here, Li Xuangan looked at Li Qiye and continued, after the cleansing incense ancient sect's decline, as the most staunch ally of the sect, our 9 Saint Demon Gate also suffered a great impact. Without powerful allies, our 9-saint demon gate would have found it difficult to stand. This was why, should the situation permit and both sides have an agreement, the geniuses of our sect can also join a different sect, such as the war god temple. Li Qiye slightly nodded while understanding the interests hidden within. The 9-saint demon gate was indeed powerful, but, like the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom and certain immortal emperors' lineages, they were stronger than the 9-saint demon gate. Li Xuangan nodded her head in agreement. My 9-saint demon gate did have some of our most outstanding geniuses join the war god temple in the end. This is also one of the reasons why the war god temple strongly supports our 9-saint demon gate. Li Qiye did not find this matter strange. In many grand sects and powerful nations, ancient factions, and sacred schools, even immortal emperors' lineages all exchanged their disciples or brought their best disciples with the highest aptitudes to a more powerful sect. Such things belong to the exchange of interests amongst allies. Li Qiye only smiled regarding this matter. This was an internal affair of the 9-saint demon gate, and he did not bother to ask more. No matter what, the first branch of Elder Leishi still wants to rise using the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, especially older brother Lang. When he couldn't become the inheritor of the 9-saint demon gate, he became even closer to the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Elder Lei is not a simple ancient saint like he seems, he is an 8th celestial ancient saint, and some people even speculated that he has the chance to break through to the 9th celestial. You are better off being cautious of him. Li Xuangan earnestly reminded Li Qiye. The enlightened being realm goes up to the 7th celestial. Each level was one celestial. A 7th celestial enlightened being was the highest level of the enlightened being. A grand completion 7th celestial enlightened being would step into the ancient saint realm. However, there were always cultivators more talented than others. They could exceed the 7th celestial limit to form the 8th celestial, or even the 9th celestial. 8 celestial enlightened beings were heaven-defying existences while 9 celestial enlightened beings reached the true limit and broke through the chains of the Tao. They were even more unfathomable because the 9th celestial title was eternal. Once one achieves the 9 celestial enlightened being realm, this title would follow one throughout their entire life. From the ancient past till now, not many cultivators achieved the 9 celestial title. Regarding Li Xuanyan's earnest reminder, Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. He slowly looked at Li Xuangan for a little bit and slowly smiled before he said, "Little Xuangan, you are my maid, not my babysitter. You don't need to be so attentive like this. You go to Hela." Li Xuanyan's face turned red by his words, and she gritted her teeth from anger. No longer caring about the image of a lady, she rudely kicked forward. "It is only a joke, do you need to be so excited?" Li Qiye slid over and smilingly said. Li Xuanyan's soft chest swayed up and down from anger as her face blushed. This youthful girly attitude like a liberating colorful peach plum was movingly beautiful. She angrily glared at Li Qiye, and she was clearly older than Li Qiye by a lot. Yet, she was called Little Xuangan by this little kid in front of her. How could she not tremble with anger? Be cautious, anger is bad for your health. Li Qiye smiled and turned around to leave. "I will be refining a Dan cauldron, don't bother me." Li Qiye left, leaving behind the angry Li Xuangan. After a long while, Li Xuangan quelled the anger in her heart and thought about Li Qiye's arrogance. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and, ultimately, she had to let out a smile. In the room, Li Qiye took out the Wan heavenly cauldron and fueled the fire. The flames turned into individual medicinal cauldrons and Li Qiye threw the spirit medicines that were well prepared by the 9-saint demon gate, one by one, into the cauldrons. One, not quite your uncle here, but it fits. The term is more of a self-referent of an arrogant master to show disdain towards whoever the person is speaking to. Chapter 170, Ancient Street. 2. Each step, Li Qiye held his breath with extreme caution. He was refining a batch of mysterious Dan cauldrons. Even a minor effort would ruin his entire cauldron of medicinal Dan. Of course, he was refining mysterious Dan. Only, he had the Dan recipe, and this cauldron of mysterious Dan was a preparation to enter the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. The alchemy god's grand canon had more written down than just the Tao of Dan, it also had a large amount of precious Dan recipes. Outside of the countless Dan recipes created by the Dark Crow and the alchemy god, there were also some ancient Dan recipes. They were so old that they were impossible to be tracked back through time, and some Dan recipes were even from the legendary era. In order to obtain these peerlessly supreme Dan recipes, he, along with the alchemy god that year, traveled throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths and expended countless amounts of effort. Li Qiye took 10 whole days in order to refine this cauldron. Li Xuangan did not know what medicines he was refining, but she still uncomplainingly kept guard for Li Qiye all the way until his den was successfully formed. Good, the first step is finally done. Li Qiye withdrew his den and smilingly said to Li Xuangan, "Now, I have to calculate which earth immortal to begin with in order to trick them." Li Xuangan couldn't help but to glare at him. She was always as cold as ice, so her little girl's expression truly had a different flavor. In reality, she did not personally agree with him taking such a risk. To fool an earth immortal. One could only imagine how dangerous this would be. You can calculate everything with your fingers. Rather than fooling earth immortals, why not go for a walk at the ancient street? Maybe you will be able to pick up something good. Li Xuangan said. The ancient street opened. Hearing this, Li Qiye felt surprised and asked. It has been open for several days now. The group of Nan Huiran all slipped out one day, and even older brother too went once. However, they came back home empty-handed. Li Xuangan said. Come, we will go check out the ancient street. Call Chen Baojiao as well to see if we can pick up some treasures for you too. Hearing this news, Li Qiye was excited and told Li Xuangan. Chen Baojiao was practicing harshly and was happy to hear the news. Recently, she was only focusing on cultivation. Now was the chance for her to go outside and get some fresh air. Buying treasures at the ancient street. Do we have enough money? Chen Baojiao had an idea, but she still couldn't help but to ask first. Although Chen Baojiao had some savings, but to buy one treasure, it could be a price as high as the sky. This wasn't something that she could afford. In reality, Chen Baojiao also knew that Li Qiye was a young master, but he didn't have much money. To be more frank, this brat was poor with empty hands. It was not even comparable to her savings. You can be at ease. Even if I, this young noble, doesn't have any money, your big sister Xuangan has a lot of money. To take a step back and speak, even if Xuangan doesn't have enough money, with the 9 Saint Demon Gate paying for us, what are you afraid of? Li Qiye calmly said. Li Qiye's words were actually the truth. Li Xuangan was the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. She had a monstrous amount of refined jade. Compared to a young master like him, Li Xuangan was a genuine wealthy woman. Li Qiye speaking like this left Li Xuangan angrily glaring at him, and she said, "Spending a woman's money, how can you say so?" Li Qiye was unperturbed and slowly replied, "Why can't I say so? As my maid, even you are mine, let alone your wealth." You, Li Xuanyan's cheeks flushed red and became hot while angrily glaring at Li Qiye. Meanwhile, Chen Baojiao was pursing up her lovable lips. With her elegant and charming eyes along with an alluring style, it was enough for others to become crazy and lose their souls. In the end, the master and servant group of Li Qiye left for the ancient street, and the old servant of Chen Baojiao, Shi Gandong, also appeared out of nowhere and followed them in a silent and transparent manner for protection. The ancient street was located inside ancient Sky City. Rather than an ancient street, it was more appropriate to call it an ancient pavilion. This was an ancient pavilion with hallways surrounded by water along with scattered stone mountains and lakes with very wide areas. The ancient street had always existed, and no one knew when it was created, or by whom. In short, from the impressions of everyone since the ancient past, the ancient street was always there. And, the ancient street at certain intervals would automatically open for some time. This attracted the big characters from the sects to come here to trade. One could say that the ones able to buy treasures at the ancient street all had great origins. If they were part of a heaven-defying generation, then they were the tyrants of one direction. Of course, only the ones with pockets full of money and treasures would dare to come to the ancient street to buy items. Otherwise, even if they entered the ancient street, they could only watch the treasures while sighing in lamentation. Even though there were many crooks and little merchants in ancient Sky City, neither of these types of people were willing to come to a place like the ancient street. They were very clear that everyone who came to the ancient street were either from a grand sect or a ruler of one direction. These types of people had eyes as bright as the torches, and the bargain items of the crooks would not enter the eyes of these people. Fooling these types of characters were seeking their own deaths. Before the group of Li Qiye arrived, the ancient street was already very crowded and bustling with people that were busily entering and leaving. There were royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even ancient saints walking about, not to mention the descendants and disciples of the grand sects and countries. Inside the ancient street, countless saint childs and princesses, princes and members of royalty were entering. These people were of a generation that threw money around like trash. They all wanted to buy their favorite treasures from the ancient street. Meanwhile, there were also a few cultivators of the previous generation that went to the ancient street to dig out treasures. They wanted to buy precious and mysterious treasures at a low price. Of course, the ones who dared to come and dig treasures all had some skills. Amongst the very bustling ancient streets, not to mention the older generations that came to dig treasures and show off their own, but many younger cultivators also came here to participate in the fun as well as to dig treasures along with other purposes. It could be said that the ancient street was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and it was an area where young geniuses were congregating. Countless geniuses wanted to visit this street to make friends amongst the prowling wolves and hissing tigers while vying for special attention. The saint childs and princesses were even more unique with extravagant showings so that others would become amazed and fearful. This is Princess Xiao of the refined cloud country, She could be said to be the #1 beauty of the Grand Middle Territory, supremely peerless. At this moment, an imperial phoenix carriage arrived at the ancient street, so a cultivator said in astonishment. One could see a phoenix imperial carriage pulled by a heavenly rainbow swan. When its wings opened, they were large enough to cover the empty sky. The imperial phoenix carriage was made from godly ore. There was an exceptional beauty on top of the carriage. With her body encompassing all the beauty of the southern country like a lustering aqua pearl or the blooming Ling mountain flowers, her stature was enveloped by the essence of the heaven and earth and encompassed the majestic beauty of the mountains and rivers. There was another young man surrounded by 3 to 5 royal nobles. It was like all the stars cupping themselves around the moon. They were traveling with a treasure boat instead of walking. Their rolling presence captured cultivators' attention and fingers. Isn't that the saint child from the strange mountain sacred ground? I heard that he became sworn brothers with Tao child Xing Tian. There were also geniuses of the younger generation walking alone as well. However, illustrious individuals would always be illustrious as dragons and phoenixes amongst men. No matter where they went, they would attract attention, like Saint Child Baozhu. When he stepped into the ancient street, many cultivators were alarmed. Saint Child Baozhu's body was like a godly mountain. Even as he was traveling alone, always low-key, his humility was not enough to hide the aura of his grand completion king physique. He appeared to be a crane amongst a flock of chicken. Some female cultivators were in admiration because of this, and they lively exclaimed, "Even if Saint Child is keeping a low profile, he is still a giant amongst men, he's watched over by everyone no matter where he goes." There were some others stepping into the ancient street, making others take a step back and retreat. There was a woman stepping into the ancient street, around the age of 20 and dressed in black, while carrying a black sword that was filled with murderous intent. With an elegant and well-rounded body, this woman's figure was peachly tall. Her black robe outlined the tempting and plump curves on her body as she walked solitarily forward in a strong and beautiful manner. However, her embracing the black sword while treading forward had the image of an unsheathed godly sword that was filled with murderous intent. This was not a cold murderous air, but a heartless murderous intent. Descendant of the divine sword sacred ground, seeing this woman, no matter who it was, they had to retreat with chilling hearts. No cultivators dared to get close, let alone go to have a chat. The younger generation was taking the lead by visiting the ancient street, but at the same time, there were great characters of the previous generations as well. With some existences greater than even ancient saints, it caused others to lose their colors after hearing their names. The bustling ancient street had many cultivators here to trade, but there was a difference between this place and the small merchants on the streets of ancient Sky City. Even though the ancient street was very busy, very few sellers were shouting and advertising their own merchandise. In the end, all of the items that could be sold here were all good stuff, and there was no need for the sellers to yell. Although many young cultivators were selling treasures, there were more older cultivators in the ancient street taking out their treasures next to the street without saying anything. They were just sitting there. They sat cross-legged in their places. There were also some with a sign in front of them, mentioning what they wished to sell and buy. Every seller was different. Some people wanted to trade items for items, and some wanted to trade with refined jades. There were also others trading medicinal pills in exchange for mysterious treasures. Li Qiye stepped into the ancient street, and it started many waves. Li Qiye had an ordinary appearance and did not attract attention, but Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, by his side, were different. One was a supreme beauty with a cold-as-ice countenance while the other was a country-toppling peerless temptress. With two beauties as companions, no matter where they went, it would always garner the eyes of others. Isn't that Goddess Li with Princess Chen? The two women walking together attracted a lot of astonishment. Suddenly, countless gazes that were able to kill people were aimed and casted towards Li Qiye. An ordinary and common little brat yet had two supernatural beauties as friends. Plus, they were the heaven's proud daughters renowned throughout the Grand Middle Territory. Such luck with beautiful women, how could other people not be jealous of it? Chapter 171, Unopenable Stone Chest. 1. Under the countless gazes of murderous jealousy, Li Qiye essentially ignored it and still leisurely walked with soft footsteps on the ancient street. The ancient street was indeed a good place with pavilions and water balconies. At this place, people could not only trade but could even find friends in this place to congregate and walk the street together. It was extremely lively and vast. It couldn't be seen completely with just several walkthroughs. Li Qiye's eyes were attracted by many treasures while walking on the ancient street. There was an old cultivator sitting on a balcony near the corner with a very large sign that had these words written above, "Condensing Silver Sacred Leaf." Another cultivator in front of them had a big chest with the following big words on top, "Half-Saint Medicine, Trade for a Fire Spirit Longevity Law Manual." Li Qiye walked along the ancient street with the group of Li Xuangan. Even heaven's proud daughters coming from grand sects like Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao were amazed and convinced by the extraordinary items for trade on this street. They didn't get too far before Li Qiye was suddenly attracted by an item sold by a cultivator at a corner. This cultivator was an aged water dragon. A look at the dual horns on his head made it clear that he had lived for 10,000s of years. The item being sold by this old water dragon was contained in a crystal cylinder. It was a fish not large of size. In addition, from a glance, it was very cute and round like a small leather ball. There were swelling patches of 5 colors patched on its body, seemingly very pretty. This was a fish that was not particularly notable. In the ancient street with people coming and going, not many would notice such a fish, and at most, some would only occasionally glance at it. However, most of the gazes were attracted by the old water dragon. In the end, a 10,000-year-old water dragon reaching the Tao would absolutely be a great character. Dum-dum-dum, Li Qiye walked forward and tapped on the crystal cylinder with his finger. He tapped with a very specific rhythm, like a sword repeatedly hitting the crystal cylinder. The way Li Qiye's finger suddenly teased the crystal cylinder like a sword alarmed the fish, and its originally plump body became swollen as red light suddenly sprayed out. In the blink of an eye, the fish's entire body ignited with fiery flames and screamed out dragon roars. The sudden transformation not only scared the group of Li Xuangan, but also the nearby cultivators who then came and gathered around. What godly item is this? Seeing this fish spewing out dragon roars with fiery flames all over its body, an old cultivator said with a changed expression. Fiery dragon fish. Li Qiye, seeing the fish completely in flame in front of him, couldn't help but become a bit moved. He wanted to buy the fish. The old dragon lifted his head up, revealing a bright and frightening light in his eyes. At this moment, he slightly nodded his head and said, "Correct. Fiery dragonfish, a pure dragon species. Although it is still young, it is peerlessly supreme. Real pure dragons, no matter whether they were heavenly beasts or mysterious beasts, they were extremely rare. A pure dragon species could one day evolve into a true dragon, becoming a sacred beast." Fiery dragonfish, an old cultivator emotionally exclaimed, "Legends has it that only the northern fiery sea would have such an existence. Even just one is difficult to find every 10,000 years." Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators' hearts began to beat faster. Who could not be moved by such a treasure? If they could raise a true dragon in the future, it would be really amazing. "How are you selling this fiery dragonfish?" A great character couldn't restrain himself and asked. The old dragon slowly raised his head with eyes like lightning and looked at the group of people, then he slowly said, "Trade for 1 longevity fish." Hearing the answer of the old dragon, everyone glanced at each other. The fiery dragonfish was precious, but the 9 longevity fish was just as valuable. Li Qiye shook his head and immediately left without asking a second question. The group of Li Xuangan also followed. After a fair distance, Li Xuangan softly asked, "You wanted that fiery dragonfish?" That fish is not bad, but unfortunately, it isn't worth that price. Li Qiye smiled and said. Why? The following Shirgandong in the back couldn't help but ask, young noble, I heard that the fiery dragonfish and the 9 longevity fish were similarly precious, both are extremely rare spirit items. That isn't wrong. Li Qiye smiled and said, that fiery dragonfish's true fate is incomplete. If one wants to groom it into a true dragon, it would be harder than reaching the heavens. Using a 9 longevity fish to trade for it, this is clearly a loss. Catching a fiery dragonfish is easier said than done, otherwise, the old dragon wouldn't have been in such a hurry to sell it. Not to mention the 2 girls Li Xuangan, but even Shirgandong was very surprised. This was his first time seeing a fiery dragonfish. As an enlightened being, he couldn't see anything wrong with the fiery dragonfish, yet Li Qiye, with just a glance, knew that the fish's true fate was incomplete. This was too unbelievable. Li Qiye continued to stroll the ancient street with the 2 girls. One had to say that, although the items displayed on the ancient street were indeed treasures, there weren't many items that could be fancied by Li Qiye. A virtuous paragon true treasure. As Li Qiye was walking below a rocky hill, someone exclaimed up ahead. Hearing this shout, many people changed their expressions and, in a short amount of time, many people surrounded the area. Whoever could help this old man do one thing, this old man will give the person a treasure. At this time, a coarse old voice rang out from the crowd. Li Qiye, who was just passing by, also became surprised. The first gesture was to give others a virtuous paragon true treasure. This was indeed unfathomable. He brought the 2 girls closer into the crowd to observe. Below the rocky hill was an old man dressed in gray while wearing a strange paper hat that was filled with dust, forming oily layers. No one knew how long he had been wearing this paper hat for. He also had a docile look, seemingly ordinary. At this time, the old man slowly took out a true treasure. Even though this true treasure looked like it was picked up from a garbage heap and was covered by a random piece of tattered paper, this true treasure faintly exuded a wisp of light, causing everyone to shiver. When touched by these lights, even an ancient saint would be frightened inside with fear. To be exact, this is a virtuous lord true treasure. It is made from the extremely rare 8 Dao sacred Oregon. The old man slowly placed the true treasure on the ground. Virtuous Lord was a title of virtuous paragons. Within virtuous paragons, there were distinguishments and virtuous ancestor was the strongest. There was a legend that if immortal emperors didn't appear, then virtuous ancestors were invincible. Taking out a virtuous lord true treasure at his first move immediately drew in countless spectators. After the old man took out the virtuous lord true treasure, he then slowly took out a longevity treasure. It also seemed like it was taken from a garbage heap and was also covered by a piece of torn paper. It was as carefree as possible. This longevity treasure placed on the ground revealed a corner from the torn piece of paper. It emanated a smoke of blood energy. Suddenly, this monstrous blood energy filled the sky like an endless ocean, and the cultivators here couldn't help but to lose their colors. This is a virtuous paragon longevity treasure. It is from a longevity spirit, a 4-million-year-old true fire beast's life ring was used to create it. The old man continued to speak slowly. Hearing this, everyone had to take a deep breath. A 4-million-year-old true fire beast, how frightening was this existence? Even a virtuous paragon would be sucked dry by it. Suddenly, the observing crowds looked around in amazement. This old man was too heaven-defying, taking out 1 virtuous paragon true treasure and 1 virtuous paragon longevity treasure. Either one was enough to destroy a sect or a lineage. What on earth was this old man's origin? What drove people even crazier was that the extremely precious virtuous paragon true treasure and longevity treasure were wrapped in pieces of torn paper by the old man. It was as if they were picked up from the garbage heap. After taking out the 2 items, he reached inside his chest again and fumbled around as if he was finding another treasure. Everyone suddenly became worried, and they felt itchy inside. They were curious about what the 3rd item taken out by the old man would be. Old man, hurry up and take out the treasure. Don't torture us, ah. A great character saw that the old man was searching inside his chest for half a day but didn't take out anything, so he couldn't help but to yell. Don't bother this old man searching stuff. The old man didn't even lift his head and only waved his hand. It seemed as if he was chasing away a fly. Pop, a noise sounded, and this great character didn't even have time to react before being thrown outside of the ancient street while spewing a mouthful of blood. Everyone took a cold breath. The great character who talked earlier was an enlightened being, but now he was like a fly being driven out of the ancient street. This caused all of the spectators to take a step back while shuddering in their hearts. Everyone then realized that this old man before them could not be bullied. Otherwise, he would not easily take out a virtuous paragon true treasure and longevity treasure. As the saying went, one cannot easily show your wealth. A person easily taking out two treasures that incited eye-reddening greed, this meant that he was not afraid of being robbed by others. With this interrupting event, all of the spectators at this place didn't dare to speak. They all held their breath as the old man ahead of them was looking for something. Finally, he found a very old-looking ancient scroll from his chest. This scroll was tied up by a rope made out of grass. The old man placed it on the ground and slowly said, "This is a six-beast formation." Hearing this, many people looked at each other. They had never heard of this six-beast formation. However, the old man just took out a virtuous paragon true treasure along with a longevity treasure. This thing called the six-beast formation must also be of an extraordinary origin. The old man, at this time, seemingly wanted to do something fun, and he took out a stone trunk from somewhere. This stone trunk was not big nor small. It was simple and unadorned, and it did not garner much attention. Li Qiye, in this crowd while watching the lively event, became serious as he saw this stone trunk and his heart shook. He didn't think that he would be able to see this item again. At this moment, he stared intensely at the old man ahead. Chapter 172, Unopenable Stone Chest, 2, You have seen this item before. After following Li Qiye for so long, Li Xuangan understood Li Qiye more than anyone else. She felt the changes in Li Qiye and softly whispered in his ear. Li Qiye didn't speak and only stared at the old man with the corner of his lips slightly perched, revealing a faint smile. This old man wants everyone to do a very simple thing. At this moment, the old man raised his head and cheerfully smiled at everyone, then he said, "To anyone who can open this chest, they can pick any one out of these three treasures." Finished speaking, the old man's eyes narrowed from having laughed so hard as he patted the stone chest beneath his feet. Such words from the old man left everyone in an uproar. Such a thing was too incredible, it was as if there was a big pie falling down from the sky. By opening the chest box, one could immediately grab a virtuous paragon true treasure or longevity treasure. This was the best thing in the world. Thus, after the old man finished speaking, everyone stared at the old man up ahead in disbelief. Is this the truth? A demon monarch of the royal noble realm couldn't help but ask. The old man's eyes squinted as he smilingly said, "This is more real than even pearls, this is absolutely not a joke. This old man's words are made out of gold, and I never go back on my words. Whoever opens this stone chest can pick any one out of these three treasures. Any conditions?" Suddenly, everyone was eager to try for this pie falling down from the sky, and who would want to miss this great opportunity. No conditions. It doesn't matter if you hit, split, or use fire. Anything is possible as long as you can open this stone chest. The old man happily smiled and said, I'll go, I'll go, I'll go." Suddenly, everyone was scrambling forward, wanting to immediately rush up to open the stone chest. "Don't worry, no rush, take your time, everyone will have a chance." The old man casually waved his hand and stopped everyone from rushing up. He smiled and said, "Those who want to try will need to make a line first. One at a time." Earlier, the old man easily threw an enlightened being outside, so when he opened his mouth at this moment, everyone didn't dare to be presumptuous, they immediately went silent. A clever person immediately got in front and shouted, "We'll form a line." In this moment, everyone rushed forward to form a long line. Amongst the line were ordinary disciples. There was also royal nobles of one direction, and even enlightened beings and ancient saints. However, Li Qiye did not line up. He dragged Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao to the side and calmly observed the fun. In just a short moment, there was a long line with a huge and spectacular crowd. Go ahead. You need to be quick when it is someone's turn. Only 3 shots at the most, don't waste other people's time. The old man smiled. Open, standing at the very front was a demon monarch. He quickly rushed up and reached out with his hand, grabbing the stone chest's buckle. He firmly lifted up as his demon monarch's blood energy was flowing and the demon aura pierced the sky. The muscles on his body constricted and exerted a power capable of vibrating the mountains. However, regardless of how much power he used, even if he mustered up all of his strength, he was not able to open this stone chest. "Open for me." The demon monarch did not give up and transformed back to his real body. This was a great ape with extremely sharp dual claws. He ferociously held onto the top of the chest, but the stone chest was still like before and didn't move a single bit. "You can't do it, next." The old man shook his head and said. The demon monarch was reluctant, but he exerted all of his strength yet was still unable to open this stone chest. Even if he was not willing, he couldn't do anything about it. Thus, he angrily retired and stood to the side to enjoy the bustling scene. Break, the second person was an enlightened being. He opened his mouth to spit out a long, bony, and sharp blade that was surrounded by Een energy. This bony blade was very frightening, and its Een energy could devour everything. Clang, however, no matter how terrifying this bony blade was, as it struck the top of the stone chest still didn't move and was not damaged. Not even a blade mark was left behind. Clang, 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 this big character cut 3 blades in a row. Each of them was able to split the rivers and mountains, but it couldn't damage this stone chest even a little bit. Next, the old man was too lazy to take another look at this enlightened being. He shook his head then said, "Open for me." The third cultivator in line uttered a long roar and his fate palace was hung atop of his head while his life wheel was rolling non-stop. All of the blood energy was being refined into blood needles that pierced the top of the stone chest like lightning. However, the result was still the same, it couldn't open this stone chest. Next, the old man shook his head disappointedly. Momentarily after, cultivators, one after another, took turn to come out, and they activated their techniques and means. One cultivator used a true treasure to split the stone chest, another used ice to freeze it, one crazily hit the stone chest, and another used a medicinal water to soak the stone chest. However, regardless of the method, the stone chest was still motionless without suffering any damage. Finally, an ancient saint took action. He opened his palm and started refining the sun and the moon, putting the heaven and earth into his palm. All of the blood energy and world's essence transformed into a sword light in his palm. This one decapitating strike had the potential to open the heaven and split the earth, but it was not able to split this stone chest open. Eventually, almost everyone had a turn. But still, no one could open this stone chest. This stone chest was like a boulder in the toilet, both smelly and hard, causing everyone to vomit blood in their hearts. They loved and hated it at the same time, and everyone wanted to walk to the front to ruthlessly step on it several times. At this time, everyone here was just staring at each other helplessly. This stone chest was indeed a monster, it was essentially impossible to open. "I will go." At this point, a cold-as-ice voice appeared. A murderous intent that suffocated the sky rushed forward, causing everyone to lose their colors and retreat one step backward. A girl embracing a sword came forward step by step with a murderous aura like a ferocious beast. This girl, cold and emotionless, murderous and chilling, it caused everyone to tremble with fear from her extremely severe killing presence. Her stance was not merely posturing for show, it was to kill. Each move would definitely taste blood and take away a man's life. Even if the girl was caressing the unsheathed sword in her chest, others still sensed a smell of blood and couldn't help but to shudder. The descendant of the divine sword, sacred ground. Seeing the girl dressed in black, someone involuntarily cried out. Feeling her murderous and severe aura, they felt the chill and didn't dare to be near her. They took several steps back at once. Many people saw the girl in black, and they shivered in their hearts. The descendant of the divine sword, sacred ground. Hearing about this heritage and the descendant coming out from the sacred ground left people in fear. The divine sword, sacred ground sounded domineering to people who did not know about it. However, people who knew the history of the divine sword, sacred ground. Hearing the 4 words, divine sword, sacred ground, they would absolutely feel their blood run cold. The divine sword, sacred ground was one of the great sacred grounds of the Eastern Désolés, and it was also an immortal emperor's lineage. Created by immortal Emperor Yi, its prestige was used to propagate throughout all directions. During the era of immortal Emperor Yi, night, cry, there was a saying that goes like this: young children hearing his name will stop crying, at night, Yi. The explanation for this was, during that era, any child who cried at night would immediately stop after hearing the name Immortal Emperor Et. Thus, he was called Immortal Emperor Et by others. Immortal Emperor Et was skilled with the sword throughout his entire life. His Tao of the sword was supremely peerless, and people even praised him as the sword god. However, he was even more adept at killing. Immortal Emperor Et used killing to prove his Tao and killed mercilessly throughout his life. Although, ever since the ancient ages till now, immortal emperors all killed countless enemies. However, some people believe that Immortal Emperor Et killed the most people. There was even a legend that claimed that, in order to prove his matchless Tao of murder, he even killed his own wife. Even though no one could confirm this legend, this alone was enough to make the future generation be aware of Immortal Emperor Et's murderous ruthlessness. The divine sword's sacred ground was powerful to the point of being unfathomable. Each era, very few disciples of the sacred ground would be seen walking in this world. However, once one of them set off, there would be a rain of blood that stenched the winds. They were absolutely death gods dreaded by all. The girl in black ahead of them came from the divine sword's sacred ground. And to top it off, she was the descendant. How could people not lose their colors and courage after hearing this news? The girl in black was as cold as the sword, chilling like the steel. She stood in front of the stone chest with her beautiful eyes focused and unleashed two murderous lights in a flash. Clang, between the lights and fire, she made a move. No one knew how she unleashed her sword, but with one swing that encompassed unbeatable murderous intent, it was seen by everyone. As this sword edge swung down, it was enough to show its murderous invincibility, causing everyone to faintly shiver. Everyone felt chilly all over, and their necks were as cold as ice. It was as if fresh blood was flowing out. At this very second, everyone felt that this one sword did not slash the stone chest, but ended on their necks instead. The cowards fell to the ground on their butts and peed in their pants. They were frightened by this terrifying killing intent. Clang, however, this invincible killing intent was not enough to cut open this smelly and hard stone chest. The stone chest was not harmed even the tiniest bit under this one sword. Even the girl in black couldn't believe it. She had extreme confidence in her one sword. Not to mention this stone chest, even a godly or would be cut under this one descending sword. However, the stone chest in front was without any damage, and this was simply unthinkable. The girl in black couldn't help but fiercely gaze forward. The gaze was seemingly capable of piercing through the stone chest with her killing intent. You can't do it. The old man shook his head and said, your sword is indeed a good sword, and the sword technique is indeed unrivaled, but you still won't do. So many people already attempted to open the chest, but the old man did not evaluate them even once. At this moment, he finally spoke. This was sufficient to show that the girl in black was indeed exceptional. Even though the girl in black couldn't accept it and felt that it was inconceivable, she didn't make another move and retreated to the side without saying a word. As she was standing to the side, everyone else quickly took 3 steps back. They didn't dare to approach. Such a death god like this, no one wanted to offend them. Once provoked, death was the only path. Chapter 173, Heavenly Sky Plate, 1. After the descendant of the divine sword's sacred ground stood to one side, no more cultivators were willing to give it a try. Even an ancient saint could not open this stone chest, other people more so. Anyone else? The old man sat in his place and squinted his eyes to look at everyone. At this point, many cultivators became silent. They finally realized that there was no such thing as a pie falling down from the sky. This old man took out the coveted virtuous paragon true treasure and longevity treasure, yet he threw them like trash. One could only imagine how great his personal ability must be. If he couldn't open it, and wanted to use treasures to seek the wise, how could they open it? I'll try a little bit. When everyone else was lost, a loud voice appeared. An awe-inspiring young man stepped forward with dragon steps and tiger's strides. This spirited young man stomped the ground and moved forward with impressive momentum. His gaze revealed a disdain of all under the heavens, and he had a godly saber on his back. Despite being sheathed, it still emitted a faint dragon roar and phoenix cry along with a powerful aura. With this saber on his back, this young man became even more extraordinary, as if the dragons and phoenixes were his friends. This allowed him to soar to the high heavens. Trample Emptiness Mountain's disciple. A cultivator saw the crest of this youth and emotionally bursted out. The expressions of many cultivators after hearing the name Trample Emptiness Mountain and secretly drew a cold breath. Trample Emptiness Mountain's name was renowned in the current era, and any immortal emperor's lineages would be careful in dealing with them. Trample Emptiness Mountain was a heritage created by immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong was the most recent immortal emperor. His influence in the current era was greater than the old ancient immortal emperors. In the current land under the heavens, anyone would be moved when the Trample Emptiness Mountain was mentioned. 50,000 years ago, immortal Emperor Ta Kong shouldered the heavens wool and became invincible. 30,000 years ago, immortal Emperor then fought against the Black Dragon King until the entire 9 worlds ruptured. Even though immortal Emperor Ta Kong already vanished, but in contemporary time, his prestige was still enough to render the gods frightened and retreat. Today, when immortal Emperor Ta Kong's disciple appeared here on the ancient street, how could the expressions of the people here not greatly change? In everyone's mind, the Trample Emptiness Mountain was an unreachable existence up in the 9 heavens, unfathomable with endless emperor's power that could not be challenged by anyone. Ji Kongjian, disciple of the Trample Emptiness Mountain, A royal noble recognized the young man ahead, muttered in a moved tone. Ji Kongjian stepped forward and looked at the stone chest ahead. He then lightly snorted and solemnly took out an item. He lifted an inkstone in his hand. The inkstone was not big, and was like a coiling dragon. But as he held the inkstone in his hand, it was like a sacred mountain with supreme majesticity. It pillared the sky above and suppressed the 9 underworlds below, which rendered others amazed. It was obviously a godly item from a glance. There was not a lot of ink left inside the inkstone as they were still rolling inside. Yet it was derivating its own grand world with all sorts of strange and amazing sceneries. Emperor's possession, seeing the emperor's aura faintly exuding from the inkstone, an enlightened being involuntarily cried out. Hearing the 2 words, Emperor's possession, many cultivators unconsciously took a step back in astonishment. Immortal Emperor's possession, this was an item that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Seeing everyone moved like this, Ji Kongjian, who held the inkstone in his hand, was very pleased and slowly said, "This is the inkstone used by my ancestor. Ancestor grinded his ink here to write imperial proclamations to order the 9 heavens and 10 earths and reign over all existences." Ji Kongjian couldn't be blamed for being so proud of himself. This inkstone was not only simply used by immortal Emperor Ta Kong, but he grinded the inks to write imperial proclamations and order the world. The emperor's power and immortal intent inside was truly very powerful. Open. At this time, Ji Kongjian uttered a long roar and unleashed a palm with the inkstone. The ink inside was sent rolling like a parading true dragon. The little amount of ink left formed a floating drop, turning into an emperor's word, the word open. When the emperor's word formed, strands and strands of the immortal emperor's universal laws emitted clanking sounds. Even though this immortal emperor's universal law was as fine as silk, but the emperor's power and immortal intent suddenly exploded and jumped to the high sky, causing everyone present to shiver and unconsciously want to prostrate themselves in worship. But at this moment, when everyone thought this would be able to open the stone chest, the emperor's word fell on top of it and only a pop sound occurred. It was not able to open the stone chest. The stone chest was still motionless and unharmed, as if nothing could ever move it. Impossible. Ji Kongjian couldn't help but screamed. He couldn't believe this impossible matter. Everyone's eyes became bigger in complete disbelief. Emperor's possession was heaven-defying. A bit of emperor's power was enough to slay an ancient saint. But this emperor's word was not able to open the stone chest, contrary to everyone's expectation. How is this possible? Ji Kongjian took a deep breath. Even though an emperor's possession wouldn't dare to claim invincibility, but a powerful emperor's word was at a level of unimaginably power. But this emperor's word was still unable to open the stone chest. This was the first time Ji Kongjian witnessed such an unbelievable matter. In his eyes, there was nothing an emperor's possession couldn't do. Emperor's possession is not bad. The old man squinted his eyes but laughed and said, "But, compared to the black sword of the little lady over there, it is not even close. That black sword was used by immortal Emperor Yi Ti at a young age, and bathed the sky with an ocean of blood. It slayed the gods above, and decapitated the ferocious devils below. Of course, if you want to try again, then continue, you still have 2 more chances." The old man's words frightened everyone present, and they all glanced at the black sword caressed by the girl in black, then took a step back from fear. No one thought that this black sword was a godly sword used by immortal Emperor Et, even if it was only during his youth, it was still extremely frightening and dreadful thing. Since the origin of the black sword was revealed, the girl in black's gaze chilled into a murderous sword intent, as if it could annihilate the sky. Little girl, you are still far too lacking, even if your ancestor came, he would still have to walk the long way around me. The old man leisurely spoke and did not put the girl in black's killing intent in his eyes. Her killing intent fell upon body as if it was the spring breeze, not enough to reach the apex. Even though the girl in black's killing intent was monstrous and absolutely fierce, but she knew that she had met a powerful person this time, and didn't dare to make a reckless move. Still want to try? The old man took away his gaze, then looked back at Ji Kongjian standing in front of the stone chest and asked. Ji Kongjian angrily stomped his foot and retracted his ink stone. Even though he was unwilling, he still retreated to the sideline. His inkstone was indeed heaven-defying, but as an emperor's possession, the ink left in it was very little, and couldn't be used many times more. He naturally would treasure it since such an item could save his life in a dangerous threshold. Anyone else want to try? The old man laughed and stared at everyone, then slowly spoke, this old man will have this stall out here until the ancient street ends. If anyone wants to give a try, feel free to do so. Of course, I also welcome everyone to call your friends, and tell this good news to your friends and seniors. No matter who it is, as long as they can open the stone chest, then freely choose any one of the 3 treasures. The old man's words left everyone speechless. Someone even wanted to jump up and curse at him, this is just a deception, right? Even an emperor's word was not able to open this stone chest, how could anyone else open it? Unless an immortal emperor's life treasure or true treasure came, otherwise, what item would be able to open this toy? Even though any of the 3 treasures up ahead was coveted by all, but when an emperor's word failed, others couldn't even dream about opening it. What was considered an easy pie falling from the sky was now a dead thought to all of these people. Opening this stone chest was harder than ascending the heaven. Opening this stone chest, this matter is by no means difficult, just a breakfast meal. But when everyone was silent, a leisurely and comfortable voice rang. As these words came out, everyone glanced at its origin and saw a mundane kid. They immediately became unhappy, then they saw the 2 supreme beauties by this ordinary kid's side, and they became even more annoyed, even Ji Kongjian coldly snorted. Little brother's words are truly confident. The old man lifted his head and squinted his eyes, staring at this ordinary-looking young man. Li Qiye, who was always standing at the side to watch the fun at this time, slowly walked forward and looked at this stone chest and calmly said, to me, opening this stone chest is just an easy meal. Boasting doesn't rely on just words, but also experience and ability. Li Qiye's words made many people present upset. There were royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even ancient saints dreaded by all here. They could not open this stone chest, but this 15-year-old little boy in front of them dared to boast. Such big words. Even Ji Kongjian coldly snorted. He took out and controlled an emperor's possession earlier to use the word open but still failed to open the stone chest. Now this nameless junior ahead dared to spout arrogant words, saying that it was as easy as a breakfast meal to open this chest. How could Ji Kongjian remain calm? Li Qiye simply didn't care about the crowd and looked at the stone chest, and revealed a smile. The old man squinted and looked at Li Qiye, then said, if little brother is so sure, then hurry up and open it. Once opened, you can pick any treasure of the 3 in front, why hesitate? Li Qiye glanced at the 3 treasures, and calmly said, these 3 treasures, to tell the truth, although they are not bad, are not enough to enter my sight. TL1, cowhide is not just reliant on blowing. It is a modified version of an idiom, http://characters.cultural-china.com/63hertz125.html. Keeping it literal doesn't make any sense here, especially with the shortened and abrupt version found in this sentence, so I just used the intended meaning instead. Chapter 174, Heavenly Sky Plate, 2, such words just came out from Li Qiye, suddenly drawing numerous gazes. What kind of joke was this? A virtuous paragon true treasure and virtuous paragon longevity treasure was not enough to enter his eyes. This type of boasting was way too big. Really big. Tonya. A cultivator who knew Li Qiye's background couldn't help but sarcastically say, 30,000 years ago, the cleansing incense ancient sect could probably boast like this, but the cleansing incense ancient sect of today is just a third-rate sect. I'm afraid mustering all of its strength would not even be able to take out a single virtuous paragon true treasure. Today, just a junior from the cleansing incense ancient sect still has the nerve to bluster and not put a virtuous paragon true treasure in his eyes. This matter is too ridiculous. Regarding this kind of sarcasm, Li Qiye didn't bother to give notice to it even once. From the 3 treasures, he took out the 6-beast formation and said, "This formation can do. However, wanting me to open this stone chest, just this formation volume alone will not do, you have to add another item. What do you want?" The old man couldn't help but to become serious as he looked straight at Li Qiye. Li Qiye leisurely and comfortably replied, "The item I want is very simple. If you have a heavenly sky plate on your body, give it to me. Then, I'll help you open the stone chest." Li Qiye's words caused great changes to the old man's expression. In a flash, his eyes turned into a whirlpool between the heaven and earth, incomparably resplendent. It was capable of receiving the heaven and earth and refine the 9 worlds with gods born inside. The sudden brilliance in the old man's eyes caused everyone to lose their colors. Even ancient saints had to take a cold breath and they couldn't help but to take a step back. Suddenly, everyone understood that this deep and unmeasurable old man must not be vexed. However, very soon after, the old man's eyes faded again into a faint appearance. He squinted his eyes and looked at Li Qiye, then he slowly said, "Little boy, you don't have a small appetite, ya?" Li Qiye was still carefree and smiled. Then, he said, "My appetite has always been big. However, other ideas need not to be said. There is no item in this world that I cannot eat. You can think about it a bit, I won't force a sale." The old man couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was obvious that he was hesitating a bit. Other people here didn't know what the heavenly sky plate in Li Qiye's words was, but this was the old man who easily took out a virtuous paragon true treasure and longevity treasure, yet he was hesitating at this moment. This sufficed to say that the heavenly sky plate was absolutely incredible. Li Qiye gently patted on the stone chest and leisurely said, "Wanting to obtain the item in this, how can it be possible without paying a little price? Missing this opportunity, I'm afraid no one else will be able to open it." The old man paused for a bit, and he finally made a decision as he said, "Good, boy, I'll lose money this one time. As long as you can open this stone chest, the 6-beast formation is yours, the heavenly sky plate will also belong to you." Finished speaking, he took out an ancient box and placed it on the floor. Li Qiye picked it up and opened the ancient box. Immediately, endless star lights rushed out of the box and illuminated the sky, turning into a boundless winding galaxy with the sun and moon appearing with inexhaustible and strange phenomena. When the ancient box closed, the strange phenomena immediately vanished. Although no one clearly saw what the heavenly sky plate was, but seeing such a strange phenomenon like this, everyone knew that the thing called heavenly sky plate was absolutely great. It really is the heavenly sky plate. Li Qiye was satisfied and slowly nodded his head as he said. The old man narrowed his eyes at Li Qiye, and he slowly said, "Little boy, it's your turn. However, you better not be boasting to the high heaven. If you can't open the stone chest, watch out or else I will beat all of your teeth down to the ground." "What is difficult about this?" Li Qiye smiled and reached out to gently stroke the stone chest. His touch was very soft. It was as if he was rubbing a lover's shoulder. "Humph, even if you touched it 10,000 times, it is still impossible to open this stone chest." Seeing Li Qiye stroking the stone chest, someone was annoyed and coldly sneered. However, Li Qiye ignored him and crouched down. Then, he whispered softly next to the stone chest. It was as if he was intimately whispering to his lover. No one could hear these soft words that were being said. Crack, a clear and crisp sound appeared right when Li Qiye was standing up. The unthinkable happened, and the stone chest was actually opened. The whole area was suddenly in complete silence. Everyone couldn't believe, with their eyes wide open, that a stone chest unable to be opened by even an emperor's word was so easily cracked. "What is that?" At this point, people with keen eyes saw that inside the stone chest was a small gold coffin. Seeing this item, they were stunned for a while. Everyone thought that inside the stone chest would be a heaven-shattering treasure, but it was a small golden coffin. The old man was very deft and grabbed the small golden coffin inside his chest at once. His expression was like a treasure guardian embracing his gold. It seemed as if he was afraid of it being robbed from him by others. Many people failed to see this small golden coffin's nature, but since it was already stored inside the old man's chest, no one dared to ask him to take it out so that everyone could have a little look. Momentarily, countless people felt itchy inside and wanted to know what the small golden coffin contained, but, since the old man didn't say, other people didn't have a method of finding out. After a while, the old man finally hid his golden coffin well enough, so his old pair of eyes glared at Li Qiye and asked in astonishment, "How is this possible?" At this time, Li Qiye had the six-beast formation and the ancient box in his hand. He looked at the old man's eyes and calmly said, "Nothing is impossible, because I am Li Qiye." To such ordinary words, even Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao couldn't help but to glance at each other. This phrase was most likely the most confident statement in this world. All of the fiercest rhetorics in this world would not be equal to this one phrase, "I am Li Qiye." In reality, not only the old man, but everyone else was amazed as they stared at Li Qiye. Li Qiye easily opened something that even an emperor's possession couldn't. This matter was simply impossible. However, the truth was in front of them, they couldn't deny it. This sort of thing was downright demonic. Li Qiye smiled and smiled some more, and he retreated while judging the two items in his hands with satisfaction. He didn't think he would have such a harvest. However, thinking about the small golden coffin, he gently sighed. "Dao friend, how about selling the heavenly sky plate to me?" As Li Qiye was moving back, Ji Kongjian said in a deep tone. Li Qiye didn't even bat his eyelid as he replied, "Private item, not for sale." Ji Kongjian didn't give up and continued, "As long as Dao friend names a price, there is no item that my trample emptiness mountain cannot afford. As long as Dao friend is willing to sell, Dao friend will certainly be satisfied with the price." Not selling. Li Qiye was too lazy to waste words with Ji Kongjian. He handed the six-beast formation along with the heavenly sky plate to Li Xuangan. Dao friend shouldn't flatly refuse and should reconsider it a little bit. Ji Kongjian gravely said, "Doing a friendly favor for my trample emptiness mountain is a very advantageous thing for your future." At this moment, Li Qiye lifted up his head and glanced at Ji Kongjian once, then he slowly retorted. "What about trample emptiness mountain? If uncle doesn't want to sell, not to mention the trample emptiness mountain, but even if the grandpas from strange bamboo mountain came, I still wouldn't sell. Don't like it. Bite me ah." Li Qiye saying this immediately sank Ji Kongjian's expression. Many people here glanced at each other. This brat was too arrogant, he even dared to offend Ji Kongjian. Finally, Ji Kongjian coldly snorted and turned around to leave. Even though the anger in his mind was burning, but since he came from an immortal emperor's lineage, he couldn't force a sale in front of so many watchful eyes. After all, the trample emptiness mountain was a heritage with face. Oh, what a pity, seeing someone else picking up the pie falling from the sky, many people lamented and moved on one after another. There were some with their eyes flashing cold lights, thinking about different ideas. However, inside the ancient street, no one dared to blatantly rob because this was a taboo to all cultivators. Robbing blatantly in a marketplace was breaking the rule, and it was equivalent to creating enmity with all of the great characters who were selling items. "We'll have a stroll at other places." Li Qiye smiled and said. However, before Li Qiye left, the old man suddenly waved at Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled and stepped forward, then he leisurely asked, "So? You have more treasures to give to me?" The old man squinted his eyes from laughter and said, "Treasure ah, this is not a difficult thing. Hee, little brother, I see that you have a wonderfully pure foundation, an immortal physique and immortal fate. It's hard to come by such an amazing genius every 10 million years. This old man is untalented, but I have inexhaustible godly techniques, and I have a sudden fondness for little brother's talent. Why not think about it for a little bit and join my sect? This old man will pass down to you supreme godly techniques. In the future, you will shoulder the heavens will and sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This will not be a difficult matter." The old man's words caused Li Qiye to be unable to hold his laughter. He looked at the old man and said, "These words sound like they came from a liar. I am a mortal physique, mortal fate, and mortal wheel. How could I have an immortal physique and immortal fate? Wanting to fool a child. Next time, find a more stupid person. A mortal physique and mortal fate are still fine." The old man busily continued, since the ancient past till now, countless wise sages had a mortal physique and mortal fate. In the end, they climbed the peak and obtained invincibility. Since the ancient past till now, people who became immortal emperors with mortal physiques are not few in number. As long as little brother has a heart willing to seek the Tao, physiques and fate palaces are nothing. This old man will pass down to you a supreme godly technique capable of breaking the chains of the physique, although you persuade with a deluge of heavenly flowers with incomparable seduction. Unfortunately, I am not interested. Li Qiye turned around and left. This time, the old man was really in a hurry, and he quickly said, Wait, little brother, this old man is truly loving your talents and truly wanting to accept you as a disciple. I'm definitely not trying to fool you. If little brother is afraid that I am trying to fool you, then how about this, these two virtuous paragon treasures will be the greeting presents of us two master and disciple. Having said this, the old man quickly grabbed the virtuous paragon treasures on the ground and placed it into Li Qiye's chest. Such a scene caused the group of Li Shuangyan's eyes to be foolish in a daze. For any cultivator, no one wouldn't want to accept a wise man as a teacher. If they were able to obtain a wise man's Tao instruction, their future would be promising, and their Tao cultivation would have great results. With little work. Chapter 175, An Evestyle Bringing About a Calamity. 1. To any cultivator of the previous generation, accepting a disciple was a very prudent matter. Not mentioning a wise man, even royal noble level experts were very picky when picking a disciple. The old man before them was, without a doubt, an unfathomable and hidden wise man, but at this moment, he was begging for Li Qiye to be his apprentice. Such a thing was truly rare to see. What stunned the group of Li Shuangyan even more was that this old man immediately started with treasures of the virtuous paragon level as a greeting gift. This was too extravagant and left them in sudden speechlessness. With such a luxurious master, countless young heroes in this world would cry out wanting to become his disciple. To be able to have such a wise man as their master, they wouldn't have to worry about eating and drinking costs for the rest of their lives. Li Qiye, on the other hand, was not interested. He shook his head and said, I'm not interested, you should still just find someone else to be your disciple. Think about it, first accept these treasures. Wait until you use them, then you will understand the advantage of treasures. The old man kept on handing the treasures all the way to the door. He placed the treasures into Li Qiye's arms again and again. I am very moved by your enthusiasm, but I do not need a master. Li Qiye said with a smile and returned the two virtuous paragon treasures back to the old man. The old man was speechless and then couldn't help but say, Hey, little boy, do you need to be like this? Worshipping me as your teacher is very advantageous for you. How about this? As long as you follow master, this treasure matter is not anything. You say the words, what treasures would satisfy you to accept me as your master? The old man's phrase heroically soared all the way to the sky with a look of throwing all caution to the wind. Fine, you find 10 immortal emperor true treasures for me, then I will worship you as a master. Li Qiye glanced at the old man whose pride was reaching the sky and said cheerfully. 10 immortal emperor true treasures. Do you think they are just cabbages? The old man heard this and his expression greatly sank. Whether they are cabbages or not, I don't know. Li Qiye shrugged and smilingly said, This is your business, you think about it carefully. With that, he bursted out in laughter then turned around to leave. Li Shuangyan's group couldn't help but wryly smile. Other people wished to worship such a wise man as their master, but Li Qiye acted as if it was nothing to worry about. Little boy, really think about it. I will be staying at the ancient street for some time. Once you've figured it out, you can always come back and find me. As long as you worship me as your master, you will be able to eat well and drink extravagantly. This is not a big deal. The old man did not give up and yelled after Li Qiye's back as he was leaving. Li Qiye only shrugged and smiled from afar with an uninterested appearance. With such enthusiasm and sincerity from the old man, even Qin Baojiao couldn't help but ask, why is young noble so reluctant? In my perspective, this old man is unfathomable, he absolutely has a great background. The 9 worlds might be big, but there is still no one qualified to be my master. Li Qiye leisurely said. Worshipping other as a master? What kind of joke was this? He even groomed immortal emperors. He couldn't even count all the existences that he taught to be capable of sweeping through the 8 desolaces and 6 directions. Someone able to be his master in this world. One truly could not be found. However, Sect Master Su is your master. Li Xuangan wanted to crack down on Li Qiye, and she leisurely said with her always cold as ice demeanor. Li Qiye glared at her once and said, "That is a coincidence, a coincidence. Do you know what a coincidence is?" This demeanor of Li Qiye's made Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao chuckle for a moment. The two supreme beauties smiling coyly was so pretty, causing countless people's souls to become crazy as they walked into the walls, unaware. Shigandong, who had always been following in the back, could only lightly sigh. This was a gap. If it was him, when such a wise man was accepting a disciple, he could even let go of all face and immediately kowtow to worship him as a master. This luxurious master would be hard to find in millions of years. However, Li Qiye didn't even think that it was a thing. Even when virtuous paragon treasures were used as a greeting gift, he didn't even bat an eye. This was a gap of life that he could not catch up to. Why is it that you can open the stone chest? Thinking about the matter from earlier, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to ask about such an unbelievable matter. Even though she had seen many amazing things while following Li Qiye, she couldn't help herself. Li Qiye paused a bit after hearing her question. He gently sighed in his heart. How could he not know how to open this chest? If he couldn't open it, then could there be someone else in this world that was able to? One had to know that he personally buried this stone chest that year. This was an old tale. This is a secret. Once revealed, it will no longer be mysterious. In the end, Li Qiye answered Chen Baojiao like this. Chen Baojiao was, of course, dissatisfied with such an answer and angrily glared at Li Qiye. However, Li Xuangan understood Li Qiye better. At this moment, she realized that the stone chest reminded Li Qiye of some old matters. But as for what was on his mind, it was impossible for her to know. Li Qiye said to Li Xuangan, "The 6-beast formation and heavenly sky plate, you take them and do a good job at cultivating. These 2 items will hold many good things for you." Li Xuangan loved formations, so Li Qiye wanting the 6-beast formation and the heavenly sky plate was tailored for Li Xuangan. Otherwise, he wouldn't open the stone chest for the old man. What about little sister Baojiao? Li Xuangan conversely asked this question. She was not lacking in treasures, plus, she also had the 6-dao sword. However, Chen Baojiao, after leaving the Chen clan, did not get any treasure. These 2 treasures are not suitable for her. Li Qiye shook his head and said, "Wait until there are suitable treasures, I will help her find 1 or 2. Chen Baojiao had a sense of propriety and didn't ask Li Qiye for a treasure. Even though even the group of Nan Huiran was given treasures, only she was without one, but she still didn't ask. She knew that Li Qiye had an order to those who followed him. The time she had followed him was much shorter than the group of Li Xuangan, so being shared treasures after them was no surprise. What thing was in that small golden coffin? After walking a short distance, Li Xuangan, who had always understood Li Qiye, couldn't help but quietly ask. She saw the item inside the stone chest, and it was clear that the old man greatly valued this small golden coffin. Just to open the stone chest and obtain this coffin, the old man did not mind using great virtuous paragon treasures to trade. This meant that the item inside the small golden coffin was extremely heaven-shaking, or the small golden coffin itself was a heaven-shaking treasure. Referring to the small golden coffin, Li Qiye gently sighed and finally said, "The thing that no one in this world could expect." Li Qiye's answer was the same as not having answered at all, but Li Xuangan did not inquire any further. In reality, Chen Baojiao was also very curious regarding the item inside the small golden coffin. Since Li Qiye didn't answer, she couldn't ask again. The ancient street was very lively with people coming and going with non-stop trading. Some people sold godly medicines while others acquired treasures. Then there were some who wanted to find their fated ones. There were all kinds of people in this place. Compared to the street hawks in ancient Sky City's roads, the sellers on the ancient street simply didn't yell. If they wanted to sell treasures, they simply placed them on the ground and waited for buyers to come and inquire about them. However, there were exceptions. In a corner of the ancient street, there was a stall set up. This was a medicine shop with 2 people. One was an old man, and the other was a young girl. The old man shouted to attract customers while the girl had her head down, seemingly displaying the herbal medicines. Old Su Sui's pharmacy, 3 million years of golden reputation. Friends traveling by, you absolutely cannot miss it. Soul medicine, beast marrow, longevity blood, everything needed is here. Longevity medicine, life pill, golden paste. Nothing is missing. One medicine to extend 100 years, one dan to satisfy all 9 needs, one golden paste to save a dead person. The price is just right, the price is fair. Throughout the entire Grand Middle Territory, no, throughout the entire mortal emperor world, there is no cheaper medicine shop. The old man at the stall mustered his throat and raucously yelled. With a goatee, eyes the size of mung beans, and a face filled with wrinkles, this old man was a bit funny in appearance. When he smiled and shouted, the wrinkles looked like undulating waves. However, his business was very booming. To many cultivators, longevity medicines and life pills were both necessary expenditures. Plus, the alchemy masters of each sect were limited. Inside the great sects, disciples able to be given these medicines were not many, so many cultivators could only purchase these items outside. Of course, the medicines sold outside were not cheap. Cultivators that were able to afford them definitely came from the big sections. The longevity medicines and fate pills along with soul grass and beast marrows of this old man were not few, as he had a steady stream of buyers. Do you have a 5 transformation fate pill or not? What price? An ancient saint stepped into the old man's medicine stall and asked. 5 transformation fate pill. Yes, 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 however, only 3 pills are left. The old medicine man laughed and said, 1 fate pill sells for 600,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. 600,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. Hearing the answer of the old man, the ancient saint jumped and said, Old man, you are too shady, you might as well go rob people. A 5 transformation fate pill is mainly used by ancient saints, yet you are selling it for heavenly sovereign refined jades. 600,000 ancient saint refined jades is more reasonable. This Tao friend, you are already an ancient saint, a rare expert in this time, you should also be aware of this. To an alchemy master, fate pills are the hardest to refine. My fate pills are 6 transformation and 7 attainments, these are definitely popular. It takes a very long time for me to refine just 1 pill, and collecting the dan grass along with the spirit medicines are not easy. Plus, my probability of 7 attainments. This medicine Grandpa Seuss, we can bet that across the entire ancient Sky City, not many places can sell 7 attainments. If this type of fate pill were to be sold with ancient saint refined jades, then wouldn't everyone be here to rob them? This ancient saint immediately became silent. Even though this price was not of common sense, but what he said was true. To cultivators, physique pastes and longevity medicines were easier to come by while fate pills were harder. Especially ancient saint-level fate pills, they were even more difficult to find. Chapter 176, An Eavestile Bringing About a Calamity. 2. Finally, this ancient saint, with great heartache, took out his universal pouch to buy the fate pill. However, he was very satisfied with a 7 attainment fate pill. This old alchemist Sushio did have some real abilities. He was absolutely a great alchemist. This was why, even though his dan prices were outrageous, his business was still especially good. When Li Chie passed by this medicinal stall, he couldn't help but to stop his steps. He was attracted by an item on top of the medicine stall. This item was placed in the most eye-catching location of the stall, and it was even especially labeled by a sign on top, Heirloom Treasure Sale. If it was an heirloom treasure, then anyone would inquire about it. However, this type of heirloom would not be asked by anyone about the price. The reason was very simple, this item was only a piece of eaves tile. This eaves tile was grey with very rough workmanship. It even made others question whether this tile was simply picked up on the old rooftop or not. If this piece of broken tile was a family heirloom, then there were too many family heirlooms in this world. Old alchemist Sushio especially set up his stall in such a position, wanting to sell the heirloom, so even his guests coming to buy the spirit medicine couldn't help but look at him strangely. Others even asked, such an item can also become a family heirloom. Hee, this is absolutely our family heirloom, it cannot be fake. Then, old alchemist Sushio smiled and asked, does Tao friend want to buy it? Am I sick or something? Buying a broken tile back to do what? An angry customer replied to old alchemist Sushio. Such words from the guest caused the young girl, who was always keeping her head down and fixing the medicinal stall, to become stiff. Others were dismissive of the broken tile, and most of them thought that it was just the old man being funny. However, Li Qiye was attracted by this eaves tile. Li Qiye went over to pick up this tile and meticulously gauged it again and again. It was as if this piece of eaves tile was a rare treasure in this world. He carefully analyzed the tile in his hand. It seemed that he was unwilling to miss a single small detail. This brother is someone who knows his stuff. You absolutely has insight as bright as a torch. Old alchemist Sushio saw Li Qiye's immediate interest in this tile once he arrived, then loudly exclaimed, "It seems like you are destined with this treasure, hurry and buy it." Li Qiye carefully looked at it again with the most minute detail, then he looked up at old alchemist Sushio and asked, "This is your family heirloom?" Not right, this is my disciple's family heirloom." Old alchemist Sushio told the young girl who was tidying up the medicine stall and said, "Silly girl, we found someone with an insight for treasures, a guest wants to buy your family heirloom." When the girl lifted her head, everyone's eyes became brightened. The girl in front, although was not equal to Li Xuangan or Chen Baojiao, these peerless beauties, but she had an aura as if she was the amalgamation of heaven and the earth's mountains and rivers. Looking at her eyes, one was met with a direct spirit energy. Her extremely vivid beautiful pair of eyes seemed to know how to talk and were able to go straight to the deepest part of the heart. The girl's complexion was pale and she was dressed in gray clothing without any cosmetics as if she was a farmer's daughter, but her spirit energy was still threatening. "This is your family heirloom?" Li Qiye looked at the girl in front and asked. The girl didn't say anything as her pair of spiritual threatening eyes were looking at Li Qiye, then she gently nodded. "Your last name is Wu." Finished speaking, he stared intensely at every move of the young girl. Hearing this, the girl went stiff for a moment while her spirited eyes stared strangely at Li Qiye. Because Li Qiye got her last name right. Li Qiye was sure after seeing this girl's reaction. Brother is really amazing with insight as bright as a torch. Hi, this treasure and brother are destined, brother should buy it now. Old alchemist Sushio, seeing Li Qiye liking this piece of tile, immediately urged him to buy it. As for Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, they couldn't help but to look at each other. To tell the truth, no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't see what was so special about this eaves tile. This was only an eaves tile, it simply didn't have anything special at all. However, they believed that Li Qiye must have his reasons for placing so much importance on this seemingly cheap tile. This is indeed a treasure of one sect. Li Qiye carefully looked at this tile again and gently nodded. Only a fool would consider a broken tile as a treasure. At this point, a cold sneer appeared. Leng Qingfeng came forward and coldly laughed. Leng Qingfeng coming to this place was to make it difficult for Li Qiye. His sudden appearance caused Li Xuangan to frown. She knew that Leng Qingfeng was antagonistic towards Li Qiye. The truth was, she wasn't worried for Li Qiye. In her eyes, Leng Qingfeng provoking Li Qiye was the same as courting death. However, as disciples of the same sect, she didn't hope for them to kill each other. But if Leng Qingfeng wanted to follow the path to his own doom, no one could save him. Li Qiye was simply too lazy to give him even one glance. He looked at the young girl and asked, "If this is your family heirloom, why sell it?" The girl was silent and didn't answer Li Qiye's question. Meanwhile, old alchemist Sushio, to the side, smilingly said, "My silly girl is very unfortunate. She has health problems and needs money to cure it, so she couldn't not sell her family heirloom. So this is the case, no wonder why you are selling the family heirloom." Li Qiye looked at the girl and gently nodded his head. This kind of old story is full of mistakes, only an idiot would believe it. Leng Qingfeng sneered and said, "Haha, you need money so you're selling the family heirloom. And even selling a piece of broken tile at that. This made-up story, anyone who believes this is a fool." Leng Qingfeng's words immediately caused the girl's face to become beet red, and old alchemist Sushio's expression also sank, then he dryly spoke, "If this Dao friend doesn't want to buy, then don't stand here and speak nonsense. My medicine stall is printed with a gold seal for more than 3 million years. We only sell the good stuff." Humph! Denounced by the old alchemist, Leng Qingfeng couldn't restrain his face, so he coldly sneered and said, "Good, I'll buy it. Don't forget, I chose it first." Li Qiye was actually not angry. At this point, he smiled cheerfully at Leng Qingfeng and said, "With just you?" Leng Qingfeng was annoyed at Li Qiye's provocation. He sneered in his heart and told the old alchemist, "What is the price of your Eve's tile? This young noble wants it. Even if he bids, I will double his bid to buy it." Leng Qingfeng's intention was to antagonize Li Qiye. He actually wished to kill Li Qiye, so he naturally didn't give Li Qiye any face. The hatred of having his dream lover stolen. He vowed that he would not stay a human if this hatred was not recompensed. This Dao friend wants to buy it. It was clear that old alchemist Sushio also wasn't pleased with Leng Qingfeng, and he cheerfully asked, "Less nonsense, hurry up and name a price. This young noble is lacking everything but not money." Since Li Xuangan was here, Leng Qingfeng's blood was upwelling even more, and he put on an outspoken and straightforward style. He wanted to suppress Li Qiye till he was short of breath, wanted Li Qiye to lose all sensibility in front of people, and wanted for Li Xuangan to know that he was really the one who has abilities. Not expensive, not expensive, I trust that this Dao friend can buy it." Old alchemist Sushio smiled and said, "This family heirloom only needs 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades." Hearing old alchemist Sushio's words, Leng Qingfeng became frozen in place and couldn't react in time. In fact, all of the cultivators who were buying fate pills at this place couldn't help but to take a cold breath. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. This was an amount that would scare people to death. Looking at the world, many cultivators hadn't even seen such an item throughout their entire life. Virtuous ancestor refined jades. In this world, besides immortal emperor refined jades, there were no other items that were worth more money than it. Refined jades could be said to be the currency between cultivators. Each piece of refined jade was condensed from the essence of the heaven and earth. Moreover, refined jade outside of being currency had a wide amount of usages. It could be used to build a Dao platform, open a Dao gate, form a grand formation, and create a heaven cave. Virtuous ancestor refined jades were in existence, only losing to immortal emperor refined jades. It could be said to be the second largest currency denomination for cultivators. Not to mention a cultivator, even a sect would not necessarily be able to dig out 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades, it was simply too precious. Are you kidding? 1 Eve's tile for 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. You might as well become a robber. A cultivator here couldn't help but exclaim. This matter was beyond reasonable limits. However, old alchemist Sushio's expression became stiff as he coldly said, "This is not a joke. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades, I definitely will not sell below this price." What made the cultivators here flabbergasted was that the old man before them was able to sell 5 transformation fate pills, so he was absolutely not a crook. Moreover, the spirit medicines and Dan grass in his stall were all good stuff. Since he said so, it was absolutely not fake. What is this Eve's tile? At this time, even others who were only here to buy spirit medicines also became frustrated. They simply did not see how this tile was worth this price. What now? Does great master Leng of ours, not lacking money, still want to buy it or not? Li Qiye, at this time, leisurely asked. When others antagonized him, he did not mind ruthlessly stepping on their face. Leng Qingfeng suddenly turned red, especially under the situation where so many people were watching. He didn't have a stair to step down on. Earlier, he didn't hold his words. Now, they were like water spattered outside and he couldn't withdraw them. As the oldest disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and favored by his grandmaster, he had a huge amount of refined jades. Plus, he recently went on a diplomatic mission to the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom and had lucrative profit. However, he really couldn't take out 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. Moreover, wasting 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy an Eve's tile. Only if he was crazy would he do so. No matter what, he couldn't buy such a tile, and he couldn't afford to buy it in the first place. Chapter 177, Mysterious Eve's Tile. 1. Seeing Leng Qingfeng's face flushed red, Li Qiye had an exaggerated expression as he said, "Is this right? Didn't our young master Leng say he wasn't lacking money? Only 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades, to young master Leng, this is nothing. It is only losing 1 hair from 9 oxen. If young master Leng doesn't lack money, then just buy it." Li Qiye never showed leniency towards his enemies. When others wanted to hit him in the face, he would ruthless stomp on theirs until they were trampled beneath his foot. Leng Qingfeng was shaking in anger with an extremely hard-to-look-at face. Earlier, he was boasting, but now, it was too late to take back the words. Leng Qingfeng's red face finally fiercely stared at Li Qiye and sneered, "You are speaking as if you can afford it. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades, even if you sell your entire cleansing incense ancient sect, it still would not be enough. I truly cannot come up with 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades." Li Qiye leisurely smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, to me, 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades is indeed a monstrous sum. Haha, a poor sect like your cleansing incense ancient sect, I'm afraid that you haven't even seen a virtuous ancestor refined jade. Not to mention a virtuous ancestor refined jade, I'm afraid that you can't even take out one heavenly king refined jade. A destitute person like you being able to take out 10 refined jades, that would be truly unthinkable." Hearing Li Qiye's answer, Leng Qingfeng immediately sneered and did not miss the opportunity to laugh at Li Qiye. The guests present could see that Li Qiye and Leng Qingfeng had a quarrel. They naturally didn't want to join this muddled water and were only watching the fun occasion from the sidelines. To Leng Qingfeng's mockery, Li Qiye was in no hurry at all. He was still calm as ever and slowly said, "I am indeed a person who is poor. Even though I don't have a lot of refined jades in my pocket, this does not mean that I can't afford it. Xuangan, pay in my stead." Finished speaking, he ordered Li Xuangan. Li Xuangan didn't say anything and only took out a jade imperial seal as she gently placed it over the medicine stall. Then she spoke, "Old alchemist, this is the largest treasure imperial seal of my 9 Saint Demon Gate." Seeing Li Xuangan taking out such an item, Leng Qingfeng's expression greatly changed. As the oldest disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he naturally knew the meaning of this item. This jade imperial seal was able to take out the largest amounts of refined jades and medicinal ingredients, along with godly ore and treasure metals, of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. A treasure imperial seal like this in the entire 9 Saint Demon Gate numbered no more than 3. One was in the gate itself, one was in the hands of Elder Jian, and the last one was in the hands of the gate master. Seeing this jade imperial seal, Leng Qingfeng already knew which piece of imperial seal it was within the 3. Li Qiye glanced at Leng Qingfeng once and leisurely said, "I really don't have much money. However, the 9 Saint Demon Gate is so hospitable, and I don't mind being a prodigal child. I don't know if young Master Leng still wants to buy any other family heirlooms or not. So that we can have a bidding war to see who can bid higher." His words were meant to fiercely stomp on Leng Qingfeng's face. The 9 Saint Demon Gate was relying on Li Qiye. If Li Qiye could successfully bury the War God Temple's ancestor, then, to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, money was not an issue. Once successful, the benefits were endless for the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and the War God Temple would become its strongest backer in the future. Thus, Demon King Luanri was naturally generous regarding Li Qiye. If he wanted money, give money, if he wanted materials, then give materials. However, Li Qiye was simply too lazy to take advantage of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. This jade imperial seal of Demon King Luanri was given to Li Xuangan to carry along. Today, Leng Qingfeng was not smart and came to provoke him. Li Qiye, of course, was willing to ruthlessly step on his face. Leng Qingfeng was absolutely livid with anger. His trembling self, once again, lost to Li Qiye. Restraining the fire in his stomach, he coldly grunted and turned around to leave. Continuing to stay would only result in him losing even more face. Crazy person, seeing someone spending 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy an eaves tile, other cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads. Before they left, they said such a phrase. What, second generation? Children. They could not compare to such a prodigal child. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a tile, this was too ridiculous. Before Li Qiye bought the tile, he looked at the tile one more time, then he lifted his head towards the young girl who was cleaning the stall and said, "How about drip a drop of fresh blood on it?" He spoke then handed the tile over. The young girl had to glance over at old alchemist Sushio. He gently nodded his head, so the girl didn't say anything else and pricked her finger to spill a fresh drop of blood on top of the tile. The flesh blood drop on the tile slowly dripped along a line hidden in the tile. Li Qiye looked over it carefully one more time, and he finally determined that this was the real thing. Dao friend truly knows your stuff with impeccable decision. Seeing Li Qiye being so cautious, old alchemist Sushio couldn't help but become frightened and convinced. He then revealed an inside story. My disciple's family heirloom was a treasure given to her ancestors by immortal Emperor Tun Ri. If my disciple didn't need to buy a large amount of raw medicinal materials, she wouldn't bear to sell the family heirloom. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's bestowed treasure. Hearing this, Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao, at this time, became amazed. Immortal Emperor's bestowed treasures. Then it had to be difficult to gauge. I know this. Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, I can buy it, but I will need a bottle of her blood. Finished speaking, he pointed at the young girl. Old alchemist Sushio couldn't help but to watch Li Qie for a while because this tile was his disciple's family heirloom. He also pondered about it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what was precious about it. At the moment, it seemed like Li Qie had the answer, so he was a bit visibly moved. Can do. Finally, the old alchemist looked at his disciple. She then nodded silently, and the old alchemist agreed with Li Qie's condition. Xuangan, pay him. Li Qie took on a gallant air as he took the tile and told Li Xuangan. Li Xuangan, without any hesitation, immediately paid the old alchemist. Of course, this expenditure was a debt for her master, Demon King Luan Ri. Even though she was the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, she didn't have the power to move such a monstrous amount like this. After leaving the medicine stall, Chen Baojiao unrestrainedly asked, This is an emperor's possession, right? Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's possession. Emperor's possession. Do you feel that 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades could buy one emperor's possession? If it was an emperor's possession, then even 10 immortal emperor refined jades would be worth it. Li Qie said with a smile. If it's not an emperor's possession, then what is it? Li Xuangan then inquired. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades was not a small amount. Even for their 9 Saint Demon Gate, it was still a huge sum. Li Qie calmly replied, It is only an eaves tile, an ordinary tile that could not be more common. Just an eaves tile. Chen Baojiao was stunned for a moment, then she said, You spent 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades just to buy a common eaves tile. This was a level of family-destroying wastefulness. Why not? If I think it is valuable, then it is worth it. Li Qie smilingly said. At this moment, Li Xuanyan's expression changed. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades was not a small amount. She couldn't help but ask, could it be that the old alchemist was lying earlier? No, he spoke the truth. Li Qie shook his head and said, This eaves tile truly came from the hand of immortal Emperor Tun Ri. However, it was when he was young and was not an immortal emperor, he gave this tile to a friend. It was not bestowed to them after he became an immortal emperor. Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao both went into a daze. Using 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a tile, and a common tile on top of that. It was not worth a coin. Such an item, even if you threw it to the ground, no one would bother come to pick it up. Other people would think that Li Qie had become crazy. This eaves tile has a heaven-shaking origin. Chen Baojiao felt a slight fainting sensation. Spending 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a useless tile, this would indeed be crazy. No heaven-shaking origin. To put it bluntly, when immortal Emperor Tun Ri was a poor little boy. And this is not an exaggeration, he was so poor that he didn't even have rice to eat. One day, he and his sworn brother, at a young age, decided to part ways. He was destitute with nothing to give his brother, so he took down the last eaves tile on the rooftop and gave it to his brother. Later on, immortal Emperor Tun Ri joined the soaring immortal sect. He then slowly went up in the world and ultimately became successful in becoming an invincible immortal emperor of a generation. Li Qie slowly spoke as if he was telling an old tale. Hearing this old tale, not only Qin Baojiao and Li Xuangan, but even Grandpa Shi following them were shocked for a moment. This was their first time hearing such a secret matter. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri had swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was not only a generation of immortal emperor, but he was also a generation of invincible immortal physique. His whole life was extremely brilliant and it illuminated era after era. However, the invincible immortal Emperor Tun Ri in the eyes of the world, how many people actually knew that he had such a humbled past? Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's past couldn't have been passed down, and it was impossible for the world to know. How was it that Li Qie, time after another time, knew all of these secrets that no one would ever know? Li Qie naturally knew immortal Emperor Tun Ri's past because, that year, he personally brought him to the soaring immortal sect. He originally wanted to keep Tun Ri by his side to groom him, but, unfortunately, he had owed a favor to the soaring immortal sect, so he had to give this great seed away. Are there any other uses for this Eve's tile? Li Xuangan did not give up and couldn't help but to inquire further. This was 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. Even if it was not her money, it was the sect's money, she couldn't help but feel the pain inside. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a tile, too extravagant, too luxurious to the point where she wanted to vomit blood. Only an ordinary tile that could not be more common. If you think that this is a rare treasure, then you are wrong. It has no effect for cultivators. Li Qiye smilingly shook his head and said, "You are crazy now." Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to complain, 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a tile. Simply put, this is crazy. This is a new degree of wasting money. 1. Second-generation child is another word for a useless son who only knows how to spend. First-generation parents worked hard and became rich, so their second-generation children would not have to do anything for the most part, so they become complacent and turn into young masters. This is the modern interpretation of the phrase. The second historical interpretation of this, generation child, is that also means crown prince, so the crown prince would become the king, and more often than not, the crown prince is usually the oldest son, so any second son and younger would become second-generation child, nobilities, who do nothing except eat/sleep/sex without any political/military power, if they were lucky enough to be left alive by the new king. Hence, second-generation child is another way to call young master. Prodigal child, as Li Qiye referred to himself, was another expression to call someone a wasteful young master. Both of these expressions are very common. Chapter 178, Mysterious Eve's Tile, 2, You'd be wrong. Li Qiye leisurely said, this depends on whose hands it is in. If it is in the hands of someone else, then it is only a useless tile. However, in my hands, it is a goose that lays golden eggs. What do you mean by laying golden eggs? At this point, even Li Xuangan was quite curious. What could a common tile be used to do? Even though it came from immortal Emperor Tun Ri, this was not the era of immortal Emperor Tun Ri. If he was still here, then carrying this tile to see him could be useful. Li Qiye smiled and said, I initially wanted to make some fake antiques and bring them to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground to fool the earth immortals and swindle the treasures in their hands. But with this tile, I don't need to waste so much effort to make the fake stuff. Using fake items to fool the earth immortals. Hearing Li Qiye's idea, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to roll their eyes. This idea was truly too crazy. If this came from other people's mouths, then they would surely think that it was a crazy person. But time after time, these words came from their young noble. It was as if this idea was not crazy at all. This is possible. Even Li Xuangan, who believed in Li Qiye the most, was skeptical, and she said, Earth immortals buried inside the dragon veins were all invincible existences at the highest pinnacle. Using fake items to swindle their treasures. This doesn't seem to be possible. Such an idea was too crazy, no one else would think of it. It depends on who is doing it. Li Qiye leisurely said, making fake items, I was 7 parts sure. Now with the tile in my hand, I am 10 parts certain. Plus, I already have a target in my mind. Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao glanced at each other once before becoming silent. No matter when it is, they would think that this idea was too crazy. Fooling earth immortals. Even virtuous paragons would have to avoid earth immortals, not to mention coming to fool them. However, their young noble time after time kept coming up with these crazy and outrageous ideas that would be considered suicidal by others. Shigandong, following in the back, also gently sighed. What is called a genius? This is a genius. It had nothing to do with talents and nothing to do with physiques. With crazy thoughts and performing the most outrageous tasks, being able to do impossible things, this was a true genius. The ancient street was very wide with many sellers coming from the Grand Middle Territory. Some came from the eastern cities, and some from the southern chained earth. There were human and demon cultivators in this place. One could say that, at the Grand Middle Territory, these two races could be seen anywhere. Outside of the human and demon races, there was the heavenly devil race, stone golem race, and one could even come across 1 or 2 cultivators from the ghost immortal and blood races. Seeing the cultivators from the ghost immortal and blood races, Shurgandong couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Ancient Sky City is truly one of the biggest ancient cities in the Grand Middle Territory. Even ghost immortal and blood cultivators also appear in this place. Inside the mortal emperor world, there were already very few cultivators from the heavenly devil and stone golem tribes. They originally do not belong to the native races in the mortal emperor world. Ever since the Black Dragon King fought with immortal Emperor Ta Kong and destroyed the Tao paths between the 9 worlds, the interactions between the 9 worlds were stopped for 30,000 years. So since then, to be able to see races outside of humans and demons was not a common occurrence. Li Qiye, along with Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, strolled through the ancient street. Even though there were many sellers inside, items that could get into the sight of Li Qiye were truly few in number. After going through half of the ancient street, there were no desirable treasures. However, as they were walking, before they knew it, there were a few people beginning to point fingers at them. The majority were young cultivators. In the beginning, Li Qiye's group didn't mind. However, the matter exceeded their imagination. Slowly, the cultivators next to them were not only pointing but were also quietly whispering. "Is she the Jewel Pillar Sacred School's Chen Baojiao?" As Li Qiye's group was walking past, a young cultivator especially slowed his pace and stared at Chen Baojiao with a strange gaze. "Bah, who else could it be besides that shameless woman?" a female cultivator friend said with disdain. In fact, the cultivators' gossip was not limited to just this, and it was not just this one group of cultivators. It was as if there were quite a few doing it on purpose. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School is a famous great sect of the Grand Middle Territory, but today, its face is completely thrown away because of this shameless woman. A young cultivator purposely whispered when he saw Chen Baojiao. "Right she's clearly betrothed to the Tao child Xingtian yet still tried to seduce people from the cleansing incense ancient sect, truly shameless." A female disciple coldly sneered with some jealousy in her tone. Hearing this, Chen Baojiao, Li Xuangan, and Li Qiye's gazes became cold. From the start, Chen Baojiao didn't pay it any mind. However, this was started on purpose by a few cultivators time after time, attacking them with these rumors, causing Chen Baojiao to be flushed red from anger. "Bah, shameless lowly girl, to be able to marry Tao child Xingtian, this is her karma from the past 10 lives. She was clearly blessed yet did not appreciate it and still wants to seduce another man behind Tao child Xingtian. It would be fine if she was seducing another genius character, but she is seducing a nameless junior, truly letting herself go," a young female cultivator from afar spat out and coldly sneered. Although no one here directly confronted them, anyone who heard this immediately knew who they were talking about. Chen Baojiao was shaking from anger after having heard these harsh words and had a wronged and listless feeling. Someone is tired of living. Li Qiye's gaze became serious and coldly said, "When I don't kill people, even God himself is thanking the heaven and earth. Yet people still dare to insult over my head." Without a doubt, the gossips were deliberately spread with someone helping in the shadows to simply taint Chen Baojiao's reputation. Inside the ancient street, wanting to find the person in the shadows who was pushing these rumors was not a difficult matter. Li Qiye used a few schemes and immediately found out who was spreading these gossips. On top of a balcony of the ancient street, there was a group of young talents together laughing and talking in high spirits. Inside the group of young talents was a leader. This young leader was the descendant that came from the mysterious mountain sacred ground, Saint Child Qishan. Within this group of talking young talents, they were more or less intentionally or otherwise flattering Saint Child Qishan. In reality, this was not a strange matter. The mysterious mountain sacred ground in the Grand Middle Territory could also be considered a famous heritage. More importantly, Saint Child Qishan and Tao Child Xingtian were sworn brothers. Today, the heavenly god sect was the sun up in the high sky, countless cultivators were willing to be friends with it. Moreover, there was recent news that the heavenly god sect had formed an alliance with the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, so the sect became an even hotter existence. However, at this moment when the young circle was conversing, they saw Li Qiye coming towards this direction with Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao from the distance. A young talent looked at Saint Child Qishan and raised his chin, then he said, "Brother Qisan, they're coming. I'm afraid it is to cause trouble for you." "Nothing to be afraid of." Saint Child Qishan sneered and loftily looked over at the approaching group of Li Qiye, then he spoke with a strange intonation. One woman still has the face to run around with her lover. Hekek, truly a shameless woman. Still has the face to go to places, truly lowly and slutty. What did you say? Chen Baojiao was shaking with anger. She always had a bold personality, so she immediately stepped forward and shouted. And it seemed like Saint Child Qishan had expected it. He looked around and said, who am I talking about? Who is so shamelessly coming here like this? Saint Child Qishan's retort immediately brought about a storm of laughter as Chen Baojiao was flushed red with anger and still shivering. Seeking your own death. Li Qiye took one step forward and reached forward with his hand. Where did this bastard come from? This thing not knowing life from death. Seeing Li Qiye's hand approaching, Saint Child Qishan presumptuously laughed. He sneered, then unleashed a thunderous fist with an extremely powerful force. One had to know that Saint Child Qishan had the power of a named hero. In his eyes, this unknown junior, Li Qiye, was not enough to reach the apex. Under his one fist, it was more than enough to take Li Qiye's life. A ba sound exploded as the two fists collided. However, the result was not to Saint Child Qishan's expectation. Crack crack sounds appeared, and under the suppression of Li Qiye's hand, Saint Child Qishan's hand shattered on the spot. Li Qiye's hand had the power of millions of jin and it easily crushed Saint Child's arm. A poof sound resonated as Saint Child Qishan's bellowed horrifically and was struck flying away by Li Qiye. The sound of countless bones breaking under just one hand was accompanied by him spewing out spurts of blood. Junior, don't be so presumptuous. The Tao protectors of Saint Child Qishan were 3 royal nobles. They had always been nearby, and they immediately rushed forward when they saw their young lord wounded. The 3 royal nobles maneuvering at the same time created an overpowering royal noble aura that was able to drown out everything. Scram, Li Xuangan coldly shouted as the magnificent lotuses came in full bloom, untouchable by all techniques. The 3 royal nobles' vision became blurry and didn't know what was going on as they were attacking recklessly. Li Xuangan, in a flash, weaved through their murderous techniques and pointed her finger on their chests. A poof sound rang as the 3 royal nobles were knocked flying away on the spot, also spraying mouthfuls of blood. Little bastard, Saint Child Qishan crawled up and screamed as a battle-axe flew forward. Chapter 179, Slay Genius. 1. Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye at the flying battle-axe attacking him. He lifted one leg up and directly stomped down. Bang! The battle-axe immediately disintegrated from his one stomp. It simply couldn't withstand the hell-suppressing godly physique. Even for a royal noble weapon, fragmentation was unavoidable. A stomp from the air directly pressed down on Saint Child Qishan. A loud bang exploded. Despite Saint Child Qishan performing his techniques along with all of his killing methods, Li Qiye still only stomped with one foot. All of the universal laws were annihilated under this one stomp. Powerful merit laws could not handle the suppression of the heaviest physique in the world. Saint Child Qishan dived to the ground under this one heavy kick. Crack crack. The sounds of bones breaking appeared as blood painted the soil red. Under one kick, Saint Child Qishan's countless bones shattered as he crazily sprayed out blood. The sound of broken bones was piercingly deafening, giving others the chills as they felt their scalps tingling. Little child, you dare. Seeing their young lord trampled underneath Li Qiye's foot, the 3 royal nobles let out a loud roar and spat out 3 ancient saint life treasures to kill Li Qiye in the air. Kill them all. Li Qiye only coldly glanced at the 3 royal nobles and slowly spoke. In the blink of an eye. Li Xuangan maneuvered with her untouchable and impervious void imperfection physique. As the sacred supreme lotus ignited, she took one step forward and the 3 ancient saint life treasures under Li Xuanyan's feet immediately skidded flying away as if they were a heavy flowing current meeting an underground boulder. Avoidance and divergence were the only 2 options, and they fundamentally couldn't hit Li Xuangan. For Li Xuangan achieving the void imperfection physique, ancient saint life treasures were already too weak. Fuff, the yin and yang activated as Li Xuangan took out her 6 Tao sword. One sword turned into the 6 Tao formation under the 9 heavens. Under this one peerless sword formation formed by the yin and yang, it melted the heaven and earth. The 6 Tao were sometimes together and sometimes apart amongst the mysterious patterns of transformations. Under one sword, a brilliance pierced the sky as a darkness began to encompass the earth. Extreme yang and extreme yin were absolutely never harmonious yet, at this moment, the two sword intents were blending together. Under this one sword, the heaven and earth were refined and the gods had to retreat. One sword turning into a formation was an extremely terrifying blow. The six Dao Yin Yang sword formation was a supreme murderous technique created Li Xuangan from being enlightened with the six Dao sword. Ah, the suddenly silenced royal nobles, with their eyes wide open, had blood spurting from their necks as their heads rolled down to the ground for a very far distance. One sword slayed three nobles. Li Xuangan made this move with an expression resembling the soft breeze and gentle clouds. Back then at the evil-infested ridge, Li Xuangan single-handedly resisted all the royal nobles. Today, not to mention her void imperfection physique becoming more powerful, but her six Dao sword was a treasure feared even by the gods. One sword slashing downward to massacre three royal nobles, this was an easy matter. Suddenly, the scene was completely still. All of the cultivators present gasped in surprise while the young talents, who were talking in high spirit earlier, had the creeps as cold sweat poured all over their bodies. One sword killing three nobles, this battle record was absolutely a heaven-defying matter in the younger generation. Whoever was considered the number one genius of the Grand Middle Territory would definitely not exceed this. Li Qiye, with one foot, stomped on Saint Child Qishan's chest. At this moment, his chest had completely collapsed as he was painted by blood. Li Qiye looked at him and said, "How will you choose your death, here? My mysterious mountain sacred ground will never forgive you." At this time, Saint Child Qishan was already scared out of his wits and screamed loudly. The mysterious mountain sacred ground. What the hell is that? Never heard of it. Li Qiye calmly said. Finished speaking, he slowly pressed down with his leg on top of Qishan's chest. The sound of bones cracking appeared, and whatever bones remaining of Saint Child Qishan began to crumble. Saint Child Qishan bellowed pathetically and shrilly screamed, "Sheng, brother Sheng Tian, save me! Li Qiye, don't be insane." At this very moment, a cold shout rang out and a sword slashed down from the sky straight towards Li Qiye. This sword sweeping across wedged the underworld with a flowing sword intent that was capable of splitting Li Qiye in halves. Li Qiye didn't even give it a single glance. Li Xuangan, in an instant, cross-stepped forward with her six Dao sword in the air. Clang! The incoming sword could not compete with the six Dao sword and was struck flying away. Humph! A thunderous snort came out as Dao Child Sheng Tian stepped forward with a magnificent presence. On his sides were numerous young talents. They were a few Saint Childs and princes of the sacred grounds and countries in the Grand Middle Territory. The Grand Middle Territory's generational geniuses, they're only mediocre like this. After 1 year yet still a weak fate-destroying noble like this. Li Xuangan was extremely domineering with her arrogant snowing apricot expression. Fate. Destroying noble. Countless cultivators secretly gasped in astonishment hearing about this level, even the previous generation cultivators were marveled as well. To be bestowed the royal noble title, one had to be of the mysterious fate realm. Cultivators of this realm were commonly referred to as royal nobles with 4 levels that were divided into 4 nobles. From lowest to highest, they are New Noble, King Noble, Rebelling Noble, and Fate-Destroying Noble. In today's world, even when the difficult Tao era was over, reaching Fate-Destroying Noble at such a young age was absolutely a frightening matter. If one couldn't be considered a genius when reaching this level at such an age, then there wouldn't be any geniuses. However, Dao Child Sheng Tian, as a fate-rebelling noble, was looked down upon by Li Xuangan like this. This was a heaven-piercing dominance. Long Xiang Tian, you despicable lowlife. Seeing Dao Child Sheng Tian, Chen Baojiao angrily exclaimed. At this moment, even a fool would know that Dao Child Sheng Tian was behind the whole thing. On the other hand, seeing Chen Baojiao, Dao Child Sheng Tian's gaze became cold. He heavily snorted as his eyes exuded a chilling light. Hey, brother Sheng Tian, isn't this the woman who wanted to marry you? Right at this time, a young talent next to Dao Child Sheng Tian wanted to earn his favor, so he asked in a sarcastic manner. Only a shameless woman forsaken by me. Dao Child Sheng Tian coldly answered with an emotionless countenance. A monstrous killing intent was brewing in his heart. This was originally a woman he liked, and was his fiancée as well. Yet, she would rather betray the sect and follow a nobody than to marry him. His heart was furiously burning with jealousy, and he wanted to kill these 2 male and female dogs immediately. This young talent spoke again with a strange voice. Brother Xingtian shouldn't show mercy. This type of shameless woman is unworthy of brother. This shameless woman could only seduce some savage husbands. Kill him. Li Qiye slowly spoke. Zhang, Li Qiye's words had not ended, but a sword had already appeared. The moment this sword fell down, a human head went flying. It still had its mouth open, wanting to talk, then it wanted to scream as it saw its body, but the scream did not come out. Once the head rolled for a very far distance, blood finally started to spurt and the body fell straight down. Dao child Xingtian was shocked. Everything happened so fast that even he couldn't rescue him in time. Sheng, brother Xingtian, help me. At this point, Saint Child Qishan, who was stepped on by Li Qiye, only had one breath remaining as he bellowed out a cry for help. Little Bratly, spare him and I will spare you from death. Dao child Xingtian stepped forward and unleashed his undulating royal presence like a qilin stomping the ground. Even the ancient street trembled a little bit. With just you. Li Shuangyan's overwhelming domination stood blocking in front of Dao child Xingtian while holding her sword horizontally across the heaven as she had an arrogant snowing apricot expression. Dao child Xingtian's face was extremely hard to look at as he gazed at Li Qiye and coldly said, Little Bratly, a man must come out and fight his own battles, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and fight my own battles. Li Qiye smiled and stomped down. A snapping sound resonated as Saint Child Qishan's head was crushed by one foot. It was too late for him to even scream. Dao child Xingtian's gaze was ferocious with anger, and it suddenly turned into two strands of killing swords that slashed towards Li Qiye. Li Shuangyan swung her sword horizontally and, clang, cut down the two sword edges. Li Shuangyan, do you want to fight? Dao child Xingtian was livid. Boom, in an instant, a virtuous paragon aura rushed out of his body and slightly swept through the entire ancient street, emotionally moving many cultivators. At this time, everyone here knew that there was a virtuous paragon treasure on Dao child Xingtian's body. Whether it was a life treasure or true treasure, this was unknown. No wonder why Dao child Xingtian was so full of confidence. We shall fight, then. Li Shuangyan was still completely domineering. Even if Dao child Xingtian was wielding a virtuous paragon life treasure, she was not afraid. The 6 Dao sword in her hand was countless times stronger than a virtuous paragon life treasure. The two sides waging against each other was a scene that caused astonishment to surge in many cultivators. A genius's showdown was definitely full of arrogance. Little sister, you cannot recklessly fight. Leng Qingfeng appeared out of nowhere and gravely said, Our 9 Saint Demon Gate cannot create animosity with the Heavenly God sect. Little sister cannot ruin the friendship between the two sections. If the elder's punishment comes down, little sister won't be able to bear it. My business doesn't need advice from older brother Leng. In this moment, Li Shuangyan already lost her patience with Leng Qingfeng as she coldly responded. Li Shuangyan's words made Leng Qingfeng's expression sink, causing his heart to be filled with jealous animosity. Then, he suddenly glared at Li Qiye. But at this time, a thunderous scowl appeared as an old man approached. This was the 9 Saint Demon Gate Lei Shi. When Lei Shi stepped on the stage, many cultivators watching on the sidelines were surprised. One person even quietly spoke, A 9 Saint Demon Gate Supreme Elder, an 8 Celestial Ancient Saint. Seeing Lei Shi, Dao child Xingtian sneered and said, Elder Lei, this is not my Heavenly God sect wanting to become enemies with your 9 Saint Demon Gate, but this is your 9 Saint Demon Gate being disrespectful to my Heavenly God sect. If my Heavenly God sect declares war on your 9 Saint Demon Gate, don't blame me for not reminding you. Shuangyan, back down for me. How is this acceptable in any way? Lei Shi coldly shouted, big matters for our sect. How could a junior like you take charge? If you ruin the sect's grand matter, I will capture you for questioning me. The matter today, you go apologize to Dao friend Xingtian. Chapter 180, Slay Genius. 2. Lei Shi's manner of speech caused the cultivators present to glance at each other. Logically speaking, elders from each sect were always protective of their own, but at this moment, Lei Shi's actions took everyone by surprise. Lei Shi's words caused Li Shuangyan to turn cold while Dao child Xingtian sneered repeatedly. Shuangyan, make him scram, otherwise, don't blame me for not respecting Demon King Luan Ri as I kill all of them. Li Qiye slowly spoke with a chilling gaze. Lei Shi immediately angrily exclaimed, "Thing that doesn't know life from death, today, I will carefully teach you a lesson." Finished speaking, his grand palm created a faint 8 celestial and reached out towards Li Qiye. Pop! The grand palm did not touch Li Qiye since it was repelled by someone. This person then appeared in the same spot. "Little brother Lei, you don't need to meddle with the matters here." Qiyun appeared out of nowhere and coldly spoke. As the older brother, at this moment, he was not courteous towards Lei Shi and directly showed a cold countenance. Qiyun's sudden appearance and words did not leave Lei Shi any face. Lei Shi's complexion turned cold and gravely replied, "Big brother, you are interfering outside of your boundaries." Qiyun lost his patience and gently waved a royal order in his hand, and he said, "Little brother Lei, the order of His Highness is here. Am I bringing you back, or will you go back yourself?" Qiyun was exasperated to the extreme. Because of the war god temple's matter, His Highness basically begged Li Qiye, and he treated Li Qiye like a grandfather deserving of worship. If this matter was successful, then the 9 Saint Demon Gate would have great benefits. Lei Shi, for his own gains, caused trouble for Li Qiye time and time again. This was purposely hindering the great plan of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. How could Qiyun not be wrathful? Seeing this royal order, Lei Shi's face was extremely difficult to look at. In other sects, the Supreme Elder position might be special, but this was not the case in the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Demon King Luan Ri's aptitude towered to the heavens, and his cultivation in the gate was the highest outside of Elder Jian. One could say that his position could not be questioned by anyone. The matter was a foregone conclusion the moment the royal order came out, as Lei Shi, with his ugly appearance, did not speak another word and left. Leng Qingfeng also didn't want to linger behind and followed as well. This sudden change caused the cultivators who were enjoying the rowdy scene to secretly gasp. This meant that the 9 Saint Demon Gate had decided to support Li Qiye, even if it meant being enemies with the Heavenly God sect. "Anyone else backing you up?" After Lei Shi left, Li Qiye glanced at Dao Child Xing Tian and slowly asked. Dao Child Xing Tian snorted and chillingly said, "Little brat Li, one-on-one, I am enough to kill you." He really didn't have any confidence fighting against Li Xuangan. Being knocked away by Li Xuangan last time had always been a shadow in his heart. "You truly think that your father only relies on women to eat?" Li Qiye burst out in laughter and continued, "Only the Heavenly God sect is nothing. It is not a difficult matter for your father to destroy your Heavenly God sect." Many people felt that Li Qiye's words were too exaggerated and arrogant. Such big words. "I am here, I want to see how you will destroy my Heavenly God sect." A voice that stole the colors of the sky appeared. A person stomped forward, causing the high mountains to shake. This one person possessed the blood energy like a true dragon. A sacred aura belonging to the heavens, with rolling thunders, accompanied his presence. Everyone felt the powerful suppression as their heartbeats drowned their hearing. An old man approached by void stepping with a hidden strand of sacred ring around his body. This sacred ring seemed to have manifested into reality. Grand Achievement Grand Saint, seeing the faint sacred ring around his body, a royal noble from the last generation cried out. Grand Saint. This was the pinnacle of ancient saints. Ancient saints were divided from lowest to highest in the following order: Little Saint, Young Saint, and Grand Saint. The old man before them had a faint sacred ring. This meant that he was a Grand Achievement Grand Saint. One more step and he would be a heavenly sovereign in the legends. During the 30,000 years of the difficult Tao era, any existence that could step into the ancient saint realm were already absolute, brilliant geniuses. Outside of the ancient saints before this era, along with the old Eternals halting their blood force, any cultivator within this 30,000-year time period that became ancient saints were frightening characters. A grand completion Grand Saint was even more frightening. Wan Xingjian. In the crowd, a predecessor recognized the old man ahead and exclaimed. Wan Xingjian, the last disciple of the Heavenly God sect's ancestor. Hearing this name, other royal nobles uncontrollably lost their colors. So it is him, another royal noble murmured. Seeing the old man ahead, even other ancient saints' gazes became serious. Wan Xingjian was the last disciple of the Heavenly God sect's ancestor and was an honorary disciple. The truth was that he became a disciple after the Heavenly God sect defeated the cleansing incense ancient sect. During that time, its ancestor was already an isolated cultivation, but because of Wan Xingjian's great talents, its ancestor broke the rule and took him in as an honorary disciple. In reality, the amount of time Wan Xingjian was taught by the heavenly god sect's ancestor was very little. His older brothers taught him the Tao in place of their master. However, Wan Xingjian's talents were indeed amazing. During the difficult Tao era, he still broke through to the ancient saint realm, an approaching grand achievement. If it was not for the horrible nature of the difficult Tao era, he would have been an unfathomable heavenly sovereign. Wan Xingjian stared at everyone with a heavenly aura and sneered, "Qi Yun, since when was your 9 Saint Demon Gate so arrogant like this?" As a disciple of the heavenly god sect, and as a grand achievement grand saint, Wan Xingjian truly had the ability to look down on all beings. Facing Wan Xingjian, even someone like Supreme Elder Qi Yun greatly changed their expression. Regarding cultivation, he really was not Wan Xingjian's opponent. When the 9 Saint Demon Gate was truly arrogant, "I don't know where your heavenly god sect was," Li Qiye lazily said before Qi Yun could retort. Wan Xingjian's gaze became fierce and coldly stared at Li Qiye. His voice was crisp like a bell, and he coldly said, "Ignorant child, even God would not be able to save you today." Finished speaking, his grand palm headed straight to grab Li Qiye. Wan Xingjian's move was extremely terrifying. The thunders covered the heaven and earth as the universal laws poured down, like a waterfall that was capable of collapsing the ancient street, causing others to shiver. As this great palm was coming, both Li Xuangan and Qi Yun were greatly alarmed. However, Li Qiye was very calm. He embraced his ancient zither and began to play. Zhang, a group of emperor's powers, like a sword tip, soared to the sky. Pluff, blood poured down like the torrential rain. The group of emperor's power pierced the great palm. Emperor's possession, in an instant, Wan Xingjian was astonished and took several steps back immediately. Even ancient saints would be shocked seeing the power of an emperor's possession. Even as a grand achievement grand saint, he could not dare to say that he could survive under the emperor's power that wanted to kill. Wan Xingjian wasn't the only one surprised. All of the observing cultivators here knew the meaning behind an emperor's possession, and they all aghastly took a few steps back. Even though it could not compare to an immortal emperor life treasure, and especially not an immortal emperor true treasure, not everyone could stop the emperor's power and immortal intent. An ancient saint was absolutely unable to resist it. Once the emperor's power and immortal intent came out, it would be invincible. What could a grand achievement grand saint do to stop it outside of having his head roll on the floor? The heavenly god sect is nothing special, go ahead and summon an emperor weapon. Li Qiye smiled, zhang, as he was plucking the zither's strings. In the blink of an eye, each wave rushed out from the ancient zither like plumes of smoke that was enough to collapse the world. In an instant, everyone trembled with terror deep in their hearts. Mere mortals could not resist the power of an emperor's possession. "Humph, do you think only you have an emperor's possession?" After a cold snort, Ji Kongjian came out of nowhere while holding an inkstone. His inkstone immediately released black rolling energy, and there were also strands of emperor's power. "Brother Ji Kong, give us a hand to slay this person, and the emperor's possession will go to you." Seeing Ji Kongjian making a move, Dao Child Xing Tian was ecstatic. Not to mention the ancient street, even the entire ancient sky city lost its colors as the two emperor's powers appeared. The sun and moon, along with all of the stars' brilliances, were eclipsed. A trample emptiness mountain's disciple. Seeing Ji Kongjian, a person exclaimed, "Could this be a showdown between two emperor's powers?" Trample emptiness mountain, good, new and old debts paid together. Li Qiye coldly sneered once and the sounds of the zither became more urgent, unleashing an even denser emperor's power. Decapitating an ancient saint was easy, however, wanting to destroy another emperor's possession was not easy. As Li Qiye played the zither, its luster became dimmer and its emperor's power was being expended more and more. "Come compare our emperor's possessions with this young noble." Seeing Li Qiye not caring about the loss of his emperor's possession, Ji Kongjian also roared. His inkstone released rolling fogs as the ink inside became increasingly less. Both sides were channeling their powerful emperor's powers, wanting to unleash the strongest blow to see just whose emperor's possession was the strongest. Where did this child come from to be chirping non-stop at this place? Whoever makes a noise here will die. Suddenly, an old man wearing a paper hat came out of nowhere. He reached his one hand forward and smacked the emperor's power, turning it back into ink falling back to the inkstone. Bang bang bang, the old man that wore the paper hat suddenly grabbed Ji Kongjian's right leg and slammed him into the ground 10 times like a sandbag in one breath until he coughed up blood with his head spinning. He was not able to tell right from left. Eventually, Ji Kongjian turned into a shooting star and was thrown out of ancient Sky City by the old man. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In just a moment, everyone was petrified. This was too heaven-defying and irrational. One palm to bring the emperor's power back to the emperor's possession, and he easily slammed Ji Kongjian like a sandbag. Where did this kind of heaven-rebelling monster came from? The old man wearing the paper that suddenly appeared was the old man who needed the stone chest to be opened as well as the person who wanted Li Qie as a disciple. Too bad about the inkstone. Li Qie was a bit sad about not being able to destroy the inkstone. He shot out the zither to retract the majority of the emperor's power. The remaining emperor's power turned into a heavenly sword and slashed forward. Have a taste of my one sword. Li Qie laughed, and the few remaining emperor's power, as the heavenly sword, slashed straight towards Wanshengjian. Chapter 181, Stomping Genius Beneath. 1. Emperor's power transformed into a sword that, with mighty power, swept through the sky. Strand after strand of emperor's power that descended down was enough to snap the back of all living things. No one could resist the moment when the emperor's power went by, causing them to lie down on the ground. One sword sweeping through the sky caused countless people to become pale. The bright sun itself fell down, creating a dull darkness. Under this one sword, the order of the six Tao shattered. It was simply impossible to stop. Wanshengjian immediately lost his expression the moment he saw this great sword. Even as a disciple of the heavenly god sect's ancestor, he couldn't stop this sword unless his master was personally present. Open, as the sword was being swung down, Wanshengjian went for broke and summoned his most precious treasure. This was his fate-protecting treasure. He spread his palms and took out an emperor's edict. Boom. A loud explosion resonated as the immortal light shot straight to the sky. The emperor's edict opening caused the heavens to lose their colors while all existences trembled. There was only one word in the emperor's edict: amnesty. This one word naturally blended with the heaven and earth as its emperor's power pierced the sky like a giant standing on top of the emperor's edict. Emperor's edict, many people exclaimed loudly after seeing this edict. This edict was personally written by an immortal emperor as a symbol of his will. Clang. One sword slashed on top of the emperor's edict like two planets slamming together, causing imperial lights to shoot up to the sky. Wisps of imperial lights rushed into the sky dome all the way to the deepest part of the horizon. It illuminated the endless black sky as these shooting star imperial lights crossed the sky with a blinding light that dazzled the sky. Two forces of emperor's powers colliding shook all of ancient Sky City. Under the powerful emperor's aura, no matter whether one was an enlightened being or ancient saint, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. The emperor's power disappeared after the sword cut down, and the light of the emperor's edict also became much fainter. The word amnesty had lost the majority of its spirit. Even though it blocked the one sword, it also suffered heavy losses. Despite successfully blocking the blow, Wanshengjian's heart was aching. This was his emperor's edict that he obtained from the azure mysterious ancient kingdom with much effort. This was his precious treasure, a life-saving treasure. Only a common emperor's edict of immortal Emperor Qing Xian, not a heaven's will emperor's edict. Li Qie held his zither and laughed. If you want to compete with my emperor's possession, you should be bringing a heaven's will emperor's edict. Finished speaking, he immediately pulled the strings again. Zhang, 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 the zither sounded like the waves, with the latter waves a pitch higher than the former, as the rolling emperor's power within reached the sky in the blink of an eye. The large amount of emperor's power all rushed out, expending all of the godly presence inside the ancient zither. If this continued on, all of the emperor's power inside this ancient zither would be gone and eventually, it would turn into an ordinary zither. Zhang, in the blink of an eye, this undulating emperor's power manifested into an invincible heavenly sword that hung in the high horizon. This one sword exceeded the limit of the sky, encompassing the sun, moon, and all of the celestials inside. This one sword, with its emperor energy, was completely overwhelming. Without any hesitation, this sword swung down and cut all of the world, annihilating all gods and devils into ash under its mightiness. Open! Wanshengjian crazily shouted. At this moment, he had no choice but to throw the word amnesty inside the emperor's edict straight up into the sky, releasing all of its emperor aggregation to turn into the mightiest shield to ward off this invincible sword. Boom. Under this one slash, not to mention all of ancient Sky City, but even the citadels nearby were shaking as if they were small boats amongst the unstoppable tides with their passengers in dismay. Too crazy. If this sword hit ancient Sky City, wouldn't it sink the entire city? Everyone felt fear and trepidation in the face of this disaster. After a loud bang, the sword split the word amnesty. Even though an emperor's edict was heaven-defying, its emperor's presence was less than the ancient zither that followed immortal Emperor Minren his whole life and often played by him. The emperor's edict turned into ashes and Wan Xingjian heavily spewed out blood as he went flying outside. Boom! Wan Xingjian hit the ancient street, hard, as his bones broke, causing the dust to fly. Zhang, at the same time, Li Qiye gently pulled his ancient zither, and the heavenly sword turned into two sword edges that cut straight towards Dao Child Xingtian. Dao Child Xingtian was deathly pale with fear and unleashed his virtuous paragon life treasure right outside. A really loud boom resounded as the virtuous paragon life treasure flew out. It resembled a virtuous paragon in person with his undulating paragon aura. Pluff. However, even a virtuous paragon life treasure wouldn't do. Dao Child Xingtian was not powerful enough to exert the maximum power of a virtuous paragon life treasure. Under the majestic and invincible heavenly sword that unleashed the two decapitating sword edges, the virtuous paragon life treasure was chopped into pieces where it stood. Bang! The two flying sword edges suddenly shot through the knees of Dao Child Xingtian, causing him to kneel on the ground. Everything happened in a mere instant. One sword easily knocked Wan Xingjian flying away, and the sword edges easily destroyed a virtuous paragon life treasure and pierced through Dao Child Xingtian's knees. I suddenly changed my mind. Li Qiye embraced his zither and slowly spoke, "There will be many chances to slaughter your heavenly god sect, but today, I will spare your life. However, you must kneel down and apologize." At this point, everyone was speechless. No one dared to take a breath, and who would dare to ridicule Li Qiye at this time? Such a heaven-defying emperor's possession in his hand caused everyone to lose their mind. Everyone understood that, in order to have such a boundless emperor's power and immortal intent like this was a treasure that followed an immortal emperor his whole life. Even though it couldn't compare to an emperor's weapon, it was terrifying enough to terrorize all existences. Such an emperor's possession was just a bit more than 2 or 3 strikes. However, 2 or 3 strikes of an immortal emperor were already deadly enough to any cultivator. In your dream, at this juncture, Dao Child Xingtian struggled to get back on his feet. The 2 knees pierced by the emperor's edges were absolutely fatal. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a royal noble capable of reshaping his flesh, he would have been a cripple. Despite this, his injuries were still very grave. Really? Li Qiye stepped forward and heavily stomped down with one foot. Dao Child Xingtian changed his colors as his 2 hands slightly performed merit laws, wanting to stop this one kick from Li Qiye. However, no matter how many methods he tried, he still couldn't stop this one kick that was like the towering mountain. Bang! Dao Child Xingtian's 2 hands met the stomp as he heavily kneeled on the floor. Crushing the stone street, he painted the rock red with his blood. With a shocked expression and a pale white appearance, his bones all over his body were shaking as sweat as big as a bean began to drip down. He had to use all of his strength just to support this monstrous stomp of Li Qiye. Wan Xingjian struggled to stand up after being knocked away. He was extremely alarmed after seeing this scene and shouted, "If you still want to die, I can help you." Li Qiye leisurely said, "Today, even if you bring an emperor's possession here, it still will not save your lives. Be smart and quietly stand there for me." Wan Xingjian's face turned white, then green. To him, today was extremely humiliating. As a disciple of the heavenly god sect's ancestor, even during the difficult Dao era, his cultivation still heralded forward. His power and status was enough for him to look down on all existences. Who dared to not follow his whim? But today, under the eyes of the world, he was defeated by a little brat and couldn't even save his own sect's disciple. Dao Child Xingtian's sweat was pouring down, like the rain, on his trembling body. He was already seriously injured so, under Li Qiye's suppression, blood began to run down the corner of his mouth. "When you saw Chen Baojiao in trouble at the evil-infested ridge and didn't save her. I'm too lazy for you to make it clear. At this moment, she follows me and contributes for me. My principle is very simple: whoever hurts someone by my side, I will immediately slay him. Today, you will apologize in front of everyone to her. You know this matter clearly. It was she who did not want to marry you and left the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. How could there be a rumor about you forsaking her? You will return her reputation, and I will temporarily spare your life today. Li Qiye stepped on Dao Child Xing Tian and slowly said. Hearing Li Qiye's words, everyone looked around at each other. Did anyone expect such a thing? No one thought that Qin Baojiao, as the princess of the Jade Valley country, would leave the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Qin Baojiao's heart was beating fast as she felt her nose aching, not noticing that there was mist in her eyes. She didn't think that she could get her reputation back, but Li Qiye helped her recover it. In your dreams. If you are so powerful, then kill me, you two pair of bitches. Dao Child Xing Tian shouted. Really? Li Qiye laughed and pressed down with his foot. Crack crack, sounds of broken bones rang as Dao Child Xing Tian crazily spewed out blood under the suppression. Li Qiye looked at him and nonchalantly said, I rarely torture my enemies to death. Normally, I will grant them a swift end with one blow. However, today, if you are begging to die, it is not a difficult matter. But I will not kill you. I will destroy your Dao foundation, pierce your life wheel, and shatter your fate palace so that you will forever be a cripple. I trust that your heavenly god sect will not take care of a cripple like you. You, hearing this, Dao Child Xing Tian was palely overwhelmed with shock. For a genius like him, he could start again from the beginning even with a destroyed foundation. However, with a pierced life wheel and shattered fate palace, even if he survived, he would never be able to cultivate the Dao again and would forever be a cripple. To a high above genius like Dao Child Xing Tian, if there was a day where he really became a cripple, this would be 100 times more agonizing than death. My patience is limited. Li Qiye sneered and aimed straight down with his hand towards Dao Child Xing Tian's head. A boom sound resonated. Dao Child Xing Tian's head exuded wave after wave of universal laws and rolling blood energy, as well as the world's essence, from his fate palace to stop Li Qiye's hand. Bang! Under the hell-suppressing godly physique, Li Qiye's hand was even heavier than a godly mountain. It essentially couldn't block it and, under the pressure, these universal laws shattered along with his blood energy and world's essence. The hand continued towards his fate palace. Tianer, while the green hills last, there will still be wood to burn. Seeing this scene, the aghast Wan Xingjian immediately yelled, even an immortal emperor had moments of defeat and lost their face, let alone you. If we don't make it past today, how could there be a tomorrow? Chapter 182, Stomping Genius Beneath, 2, to Wan Xingjian, a genius like Dao Child Xing Tian was very rare. It was not easy for the heavenly god sect to train such a genius, and he didn't want to see this genius becomes a cripple. Dao Child Xing Tian gritted his teeth and mustered all of the strength from his muscles to resist Li Qiye's suppression. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was not enough to repress Li Qiye. You wouldn't even able to stop my suppression before you were wounded, let alone now. Unless you are a saint physique or an ancient saint, there might be a chance. Now, either you apologize, or I will destroy your fate palace. Li Qiye comfortably said with a smile. Boom. At this time, Li Qiye's hand was placed on top of Dao Child Xing Tian's fate palace. Under his pressure, this fate palace was creaking and it could crack at any moment. Dao Child Xing Tian sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At this time, even his eyes were dripping blood. It felt as if he was a man fighting against the heavens. Fine, I lost. Finally, Dao Child Xing Tian chose to bend as he shouted. He tightly gritted his teeth and finally said, You are right, this is the Jewel Pillar Sacred School withdrawing the marriage proposal. It is the Chen clan not accepting this marriage. After the words came out, Dao Child Xing Tian's body couldn't help but shiver. To a genius like him, yielding was the extreme humiliation of one's life. Today, in front of so many people, being forced to kneel on the ground and accept his wrongs, to him, will forever be a shadow in his heart. Without getting my vengeance, I will cease to be human. It isn't that difficult to bow down. Li Qiye let Dao Child Xing Tian go and calmly said, Even though this is avoiding the advantageous to seek the obstruction, I will still spare your life. Dao Child Xing Tian's words left everyone in silent contemplation. Words didn't need to be said, everyone could guess that Chen Baojiao was not willing to marry Dao Child Xingtian to the point of leaving the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Even though the intricacies within this matter remained unspoken, many people could guess a thing or two. Dao Child Xingtian was still sitting there with an absence of mind. At this moment, he couldn't hear any sounds. He couldn't forget the pain of this humiliation imprinted in his mind today. He was a heaven's proud son that had a fast cultivation praised by the songs. As the descendant of the heavenly god sect, he was sitting high above. No matter where he went, he was the shining light with such wonderful majesticity. But today, he was suppressed by a much younger brat and forced to apologize to everyone. This was an unforgettable humiliation of this lifetime. Meanwhile, Chen Baojiao was uncontrollably moved. Ever since she gave up everything to leave the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, she was completely empty-handed. She would rather die than marry Dao Child Xingtian, and she was mentally prepared for others to criticize her. She didn't think that she would one day be able to regain her reputation, and it was Li Qiye who won it back for her today. Her eyes were wet before she knew it. Li Qiye coldly glared at everyone around and towards the descendants of many sects who were sucking up to Dao Child Xingtian, then he smiled and said, "Becoming friends with whoever is your business, but the moment you try to flatter them, you better watch your mouths well. If I still hear any slanderous rumors, I will be very happy to personally cut off your tongues." At this point, the young talents who were standing with Dao Child Xingtian earlier, calling each other brothers, were shivering with cold sweat on their back. And not just them, but the cultivators here, including royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even ancient saints, all chose to be silent. Without a doubt, this brat before them was a monster that wielded an emperor's possession. This simply meant that he could be audacious and bullying. Unless they had an emperor's possession or immortal emperor's life treasure, they would not want to mess with this evil star. No one present dared to say anything since they did not dare to provoke this evil star in front. "Okay, I'm always true to my words, you all can go ah." In the end, Li Qiye clapped his hands and told Dao Child Xingtian. Currently, even Wan Xingjian didn't dare to make any reckless moves. He was very dreary of the emperor's possession in Li Qiye's hand. This item absolutely could decapitate him. Finally, Wan Xingjian held Dao Child Xingtian to leave. Before his departure, Dao Child Xingtian turned around and harshly said, "Li, the shame today, I will pay it back double one day." His words were filled with hatred and poison like the curse of a viper. He was still provoking Li Qiye at a time like this, causing many people to be worried for him. If Li Qiye became angry, he would really slay him. "I welcome it." Li Qiye smilingly said, "I also do not hope that you will become friends with me. I am not afraid of having too many friends, and definitely not afraid of having too many enemies. The addition of just you alone will not make it too many." Ultimately, Wan Xingjian carried Dao Child Xingtian and left. The many cultivators who were enjoying the commotion also quickly dispersed. As for the people who were referring to themselves as Dao Child Xingtian's brothers, they escaped even faster to avoid a disaster. Chen Baojiao looked at Li Qiye with a gentle gaze brimming with unshed tears. She didn't know where to start even with the availability of heavenly speech and countless words. In the end, she said nothing and only sighed while gripping her fists tightly. Words were not as powerful as bettering herself so that, in the future, she could exert her power for the young noble. After everyone was gone, the paper hat old man came out of nowhere and stood in front of Li Qiye. He cheerfully smiled then said, "Hee, little boy, have you thought about it carefully? Go worship me as a teacher now. Worship you as a teacher." Li Qiye glanced at him and said. The old man smiled and said, "Little boy, although you have an emperor's possession in your hand and can do whatever you want at this moment, this is not a long-term plan. Once you encounter an emperor's weapon, then you will surely suffer. An existence like the heavenly god sect would have trouble summoning an emperor's weapon, but there are so many more powerful existences compared to the heavenly god sect in this world. A few ancient kingdoms can easily summon emperor's weapons, and this could even cost you your life." Here, the old man formally paused and let off a grin. "Hurry and worship me as your master. As long as you worship me as your master, Hekek, the next generation immortal emperor will be you." Emperor's weapon, so what? Li Qiye smilingly said, then glanced at the old man as he slowly continued, "Worship you as a teacher. This is an impossible thing. I am not interested in hiding away at the All-Heaven Grotto at all. You, how do you know, hearing Li Qiye saying the words, "All Heaven Grotto," the old man suddenly jumped and changed his expression as if he was bitten by a poisonous snake. This group of Li Xuangan was also interested. This old man was extremely mysterious, unfathomable even. One palm was enough to repel an emperor's power. How frightening was this? But after Li Qiye brought up the All Heaven Grotto, it made the old man's face greatly change, so how could this not amaze the group of Li Xuangan? Only calculated with my fingers. Li Qiye looked at him and dismissively said, "You better look over that small golden coffin carefully. One day, you will have to return it to me." "Return it to you?" The old man stared at Li Qiye as if he was looking at a monster, and he said, "You've got to be kidding me, this is my family heirloom." "Since when did my family heirloom become your item?" "Your family heirloom?" Li Qiye revealed a smile that was not quite a smile at him and said, "Are you sure that this is your family heirloom and was not secretly stolen by the All Heaven Grotto from someone else?" You, the old man jumped up really high. If he had a tail, then one would definitely be able to see the tail behind him. This is impossible." The old man looked at Li Qiye as if he was looking at the most horrifying monster and took several steps back, then he said, This matter is not known by anyone." You, how could you possibly know? If you don't want anyone else to know, then you better not do it at all." Li Qiye cheerfully smiled and said, "Do you want me to talk about your real body for a bit or not?" The old man acted as if he had met a ghost and turned around to run like a lightning bolt. After running really far away, the old man did not give up and shouted from afar, "Boy, I don't believe that you know all of these things. I will definitely find out." After he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head as he gently sighed inside. After so many years had passed, this guy had finally become invincible. Where is the All Heaven Grotto? After the old man escaped, even Li Xuangan was curious and asked. This place was definitely full of mysteries if the old man lost his colors, as if meeting a ghost, after having heard its name. Li Qiye looked at her and calmly said, "Only a little unknown place." The All Heaven Grotto, he naturally couldn't say that this used to be his territory. The people who knew this fact were lesser than few. Li Xuangan stopped asking after hearing Li Qiye's answer. She knew that this was a fruitless endeavor. After this storm, the group of Li Qiye no longer wanted to stroll through the ancient street and headed back home. Meanwhile, throughout the ancient street, many cultivators couldn't help but to talk about Li Qiye and the cleansing incense ancient sect. In reality, very few cultivators before this knew who Li Qiye was, especially cultivators who came from a different part of the world. After the sudden commotion at the ancient street, many people understood that although this kid was young, he was a completely audacious evil star. The cleansing incense ancient sect, an insect losing its 100 feet yet still isn't completely vanquished. Even though it was almost destroyed, it still has the secret power to make others dread awe. In the end, it still is an immortal emperor's lineage. Someone lamented while talking about the events today. 30,000 years ago, the cleansing incense ancient sect was defeated by the heavenly god sect and declined from then on. People considered that it had become a third-rate sect that wasn't enough to reach the apex. But today, with Li Qiye's actions, many people realized that, as an immortal emperor's lineage, the cleansing incense ancient sect could still have other immortal emperor life treasures. Otherwise, an ordinary disciple like Li Qiye was unlikely to have an emperor's possession. Wielding an emperor's weapon's power is still only borrowing external strength in the end. Cultivators eventually still need to rely on themselves, an emperor's possession is only a temporary fluttering of might. Even with one or two more emperor's weapons, it still isn't enough for the cleansing incense ancient sect to rise again. Someone coldly said. Chapter 183, 9 Sun-Locking Heaven Law. 1. Many people agreed with this opinion, especially the young ones who had the same enemy. Right, what is so special about an emperor's possession? One day, the emperor's power and immortal intent will run dry, then we'll see what he will use to be arrogant. Without an emperor's possession, he is only a paper tiger losing his claws, not enough to reach the apex. A junior like him that doesn't know life from death, yet he still dares to cause trouble everywhere and make enemies with others. One day, when he loses his emperor's possession, that will be the day of his death. In my opinion, at that time, even Goddessly and others wouldn't be able to save him. A young cultivator coldly said. In the end, it was a problem with women. At the Grand Middle Territory, countless young talents and geniuses admired Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao. Li Xuangan was a peerless beauty with matchless talents. Chen Baojiao was a kingdom-toppling demoness, one smile was enough to shake all living beings. At the Grand Middle Territory, many peers adored them and lost their minds from admiration. But today, both of these prettiest women of the Grand Middle Territory were both following Li Qiye. This naturally left many young cultivators to be jealous, even hateful to the bones. Humph, little Bradley. He's only a little gigolo, nothing special. To cultivators, the most important thing is personal cultivation. This is truly the right path. One only needs to practice hard and courageously move forward. Then, one day, there will be a chance to become an immortal emperor. Humph, only relying on women to eat, in the end, he will only be drowned in the river of time and become an ordinary peasant. Another cultivator of the same generation coldly said. Of course, he said this with a lot of jealousy. What they couldn't understand was why these heavens-proud daughters like Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao chose an unknown junior like Li Qiye. Moreover, the cleansing incense ancient sect was only a third-rate sect. Many of them believed that their backgrounds and qualifications were much stronger than Li Qiye by 100 times, so they simply couldn't fathom why Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao chose to follow the nameless boy. Li Qiye and others left the ancient street and directly went back to the 9 Saint Demon Gates resting place. After coming into their courtyard, they immediately saw Leng Qingfeng along with the unfriendly Supreme Elder Lei Shi by his side. Of course, they had been back from the ancient street and didn't know the events that transpired there. What, got some business? Li Qiye glanced at Leng Qingfeng standing in the way and smiled cheerfully. Li Xuangan also frowned. Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi, one after another, kept on causing trouble for Li Qiye. This was going too far. As a disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, she knew that this matter involved a great deal of interest, but Elder Lei Shi kept on interfering even though this was clearly defiance against the Gate Master's will and his grand plan. She then understood that Lei Shi dared to do this because he found a strong backer that would support him, causing her to coldly snorted. Sir, namely, I don't know what tricks you used to make His Majesty trust you, but as a 9 Saint Demon Gate's disciple, I will never let the gate be fooled by you. And I especially will not allow other people to do anything that will harm my 9 Saint Demon Gate's interest. Leng Qingfeng coldly stared at Li Qiye and said. Li Xuangan wanted to step up, but Li Qiye stopped her and, still smiling happily towards Leng Qingfeng, leisurely asked, Is this your thought, or is it the thoughts of your ancestor, Elder Lei? Whose thought it belongs to doesn't matter. Leng Qingfeng drily said, Any 9 Saint Demon Gate's disciples would not allow anyone to harm the gate. Li Qiye freely smiled and said, So, you are the hero of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Then may I ask what plans do you, a disciple who protects the 9 Saint Demon Gate so much, have in mind? Leng Qingfeng caused trouble for him again and again so, this time, he wanted to fix him well, along with Lei Shi as well. Even though he was respecting Demon King Luan Ri's good sentiments, he still wouldn't allow for people to challenge him time after time. Leng Qingfeng coldly gazed at Li Qiye and coldly said, My 9 Saint Demon Gate doesn't feed idlers, and even less so for useless waste. If you want to mix with my 9 Saint Demon Gate, it is not a difficult matter, accept 3 of my moves. If you are able to accept 3 of them, then we can speak easily. If not, then living or dying will depend on your own fortune. Leng Qingfeng's words caused Li Qiye to laugh until his eyes squinted. Leng Qingfeng's intention was to bring him to his death. Li Xuangan coldly hummed, Li Qiye was the key for the 9 Saint Demon Gate to connect with the War God Temple. Now, Leng Qingfeng came out to provoke Li Qiye and even wanted to kill Li Qiye. This was no longer a personal vendetta, there could be someone directing him in the shadows. Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi obtained a tough backer, and as for who was directing them, this answer was too clear. So to speak, you are completely confident. Li Qiye focused his eyes and smiled cheerfully at Leng Qingfeng. Give it a try and you will know. Leng Qingfeng then sneered and said, I will not make it difficult for you, and I will confront with 3 palms. Whether you pass or not depends on your own abilities. He then spoke as if he was being kind to the extreme. As his words ended, Leng Qingfeng stepped out. An sound appeared like the crisp sound of a sword, like the dancing of the Grand Tao. At this moment, there was a bright blinding sun slowly rising from Leng Qingfeng's back, dyeing his body into a golden brilliance. His body seemed as if it was casted from gold, it was as if he was the godson of the sun. Bang! The moment the sun rose to the peak on his head, Leng Qingfeng's aura surged like a storm as his blood energy rose. In a flash, Leng Qingfeng's entire aura changed from quantitative to a qualitative change, causing him to suddenly break through from the royal noble to the enlightened being realm, carrying a ferocious torrential aura. Impossible. Seeing the aura changing from royal noble to enlightened being, even Li Xuangan lost her colors. If a younger generation reached the enlightened being realm, then it was too frightening. However, she was also a genius and immediately saw the clue. Her expression greatly changed as she spoke. This is not a merit law of our gate. Little sister, you are correct. At this moment, bearing the intense sun on his back and not hiding his undulating enlightened being aura, he proudly said, I am a good personal friend of Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, so he passed me the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom Supreme Ancient Law. Once this law comes out, decapitating enlightened beings and fighting ancient saints are possible. Xuangan, don't intervene with this matter, otherwise, if Fenger hurts you, I'm afraid it will destroy your Tao foundation. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's Supreme Ancient Law has been invincible since the ancient time. Lei Shi standing by the side coldly warned. Li Xuanyan's eyes became chilling and her expression was even frostier. These words had overtones, it was not just a simple warning. Seeing Leng Qingfeng bearing the sun behind his back, Li Qiye's eyes condensed and right after, he lost his colors and exclaimed in horror, the 9 sun-locking heaven law, a legendary attacking method that has been invincible since the antiquity. After his words came out, he immediately took 3 steps back. Li Qiye's countenance was too realistic, letting other people know that he was startled by this peerless supreme method. You truly know the good stuff, you even know the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom's Supreme Ancient Law. Today, if you die under the Supreme Ancient Law of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, at least you can still rest in peace from the honor. Leng Qingfeng chillingly glared at Li Qiye. Impossible. Li Qiye shouted and angrily exclaimed, how could this be a supreme technique of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom? This is clearly the invincible attacking method of the cleansing incense ancient sect. The 9 sun-locking heaven law, the scorching sun in the sky swallows the 9 sun true flame. When facing the enemy, it absorbs the sun's energy from the sky and leads it to the due meridian, then transforms this energy into the true flame to activate the true fate. It is capable of unleashing a power more than 10 times the norm and slay the enemy 3 realms above. After bursting into an angry speech, he quickly covered his mouth and acted like he didn't say anything. He then looked around, seemingly afraid that other people had heard it. Li Qiye, losing his self-control this way, put Chen Baojiao into a daze. She wanted to reach out and pull him but was stopped by the head-shaking Li Xuangan. Li Qiye forgetting himself as he spoke made Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi startled in their hearts. Lei Shi couldn't help but to take a step forward and coldly looked at Li Qiye, then he said, this is truly the supreme ancient law of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It used to be, however, my cleansing incense ancient sect had lost this art. Li Qiye busily turned his head everywhere, then he smilingly said, we should talk about the 3 moves proposition, okay. However, Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi clearly was drawn in by this matter, especially Leng Qingfeng. He became more serious and slowly said, absorb the sun in the sky's essence, move it to the due meridian, turn it into the true flame, then attack with the true fate. I was just talking nonsense, there is no such thing, there is no such thing. You shouldn't take it seriously. What is called the 9 sun-locking heaven law sucking in the sun's essence to be able to surpass levels to kill people, this is only a rumor and definitely not the truth. My cleansing incense ancient sect never trusted this rumor, so you shouldn't believe it either. This cannot be true. How can there be a merit law in this world that allows people to surpass realms to slay the enemies, right? Li Qiye hurriedly denied, while swinging his hands around, but this cover-up was only making the matter worse. Seeing Li Qiye trying to hide it only made it even more conspicuous. Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi were even more startled. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom did impart the 9 sun-locking heaven law to Leng Qingfeng. This merit law was truly extremely domineering, but Leng Qingfeng had always felt that there was something amiss. As for the exact reason, he didn't know for sure. Moreover, Leng Qingfeng, along with his ancestor, Lei Shi, had always suspected that the ancient kingdom was too generous when passing on this supreme attacking method to Leng Qingfeng. Leng Qingfeng personally had always been dubious about them not actually passing on the complete version to him. Chapter 184, 9 Sun Locking Heaven Law, 2. At this moment when Li Qie mistakenly blurted out the wrong things, this caused Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi to be very doubtful. This supreme attacking technique might just be taken from the cleansing incense ancient sect by the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, and that they didn't impart the complete merit law to him. Here, Leng Qingfeng gazed intensely at Li Qie to catch every action of his to judge whether these words were reliable. Catching Leng Qingfeng's gaze, Li Qie hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands to say, "This was just a joke, definitely not the truth. Even though our cleansing incense ancient sect lost the 9 sun locking heaven law, we never believed in this rumor." Seeing Li Qie's panicked expression, Leng Qingfeng became even more trusting of that one phrase. He sneered and said, "Whether it is true or not, we can find out after a shot." A clear and crisp sound rang. Finished speaking, Leng Qingfeng activated the 9 sun locking heaven law. In the blink of an eye, the sun behind him became even hotter as if it was the real sun. Following Leng Qingfeng's roar, the sun behind him turned into a vortex of fire that wanted to suck in the extreme sun true flame above. Many bursts of clear sounds arose, making Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi believe that this was a success. The sunlight turned into many bundles as wisp after wisp of light, as fine as the silk string like the tiny flame sparks, flew into the fire vortex, causing Leng Qingfeng's fire to become even hotter. It really is true. Feeling the power of the true flame, Leng Qingfeng was ecstatic. No longer holding back, he exerted all of his blood energy to channel the 9 sun locking heaven law to crazily devour the extreme sun true flame in the sky. From Leng Qingfeng's frantic devouring of the extreme sun true flame, he then led it to the dew meridian and turned them into the true flame of life. In a flash, his body turned into a true flame cauldron, and his cauldron of life suddenly became ablaze with powerful fire. The very next instant, he felt that his cauldron of life was capable of burning the entire world as his fire of life burned, but he didn't stop fueling his life energy to become even stronger. He started to trust Li Qie's words more and more and started to devour the extreme sun true flame that descended down from above in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the extreme sun true flame in the horizon resonated with clear sounds as it descended downward like a sea of flame, becoming bigger and bigger, creating a louder and louder commotion. The flame was like a flood from the horizon raging downward. What had happened? Qi Yun and Elder Yun had just come back and felt the extreme sun true flame shining down. In astonishment, they immediately rushed over to where the incident was taking place. Bang, bang, at this point, Leng Qingfeng no longer needed to devour the extreme sun true flame. It automatically rushed down as his body turned into a sun's cauldron that was capable of intaking all the oceans in the world. He wanted to devour even the sun in the sky. Qi Yun and Elder Yun became shocked from seeing such a scene. They both felt how powerful this force was. Seeing the extreme sun true flame pouring down on its own, Li Qie knew that this was not something that Leng Qingfeng could control. He maintained his aghast appearance and shook his head towards Leng Qingfeng to say, "Stop, don't continue to absorb the extreme sun true flame. Didn't the azure mysterious ancient kingdom tell you that this is only a rumor? This is an absolutely impossible matter." An impossible matter? Leng Qingfeng crazily laughed and said, "I will allow you to witness what is considered a true peerless offensive technique. Unfortunately, even though this 9 sun locking heaven law came from your cleansing incense ancient sect, but since you no longer have it, today I will let you have a taste of its power." As the words came out, Leng Qingfeng's entire body spewed out endless extreme sun true flame. His body was encompassed by the flame and looked as if he was the godly child of the sun. It was like his flames could burn the heaven and earth. At this time, something unbelievable happened. Leng Qingfeng's body circulated the aura of an ancient saint as if he was an ancient saint of the sun was coming into being, causing Qi Yun and Elder Yun to lose their colors. Leng Qingfeng was a disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. They knew his cultivation realm very well, and he was absolutely not an ancient saint. Bang, 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 at this moment, the extreme sun true flame in the sky was like a flood that had broken through the dam and became unstoppable. The entire ocean penetrated through like the endless torrents of fiery water and came crashing down. This scene was witnessed by many people in ancient Sky City. The sun was like a funnel as the extreme sun true flame descended down without an end. Many people were visibly moved from seeing such a scene. However, in the blink of an eye, Leng Qingfeng bellowed a pitiful scream. His body caught on fire as he could no longer control the extreme sun true flame with his 9 sun locking heaven law. The extreme sun true flame, as powerful as an ancient fierce beast, suddenly burned Leng Qingfeng's entire body. He couldn't help but coarsely scream out, "No, Feng'er!" Lei Shi gasped and immediately took action. Under his hand was an icy mountain that spanned many miles. It turned into an endless mysterious permafrost to seal Leng Qingfeng's body. However, Lei Shi's action was for naught. Him creating the permafrost was meaningless, just like throwing salt into the ocean. The mysterious permafrost was immediately vaporized. The flame was like a spirit serpent and it immediately coiled onto Lei Shi's wrist. Seeing this scene, the master and disciple pair of Qi Yun was in horror. Elder Yun wanted to make a move but Qi Yun stopped him and slightly shook his head. "Ah!" Leng Qingfeng shrilly screamed as his body suddenly became a fallen mountain and a faltering jade pillar. It fell to the ground and his body immediately caved in. It was no longer made out of flesh for it had been burned into ashes. Oh, at this time, it was Lei Shi's turn to scream. Leng Qingfeng was burned to death so the descending extreme sun true flame was paused, but the flame was like a parasite. After its host had died, it immediately locked onto Lei Shi's body, and his entire body caught on fire as well. No, Lei Shi screamed and used an endless cold energy to suppress the extreme sun true flame on his body. OM, 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 the sound of the powerful fire appeared. Even if Lei Shi's cold energy was stronger, it was still meaningless. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was incinerated and fell to the floor, completely scorched. After Lei Shi was burnt to death, the powerful fire on his body slowly disappeared just like flames that finished burning a piece of paper. Why, Lei Shi, as an 8th celestial ancient saint, was burnt to ashes. After dying, with one last breath, his eyes that were cauterized into ash opened wide to look at Li Qiye. He was still lost at the moment of his death. Li Qiye, who took the group of Li Xuangan far away earlier, suddenly appeared next to his side. "I already said that it was a rumor, yet you guys didn't believe me time after time. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom took the 9 sun-locking heaven law from my cleansing incense ancient sect. Did they not tell you that this used to be an evil technique? Swallowing the extreme sun true flame, this was only meant to make your body become a cauldron." Li Qiye slowly said. Regrettably, Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi were already burnt to a crisp and couldn't hear Li Qiye's words. Li Qiye inched closer and looked at the ashes as he slowly continued, "Sadly, you didn't listen to this old man and suffered just now. The extreme sun true flame is only the cauldron of life, incinerating the cauldron to refine the law of the true flame and nothing more." With that, his finger reached out. From the cauldron of life inside Li Qiye's fate palace came a raging fire. Slowly, Li Qiye's finger exuded a cluster of flames. At this moment, the unimaginable happened. From the ashes of Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi were 2 tiny scarlet strands of fire. They were extremely red like the steel metal being scorched in a furnace. Zhang, 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 the sound of iron chains clanking together appeared. The 2 fire strands from the 2 ashes were dragged out. Li Qiye's finger was like a magnet under the channeling of the cauldron of life, it sucked at the 2 fire strands. The 2 strands intertwined into one and turned into a true flame's law. At this moment, the true flame's law, like a spirit snake, suddenly drilled into Li Qiye's finger and went inside his fate palace. When this true flame's law went inside Li Qiye's fate palace, it turned into a large lock. When this lock fell down, it seemed as if it was locking the heaven and earth, rendering Li Qiye's fate palace into an unbreakable existence. Slowly, magical runes were floating around the large lock. They were very small but extremely bright. It was as if each of these magical runes were created from melted steel metal. The moment that these magical runes finally woke up, an erased fragment within Li Qiye's sea of memories resurfaced. One heavenly supreme art emerged. This was the complete 9 sun-locking heaven law. 9 sun-locking heaven law, you both will never be able to understand its true profoundness. Li Qiye looked at the ashes of Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi as he smilingly said. That's right, the 9 sun-locking heaven law used to be a supreme offensive technique of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It could hurt the enlightened Ming above and punish the devil king below. However, during the ancient ages, even the cleansing incense ancient sect did not know that this merit law used to be an extremely evil technique. During the immemorial time, the first branch of the charming spirit race had an extremely bright genius. he created this evil technique, the 9 sun locking heaven law. In reality, this offensive technique was not called 9 sun locking heaven law but was referred to as 9 sun annihilating God law. Even though it sounded very nice, it was not annihilating gods but cultivators who were cauldrons. Chapter 185, Old Ghost. 1. This genius taught this method to other powerful cultivators. After these powerful cultivators practiced this method, they found that their power significantly increased. However, they did not know that they inadvertently became the cauldrons for this genius. When the time was right, and when the cauldrons became powerful enough, that would be when the genius harvested. He would lead these cauldrons step by step to absorb the extreme sun true flame and deliberately let them refine the extreme sun true flame into their true fire of life. At that time, the endless extreme sun true flame would burn these cauldrons into ashes. After it incinerated all of the cultivation and cauldron of life of these cultivators, they would turn into true flame's law. After cauldrons were burnt to ashes, this genius would absorb the true flame's law and refine it to empower his evil offensive technique. The more he absorbed, the more powerful his technique became. It could even be considered invincible. In that era, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, ordered people to kill this genius and seize the evil technique that was called the 9 sun annihilating God law. At that time, Li Qie wanted to destroy this evil technique. However, after reaching this eldritch technique, he couldn't help but to praise this unfathomable genius. He was able to create such a peerlessly profound offensive technique like this. At that time, he felt that destroying this evil technique was a complete waste. Li Qie then spent countless amounts of effort and even studied it with immortal emperors in order to finally improve this evil technique, turning it into a supreme offensive technique, an invincible offensive technique. Later on, he named this offensive technique the 9 sun locking heaven law. After he trained immortal Emperor Min Ren, he also taught him this law. Immortal Emperor Min Ren used this law to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths with unstoppable momentum. Regrettably, later on, the cleansing incense ancient sect for unknown reasons lost the complete version. 30,000 years ago, the sect lost this supreme manual after the Great Calamity. As for how the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom obtained it, no outsiders knew. In fact, after the ancient kingdom seized this method, they always researched it. Many talented experts of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom had always tested this supreme technique, but they always felt that it was missing something, that it was incomplete with a big flaw. When the ancient kingdom gave this technique to Leng Qingfeng, in reality, it was only just another test. Leng Qingfeng assumed that he was practicing the supreme method, and after hearing Li Qie's words, he assumed that it was the way to increase his battle power. However, he didn't know that once he activated this method, he would immediately turn into a cauldron. Li Qie's acting was too real, so Leng Qingfeng fell into his trap. He actually thought that he found the missing component of the supreme technique, only to be burnt to death along with Lei Shi, who tried to rescue him. The extreme sun true flame was too powerful. Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi didn't have time to think before being incinerated into ashes. Inadvertently, they did Li Qie a favor, allowing him to obtain the true flame's law that turned into the large lock, and it also made him find the erased memory of the 9 sun locking heaven law. At this moment, Li Qie obtained the completed version. At this point, the whole courtyard was in complete silence. Even Elder Yun was shivering in fear. Luckily, his master stopped him, otherwise, his fate would have been the same as Elder Lei Shi. However, Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao saw the events from beginning to end, couldn't help but take a deep breath. From start to finish, Li Qie didn't even make a move, but Leng Qingfeng, who challenged him, was dead. Even Lei Shi died. Moreover, they didn't even know what was going on at the moment of their deaths. Chen Baojiao now understood why Li Xuangan pulled her back. Since the start, their young noble was only acting, and Leng Qingfeng had early fallen into their young noble's scheme. It seems like at this moment, she didn't understand the young noble as well as Li Xuangan. At this time, Li Qie took a deep breath and looked at the master and disciple pair of Qi Yun standing to the side, revealing his snow-white teeth as he spoke. Elder Qi, wrongfully cultivating another sect's merit law, this is a dangerous matter. Someone might accidentally burn from playing with fire. Wouldn't you say so, Elder Qi? The two master and disciple couldn't help but feel a bit creeped out. From beginning to end, Li Qie didn't even lift his finger, yet Leng Qingfeng and Lei Shi were burnt to ashes. They both felt that this 15-year-old little demon in front of them was an evil ghost sharpening its white fangs. One wouldn't know how and when they would die by being his enemy. At this point, Qi Yun gently sighed and understood why His Highness valued Li Qiye so highly. This was not simply because Li Qiye could control their heavenly protectors. In a few days, he suppressed Wan Xingjian and Dao Child Xingtian. At this moment, he burnt Lei Shi and Leng Qingfeng to death. It seemed like such an easy matter to this young man ahead. Enlightened beings, ancient saints, all would have a miserable fate if they provoked him. Li Qiye smiled and smiled some more as he then took Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao inside. Qi Yun then looked at the two piles of ashes on the ground and gently sighed in lamentation. Our 9 Saint Demon Gate lost one supreme elder and a genius disciple with a bright future. Seeing the ashes on the ground, Elder Yun said with pity. Qi Yun shook his head and replied, "This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Even though we suffered a heavy loss, but at least we avoided infighting. Our 9 Saint Demon Gate chose the War God Temple's camp, not the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. The first branch of Elder Lei was too close with the Ancient Kingdom. Eventually, they would be a disaster. Now, Elder Lei and Leng Qingfeng have died, their first branch's power suffered heavily. Even if they want to join the Ancient Kingdom, they wouldn't amount to anything." Elder Yun became silent from this, but he couldn't deny that his master made a lot of sense. The 9 Saint Demon Gate and the War God Temple had a relationship that spanned for millions of years till now. The 9 Saint Demon Gate had some geniuses who entered the War God Temple. This was why the War God Temple greatly supported them. However, Lei Shi's first branch wanted to rise and they chose the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. They hoped that, with its support, they would be able to control the 9 Saint Demon Gate in the future. Such infighting was not something the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were willing to see. Killing each other would greatly harm the gate and sap its power. At the moment, the 9 Saint Demon Gate didn't lose a single soldier while Lei Shi and Leng Qingfeng suffered miserable deaths. This, without a doubt, would deter the people of Lei Shi's first branch from wanting to join the Ancient Kingdom. After returning to the room, Li Qiye asked Li Xuangan, "Did the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom participate in attacking the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect that year?" Li Xuangan shook her head and replied, "I don't know the exact details, but I've heard my master say that they did not have a direct presence. He said that even though the 9 Saint Demon Gate wanted to help the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, the Trample Emptiness Mountain had someone who was secretly controlling the grand scheme, making us powerless. The Trample Emptiness Mountain did not directly show itself, but the war itself had implications with the Trample Emptiness Mountain. My master later on guessed that the Immortal Emperor's lineages involved in this war were more than just one." Li Qiye gently nodded while listening to this. An insect losing its 100 feet was still hard to kill. Even if the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was not as strong as before, in the end, it was still an Immortal Emperor's lineage that stood strong for millions of years without falling. Even if the Heavenly God sect was rising, it wouldn't necessarily have been able to defeat the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. After all, the sect's strength was still all there. Of course, towards the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, such a delicious fattened piece of meat, many lineages were willing to share. The Heavenly God sect wouldn't have been able to swallow the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect without the help of other Immortal Emperors' lineages, these monstrous existences. Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes. The Ancient Kingdom obtaining the 9 sun-locking heaven law was not a coincidence. Even if they didn't directly participate that year, they couldn't escape from some involvements. Li Xuanyan's mind was a bit shocked. Other people would lose their colors talking about the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, but their young noble was different. He seemed to not put the Ancient Kingdom in his thoughts. At this moment, Li Qiye smiled and contemplated for a moment. Then he wrote down a list and gave it to Li Xuangan, saying, "You tell people to go buy all of these things, I need them. The sooner the better." Li Xuangan looked at the list and was very much perplexed while staring at Li Qiye. Outside of a bunch of spirit medicines, there were other strange things like burial clothing. Looking down further on the list, other people that were unsure of the circumstances would think that he was preparing for a funeral. "Ah, what are you trying to do?" Li Xuangan looked at this nondescript list and confusedly asked. Li Qiye smiled and leisurely said with squinted eyes, "We are going into the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to honor." Honor. Chen Baojiao was in a daze, then she asked, "Young noble has an ancestor buried in the burial ground?" "You will find out at that time," Li Qiye said mysteriously. Met by Li Qiye's secrecy, Li Xuangan didn't ask and immediately ordered people to go buy everything on the list. As he was waiting for her to buy everything, he used this leisure time to make the most out of his cultivation. To him, the foundation should be a gradual process, but his physique was different. His physique dictated an intensified effort and speed. He had his own plan, and his ambition did not simply end at the hell-suppressing godly physique. He also required other physiques. If other people knew Li Qiye's thoughts, they would call him crazy or foolish. The reason was simple: any cultivator could only have one physique. To cultivators, the inner physique determined which types of physiques they will have. And the inner physique was unique, just like the true fate, life wheel, and fate palace. Chapter 186, Old Ghost, 2. A person only had one true fate, one life wheel, one fate palace, and will not have two true fates. Having two true fates would mean that the person had two lives, two souls. This was an impossible matter. The inner physique was also the same. One person could not have two inner physiques, at least, in principle. Of course, principle did not apply to Li Qiye. As the life wheel spun, the blood energy also flowed along with the universal laws surrounding the inner physique. Some time had passed and suddenly, the sound clang, clang, clang appeared. Strands and strands of universal laws like chains began to weave together, turning into an armor that covered the inner physique in a flash. Boom! Li Qiye's body suddenly shook and it turned into a giant treasure. In a split second, Li Qiye's physique became crystal transparent and one could see his muscle fiber, bones, and even his hair cuticles clearly. Even Li Qiye felt the beat of his body, and he took a breath to confirm the feeling. At this moment, the heart of his inner physique blindingly dazzled as visual phenomena emerged one after another. It was like a road leading to a world of treasures, or a path to open a sacred gate. Surrounding the inner physique were different visions, such as the karmic cycle of hell with godly devils screaming inside the 9 underworld hell, carrying the weight and sin of mortals. No matter which vision it was, godly devils, 9 underworld hell, and even the karmic cycle, all of them were suppressed under the inner physique. Above it was the embodiment of everything in this world. No existence since the start of time could exceed the actuality of this inner physique. This was the supreme inner physique of the hell-suppressing godly physique. Li Qiye's heart was shaken, and he finally opened his eyes. At this time, there were glares of happiness in his eyes as he muttered, "Finally reached minor completion." At this point, he paused and stared while whispering, "The minor tribulation is coming." Hell-suppressing godly physique. One of the 12 supreme immortal physiques. In order to cultivate this supreme art, it was harder than even reaching the sky. The profound truths of this physique were not easily understood by just anyone. To be enlightened in the secrets of physiques and reach the culmination of an invincible immortal physique was an extremely arduous task. But to Li Qiye, understanding the mysteriousness of the physique was not a difficult matter, for he had tread further on this road more than anyone else. He personally trained grand completion immortal physiques, and not just one. The 12 immortal physiques were all researched by him after the millions of years with countless sweat and blood expended. The only thing he needed was diligence. He had completely grasped the mysteries, now he only needed to courageously walk forward, and one day, he will obtain an immortal physique. For the hell-suppressing godly physique, there was finally result after his continuous penance. At the moment, it would finally exceed the little completion level once he surpassed the minor tribulation. This would be a minor completion immortal physique, although it was still a long road before grand completion. However, a minor completion immortal physique carried a different sense of achievement compared to ordinary common sense. Since the immemorial times, minor completion immortal physique characters were still frightening. The suppression of these physiques was enough to horrify any cultivator. Li Qiye took a deep breath. A minor completion immortal physique was an extremely exciting event for any cultivator. Once one reached minor completion, they would be a huge threat even to grand completion saint physiques. Even though Li Qiye was happy, he was not overly ecstatic. He took another deep breath and was not in a rush to transcend this minor tribulation. He needed to perfectly annihilate this minor tribulation in its entirety. Li Qiye calmly opened his second fate palace. Inside was the Tao bone of Little Silly, basked in the world's essence along with the essence of life and water of life. At this moment, the Tao bone was not only crystal bright, but it also emitted waves of circular lights. Deep in these halos were realms with illusory images of treasures. In the middle of these realms was a shadow standing there proudly. With an aura that encompassed all existences while sweeping through the 9 worlds, this shadow standing there had the presence of a being capable of destroying all worlds and eras. Feeling this faint pulse, Li Qiye couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. This was a good piece of news to him. There was still hope for little Silly. The 9 Saint Demon Gate did not disappoint Li Qiye. In a short period of time, they had prepared the necessary items. Still missing one material. After handing everything over to Li Qiye, Li Xuangan looked at the list and said, "We're missing this thing called Heavenly Ceremonial Pig." "This is just a pig, right?" Our 9 Saint Demon Gate mobilized all of our manpower, but we weren't able to find this thing called Heavenly Ceremonial Pig. It's not too surprising not being able to find it. This thing exists at the Heavenly Ancient Corpse Burial Ground. The people who know this thing is few and far between. Li Qiye was not surprised and narrowed his eyes. Then he told Li Xuangan, "I know a place that has it. Come, we will go buy one." Li Qiye brought Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao out of the small manor and entered the bustling streets once again. He didn't need so much fanfare to just buy one thing, but Li Qiye brought them on purpose to increase their experience. On the streets in ancient Sky City, Li Qiye turned left then right so many times that even Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao next to him were becoming a bit dazed. They almost couldn't tell north from south. Although they were traversing through the complex streets of the city along with turning left and right then back and forth, Li Qiye was like a horse carriage treading on a familiar road, causing Chen Baojiao to ask him, young noble had come to ancient Sky City before. Chen Baojiao found it strange that Li Qiye was more familiar with the street, even more than the native inhabitants. "Calculated with my fingers, so I knew the directions," Li Qiye smilingly said. Chen Baojiao snappily glared at her young noble with an endless charm and bewitchment. Such a beautiful and provocative girl, it truly makes the human souls wonder. Eventually, Li Qiye and the 2 girls went inside a very narrow street. This alley inside the large ancient Sky City was like the deepest part of the slums. The 4 directions were all high walls with ancient pavilions and mysterious palaces, resulting in this small alley to appear especially ominous. At the end of the alley was a dead end. Not to mention a human figure, but even a ghost shadow would not be found here. If it wasn't for Li Qiye leading the way, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao would never be able to find a place like this. At the end of the alley, they saw a small shop with a tattered wooden door. The tattered wooden door was creaking as if it would fall over at any time once a gust of wind blows by. Old Ghost Small Shop. On the small shop was an old and rotten sign, hanging there. This sign had not been swept for who knows how many years as it was covered in spider webs. Seeing this type of shop made the 2, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, as girls, to have a creepy feeling with chills in their backs. It was as if there was really a ghost here. Li Qiye relaxedly opened the tattered door and entered as the other 2 also busily followed. They felt that this place was more like a cemetery than a small shop. The store was very dark. Outside of an old cabinet, there was nothing else. Behind the cabinet was a small door that was as black as ink, leading to an unknown destination. At this time, there was an old man sitting behind the counter with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. The old man was extremely thin and had a dried and shriveled body like a corpse. At a glance, people would actually think that it was a dried corpse sitting in this place. His hair was messy like a chicken nest. Half lying behind the counter, he gave the perception that he was a dead man. Seeing the owner of this shop, the 2 girls couldn't help but look at each other. They felt that this place was too chilly, giving them an uncomfortable vibe. What made them confused was that, would anyone actually come to visit such a remote place? Li Qiye gently tapped on the counter with his fingers using a slow and long pattern. He kept on tapping like the echoes inside a valley. One did not know how long Li Qiye performed this task, but the old man finally shook his body. The movement of his body was very slow, just like a corpse. Such an action made the hearts of Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao to be chillingly alarmed. How could this be a living person? This was clearly a dead person that had not moved for hundreds of thousands of years. Finally, the old man slowly opened his eyes and frightened Chen Baojiao along with Li Xuangan. His eyes had more white than black. While flashing out a green light, they were just like the eyes of a ghost, truly ghastly. If Li Qiye didn't come here, they would have thought that this wasn't a small shop but a living quarter for ghosts. Old Ghost Small Shop, old ghost will service you. The old man slowly spoke with a deep and long voice. It was like an old ghost from hell, struggling to speak. Such an action made the two girls feel that this man was simply not like the living. I want one heavenly ceremonial pig, Lichia leisurely said. The old man didn't bother to glance at Lichia. He remained stiff and slow while asking, what item do you want to exchange with? How about an old saga? Lichia also narrowed his eyes looking at this old man. Chapter 187, Old Ghost Small Shop. 1. Note, Old Ghost, Gue, here is not necessarily a ghost, just a saying about someone who is strange or sinister, but it could also be a real ghost/devil. At this moment, the old man slowly lifted his head and looked at Lichia. At the same time, his eyes radiated a frightening light, like the sacred light of the heaven and earth with an immeasurable sharpness, seemingly able to tear apart the world. Even Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, standing behind Lichia, had to take 3 steps back. They did not receive this fierce glare directly, but they felt that this flash was able to decapitate gods and devils along with people of their cultivations like insects. As the cold sweats dripped down their bodies, they realized that this old man calling himself Old Ghost was a horror outside of their speculations. No, this old man then withdrew his gaze as if he was drowsy and stiffly shook his head. Lichia narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man, then calmly said, I know very well that there are 3 types of hard currencies at this place. 1. True or false great sagas. 2. Early people's ancient language. 3. Corpses. I have true or false great sagas and early people's ancient language. You want to choose early people's ancient language then? No, neither will do. The old ghost still shook his head rigidly, and slowly said, at least, not for you, they will not. I have a medicine pot and you can put the medicines in for me. Lichia became serious and stared at the old ghost, before finally speaking, this is not your trading rule. At least, the item that I want, is not worth this price. Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, in the back, were confused listening to this odd conversation, they didn't know what was going on. I know. But you are an exception. The only exception. The old ghost slowly continued, I can smell the scent on your body. So, your 3 currencies will not do now. Lichia narrowed his eyes and silently looked at the old ghost. As the dark crow with eons of experience, he had seen everything. He naturally knew what this old ghost was, and knew how difficult it was to deal with him. I want to see what you are concocting. Finally, Lichia relented. The old ghost didn't look at Lichia and stood up like a corpse, and slowly said, follow me. He then walked into the door as black as ink in the back. 3 hard currencies. Looking at Lichia, Li Xuangan felt that this type of transaction was too weird. This place differs from the outside. Lichia smilingly shook his head, outside uses refined jades, spirit medicines, fate pills, and even treasures. All of those are not tradable in this place. What is a true or false great saga? Chen Baojiao curiously asked, great sagas also have true and false. Of course there are. Lichia smiled and said, at this place, you can naturally obtain the items you want. First you have to think about a rare and strange enough item. All the treasures that aren't available outside, they will all be here. If you want these items, it is very simple, you can tell the old ghost an old story. Of course, this old story has to be ridiculous and bizarre. What is even stranger is that this old story can be your own personal experience, or be made up by you. If your old story is true, then you can immediately obtain the item you want. However, if your made-up story is real enough, you can still trade for the item, but you need to be able to fool him. Lichia smiled as he finished his words. Hearing this, both Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao were surprised. Such a thing was too strange. What about corpses? Chen Baojiao asked once again. Lichia shook his head and said, corpses are even harder. Corpses that could catch his eyes are absolutely unimaginable and were definitely capable of becoming existences like Earth immortals. Of course, you can also trade for the most amazing things out of this place with them. Come, don't let him wait too long. Lichia then smiled and walked towards a narrow path to the dark door. Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao glanced at each other once, then busily followed him inside. They originally thought that this door would lead to a dark place, but, after entering, they found that this was not the case. Behind the door was a heavenly grotto in the form of a large yard. In this place, rays of sunlight shined down, giving a very comfortable and lazy feeling. However, once they saw the contents of the yard, the girls' mouths gaped and they simply could not close them. They stared at all the items ahead in complete astonishment. The large green yard had medicinal parks, jade pools, small hills. All necessary things were here and, shockingly, there were even things growing here. NNI9 Transformation Dragon Silkworm Soul Grass. Seeing a small grass with the shape of a small dragon inside the medicine park that mysteriously sounded with dragon cries, Li Xuangan loudly exclaimed. 9 Transformation Dragon Silkworm Soul Grass was the main ingredient for the finest ranked fate pills. Not even mentioning grand sects and powerful nations, even an ancient kingdom wouldn't necessarily have such an item. Over there, isn't that the yin-yang immortal dragon turtle from the legends? Inside the jade pond was an old turtle lazing around. This turtle sucked in and let out yin and yang energy, causing Chen Baojiao to lose her colors in bewilderment. She had only seen such a thing in fantasy books as a legend. An ancient kingdom would not be able to catch such an existence, but there was one inside this yard. That is the Patrapalm sacred tree. This is the legendary variable stone that is said to only appear once every millions years, 8-petal one-sword saint grass. In the legends, this is a leaf blade that transcended into the supreme immortal grass, able to nourish the soul, rebel against fate, and change lifespan. Seeing such worldly shocking treasures, one after another, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao were stupefied. This yard of spirit medicines and treasures, not to mention an existence like 9 Saint Demon Gate and Jewel Pillar Sacred School, even the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would not have these. This greatly shocked them. If any of these items were found outside, there would be an insane bloodbath. There were no ancient kingdoms in existence able to have such an amazing wealth. However, in this yard, there were all of these coveted treasures. Any of the immortal grasses or items here would not be obtainable, even if an army of cultivators aimed for them during their entire lives. The 9 Saint Demon Gate and the Jewel Pillar Sacred School were both powerful and, as their heavenly proud daughters, Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan had seen many treasures. But compared to what was in front of their eyes, all of the treasures they have seen were piles of scrap metal. Come, these items require the 3 hard currencies to trade for. Li Qie smilingly said, of course, you two don't need to think too much, you won't be able to come up with any old sagas that will move the old ghost. At this point, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao looked at each other and realized something. With so many treasures and immortal grasses left like this, but the old man was not afraid of them being robbed by others. Just how terrible was this old ghost? Finally, the 3 went inside a side room. Even before they entered, Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao smelled an indescribable and nauseating medicinal scent. With a more careful whiff, only an unspeakably soul-shaking scene could be imagined as the source that rendered them speechless. There were a myriad of bottles containing unknown medicines all over the room. There was an iron wok on top of a dark green ghastly flame. And inside the iron wok was a pitch-black item. It seemed to have its own life as its surface appeared to crawl. At times, with maggots coiling about, or an approaching evil ghost spirit, or the murmuring flow of a stream. Seeing the strange item being boiled in the iron wok, Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan felt shivers running down their bodies. At this time, Li Qie closed his eyes and deeply breathed in the medicinal air and murmured, Iron Ghost Earth Serpent, World Rejection Heart, Evading Immortal Grass, God's Blood Crystal, Generation Devouring Ghost Brain. Li Qie named the medicinal ingredients, one after another, as if he had the recipe memorized. Chen Baojiao was dumbfounded seeing Li Qie reciting the ingredients from just their scent, but Li Xuangan was already accustomed to Li Qie's godly techniques. As for the old ghost standing next to Li Qie to listen to his recital, he swayed his head about as if checking for Li Qie's mistakes. After naming all the big ingredients, Li Qie finally opened his eyes and looked at the old ghost with a shocked expression, and said, You found that ancient recipe. The old ghost slowly replied, Nothing is impossible with a willing heart. However, this is only an incomplete recipe. This is just the first step, the other ingredients are not figured out. I am also not likely able to come up with them. Li Qie shook his head and sighed softly. Li Xuangan, who spent the most time with Li Qie, was jolted. This was her first time hearing Li Qie's unconfident speech. Until now, it seemed that there was nothing that could trouble him, but today he spoke without any confidence. What kind of thing was this ancient recipe that could cause their supremely self-assured young noble to actually question? I smelled the medicines on your body and that frog on your body. You surely know your stuff. The old ghost slowly spoke. Li Qiye gazed at the blackened concoction inside the iron wok without saying a word. He looked at the blackened concoction as if wanting to see through it. It had to be said the alchemy god and Li Qiye had mixed countless den recipes and had found innumerable den recipes left behind from ancient times. Some of these den recipes even came from an immemorial period that was otherwise completely traceless. At this time, there was an ancient recipe coming to Li Qiye's mind. Chapter 188, Old Ghost Small Shop, 2, Everything was recorded in the alchemy god's grand canon. At this moment, the den recipes appeared in his mind. One den recipe after another mixed together repeatedly. He wanted to find the right ingredients within all of these memories to combine with this ancient den recipe. As time passed by, Li Qiye unknowingly had bean-sized sweat dripping down from his face. Chen Baojiao emotionally wanted to wipe his sweat, but Li Xuangan quickly held her back and gently shook her head, indicating to not disturb him. A short time later, Li Qiye's entire body was soaked with sweat as if he was just fished out of water, and his breathing became more and more rapid and loud. At this time, Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan became worried that Li Qiye was undergoing qi deviation. Countless medicinal ingredients were being matched in Li Qiye's head. From testing innumerable herbs and searching for den recipes with the alchemy god, Li Qiye's understanding of medicinal knowledge and his effort to determine this recipe had gone further than anyone. Today, he exerted all of his capabilities in order to create this legendary ancient den recipe. This was a supreme den recipe without peer. Since the ages, people who knew of this den recipe could not even be counted as a few. Fuck, after a while, Li Qiye shouted and sat straight on the ground. Young noble, are you all right? Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, frightened, surrounded Li Qiye in a hurry and worriedly asked. Li Qiye took a long breath as if his air passage was blocked earlier. He then gently waved his sleeve and Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao were relieved as they busily wiped his sweat. After a while, Li Qiye stood up and looked at the old ghost then said, "This den recipe, I can try to match it, but it is still only the beginning with ingredients. The actual den refinement has nothing to do with me. You know this den recipe better than I do, no one can tell if it is true or fake. Whether a den can come out of this or not, it has always been a secret. I can only guarantee that this mixing of ingredients alchemical principle is reasonable." The old ghost looked at Li Qiye for a long time and finally nodded his stiff head. This can do. After being taken care of by Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao, Li Qiye's spirits were restored and he was at ease again. He continued with the old ghost, "But, you should know that a heavenly ceremonial pig is not enough to trade for this. Outside of the heavenly ceremonial pig, you can take something else." The old ghost said slowly, "Your choice. You can take any item here no matter what." The old ghost's words moved Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao. Any single one of the items in this yard was enough to shake the world. Which immortal grasses and treasures weren't priceless without peers here? Yet this old man said their young noble could take any item from this place. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man before ultimately calmly saying, "You and me talking about treasures, this looks too coarse. I don't need any treasure but only need one thing. You will owe me a debt." The old man's eyes flashed a green light having heard Li Qiye. He stared at Li Qiye without saying anything. After a long time, he finally slowly spoke looking at Li Qiye, "As long as you are successful, I will owe you a debt." Li Xuangan and Chen Baojiao glanced at each other with a surprised expression. This place had amazing treasures, yet their young nobles didn't want them but preferred the old man's debt instead. This matter was unbelievable. How could one favor compare to these amazing treasures? A single favor instead of these world-breaking treasures would be considered crazy in other people's eyes. But, they knew clearly that their young noble was absolutely not insane. His foresight and aspiration went farther than anyone. "Bloody eyes golden snake, take out the eyes for 6 drops of blood." At this time, Li Qiye was staring at the blackened concoction in the iron wok and solemnly spoke. As Li Qiye's words finished coming out, the old ghost stretched his hand and caught a snake as thick as an arm from a medicinal container. This snake's entire body was a golden color as if it was cast from pure gold. It had a pair of bloody red-veined eyes. When its body coiled, the bloody light threw out two bloody rays resembling an evil god's blade edge. Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao felt greatly alarmed as their bodies went completely cold when met by this red gaze. This snake was absolutely not a common thing, but definitely a powerful snake king. The old ghost easily knocked it unconscious after catching it, then took its eyes and dripped 6 drops of blood into the iron wok. The blackened concoction rolling around immediately sizzled as the first drops of blood were added. A bloody mist emerged in a flash, but it was devoured by the concoction as if it was a monster opening its mouth, broiling over and swallowing the bloody mist. Silver Frost Flood Dragon, grind the horn and add 3 parts, hurry. Watching the concoction swallowing the blood mist, Li Qie immediately shouted. The old man moved lightning fast and took out a 100 zhang long flood dragon in the blink of an eye. Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao couldn't help but became astonished. This was a flood dragon more than 1 million years old. Even a heavenly sovereign or heavenly king would be forced to run away from its sight. But this old ghost's one claw immediately killed it. He took its horn and grinded it into a powder and sprinkled 3 parts into the medicinal concoction. Graph, when the dragon powders fell inside, the darkened concoction became violent like a ferocious dragon and wanted to escape from the iron wok, but, no matter how fierce it was, it couldn't emerge from the iron wok. At this point, Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao realized that this seemingly ordinary iron wok in front of them was a peerless treasure. The blackened concoction became increasingly incensed until it was enraged to its limit and collided with the iron wok with lightning speed. Heavenly extreme dark magnetic aqua, right at this moment. When Li Qie noticed that the blackened concoction's anger was at its extreme, he immediately shouted. The old man in a flash took out a mysterious liquid from a container and poured it on top of the iron wok. The mysterious water acted as a magnet and levitated the darkened concoction firmly right above the wok. The atmosphere was increasingly tense in the room. Li Qie stared at the transformations of the darkened concoction without blinking, not letting the slightest change escape his eyes. After a time, Li Qie quickly spoke and the old ghost dropped the medicines. Under Li Qie's continued instructions, the old ghost took action without any hesitation and his timing and dosage were impeccable as well. Li Qie utilized the transformations of the blackened concoction as the proper timing and named a bunch of medicinal ingredients while the old man threw them into the iron wok. Li Qie's expression became more serious with the changes of the concoction and his breathing became more ragged. His clenched fists revealed a nervous expression and, unknowingly, he had sweat dripping down his forehead. In fact, Li Qie wasn't the only one nervous. Even the unfathomable character, the old ghost, was tense as his eyes gazed at the concoction in the iron wok. Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao were also affected and became flustered, their girly souls hanging above their head, and couldn't help but to grip their white as powder hands tightly. This was their first time seeing their young noble so nervous. They had underwent countless dangers and met many fierce existences and withstood numerous strong winds and tides, but their young noble handled them all with ease and calmness, but only this time was he apprehensive. It made them realize that this iron wok's concoction was absolutely extraordinary. As to what extent, they were not certain of. After each medicine was added to the iron work, the concoction inside transformed into numerous images. At one time, it soared into a dragon and danced into a blazing phoenix but ended as a frigid glacier. As more and more raw materials were added, the concoction became increasingly violent as if it had its own awareness and life. It was as if this powerful black concoction could feel its end approaching and fought it. It became even more crazy as it slammed into the iron wok. However, no matter how berserk it became, it could not escape from the iron wok. At this time, Qin Baojiao and Li Xuangan felt that this blackened concoction may not be a cauldron medicine but possibly a treasure or even an extremely supreme and rare existence in this world. As for what it was exactly, they didn't know. The addition of herbs was slowing down and coming to an end. At this point, the tension was high enough in the room for even the corpse-like man to have sweat dripping down. This was enough to show just how nervous he was. Locking in water. Finally, Li Qie thunderously shouted the last ingredient and, in this instant, his heart was hanging high above. Boom! When the locking in water entered the iron wok, the concoction unleashed a final blow with heavenly momentum to slam into the bottom of the wok. This blow was too powerful and unleashed a frightening presence as if a heavenly paragon was striking the heaven. This seemingly invincible blow made them feel as if the entire world would quake. But, even such a blow was not enough to destroy the unassailable wok. Bang, bang, bang. The concoction struck the iron walk again and again, but the strikes were weaker than before. Slowly, it no longer had the heavenly momentum as it became finally weakened. Until finally, the concoction no longer moved in the iron walk. Instead, it transformed from a pitch-black tar to slowly become a radiating amber color. At this point, there were only slight breathing as everyone held their breath while staring at the iron walk. Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao didn't know whether it was a success, but they knew it had finally ended. Chapter 189, Honoring the Ancestors. 1. Eventually, the medicinal concoction inside the iron walk finally condensed into a medicinal cake. This medicinal cake resembled a greasy butter, exuding a burst of sweet fragrance while giving off a comfortable and hypnotic sensation. It was as if wings appeared, allowing people to fly up in the air once smelled. Finally did it. This is the right mix. Finally, the old ghost couldn't help but become excited and shouted. God damned, finally finished. Li Qiye shouted as well during his excitement and even jumped up in the air. Then, he sat straight down on his butt as his body became weak. To him, this was truly a miracle. Even if the alchemy god was reborn, he still wouldn't believe it. If the world knew that this den recipe was successfully mixed, then they would be frightened until their souls left their bodies or screamed out in astonishment. Li Xuangan, along with Qin Baojiao, were relieved. Even though they didn't know what the Dan recipe was, they knew the item inside the iron wok was absolutely peerless. At this time, they silently wiped the sweat off their young noble and shared his joy. After a while, Li Qiye regained his wits and looked at the medicinal cake in the iron wok as he slowly said, "The mix is complete. As for the Dan making in the future, it is up to you. There is still a long road to go." The old man didn't say anything and simply gazed at the medicinal cake in the iron wok with happiness in his eyes. Eventually, he handed a heavenly ceremonial pig over to Li Qiye. Before Li Qiye's departure, the old ghost looked at Li Qiye and still slowly spoke, "How about you stay behind? Worship me as a master. As long as you accept me as your master, in this generation, the immortal emperor's seat belongs to you." These words surprised Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao greatly. Was it that easy to become an immortal emperor? However, this old ghost spoke as if it was such a trivial thing. For any cultivator, to be able to train an immortal emperor was the absolute highest honor in one's life. Even the supreme generations would not dare to say that they could train an immortal emperor, but this old ghost before them was 100% confident. "No, your words are mistaken. In this generation, with my presence, I will surely become an immortal emperor. Anyone who competes for the heavens against me will only be a pile of bones on my grand Tao road. Even a disciple trained by you would not escape this fate," Li Qiye leisurely said. Such a nonchalant tone, yet it was the fiercest rhetoric that Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao had heard. "There was no one in my sight, I alone am invincible." The old ghost stared at Li Qiye quietly. The two were afraid for their young noble in case the old ghost exploded. This old ghost ahead was definitely incomparably terrifying. However, Li Qiye maintained his composure and was as natural as the gentle breeze and soft clouds. It was as if nothing had happened. After a while, Li Qiye then added, "The day of Dan refinement, I can come. At that time, if you want me to do it, this is not impossible. However, for this matter, items that can interest me aren't many." Ultimately, the old ghost didn't say anything and sat silently behind his counter with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep just like a corpse. Li Qiye smiled and left with Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao. After leaving the small shop, Li Xuangan glanced at Li Qiye once and inquired, "One favor?" "A very worth it favor." Li Qiye looked and reached out to gently stroke her silky black hair as he idly said, "Little girl, don't underestimate him. Since the ancient times, he was one of the hardest people to mess with in this world. One favor from him is priceless. Even an immortal emperor would not get any face from him." Only Li Qiye could do such an intimate action like stroking her black hair. Hearing this, they were both alarmed and took a long breath. What type of characters were immortal emperors? They shouldered the heaven's will and became invincible in the 9 worlds. What type of person would not give any face to even immortal emperors? They had never heard of such a character before. Li Xuangan didn't notice that Li Qiye was stroking her hair as she was in a daze. The moment she recovered, she angrily glared at Li Qiye and shouted, "I am older than you, right? Call me a little girl again and I won't be so nice. Here, she gritted her teeth from anger. Li Qiye didn't pay her protest any mind and only smiled, resulting in Li Xuanyan's sudden urge to kick him while Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to chuckle. Two supremely peerless beauties, one was annoyed and the other chuckling. These two completely different types of beauties made the most wondrous scene in the world that one would never become tired of watching. After a good while, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to quietly ask, what Dan is he trying to refine? Regarding this question, Li Qiye simply gazed at the horizon in silence as if he was being dragged into an old memory. Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan did not disturb him and quietly waited for his response. It is a non-existent Den recipe that could only be found in the legends. In a very, very old age, this legend had been handed down. No one knew when this legend started. It could be during the legendary era, or an even older era, such as the primordial beginning. In short, if this Den recipe were to be refined successfully, then the invincible giants, and even immortal emperors, would not be able to sit still. Even though the two of them prepared mentally, but hearing this, they were still amazed. What kind of existence was this? Or rather, what kind of godly Dan was this? Coming back to the courtyard, Li Qiye became busy. He let Li Xuangan prepare many pots, scoops, and bowls. From his appearance, it was as if he was preparing to show off his cooking skills. After everything was ready, Li Qiye locked himself in the room. Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan only heard clanking and banging sounds from inside, then he was frying, steaming, and boiling. It was as if he was cutting the meat and chopping off the bones. These busy sounds inside made Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan look at each other in confusion. Other people would think that Li Qiye was a cook and was busily preparing a feast, but they knew that their young noble was absolutely not a cook, and he wouldn't personally prepare a banquet for anyone. The next day, appetizing fragrances burst out from the room as if the feast had been prepared. Even the group of Nan Huiran and Chu Daili, who were cultivating in the inner court, were attracted by the flavorful scents. Standing right outside, Nan Huiran salivatingly licked his tongue and asked, "Oldest brother is preparing a feast." Su Pei's big eyes were bright and softly asked Chen Baojiao, "Sister Chen, what is oldest brother doing?" "I'm not sure." Chen Baojiao lightly shook her head. She didn't really know what Li Qiye was trying to do exactly, outside of him preparing ceremonial materials. As the juniors salivated outside the door, not long after, Tu Buyu, Niufan, and Shigandang all came and curiously looked around as well. Waves and waves of flavors caused the group of Tu Buyu to swallow non-stop. Even Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan couldn't help but do the same. On the third day, a squeak sound rang. Li Qiye finally opened the closed stone door and came outside. "Oldest brother, are you a cook now? Can you please let us have a taste?" Seeing Li Qiye, Nan Huiran couldn't wait and asked with a grin on his face. Li Qiye looked at him with one eye and took out two big pots with an appearance that caused the group of Nan Huiran to become dumbfounded. The two pots were filled with soup, but part of it was green, the other was white, one red and blue. There were all kinds of colors, like a sample platter. There were many things floating in the soup like chicken feet, dragon breasts, something that resembled a human head, and a turtle's penis. There was a lump of fat, a black lacquer root, and even some dried meat covered with long green feathers. That's right, the extremely appetizing fragrance did come from these two pots of meat soup, but after seeing it, people were creeped out. This soup meat appeared to be the most disgusting soup in the world. There was devil's meat along with decomposing corpses inside. In short, the appearance of this soup made people want to vomit. "Not good, let me puke first." Seeing the two meat soup pots, Nan Huiran shivered a little bit. In fact, not only Nan Huiran, but even the group of Li Xuangan was terrified. If Li Xuangan didn't prepare the materials herself, she would be suspecting that the two meat pots were indeed made from decomposing corpses and devil's meat. Li Qiye slapped Nan Huiran's head and smilingly scolded, "Boy, you better stop daydreaming. These two pots of heavenly ceremonial soup are not something you can't eat. Even a heavenly king is not qualified to eat it. Know that this is the most mysterious and amazing soup in this world for men and ghosts to connect." With that, he covered the two pots and sealed them up. Li Qiye commanded Niufan to prepare a table, then he placed some strange items, one by one, on top. These strange items included platinum papers, some yellow papers stacked in the form of treasure swords and treasure pagodas, while others resembled a heavenly grotto. These bizarre things made others think that they were to honor the dead. After everything was laid out, Li Qie told Niu Fen and Shi Gandong, "The two of you go cleanse yourselves to prepare for the incense offering. Remember, you have to be sincere with a peaceful mind. Early tomorrow, you both will follow me to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Xuangan and Baojiao will also come along." Chapter 190, Honoring the Ancestors. 2. Niu Feng along with Shi Gangdang didn't dare to linger around and immediately went to carry out the order. Hearing about going to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, the juniors were excited and Nan Huiran couldn't help but asked, "Hee, older brother, are you bringing us along as well?" Li Qie looked at him once, then shook his head to answer, "Not this time. This time I want to meet Earth Immortals. Your experiences are far from enough, and could reveal our tricks at any time." Hearing this, even Tu Buyu was surprised and Nan Huiran. Those juniors no longer dare to ask about coming along anymore. "Without my presence, I leave these brats to you." In the end, Li Qie looked at Tu Buyu and said, "Older brother can rest assured, I will watch over them." Tu Buyu cheerfully smiled. After sending away all the juniors, Li Qie called for Chen Baojiao and Li Xuangan to enter the room, then he took out the bottle of blood belonging to the young girl next to old alchemist Sushio. "I'll pass a cheating method to you. Tomorrow you drip this blood into the middle of your eyebrows and make sure it flows beneath your skin layer to turn your bloodline into someone else's. At least it would create such an illusion." Li Qie gave the bottle of blood to Li Xuangan and taught her the method. This is using a fake bloodline to trick the Earth Immortals. Li Xuangan was not aloof. After hearing, she exclaimed emotionally. Li Qie then smiled and replied, "You guessed right." Then he went on to instruct Chen Baojiao, "Tomorrow, you pretend to be Xuangyan's servant. In short, at that time just listen to me about everything and perform this play well with me." The next day, Li Qie dressed everyone including himself into white outfits, and the five of them looked like they were going to honor their predecessors' graves. Meanwhile, Li Qie also mixed the two heavenly ceremonial soup containers into one pot and placed it on the table filled with ceremonial objects and let Niu Fen along with Shi Gangdang carry it. Afterward, Li Qie let Li Xuangan carry the piece of tile bought from old alchemist Sushio with 2 hands and told her, "Now you are the female disciple of that old alchemist Sushio, Wu Binglan. You are the descendant of the Wu clan with the blood of the martial, Wu, god running through you. As for me, I am the live-in husband of the Wu clan, understand?" This explanation was strange, but Li Xuangan still memorized Li Qie's words. Just like this, the honoring group of Li Qie finally went on the road. Hearing that the group of Li Qie wanting to go to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, 9 Saint Demon Gate Supreme Elder Qi Yun was quite surprised. "Don't worry, we will quickly come back when the underworld boats appear. If the old men from War God Temple came early, then just tell them to wait." Li Qie told Qi Yun in the end. The rendered Qi Yun silent. How great were the elders from the War God Temple? Not to mention him, even his older brother Jian didn't dare to linger when greeting the War God Temple's elders, but Li Qie just placed them to the sideline. Standing at the border of the burial ground, Li Qie gave the group of Li Xuangan 1 fragrant sachet each, then spoke, "This is a corpse energy expelling medicinal powder. Wear it at the waist and do not lose it. This is an extremely valuable item. With it, even if you enter Earth Immortal sites, you wouldn't be infected by the corpse energy. This is a wonderful medicine refined by Li Qie earlier." In order to make this cauldron, the 9 Saint Demon Gate paid a huge price to buy all the medicinal ingredients that Li Qie needed. If it wasn't Li Qie, then the gate would absolutely not have spent an arm and a leg like this. Li Xuanyan's group quickly wore the sachets on their waists. The moment they placed them there, the sachets exuded waves after waves of medicinal scents. They then entered the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground with Li Qie leading the way while Li Xuangan carried the tile respectfully with both hands, followed by Chen Baojiao, then Shi Gangdang and Niu Fen carrying the ceremonial offerings. While inside, Li Qie was dropping down yellow papers every once in a while along the way inside the burial ground with a particular order. But even so, there were still earth corpses slowly standing up and crawling out from their nests when the group were inside. It seemed that these earth corpses had the abilities to discern that since Li Qie and others had the white silk robes on with ceremonial offerings with money dropping along the way, they chose not to attack Li Qie. But these numerous earth corpses did not leave and chose to slowly follow Li Qie, and there were more and more of them as they penetrated the depth of the burial ground. These were more powerful earth corpses later on as well, including heavenly sovereign earth corpses. Seeing the stream of earth corpses following behind them exuding rolling corpse energies left the group of Li Xuangan to have the chills all over their bodies. But these corpse energies were negated by the medicinal sense, so Li Xuanyan's group could heave a sigh of relief. But finally, one earth corpse suddenly made circles around and completely stopped Li Qiye's path. With such a powerful earth corpse blocking the way, the others all mobbed them as well. In just a moment, the group of Li Qiye were surrounded by earth corpses. Even Niofun was shivering with a ferocious gaze seeing this entrapment. However, Li Qiye stood forward while shaking his head and channeled his voice to loudly shout, "Grand Middle Territory, Sacred Wu Clan, 637th descendant remembers the powerful awe-inspiring wind of the ancestor and commemorates the ancestor's great merits. Today, I am bringing my family and servants with offerings to worship the mysterious dragon cave of the martial god, the Sacred Wu Clan's progenitor, and also worshipping the coiling dragon mountain lord, the Wu Clan's second ancestor. My ancestor is an immortal earth in this place, please forgive and let their descendants pass. All saints please give way." At this time, countless earth corpses gazed intensely at their group without any action with their eyes glowing red. My ancestor, the mysterious dragon cave's martial god, was bestowed this eve's tile by immortal Emperor Tun Ri. This is our family heirloom to prove our blood lineage, Li Qiye roared with a completely serious expression. Other people who didn't know him would actually thought that he was a ceremonial priest. Under Li Qiye's signal, Li Xuangan slowly raised the tile up with her two hands. Right at this second, every earth corpses were staring at this tile up high. In just a flash, the atmosphere froze. No matter whether it was Shurgangdang or Niofun, they both held their breath. Once the situation deteriorated, they would immediately kill out of this entrapment. This solemn and volatile atmosphere lasted for a while before many earth corpses finally slowly receded back to their lairs. Seeing this scene, the group of Li Xuangan could finally breathe easy. This matter was too strange, and no one would believe even if they're told. After the departure of the earth corpses, Li Xuangan quietly asked, "Mysterious Dragon Cave's martial god. Coiling Dragon Mountain's lord." She had never heard of these titles. There are 4 essential things in worshipping the ancestors. First one is an ancestral item, second is the ancestor's title, third is the ceremonial offerings, and fourth is the heavenly ceremonial soup. Li Qiye spoke in a low voice. Ancestor's title is the ancestor's name after being buried here and becoming an earth immortal. They have their own dragon vein and become kings there. The person worshipping must report the ancestors' names here, otherwise they would not be allowed in if these ancestors do not exist. It was fortunate that they are still here. Li Qiye softly spoke. The numbers of earth corpses and coffins increased as the group went deeper into the burial ground. It was indeed worthy of being the defining place to bury the dead. In this place, countless geniuses and incomparable characters were put to rest here. However, the moment they entered the Earth Immortals' territories, there were fewer sites of earth corpses and coffins. There were a few mountain ranges without even one earth corpse present. The mountains in the Earth Immortals' territories were extremely huge, stretching for an endless length. This place gave the feeling that the world they were in had changed, with boundless majestic mountains and rivers with godly hymns chiming above. The Immortals' mountains reached the clouds while the bigger ones had the sun, moon, and stars surrounding them. One particular sacred peak pillared as if it was the center of the sky itself. Among this heaven and earth, there were bountiful godly ores and treasure metals shining their brilliances inside the treasure trees. In the rivers, one could even see flood dragons diving underneath. Here, there were mountain ranges like the swimming dragons. Here, there were gigantic mountains resembling resting fierce lions. Here, there were sacred peaks like the soaring phoenixes. The scene was extremely magnificent, rendering any spectators to be marveled in this beautiful land embodied by mountains and rivers, the land of the dragons. No wonder why there were so many invincible existences who willingly buried themselves in this place since the eternal dawn. Even if these dragon veins could not give rise to a rebirth, but they were still great places for one's finales. Li Xuangan and Qin Baojiao were astonished by this endless scene. They couldn't help but became emotional by the place of Earth Immortals. Any person after death would be willing to bury themselves in this place. They initially thought that this place would be similar to the other locations with countless earth corpses and their corpse energies. But at this moment, they couldn't believe that this was still the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, not a land of the gods. Why are there no earth corpses here? Chen Baojiao was surprised by this. The land of the earth immortals did not have many earth corpses, and the few present were all hiding without showing themselves. This is the earth immortals' territory. Li Qiye then replied, here is where the dragon veins intertwine. It is the final destination of a supreme magical land, not comparable to the feng shui treasure ground. The earth immortals naturally would not share such a good place like this with the earth corpses. Treasure lords cannot control earth corpses, but earth immortals are capable of such a deed. Any earth corpses that can stay at this place were absolutely unfathomable characters, and could even be invincible existences in the past. Chapter 191, Tricking the Martial God, 191, Tricking the Martial God, 1. Li Qiye eventually climbed up a high peak rolling paths ranging for 10,000 miles with the rest of the group. Where they finally stopped, this peak looked like a coiling dragon entrenched in this location. They then entered a mysterious valley on top of the high peak. Without Li Qiye's leading the way, the group of Li Xuangan would not easily be able to find their way through this type of narrow mountain. There were the sounds of flowing streams inside this valley. The stream cleansed the lava nearby, issuing very pleasant noises. This mysterious valley on top of the high peak resembled a heavenly grotto, giving off a comfortable and fresh sensation once inside. They then stopped at a nondescript canyon surrounded by lush trees and sweet grasses. There was nothing else in front except a towering cliff at the end. The only thing noticeable about the cliff was that it was extremely smooth. Li Qiye signaled for Shigangdang and Niufan to put the ceremonial offerings down, then he began to throw the fake money on the ground and led the way. After making one circle after another with the fake money, Li Qiye like an announcing servant shouted loudly, Sacred Wu clan, descendant of the 637th generation, Wu Binglan, bringing along her husband and servants to honor the sacred ancestor. Honor to the sacred ancestor for obtaining the Coiling Dragon Mountain as your grave and earning the title Coiling Dragon Mountain Lord. We, Wu clan's descendants, remember the wise sages and recall the glorious days of our sacred ancestor, and couldn't sleep at night. Li Qiye was like an announcer jumping around in circle. He took out a golden bell out of nowhere and started to tap on it, creating deep clanking bell sounds as if they were capable of reaching hell itself. Son-in-law Qiye along with my wife Wu Binglan, the 637th descendant of the Wu clan, are here. First we worship the ancient heaven. Second, we worship the 9 hells. Third, we worship the sacred ancestor. After finishing his dance, he winked towards Li Xuangan and bowed down. Li Xuangan also quickly held the tile up and bowed as well. The group of Chen Baojiao also bowed down. This type of ceremony gave the group of Shigangdang a strange feeling, as if they were not worshipping the dead, but were worshipping the devils instead. After the ceremony was over, Li Qiye burned all the ceremonial offerings on the table. After burning the fake money, Li Qiye opened the heavenly ceremonial soup's cover and sang, Our Wu clan's sacred ancestor, today is the day when your descendants come to worship and ask the heaven to show us our fates. We offer the heavenly ceremonial soup to the Tao, and respectfully beseech for sacred ancestor to come out and taste the heavenly soup. While the group of Li Xuangan was creeped out by Li Qiye's lyrics, an incredible thing happened. A flowing mist rose out of the heavenly ceremonial soup, and these mists were like the immortal curtains draping down or the natural darkness directly communicating with the ravines of hell. At this point, an unthinkable matter occurred. The smooth cliff ahead slowly split open and a coffin slid out from inside. This coffin was extremely finely crafted from godly metals. On top were ancient proses along with eye-catching carved dragons and phoenixes. Anyone who saw it would immediately know that the one buried inside was an unfathomable character. In the blink of an eye, the coffin opened and a person stepped outside. Even though this was not their first time seeing such a scene, but the group of Chen Baojiao still felt very alarmed. The person who came out was an old man wearing a royal crown and dragon robe, carrying a boundless imperial aura. This person was a supreme ruler reigning over millions of existences. The old man who came out did not look like a dead person at all, but his eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. This was very similar to the treasure lords. Wu clan's son-in-law along with my wife Wu Binglan, the 637th descendant, is here to honor sacred ancestor. After the old man walked out of the coffin, Li Qiye immediately bent his body down while chanting. Li Xuangan also immediately bowed her head along with the others. At this time, the old man gently waved his hand and the tile on Li Xuangan's hands appeared on his palm. The old man gently caressed the eaves tile. The initially calm expression without any emotion suddenly let out a moving sentiment. Even though his eyes were closed, he lightly touched this tile and murmured, "Wu Clan ah Wu Clan." After a while, the old man lifted his head and suddenly opened his eyes, letting two bloody lights fall down on Li Shuangyan's body. In this very moment, Li Shuangyan's heart was beating heavily and tense. One had to know that she was a fake Wu clan's descendant. Once this second ancestor of the Wu clan noticed, then their fates were doomed. Li Shuangyan was not sure at all. This matter of pretending to be of someone else's bloodline was her first time. Only Li Qiye was very calm. Other people would actually think that he is really the 637th son-in-law of the Wu clan just by looking at his demeanor. In reality, Li Qiye didn't really care at all. This was not his first time using this deceptive tactic. Unless it was an immortal emperor, even an invincible existence would not be able to see through his method. The old man closed his eyes a moment later and the tile in his hand flew back to Li Shuangyan's hand as he slowly spoke, "Little one, you don't have to be afraid. Even though I have been buried here for countless years, but when I was buried, I was still a living person. At this moment, I am still alive." The old man's words relieved Li Shuangyan and she replied quietly, "This is the first time this descendant had came to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, thus there were many unknown things to us. If it wasn't for my husband who asked for advice from wise teachers to learn the entering method, this descendant wouldn't have the courage to enter the burial ground." Li Shuangyan was a smart person and quickly repeated what Li Qiye taught her to say beforehand. Even though these words were taught to her by Li Qiye, but when she said the word husband, she couldn't help but felt her cheeks burning. The old man nodded his head in agreement and he opened his mouth to suddenly swallow the heavenly ceremonial soup's floating mists. The sounds, XSH, rang. The old man sucked in the heavenly ceremonial soup's hazy energy. At this time, there was a strange phenomenon happening inside the soup pot. There were the sounds of roaring dragons and crowing phoenixes. There were clear and bright scenes of hell with ghosts and ferocious beasts among the waves suffused within the soup as if they were trying to escape. All kind of strange images began to appear. As the old man swallowed the soup's energy, it began to change. It used to have red, green, and yellow colors, but now it gradually turned into a clear color like water. Prior to this, there were many items like the dragon breast, chicken feet, turtle penis, and even human head. The group of Li Shuangyan didn't know what these nauseating meat were, but at this moment, everything completely disappeared and there were only clear water inside. After finished swallowing the heavenly ceremonial soup, the old man clicked his tongue as if he wanted to truly enjoy the aftertaste, and then he murmured, "Smoke and fire of the mortal world, devil meats of hell." Eventually, the old man began to speak, "What are your desires?" At this point, his eyes remained closed. Now it was Li Qiye's turn to step out. He bowed and respectfully said, "Time quickly passed by like the sun and the moon. After sacred ancestor departed, millions of years had came by. We descendants are incompetent and could not carry the Wu clan's glory. Today, the Wu clan had fallen like the sun set in the western mountain. All of our treasures and merit laws are gone. Your son-in-law along with my wife want to revive the Wu clan and once again regain our glory. So I and my wife used all of our wealth to ask for wise teachers' guidance to finally enter the heavenly corpse burial ground to meet sacred ancestor. We hope that sacred ancestor will pity your descendants and reverse the Wu clan's declining way. Please guide us towards a bright path, sacred ancestor. Time is merciless, and the moon and sun are always changing," the old man lightly sighed. With his eyes still closed, he finally took out an item from his coffin and gave it to Li Shuangyan, then said, "Go to the mysterious dragon cave to meet the progenitor. His venerableness is called Mysterious Dragon Cave's war god." After his words came out, he didn't linger any longer and went back inside the ancient coffin. Clang 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 sounded followed by a loud bang. The ancient coffin returned to inside the cliff and the split cliff combined together again as if nothing had happened. The group of Li Shuangyan finally took a long breath and didn't expect for things to go so smoothly like this. Not to mention Li Shuangyan, this was Shurgangdang and Niufan's first time experiencing such an event. After the Wu clan's sacred ancestor went back to rest, Li Qiye was not in a hurry and continued to slowly burn the fake money. He waited until all the money were burnt before bowing on last time and took the group of Li Shuangyan away. After leaving the coiling dragon mountain, Li Shuangyan then took out the item given to her by the sacred ancestor to Li Qiye. Everyone looked at it and found that it was a base made out of unknown material. It was extremely heavy with the two words Tun-Ri carved on top. These two words were extremely domineering with a magnificent and majestic aura. The more frightening part was that it seemed to have presiding immortal emperor inside, causing others to fear and worship. What is this? Seeing this thing, everyone was surprised. Emperor's seat. Bestowed by immortal Emperor Tun-Ri. Li Qie continued to speak carefully. This emperor's seat and the Eve's tile belong together. When immortal Emperor Tun-Ri was young, he bestowed the Wu clan's progenitor martial god this tile, because he was young and poor. But later on, after he became an immortal emperor, he used this tile to create an emperor's seat. With that, he put the tile on top of the emperor's seat, and it immediately exuded a pressing presence, letting others know that it was an unmeasurable emperor's possession. We need this emperor's possession in its complete version to meet the Wu clan's progenitor martial god. He is much more powerful and unfathomable compared to his son. He had 100 generals buried along with him in the dragon vein. Without this key, we will not be able to enter the mysterious dragon cave. Li Qie leisurely said. Everyone glanced at each other and realized that this was a multi-layered plan. First they had to fool the Wu clan's sacred ancestor, then they would go to trick the Wu clan's progenitor. Take out new ceremonial offerings, we will go honor the progenitor. Li Qie commanded the group of Neofun. Li Qie once again prepared the new offerings and placed each items on top of the table. Finally, Li Qie took out the last pot of heavenly ceremonial soup and placed it in the middle. Chapter 192, Tricking the Martial God, 2, 192, Tricking the Martial God, 2. Eventually, Li Qie had Li Xuangan carry the emperor's seat along with the tile and continued on the road. In fact, the group of Shurgangdang along the way felt that the matter was so preposterous in actually fooling an Earth immortal. Such a thing most likely had never been done before, but today they actually managed to do it. The whole thing was inconceivable to the utmost. What gave Shurgangdang and Neofun solace was that they wouldn't dare to even think about this matter before, but today they had the fortune of actually participating in this historically rare event. They couldn't help but felt that following Li Qie was their wisest decision in their entire lives. Eventually, Li Qie brought them to a different dragon vein that had an even more majestic air than the previous one belonging to the Wu clan's sacred ancestor, as if a gigantic dragon was lying on the earth. Li Qie easily found the end of this dragon vein. This was a deep ravine with a very quiet atmosphere. Outside of the ravine were two giant trees blocking the way together. No one could pass through them. Sacred Wu clan's 637th descendant, Wu Binglin greets the Wu clan's progenitor, mysterious dragon cave's martial lord. Li Qie loudly shouted with a penetrating voice. At this time, Li Xuangan under Li Qie's signal raised the emperor's tiled seat, and gently knocked on where the two giant trees intertwined as if she was knocking on a door. The two giant trees then mysteriously like two dragons slowly receded, revealing an old passage in front of everyone. They filed as a line and came inside to the ravine using the small passage. The first thing they saw once entered rendered the group of Li Xuangan in shock. Because there were many coffins lying inside the ravine. Each of them had billowing smoke surrounding them, as if the corpses inside were swallowing these mists. Countless coffins were located all around the valley and they surrounded a bigger coffin. This coffin was placed on top of a large boulder. It was actually crafted from the exceedingly precious imperial image sacred wood. Even though this ancient coffin had been here for who knows many years, but it was retained its colorful brilliances. The group of Li Xuangan was astonished at the fact that there were more than 100 generals buried along with the Wu clan's progenitor. This was indicative of how invincible and powerful he was during his generation. Sacred Wu clan's 637th descendant Wu Binglin brought my husband along with servants here to honor our progenitor. Our glorious progenitor who is buried at the mysterious dragon cave and was bestowed the title Mysterious Dragon Cave Martial God. The Wu clan's descendants for many generations remember the wise sages and recall the glorious days of our progenitor resulting in many sleepless nights. After putting down the offerings, Li Qie once again acted as the biggest trickster. Li Xuanyan's group all held their breath at this moment and became very nervous. Without a doubt, the Wu clan's progenitor buried at this place was much more frightening than the Wu clan's sacred ancestor. Li Xuangan couldn't help but worried that the progenitor would see through her. The progenitor alone was terrible enough, but he even had more than 100 generals buried here as well. If he saw through them, then they would not only be facing him, but also the 100 terrifying generals. Li Qiye finally finished his ceremony, then the sound ja, ja, ja rang in the air. Inside the imperial image sacred wooden coffin came a person. This person boldly stepped out and his aura immediately drowned the sky like a supreme emperor king. This was an old man whose stature was not overly tall, but the moment he stood up, it gave the sensation that he could trample the earth and his size pillared over the horizon. He was not wearing a dragon imperial robe, and also had no royal crown on his head. His clothing was simply common and ordinary. But even with his ordinary style, he still had a dominating aura with a majestic tyrannical presence over the mountains and rivers. This was a generational supreme emperor king, an invincible existence of an era. This was the Wu clan's progenitor. He was referred by others during his era as the martial god. He was also the sworn brother of immortal Emperor Tun Ri, and they grew up together. Even though he did not become an immortal emperor like Tun Ri, but he was one of the strongest existences in that era. He had swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths before, and even helped immortal Emperor Tun Ri establish his marvelous emperor's path. He powerfully stepped out and opened his 2 eyes, unleashing 2 bloody rays onto Li Shuangyan's body. Li Shuangyan's heart was shivering, for she felt the power of the progenitor. He then closed his eyes without saying anything and swallowed the soup mists from the heavenly ceremonial soup. As sizzling sounds came out, strands after strands were devoured into his mouth. Finally, the progenitor finished taking in the soup and it became a clear and tranquil water. "What are your aspirations?" The progenitor finally opened his mouth, releasing a low yet powerful voice. The Wu clan had fallen. Li Shuangyan bowed her head and whispered, "Please help us, progenitor." The Wu clan's progenitor stood there with his eyes closed without saying a word. Li Qiye prostrated and begged, "Progenitor, the Wu clan had fallen and suffered oppression from everyone. The East River Sushio clan had always been preying over us. Your unfilial descendants cannot hold on to the Wu clan's territories. Today, our Wu clan's territory had been destroyed all the way from the West River, and we had lost the majority of our land. Your Wu clan descendants had to do everything just to hold on to the Wu clan's ancestral hall." Since she was taught by Li Qiye beforehand, the moment he stopped speaking, Li Shuangyan bowed her head and began to softly weep. Li Shuangyan's quiet weeping was full of grievances, causing listeners to become sorrowful. Those old men from the Sushio clan. After hearing Li Qiye's words, the Wu clan's progenitor suddenly opened his eyes, revealing the frightening blood ray, and immediately closed them again. It was very obvious that he was furious. A bunch of unfilial children. Finally, the clearly angered progenitor coldly asked, "You all even forgot the ancestral canon. That year in the chaotic battle, we lost the ancestral canon amidst the fire of war. Our ancestors also did not pass down the progenitor's teaching." Li Qiye carefully explained. "Humph." The progenitor coldly snorted. It was unclear whether he was angry towards the enemy or towards his unfilial descendants. Finally, the progenitor chillingly spoke, "Inside the ancestral chamber, move my memorial tablet and place the emperor's tiled seat on top to open the original ancestors' ground. The Wu clan still has a last chance to rise again." Having said that, the Wu clan's progenitor then took out an item from his coffin. This was an old bamboo trunk used for carrying scrolls. It was made from golden silks exuding a blinding golden brilliance. The progenitor threw this ancient bookcase to Li Shuangyan and said, "Take it, this is the heaven-traversing 8 saber." Finished speaking, he went back inside his coffin as if he didn't want to see his unfilial descendants again. Li Qiye secretly nodded towards Li Shuangyan. Finally, after burning the fake money, Li Qiye left along with the group of Li Shuangyan. However, as they were leaving, Li Qiye suddenly tripped and almost fell down completely. But right at that moment, Li Qiye rushed forward like a lion and stood firmly to the other side. His tripping confused the group of Li Shuangyan, but they didn't dare to ask anything in this dangerous place. After leaving the mysterious dragon cave, Li Qiye immediately threw everything away and told the group of Li Shuangyan, "Hurry, we need to leave right now. It won't be long before he catches up." "What? We were found out by the Wu clan's progenitor." Hearing this, Li Shuangyan exclaimed in horror. "I purposely let him see through us, but he needs time to digest the information. He sat there for so long, so he needs time to react. We need to go right now." Li Qiye ran crazily along with the others. "Why do you want him to see through?" As they were frantically escaping as fast as lightning, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but asked. "To fool someone else." Li Qiye added, I came to the mysterious dragon cave for the heaven-traversing 8 saber. At this moment we will go trick someone for a saber. With this saber along with the heaven-traversing 8 saber technique, it will be a perfect combination. These words left everyone speechless. The moment when they were running for their lives, he was still trying to fool a different Earth immortal. This matter was too arrogant and courageous. Neofun, listen to me, when the time comes, on my command, use the 9th solution, got it? As they were running, Li Qie shouted towards Neofun, under my command, at that time, escape towards the west. Understood. Neofun excitedly answered while feeling nervous. Any Earth immortal in this place was of the invincible generation, who dared to trick them. But at this time, their young noble dared to perform such an unparalleled task, tricking another Earth immortal even when they were running for their lives. This was too crazy and it made Neofun both nervous and ecstatic at the same time. Such a matter was a great challenge. Who are you tricking this time? As they were riding on Neofun's back fleeing like madmen, Li Xuangan couldn't help but asked. Lion Monarch Basian, tyrannical immortal. Li Qie then continued with his answer, the tyrannical immortal saber in his hand is the perfect match for the heaven-traversing 8 blade. One would become unthinkable with these 2 items together. Lion Monarch Basian. Hearing Li Qie's words, Gang Dang lost all of his colors and exclaimed in horrors. Who is the Lion Monarch Basian? Chen Baojiao had never heard of such a character, so she busily asked. A once invincible existence, he was one of the strongest existences during Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's era, and even competed with Immortal Emperor Tun Ri for the Heaven's Will. In that era, there were 2 immortal physiques. One was Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's Heaven Devourer evil physique, and the other was Lion Monarch Basian's furious immortal tyrannical physique. However, he was only one step behind Immortal Emperor Tun Ri. Tun Ri's Heaven Devourer evil physique reached grand completion, but his furious immortal tyrannical physique did not reach grand completion in the end. Heaven Devourer evil physique and furious immortal tyrannical physique were both part of the 12 immortal physiques. Li Xuanyan's group was emotionally moved after hearing this. Even though it was not grand completion, but Lion Monarch Basian was still an extremely frightening existence. Chapter 193, Lion Monarch Basian, 193. Lion Monarch Basian, 1, as they were riding the snail. Like crazy away, Li Xuangan inquired, how do you know that Wu Clan's progenitor will see a flaw and chase after us? As an Earth immortal, wouldn't he be just like the treasure lords and couldn't easily come into being? My method was impairing his judgment. Li Qie continued, our honoring the ancestor could be said to be perfect, so the Wu Clan's progenitor was not going to find out that we were imposters. But when we were leaving, I revealed a lion rush. If he saw it, then he would become suspicious. The moment he sees that we are escaping towards tyrannical immortal Lion Monarch's burial ground, he will absolutely think that we are closely associated with the monarch. The Wu progenitor will absolutely not be able to swallow losing the heaven-traversing 8 saber technique. But even if we take a step back and say that he is able to accept this loss, but once he assumes that we are related to the monarch, he absolutely will not be able to swallow this anger. Li Qie continued, the Wu progenitor and the monarch are from the same generation. More importantly, they were mortal enemies and fought each other their whole lives. Once he believes that the monarch sent us to swindle his technique, he will absolutely go crazy and hunt us down. Everyone started to have cold sweats all over their bodies after hearing Li Qie. Wasn't this playing with fire? What about the Sushio clan? Is old alchemist Sushio also part of the Sushio clan? Chen Baojiao then curiously asked. You are correct about this. When we brought up the Sushio clan, it was only a technique to anger him. The Wu sacred ancestor is not comparable to its progenitor. 1 or 2 sentences could fool the sacred ancestor's heart, but the progenitor was different. The Sushio clan and his sacred Wu clan are mortal opponents. To be more exact, they were a match made in heaven. Before the sacred Wu clan existed, the Sushio clan was already an alchemist clan. When the Wu progenitor was younger, he wanted to marry a woman from the Sushio clan. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't marry her. Because of this, he had always maintained this grudge in his heart, which is why the sacred Wu clan was built in the Western River to oppose the Sushio clan. At this point, Li Qie couldn't help but to burst out in laughter and added, when the Wu progenitor was alive, he was always antagonistic towards the Sushio clan without letting this matter go. However, later on, the later generations of the Sushio clan and Wu clan were always in laws for many generations. Simple words, I'm afraid they were insufficient to stir the Wu progenitor and he would not be willing to take out the heaven-traversing eight saber, but when I used the Sushio clan to anger him, this became a completely different matter. This was an obsession he carried his whole life, not being able to let it go. Li Qiye then commented, after hearing that the Sushio clan was bullying the Wu clan, he for sure was not able to swallow this anger. The group of Li Xuangan were amazed because fooling Earth immortals was the defining danger out of all dangerous tasks, like playing with fire. But Li Qiye was very much at ease and relaxed as if it was only a relaxing stroll. How do young noble know that both the Wu clan along with tyrannical immortal lion monarch were both buried at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground? Shi Gangdang couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. The Wu clan's ancestors being buried at the end of a dragon vein, this was not something future generations were privy to, but Li Qiye knew it like the back of his palm. This matter was too unimaginable. But right after the question came out, Shi Gangdang felt that his words were superfluous, for this was not the first time something like this had happened, and he didn't need a reason either. Regarding this inquiry, Li Qiye only smiled and didn't answer Shi Gangdang. How could he not be knowledgeable about the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground? For generations till now, he came into this burial ground time after time. In fact, this was not the first time such a matter had been done. However, he didn't directly appear before people as the Dark Crow before. By riding the snail, they quickly flew past several dragon veins. Niufan's speed was very fast, and Li Qiye brought the group of Li Xuangan on top of a wilderness. This wilderness was completely desolate. At this place, there were no high mountains and only had short hills, and it appeared to be very inconspicuous. But Li Qiye was standing on a melancholic place with broken walls, as if there used to be a palace at this place, since there were many scattered broken tiles and bricks on the ground. Li Qiye let Li Xuangan hold the emperor's tiled seat up high while he held the heaven-traversing eight saber with his two hands and loudly spoke, Sacred Wu clan, 637th descendant under the command of the martial god, is here to visit heavenly desolate domain lord. Bang bang bang. At this time, the earth shook and an ancient palace suddenly erected and rushed out from the ground. This palace was extremely archaic with two majestic godly lions sitting in front, very lively and suppressive. Li Qiye glanced at Li Xuangan once, then Li Qiye brought everyone inside this palace. It was extremely vast, but no one was inside. In the middle of the palace was an ancient treasure coffin with a godly lion engraved on top with an appearance like it could jump out at any moment. Why did old devil Wu send the living here? Finally, a decrepit voice came out from the ancient treasure coffin. The voice was heroically magnificent, like an awakened lion monarch. Li Qiye raised the technique while Li Xuangan also raised the emperor's possession, and raised her voice, "We the Wu clan's descendant is here under our ancestors' order to especially greet the heavenly desolate region lord, the great ancestor Ba Xian." Humph, if you have something to say, then just say it. If it wasn't for my never bullying juniors, just for the fact that you are the old devil Wu's descendant, I would have crushed you to death. A domineering voice came from within the ancient coffin. At this point, the group of Li Xuanyan's hearts were quivering. One had to know that the lion monarch and the Wu progenitor were mortal enemies. The underworld river had appeared, and the underworld boats are coming. Li Qiye said with a solemn tone, being buried inside the dragon's cave for millions of years only for 3.5 years of life, the chance for revival is hopeless. My ancestor wants to live for another generation, so he wants to climb up an underworld boat. Here, Li Qiye paused for a moment, then continued, my ancestor believes that ancestor Ba Xian's godly saber is invincible. If he could work together with ancestor Ba Xian, then it would be like the fusion between the heaven and earth. Your joint effort will surely be invincible, so my ancestor ordered this junior here bringing along the heaven-traversing eight saber to form an alliance with ancestor. Haha, heck, so there is a time when the old man will accept his loss. At this time, the loud laughter of lion monarch Ba Xian echoed inside the ancient coffin, and he said, ha ha ha, good time, good time. The old Wu stubborn throughout his whole life. In the end, he still had to accept his defeat towards me, ha ha ha. The bursts of laughters resonated, causing chills among the group of Li Xuangan. The laughters eventually subsided, bringing back the silence inside the ancient coffin. My ancestor ordered this junior here with the heaven-traversing eight saber to form an alliance with ancestor. My ancestor wishes to trade the technique with ancestor's saber. The two items will be tokens of trust. After the union ended, both sides will return the trust tokens. Finished speaking, Li Qiye raised the heaven-traversing 8 saber technique up in the air. And Li Xuangan also raised the emperor's tiled seat to prove their identities. Haha, heck, old Wu even took out his heaven-traversing 8 saber, doesn't that old man always considered it as his baby? Lion monarch Ba Xian coldly laughed and said. At this point, the group of Li Xuangan all didn't dare to breath heavily. This was a very dangerous maneuver, using the technique to trade for the godly saber. One wrong step and both treasures will be gone, and they could even lose their lives at this place. Li Qiye did not panic, and continued to calmly spoke, "To my ancestor, the heaven-traversing 8 saber is indeed a priceless treasure. To my Wu clan, the heaven-traversing 8 saber is especially our defining family heirloom. But, if it is possible to trade it for my ancestor's revival for another generation, a higher price would still be worth it. Moreover, this is only a trust token. Ancestor Ba Xian is a generation that dominated the 9 heavens and undefeated in the 10 earths. Your whole life was filled with proud heroism, how could you be greedy for the heaven-traversing 8 saber? Even though my ancestor and ancestor are enemies, but my ancestor had always praised your character, and he trusted that ancestor will absolutely not go back on your words." Haha, well said boy, no wonder why the old Wu sent you here. Lion monarch Ba Xian's laughter rang from inside the ancient coffin, and he then continued, "Boy, your mouth can speak such lotus-flowery words and unleash such a deluge of heavenly flowers. This junior is only speaking the truth without the slightest exaggeration." Li Qiye respectfully bowed his head and added. The ancient coffin became silent as the group of Li Xuangan started to become nervous. If Li Qiye guessed correctly, then the Wu progenitor was almost here to pursue them. Among them, only Li Qiye was able to remain calm. Za, the ancient coffin finally opened. A person stepped out with his eyes closed just like the other treasure lords and earth immortals. After the old man came out from the coffin, his sight caused the group of Li Xuangan to marvel in astonishment. No wonder this old man was called Lion Monarch Ba Xian by others. He had golden hair just like a golden lion and he emanated a domineering aura like the king of all beasts. Clank, before the group of Li Xuangan could regain their wits, a treasure saber in its sheath fell down exactly in front of Li Qiye's toes. I actually am a bit interested in the old Wu's proposition. Lion Monarch Ba Xian began to speak and then stretched his hand forward, "Bring the heaven-traversing 8 saber over here." But Li Qiye did not reply and took a step back instead. "What, changing your mind, boy?" Even though Lion Monarch Ba Xian's eyes were still closed, but it seemed as if he was still gazing intensely at Li Qiye. Li Qiye licked his lips nervously then said in a careful and respectful manner, "Dear ancestor, this junior had never seen the godly saber before. The stake of this matter is too great. This junior wants to look at the godly blade first." Li Qiye's cautious without losing any reverence was well suited for his role, and could even said to be flawless. It was truly difficult for others to doubt him. "Humph, pick it up and look at it." Lion Monarch Ba Xian finally coldly grunted. Li Qiye put away the technique and at this time he bowed once, and said, "Excuse this junior." Then he deferentially picked up the godly blade and carefully looked at it. Rather than saying that Li Qiye was checking on the saber to see if it was real or fake, it was more accurate to say that he was stalling for time. As Li Qiye was meticulously looking at it, he was carefully calculating the arrival time of the Wu progenitor in his mind. Chapter 194, Lion Monarch Ba Xian, 2, 194, Lion Monarch Ba Xian, 2, Note, I will be using the word intent here in this chapter. For people who are unfamiliar with this term, intent is the art of the weapon. It can be a sword intent, saber intent, spear intent. It is not the will nor awareness of the weapon, but it is the understanding of the user towards the Tao of the weapon. For example, when a sword master reaches a certain level with his sword intent, even a leaf can become a sword. Sword and men becoming one is one level of the sword intent. Another level of the intent is everything in nature is a sword. After another careful observation, Li Qiye then pulled out the saber. Zang. The unsheathed saber then unleashed a heaven-piercing Tao energy. In a flash, it was as if the godly saber woke up as it exuded a terrible cold light that instilled fear into people, rendering them unable to look at it directly. Sensing the peerless saber intent of the godly saber, the entire group of Li Xuangan was amazed at this second. This was a supreme godly saber, absolutely terribly incomparable. Boom. While Li Qiye was still carefully looking at the saber, a sudden loud bang exploded as another aura surged forward in the sky. Old Wu. Lion Monarch Ba Xian coldly snorted and said, "Did you think I would bully your descendants?" However, in a blink of an eye, a blade cut through the sky containing an invincible saber intent. This invincible blade capable of even cutting through the primordial beginning aimed straight towards the ancient palace. Old Wu, you still want to fight? Against the incoming blade, Lion Monarch Ba Xian coldly scowled and unleashed a fist capable of causing the heavens' demise upward. Old Lion, eat my blade. The martial god's roar finally reached. A shadow void stepping in the air finally came. He finally regained his wit and immediately pursued to this place. Go, amidst the lightning and fire of the eventual battle, Li Qiye shouted. In the blink of an eye, Niufen carried everyone away as his body resembled a spinning. In just a flash, Niufen actually traversed the void and turned into a curve to immediately escape the Lion Monarch Ba Xian's territory. This speed was truly unbelievable. Heavenly ancestral snails had unimaginable divine abilities, and especially after Niufen was given the divine solution by Li Qiye, he became even more incredible. Old Lion, you actually dare to think about my heaven-traversing 8 saber. Today, not decapitating you won't do. The roar of the martial god rang from the far distance. It was met by the angry shout of Lion Monarch Ba Xian, quit your bullshit, I don't even want that rubbish junk. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the martial god and the Lion Monarch had started their battle. They escaped in just an instant, and then Li Qiye signaled for Niufen to head towards an even deeper territory, which prompted Li Xuanyan's horror as she asked, "We're not escaping from the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground?" Too late, there is someone even more formidable ahead, we will go there. Li Qiye shouted and he put the tyrannical immortal saber into the treasure box of the middle continent ancient kingdom. Old Wu, you dare to scheme for my godly saber. In an instant, Lion Monarch Ba Xian lost the connection to his saber. His facial expression greatly soured as he roared furiously. Stop breaking wind, I don't care for your lousy saber. The martial god angrily roared and said, Old Lion, give me my technique scroll. Between the fires and lightnings of this battle, the group of Li Qiye had escaped for a long distance with Niufen exerting his fastest possible speed. However, such a distance for existences like the Lion Monarch Ba Xian was simply not far enough. In just a moment, there was a tall mountain blocking the path of Li Qiye's group. The vastness of this mountain was impossible to describe. One could even say that this was the highest mountain they saw ever since they came to this burial ground. It could even be the highest mountain in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. The high mountain pierced straight to the sky's horizon as if it had inserted itself into the deepest part of the sky. One could not see how tall it was in the end just by looking up. It stood in the middle of the heaven and earth as the sun and moon appeared inside with the celestials rotating around it. Any existence would feel that they are so inconsequential when standing at this mountain's base. Rush in! Li Qiye shouted at Niufen right at this moment. Niufen in the blink of an eye headed towards this high mountain, wanting to climb above. Bang bang bang. At the very next moment, there were thunders at the edge of the horizon as 2 gigantic hands reached forwards to this direction. Little demon, dare to steal my godly saber. At this time, the furious voice of Lion Monarch Ba Xian appeared. It was immediately followed by the thunderous explosive sound of the Wu progenitor, where are you from, demon spawns? Daring to pretend to be my Wu clan's descendants. The 2 hands, one was from the Lion Monarch, and the other was from the martial god. Both of them reached across the heaven and earth and aimed straight to grab Li Qiye. Boom. At this moment, Niufen who was dashing towards the high mountain was bounced back, as if this mountain was covered by an impenetrable divine force. In the bamboo forest, an arrow that pierces the heaven. At this moment, Li Qiye shouted and at the same time, he told Niufen, rush in. Niufen unhesitatingly crazily rushed in towards the high mountain. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Niufen managed to carry the group into the high mountain while the 2 hands collided with the unparalleled divine power of the high mountain and were immediately pushed back. After finally making it to the mountain, Niufen almost collapsed to the ground. Just a little bit less and they wouldn't have been able to escape the grasps of the Lion Monarch and martial god. In the blink of an eye, the martial god and the lion monarch have arrived. The moment the group saw them, they couldn't help but felt the chills running through their spines. These two were invincible existences of a generation sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Once they made a move, then the group's fate would be doomed. However, oddly enough, the martial god and lion monarch stopped right outside of the high mountain and didn't dare to even take half a step forward. Finally, the martial god bowed towards the high mountain and said, "Predecessor, these brats pretended to be my descendants and stole my peerless technique. Please kick these brats out." At this point, Li Xuanyan's group also looked again at the high mountain, and they noticed that there was a wooden coffin hanging on the precipice. It appeared to be simple without any magnificent features, but as it was hanging there in its high place, it appeared to be one coffin encompassing the entire world and all gods prostrated before it. They finally understood that the martial god and lion monarch were dreading the existence inside this wooden coffin. However, the wooden hanging on the precipice did not respond to the martial god, as if it was too much of a bother. Even then, the lion monarch and the martial god still didn't dare to take half a step inside this place. Seeing such a scene, no matter whether it was Li Xuangan or the group of Niufan, everyone felt a chilling and shocking sensation in their hearts. Who were the martial god and lion monarch? During immortal Emperor Tun Ri's era, outside of Tun Ri himself, there was no one in the world who could suppress the two of them. If they combined forces, no one outside of Tun Ri during that generation could put a halt to their advances. Their joint power could decapitate the gods in the heaven and destroy the devils in hell. But today, even though they came together, they did not dare to trespass into this place. 1. Could only imagine how frightening the existence inside the wooden coffin on the precipice must be. Since the existence inside the wooden coffin did not answer, the lion monarch and martial god were helpless. At this moment, the anger appeared in their eyes as the bloody rays flashed straight at Li Qiye. "Little demon, where are you from in the end, daring to pretend to be my Wu descendants?" the Wu progenitor coldly inquired. And lion monarch Ba Xian also indignantly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Little demon, dare to scheme for my godly saber, did you lose the patience to live?" Li Qiye calmly stood on top of the snail's shell and leisurely said, "Tyrannical immortal saber and heaven-traversing 8 saber, they are wasted in this heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, isn't this a shame? You both were a match made in heaven for a generation, so you should know even more clearly that the tyrannical immortal saber and heaven-traversing 8 saber had the same origin. Both of them together would be the real unbeatable offensive method. Haha, hekek, very good, a little demon like you is worrying about us." Lion monarch Ba Xian was so angry that he started to laugh instead as he smilingly replied. Li Qiye was still as calm as before and smilingly retorted, "To be frank, swindling items from the dead is truly a bit immoral, but I will form a good karma with you too." At this point, Li Qiye looked at the martial god and continued, "Sacred Wu clan had fallen from era to era. You cannot leave the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground unless you live again for another generation. You should be aware that your Wu descendants are unable to come and honor you. Even back when your Wu clan had virtuous paragons, they were still not powerful enough to come here. Today is even more impossible. Today, I take away your saber technique, and I will give your Wu clan a good karmic return. I will save your Wu clan's one remaining bloodline, or help your Wu clan rise again in the future." The martial god then looked at Li Qiye without saying anything for a long time. "As for you." Li Qiye stared at lion monarch Ba Xian and slowly spoke, "Your one lineage is already devoid of people for the most part. Today I take your godly saber, I will also form a good karmic remembrance to your descendants. If I meet your descendants in the future, I will leave behind some words for them." Lion monarch Ba Xian also gazed at Li Qiye for a long time without a words. It was already amazing that he did not go crazy from being swindled out of his godly saber. "Both of you should go back, it is not beneficial for either of you to be away from your dragon caves for so long." Li Qiye leisurely looked at the both of them and smilingly said, "Today I took away your treasures. To tell you the truth, I don't need to form good karma with you too. I even didn't need to swindle the both of you. It is not impossible for me to destroy or alter your dragon veins. Out of my own sentimentality for the relationship between you two and immortal Emperor Tun Ri, I didn't change or move your dragon veins. If I wanted to destroy your dragon caves along with your blood effort for millions of years, it was not an impossible matter." Li Qiye leisurely declared. Both the martial god and lion monarch remained silent for a long time. Go back, my words are resolute. Today I take away your treasures, I will form a good relationship with your descendants in the future. Li Qiye finally said with a smile. Good. In the end, the martial god stomped on the ground once and then turned around to leave without any hesitation. Lion monarch Ba Xian lingered for a moment, then he finally threw an item forward and gravely shouted, "Don't forget the positive karma today." With that, he turned around and left. The lion monarch's item eventually fell into the hand of Li Qiye. It was an ancient box with an unknown item inside. Li Qiye only looked at it then put it away. When the two finally left, Li Shuangyan's group was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. Their stressed nerves were suddenly relaxed as they sat down on the ground. Really dangerous just now. Even Niufen couldn't help but to wipe away his cold sweats. They actually managed to obtain two supreme treasures. This will be an unimaginable and legendary tale. Chapter 195, Mysterious Dead Person. 1. Who are you? When Li Shuangyan's group was resting on the ground, there was a voice from the sky suddenly descending down and it startled all of them into jumping up. At this point, they noticed that the wooden coffin hanging on the precipice had been opened with a person sitting inside. It was a man dressed in armor sitting in the wooden coffin. The armor was already dull without any brilliance. The more frightening part was that the chest piece of the armor was pierced through. Not just the armor, but even the man's chest was penetrated. From the broken trace of the wound, no one would even dare imagine how terrible this attack was. But this puncture did not affect his presence. The man was handsome and tall with eyes like the swords and facial feature as bright as the moon. One could tell that he was absolutely an attractive man that year. Even though the man did not open his eyes, but he could still see Li Qiye. At least others got that feeling. Seeing such a man left the group of Li Shuangyan in a daze for a while. When the martial god referred to him as predecessor, they assumed that the person inside the wooden coffin would be an ancient old man, not just a young man. In the bamboo forest, an arrow that pierces the heaven. In the high sky, a war to slaughter the heaven. One feathered arrow as the sign of trust, 10,000 saints all obey. Li Qiye facing the men and smilingly spoke. Tn1, I do believe that, an arrow that pierces the heaven, is the person's name, Jian Jingxian, and that he is from the bamboo forest. But without further context, I simply can't tell. The moment Li Qiye finished speaking, the man inside the wooden coffin immediately opened his eyes and shined his bloody lights to stare at Li Qiye. In a blink of an eye, everyone became paralyzed even though this bloody light did not fall on their bodies, but they still felt that they were powerless to resist like ants beneath the foot of a giant elephant. Only Li Qiye stood quietly and shouldered the man's gaze. While watching the man, he gently sighed and said, Morning Cloud Mountain, we did not enter. The man stared at Li Qiye for a long time, a very long time without speaking. As time passed by, he finally closed his eyes and went back inside his wooden coffin and closed it without making any noise. Li Qiye glanced at the wooden coffin and finally lamented once. Such an ancient memory, yet this person was still as stubborn as an ox. It took a while before the group of Li Shuangyan's wits returned. They didn't know what was going on and simply didn't understand Li Qiye's words. Who is he? Finally, Chen Baojiao couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart and whispered to ask Li Qiye. Li Qiye bitterly smiled and shook his head while saying, a stubborn guy. Always like this for millions of years, just like a pebble in the toilet, hard and smelly. Everyone were horrified by Li Qiye's words. Even the martial god and lion monarch were dreary of this person, yet their young noble made this assessment about him. What if this person blew up and killed all of them? Wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? They then glanced over at the wooden coffin on the precipice, but it did not make any noise, which finally made them heave a sigh of relief. In fact, everyone was curious about why. The man, after listening to words that resembled poetry but weren't poetry earlier, and decided to help them. To be more exact, he decided to help their young noble. However, since Li Qiye didn't reveal it, they also didn't dare to ask. The story inside was not something that they could imagine. The proceeds of this time go to Baojiao. Li Qiye took out the tyrannical immortal saber and the heaven-traversing 8-saber technique and gave them to Chen Baojiao. For me. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but became a bit stunned. These two items were obtained by everyone risking their lives, so she didn't expect for them to both go to her. These two things could be said to have been crafted just for your tyrannical valley immortal spring physique. If it wasn't for your physique, I wouldn't have went to take these 2 items. In the future, you will understand just how appropriate they are for you. Li Qiye nodded his head and said. While hugging these 2 items, Chen Baojiao was tongue-tied for a long time. She was already Li Qiye's maid. She wouldn't ask for more than just cultivating a supreme physique, but today Li Qiye bestowed 2 supreme treasure to her. In this moment, her nose became stuffy as her heart became warm. There were many heavenly words and countless languages, but she couldn't express them in this moment while lost in her emotions. Finally, Li Qiye told everyone, Xuan Gan got the formation along with the heavenly plate, Grandpa Shi also got the mysterious ancient pagoda. This time everyone contributed, but since everyone had gotten something, so these 2 items will go to Baojiao. Li Xuangan did not say anything. She never had any objections to any of her young nobles' arrangements. Shi Gangdang was even more deferential as he bowed towards Li Qiye and added, Young noble bestowed this pagoda to me, I do not dare to ask for more. In fact, he was very happy for this young miss. This clearly showed that his young miss had a position in Li Qiye's mind. This time, Niufan contributed greatly. You don't need any treasure, I will give you 2 solutions. Li Qiye told Niufan. Having heard Li Qiye, Niufan immediately became crazily excited and bowed all the way down to the ground, and ecstatically replied, Young noble bestowing 2 solutions is much more precious than supreme treasure. To him, no treasures could compare to the 18 solutions. While Li Qiye was swindling the earth immortals in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, even more cultivators appeared at the ancient sky city. Many hidden sects and heritages began to show up as well. During this lively time, there were more and more coffins appearing in the ancient sky city from all of the grand sects and powerful nations. Why did everyone do this as the underworld boats approach? Even though there were some young cultivators and sects who were indeed here for treasures, but to many grand sects, especially the unfathomable immortal gates and emperors' lineages, they were only here for the chance to rebirth in order to live for another generation. A harsh way to put it is that for these millions of years old heritages, which house didn't have 1 or 2 dead people? One could even say that people were never lacking the dead, plus, these dead people were once the most powerful. In fact, only the dead or the near-dead were even more eager to bury themselves inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. These eternal existences had lived for 1 generation after another, and only had a single breath left. They were afraid of death more than anyone else, and did not spare any method in order to prolong their survival. With the arrival of the underworld boats, this was another opportunity for these eternal dying existences to live again. At this time, countless powers in the world were carrying coffins containing wise sages who had died for countless of years or eternal existences holding on to their last breaths. For the dying or for the already dead, the underworld boat was worth a bet. For them. Once successful, this was a rebirth for another generation. Even an immortal emperor did not have such an opportunity. The appearances of some coffins actually caused quite a commotion. Coffins that were capable of stirring the crowd meant that they were carrying amazing characters. Isn't that the Eastern 100 Cities' immortal goal ancient sect? At this time, a black coffin was being carried into the city, and a cultivator from the Eastern 100 City quietly murmured. Seeing this black coffin, a sect master was surprised then muttered, the immortal goal ancient sect have a specification for burial. People who are qualified to use a black coffin are very few. To be buried in a black coffin, the person must be of a grand creation generation and had done incomparable merits for the sect. The immortal goal ancient sect had not have someone from a grand creation generation for the last 30,000 years. Could the person inside this coffin be Demon King Tsang-Hu from 50,000 years ago? A golden coffin crafted from extreme mysterious chilled gold. At this moment a golden coffin was carried into the city and was met by an emotional exclamation. The Northern Grand Seas Tortoise Country actually paid such a great price to use the extreme mysterious chilled gold for a coffin. This is such a grand gesture. You don't understand, inside the coffin is the 6th generation son-in-law of the Tortoise Country's king. A demon merman who came from the Northern Grand Sea shook his head and said, a prince-in-law is treated so well like this. Someone was caught by surprise and said. The merman then replied, the 6th generation prince-in-law of the Tortoise Country is an unfathomable character. He came from a merman tribe, but he actually had 1/4 charming spirit's bloodline. He actually transformed from a carp to a dragon and had climbed up the mythical dragon gate before. He is not only the pride of the Tortoise Country, but also the pride of the merman race. Having said this demon merman couldn't help but to reveal a proud expression. When the words, charming spirit, was brought up, many cultivators were astonished because to them, no matter if they were humans or demons, to be able to carry the charming spirit's bloodline was a matter worthy of pride. Charming spirit race was the favored child of the high heaven. Their first branch's cultivation could be described to be extremely easy. There were even people who believed that the charming spirit race was the descendant of the ancient immortals. There were also some who referred to them as the godly race or heavenly race. It was indeed a proud matter to have some charming spirit's bloodline to many people. Even though the heavenly devil race and ghost immortal race both did not recognize the charming spirit race as the most excellent race in the world, but they could not deny that the first immortal emperor came from the charming spirit race. Immortal Emperor Guchun. Ancient Purity, the Southern Crimson Earth's Yifeng clan, Dark Phoenix, is also here. Seeing a clan carrying a wooden coffin forward, a cultivator from the Southern Crimson Earth couldn't help but murmured, the Yifeng clan had not shown up for almost 10,000 years but they made an exception this time. I heard that the Yifeng clan had no other choice. Their last ancestor only has one breath left and has to rely on the large amount of Era blood stones to stay alive. But recently the clan sent out news that the Era blood stones could no longer maintain the seal even with higher quantity, so they couldn't afford not to gamble and bring their ancestor up the underworld boat. A royal lord who came from the Southern Crimson Earth softly sighed and explained. For millions of years, how many characters dominated for so long, yet in the end, they still didn't want to die and even buried themselves in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground to be friends with countless corpses. Of course, characters like this royal lord, even if they feared death, they still weren't qualified to be buried in the feng shui treasure earth in the burial ground. Chapter 196, Mysterious Dead Person. 2. Since many sects and countries from the Southern Crimson Earth along with the Northern Grand Sea all brought coffins here, needless to say, plenty of sects and countries from the Grand Middle Territory near the ancient corpse burial ground had even more coffins. Someone calculated without taking into account the size of the sects and power of the countries, there were more than 100 coffins being brought into the ancient Sky City each day, and more than half of these were from the Grand Middle Territory. Even a heritage like the Jewel Pillar Sacred School was also not an exception. It also brought one coffin into the ancient Sky City, plus their descendant Saint Child Baozhu was personally greeting the coffin. Crafted from godly wood. Seeing the coffin of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, a cultivator couldn't help but say, who is the person that the Jewel Pillar Sacred School wants to bring up the underworld boat? Many people's expressions became distorted when it came to the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Even though it did not produce an immortal emperor and it was not of immortal emperor's lineage, but it was the heritage with the most saint physiques in the Grand Middle Territory, and even in the whole mortal emperor world. There was even a rumor that they had someone with an immortal physique, and was just a bit lacking from grand completion. Jewel Pillar Sacred School has several ancestors with grand completion saint physiques. I wonder if they will send one of these ancestors up to the underworld boat or not. A sect master said with great fear. Everyone knew that in contemporary time, the school did not have any grand completion saint physique. But they did have several grand completion saint physique characters who died in the school. If they could revive these characters with the underworld boat, then that would be truly too terrifying. Once a grand completion saint physique character from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School is revived, they would most likely be in existence at the peak of virtuous paragon realm. Such an terrible existence was not suppressible unless an immortal emperor or grand completion immortal physique came out. Heavenly Southern Kingdom also carried a coffin here. Compared to the other sects who did not come secretly, Heavenly Southern Kingdom was different. They carried a coffin here but no one had seen it. Outsiders only knew that outside of the elders protecting the coffin, young King Nanshan also came along. This time the Heavenly Southern Kingdom is acting with such a low profile, this is indeed a bit strange. Many people were puzzlingly discussing the fact that Heavenly Southern Kingdom brought a coffin but did not reveal it. Rumors had it that inside the coffin is not their predecessors or immortal sages, but that the Heavenly Southern Kingdom's divine beast protector cannot hold on any longer, so they want to bring it to the underworld boat. A cultivator who was gifted in espionage managed to find some secrets. Hearing the title Divine Beast Protector, some people were shivering inside their hearts. A church master said, rumors state that this is the second-generation Divine Beast Protector of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. This rumor is indeed the truth. The first-generation Divine Beast Protector of the Heavenly Southern Kingdom had died a long time ago. This Divine Beast Protector, according to the rumors, was a spirit beast brought back by immortal Emperor Fei Yang, and it always had been reclusive without showing itself. Even with immortal Emperor Fei Yang teaching the Tao to it so that it could steal the heavens' luck, it still had lived for too long and only has one breath left. A grand character with some knowledge regarding the heavenly southern kingdom said. The heavenly southern kingdom's divine beast protector had always been very mysterious, and people rarely heard of instances where it appeared. But it was not a great secret that they had one at all. But for any grand sects and powerful countries as well as heritages, they were very dreadful towards the heavenly southern kingdom's divine beast protector. Anything that could live for this many years was absolutely not a simple being. If it is indeed the divine beast protector, then it makes sense why the heavenly southern kingdom is keeping such a low profile like this. Someone murmured. The heavenly southern kingdom could exist so long until now for millions of years, and it was even older than the azure mysterious ancient kingdom and cleansing incense ancient sect. To a certain extent, this had a lot to do with their divine beast protector. If their divine beast protector was really going to die of old age, then this would be a great blow to the heavenly southern kingdom, and it could even lead to people salivating with greed. Boom, boom, boom. Contrary to the heavenly southern kingdom's low-key nature, the Jiangzhou clan came with explosive fanfare. Their cavalry in the middle of the sky creating thunderous roars as numerous riders flew by like the army of the heavens. Such cavalry was like a flood made out of steel. When they hovered above the ancient sky city, countless people were shivering at the sight. The 6 cavalry branches of the Jiangzhou clan all swept past the clouds in the sky with 6 leading royal nobles with undulating aura and an extremely arrogant style. 6 King Jiangzhou, descendant of the virtuous monarch King Jiang. Seeing the flying cavalry in the air with their bullish demeanor, many people were very annoyed, but they didn't dare to say anything as the cavalry's banner swept by. 6 King Jiangzhou was absolutely the pillar of the Jiangzhou clan. There was a saying that goes like this within the clan: when the 6th king is not present, the great mansion is on the verge of collapse. This was indicative of the 6th king's status at the Jiangzhou clan. He could even veto the decisions made by the Jiangzhou patriarch. Moreover, he was also the descendant of the virtuous monarch King Jiang's direct branch. The most terrifying part was that he was able to create the invincible 6-wise monarch formation, capable of slaying even a heavenly sovereign. Virtuous monarch King Jiang was an extremely powerful existence. He had even defeated the young immortal Emperor Minren when they were competing for the heaven's will. Even though Minren shouldered the heaven's will in the end, but King Jiang's prestige still carried far across the 9 worlds. Virtuous monarch King Jiang created the 6-wise monarch formation. The true profoundness of this formation depended on the control of the 6 branches. 6 King Jiangzhou's formation was countless times better than Jiangzhou's formation that year. The 6 King Jiangzhou came along a carriage with an ancient coffin. This coffin was extremely heavy as it was pulled by 6 elephants raggedly breathing out white air. Who is the person 6 King Jiangzhou is trying to put on an underworld boat? Seeing this coffin, a person muttered, could it be their ancestor virtuous monarch King Jiang? The name, virtuous monarch King Jiang, was capable of scaring even ancient and powerful heritages. This was an absolute terrifying existence that would be a big threat to any sects and countries. Within this same day, the ancient sky city was filled with an azure mist encompassing the entire city with a thin layer of azure silk. This sudden change greatly shocked everyone. Their first action immediately covered the entire ancient sky city. Wasn't this behavior too aggressive? But when people saw the azure energy crossing the sky as masters one by one walked forward on an azure rainbow, no angry spectators dared to say a word. Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Seeing the experts walking on the azure rainbow, a person muttered. Inside the ancient sky city, there were numerous sects and countries gathered with countless experts. A sect that dared to take an action involving the entire ancient sky city was truly too arrogant and did not put the world into its eyes. However, after knowing that it was the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, even people bothered by its arrogance could do nothing except choose to remain silent. Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, 1 sect 2 emperors. At the Grand Middle Territory, the azure mysterious ancient kingdom was a monstrous existence towering over its vast land. Any heritages and countries would have to greatly weigh themselves first before considering opposing the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Even immortal emperors' lineages were no exception. 2 immortal emperors were enough capital for the ancient kingdom to be arrogant, and its disciples always considered themselves to be better than others. Even though people were vexed by them, but they had to accept the fact that it was indeed powerful enough to act this way. One sect, two emperors, it would be difficult for this type of ancient kingdom to not act pompously. No one knew how many experts the ancient kingdom brought along, but people saw four enlightened beings in the far distance carrying the coffin. At this ancient kingdom, even enlightened beings were only pallbearers. Without a doubt, the ancient kingdom also wanted to take one of its immortal sages to the underworld boat, so suddenly, there were many rowdy discussions from great characters about which person the ancient kingdom wanted to bring on the boat. This dual emperor's lineage was not always dominating in every generations, but they always had virtuous paragons coming out in each era. At this moment when the ancient kingdom wanted to put this coffin on an underworld boat, the person inside was absolutely a great character. It could very well be the ninth ancestor of the ancient kingdom. A demon king who had a great understanding of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom spoke. Old Ninth Qing Xian Ah. Hearing this name, no matter whether it was a character of the sect master level or existence of the high elder ranking, they had to take a deep breath. Old Ninth Qing Xian, even though he is ranked last, but he was also the strongest. He is an existence that challenged even immortal Emperor Ta Kong Ah. A person emotionally exclaimed. Old Ninth Qing Xian was also known as the ninth ancestor Qing Xian. Old Ninth Qing Xian lived towards the latter half of immortal Emperor Ta Kong. After immortal Emperor Ta Kong shouldered the heaven's will, he finally started to cultivate. But even when Ta Kong was reigning over everything, old Ning Qing Xian was still extremely powerful. His cultivation path was praised with hymns as it surged rapidly during his sweep through all directions. Legends had it that when the old Ninth Qing Xian had some achievements in his cultivation, he even challenged immortal Emperor Ta Kong. But he was struck flying away by immortal Emperor Ta Kong's one finger and became seriously injured later on. Even though old Ninth Qing Xian was utterly defeated, but he gained prestige from it. For any cultivators, to have the qualification to challenge immortal emperors, this was already a great feat respected by all. Old Ninth Qing Xian, in the end, one person could only lament it with a gentle sigh. The azure mysterious ancient kingdom appearing caused great pressure to many heritages that wanted their own predecessors to have a chance at rebirth. This was competing against the azure mysterious ancient kingdom for an underworld boat. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.